Chapter 1, Just Divorced, the school beauty comes to me pregnant. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. A woman with fashionable clothes and a good figure and face. She glanced at the handsome man next to her with a resentful and complicated look. Shu-yun, from now on, you go your way, and I go mine. Whoever still insists on this will die a miserable death. The woman threw the divorce certificate at the man and said the final harsh words. Shu-yun sneered at this. Divorce is a relief for him. 7 months ago. The two of them came here happily to get their marriage certificate. Now it seems, impulse is the devil. 7 months ago. Huang Ting was also his college classmate and his girlfriend for half a year. Now, she is already my ex-wife. What can I say about my ex-wife Huang Ting? I knew she was a little vain, but I didn't expect her to be so vain. When you are in college, you can be romantic even if you don't have money. After graduation and marriage, if you don't have money, you are useless. Don't worry, if I, Shu-yun, still have the slightest attachment to you, I'm not a human being. I also want to thank you for not killing me. If you refuse to divorce me, I'll be really upset. Now it's all good. I, Shu-yun, have become a diamond bachelor again. And you, Huang Ting, are just second-hand goods. I don't want to be too happy. Thinking of the past, Shu-yun showed no mercy. Huang Ting's face turned dark when she heard this. Why are you so arrogant? He has a nice appearance but is actually a waste. None of our classmates are doing as well as you poor bastard. It's fine if you're poor, but you also like to brag about buying me a big mansion? Do you deserve it? I was so blind that I believed what you said. Marrying you is the greatest shame in my life. Go to hell. I don't want to see you again in this life. After Huang Ting finished scolding, she calmed herself down. Then he ran away. Huang Ting's final hysterical abuse made Shu-yun feel relieved. In this failed marriage, the two had long lost their so-called dignity, and there was only a mess. Shu-yun decided to have a good meal to celebrate his escape from the fire. After all, I am only 24 years old and still young. After graduation, I stayed at the school as a counselor until now, less than a year ago. Shu-yun actually likes the job of counselor, but the salary is not very high. Otherwise, Huang Ting would not look at the classmates around her. Either they become bosses or they hook up with rich second generations. I gradually became unbalanced. Huang Ting overestimated her tolerance for mediocrity. She wanted to be a rich lady who lived in a mansion, drove a luxury car, bought famous brands, and had no worries about food and clothing. Shu-yun only earns 5 or 6,000 yuan a month. When will this miserable life end? Can't see the future. Later on, Huang Ting not only felt disgusted, but hated it. I hated myself for being so impulsive in marrying Shu-yun without thinking. Fortunately, even after getting married, she successfully developed an ambiguous relationship with a boss. In order to get out of trouble, Huang Ting decisively chose to divorce. It would be unfair not to divorce this marriage. All that. Shu-yun knew it very well. As a time traveler, Shu-yun doesn't think making money is difficult. He just hasn't exerted his strength yet. Why? Without thinking anymore, Shu-yun walked to the side of the road and planned to go back. Just as he was about to open the car door, a red car slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down and a woman's head popped out. Young, beautiful, full of energy, a little beauty. Shan Yu? Shu-yun was stunned for a moment. This little beauty is a senior student in my class. He comes from a wealthy family and has excellent grades, but his brain isn't very good. He often flirts with his counselor, who is a married man, openly and has no sense of shame at all. Although strictly speaking, he graduated only 1 year earlier than Xinyu and they are the same age. Teacher Chu, I have something urgent to talk to you about. Can we get in the car and talk? Xinyu frowned and spoke very quickly, looking like she had something urgent to do. But Shu-yun didn't fall for her tricks. I'm talking about Xinyu. Even if we get divorced, nothing will ever happen between you and me. You didn't just find out I wanted a divorce and then followed me here, did you? That's too much. Xinyu was also stunned for a moment. Teacher Chu is divorced? Holy shit. No way. Oh my god, it's really possible. Isn't this the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau? I've heard for a long time that Teacher Chu and Huang Ting often quarreled and were on the verge of divorce. Are you really getting divorced? Then, don't I have a chance? Shinyu was a little dazed, but quickly came to her senses. He said anxiously, Teacher Chu, I really have something urgent to talk to you about. Let's get in the car first, hurry up. Shu Yun was a little surprised to see that Shinyu didn't dwell on his divorce. If she doesn't take the opportunity to tease me, then it means something really happened. After all, I am Shinyu's counselor. It is not easy for me to ignore the student when she has urgent matters. After thinking for a moment, he opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Boom, the car suddenly rushed out. Damn, he's driving so fast, is he in a hurry to reincarnate? Shu Yun held the roof rail tightly with one hand, turned around and asked. What's so urgent? You're not asking me to be your boyfriend and deal with blind dates, are you? Shinyu was stunned again. Is Mr. Chu's train of thought so strange today? You never joked with me like this before. No, Teacher Chu, stop making trouble. It's about Gu Yanxi. Shinyu replied seriously. When Shu Yun heard the three words Gu Yanxi, his heart skipped a beat for no reason. Gu Yanxi is Shinyu's best friend and also a student in Shu Yun's class. He is also one of the most famous students in the school. During her 4 years at school, she undisputedly held the title of school belle for 4 consecutive years. She is one of those rare and exquisite women who can perfectly combine a top-notch figure and a stunning face. He is also an all-round academic master, so outstanding that people are jealous. The key is that she has a good personality, is pure and lovely, gentle as jade, and makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze. Such a top-notch school beauty naturally attracts everyone. If Chu Yun hadn't been in a relationship with Huang Ting, he would probably have been tempted. He couldn't say he was very familiar with Gu Yanxi, not even as familiar as Shinyu. The most memorable thing was when we had a class party and drank quite a bit of wine together. Something happened to Gu Yanxi? Didn't she have a family matter and take a half-year leave of absence? Shu Yun's heart tightened and he asked quickly. Shinyu looked embarrassed and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind. You could say that. Teacher Chu, you must promise me that you will never tell anyone else. Because this matter is a bit private. Shu Yun frowned and became a little anxious. Am I, Chu Yun, the kind of person who gossips? You asked me for help because you trust my character. Hurry up and tell me, what happened to Gu Yanxi? You're so hesitant. Facing Chu Yun's urging, Shinyu gritted her teeth and said. Gu Yanxi, she dropped out of school because she's pregnant. We were just taking a walk together. Suddenly her water broke and she had a spot. After sending her to the hospital, I ran out in a hurry to call for help. I was originally going to school to look for my classmates, but I didn't expect to run into you, Teacher Chu. Teacher Chu, can you help Gu Yanxi? Shu Yun's pupils suddenly shook. School beauty Gu Yanxi is pregnant? So exciting. But how can I help? Shock is shock. Shu Yun obviously didn't understand what Shinyu said. Still looking at her with confusion. Chapter 2 Triplets, do you want to be the scapegoat? Doctors are professionals when it comes to childbirth. Even if it's just running errands, it's not the turn of Counselor Chu Yun. Even if Gu Yanxi was pregnant before marriage, she might have kept it a secret from her family. But isn't he still a father with a child? Oh. Of course, I didn't tell my family about Gu Yanxi's pregnancy. And I didn't tell the other party. I still don't know who the father of the child is. Anyway, I have been taking care of her alone during this period of time. But now she's about to give birth, and I have no experience raising children, and I'm worried I won't be able to take care of her. Most importantly, the doctor said a cesarean section might be necessary and the family's signature is needed. So I want to find someone to do it for me. Please, Teacher Chu. Shinyu had no choice but to reveal everything and make her debut. If she could sign for her, she wouldn't want to ask someone for help. Meeting Chu Yun on the way can save a lot of time. Maybe it is God's will. It's not because I trust Mr. Chu's character. Of course, this cannot be said. After hearing this, Chu Yun sighed. He had actually heard of some of this kind of thing at school, so it wasn't particularly unusual. But I didn't expect that it would happen to the school belle Gu Yanxi. Facing Shinyu's pleading, thinking of Gu Yanxi's current difficult situation. After all, they were teacher and student, so Chu Yun agreed reluctantly. I have been married for more than 7 months and still haven't had a child. He just got divorced, and he actually has to sign a document to help another woman have a child? What is going on? Thank you, Mr. Chu. You are indeed a real man. Seeing that Chu Yun agreed, Shin Yu was overjoyed. What's there to be happy about? You girls these days are so messy. Chu Yun frowned and scolded slightly. Teacher Chu, are you really divorced from Huang Ting? Shin Yu was not angry, she stuck out her tongue and asked. Divorce? If you don't divorce, go sightseeing at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I still have the divorce certificate. Do you want me to see it? Chu Yun said unhappily. No. It's better to get divorced, it's better to get divorced. Shin Yu smiled awkwardly. Then his eyes turned, and he had an idea. Well, Mr. Chu, you are single now. I can give up pursuing you, but would you consider being a scapegoat? Gu Yanqi smells really good. Chu Yun was completely dumbfounded and angrily shouted, Are you sick? Okay, just forget I said anything. But please keep Gu Yanqi's matter confidential, Teacher Chu. Nonsense. Chu Yun said angrily. Be the scapegoat for school beauty Gu Yanqi? There should be many boys who are willing to do this. In the obstetrics and gynecology ward, Gu Yanqi, with a pale face, lay flat on the hospital bed. Even though she looked haggard, it was hard to hide her stunning beauty. Even with a big belly, it is hard to ignore her impressive figure. Especially those long white legs, which almost stretched out of the head of the bed. 36 weeks of pregnancy, still some time before the due date. It's normal for triplets to be born a little prematurely. The cervix is already 4 fingers dilated. When it reaches 10, you'll need to go into the delivery room. There's too much amniotic fluid and the cervix is under great pressure. Natural childbirth is not recommended. It's risky. Everything else is normal. Family members, please sign quickly. The doctor said calmly after checking the cervix through the dress. It is a basic rule that all cesarean sections must have the signature of a relative. Moreover, triplets are relatively rare and the risk is greater. This step is essential. Gu Yanqi had cold sweat on his forehead. He endured the pain of his cervix opening and clutched the bed sheet tightly with both hands. Although she hadn't started giving birth yet, she was already feeling the pain. Giving birth to a child is like walking through the gates of hell for every woman. What's more, they are triplets. Even a cesarean section is not 100% safe. When the severe pain subsided a little, Gu Yanqi gritted his teeth and asked softly, Can you please sign in person? The doctors and nurses nearby had already noticed it. The baby is about to be born, but the father hasn't shown up yet. He definitely won't come. Not even a single relative or friend came, so it is very likely that she is pregnant before marriage. This kind of thing is not uncommon for them. It's just that such a stunningly beautiful woman is really a cause for regret. I don't know if I met a scumbag. She's the type who doesn't love herself and is willing to be kept by rich men. No matter which one, if the child's father is not present, he is a scumbag. Alas, what a pity for such a good girl. I definitely can't sign it myself. It doesn't necessarily have to be the child's father, an immediate family member will do. Although he felt sorry, the doctor still insisted on following the rules. Oh. Gu Yanqi bit her lip helplessly. She had anticipated this situation. I just kept avoiding it and didn't make any preparations early. Now, I just hope Shin Yu can find someone to help. When I first found out I was pregnant, Gu Yanqi had struggled before, wondering whether to abort the child. Just treat everything as an accident. She knows what it means to have a child out of wedlock and what kind of life she will face next. Especially my own baby, who has no father. A child who does not receive the love of his father may be unhappy. She knows. Giving birth to a baby without permission may be irresponsible to the baby. She had thought about it too. However, she herself is a person who particularly likes children. Even if she occasionally sees a strange child on the street, she will stop and smile, feeling satisfied and happy. She really couldn't bear to take her own child's life with her own hands. What is more, there are 3 babies. For a period of time, Gu Yanqi even became depressed because of this. But as the baby grows bigger in her belly day by day, she feels the interaction between the life in her belly and her. Gu Yanqi was determined to give birth to the baby alone. No matter how hard or difficult it is, she will face it with strength. Who would have thought? After enduring it silently for so long, when it came time to give birth, I couldn't find anyone to sign. At this moment, even if Gu Yanqi decided to risk it all and confess to his parents. My parents, who are on a business trip far away, probably won't be able to make it in time. Call the child's biological father? This thought flashed through Gu Yanqi's mind. Forget it, let us wait and see. Hello, please help me check. Is the pregnant woman Gu Yanqi, who just came in not long ago, in the delivery room or in the original ward? As soon as we arrived at the hospital lobby, Xinyu hurriedly asked the service desk. Gu Yanqi, right? Oh, she's still in the ward. It's not time for her to go into the delivery room yet. That's not right, her relatives haven't signed yet, how can she enter the delivery room? The nurse at the service desk finished her check and frowned slightly. Then he saw Chu Yun on the side and urged. You are the father of the child, right? Why are you here so late? Go find the doctor to sign it. Chu Yun subconsciously wanted to deny it when someone suddenly said this to him. But Xinyu quickly answered, yes, he is the father of the child. Thank you. After saying that, he pulled Chu Yun and rushed to the elevator. The lady at the service desk didn't say anything, but was secretly amazed. That Gu Yanqi is already as beautiful as a fairy, and the father of the child is actually this handsome? Are there really handsome men and beautiful women in the world? Isn't it always Beauty and the Beast? Oh my god. The baby these two have will be incredibly beautiful. Admire, admire. The young lady may have watched too many CP dramas and wants to feel involved. As if possessed by some mysterious force, I casually called the doctor. Ward 518, the husband of the pregnant woman, Gu Yanqi, came up to sign. In the elevator. Chu Yun was also speechless. Suddenly, I felt physically uncomfortable as if I had to take over the responsibility. Damn, it went so smoothly? Is this hospital fake? Forget it, I'll just sign and leave. Chapter 3 Male Relatives, please sign quickly. Come to the ward. Chu Yun stopped at the door. Besides Gu Yanqi, there was another woman in labor. As an outsider, it would be inappropriate for him to go in rashly. Xinyu ran straight to Gu Yanqi's bedside. Seeing Gu Yanqi's pale face and painful expression, I felt so heartbroken. She held Gu Yanqi's hand and asked with concern, how is it? Are you about to give birth? It must be very painful. At this time, Gu Yanqi's cervix was already 5 fingers dilated, and she was trembling with pain. If possible, she still wants to give birth naturally. Yeah, almost there. Gu Yanqi gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and looked at Xinyu, regarding the family member's signature. Cici, why don't we let the child's father sign? It's already this late, why are you still hiding this? Xinyu thought about it and finally made a suggestion. As for who the father of the child is, if Gu Yanqi doesn't tell her, Xinyu will have no idea. The two of them had discussed before whether or not to tell the child's father. But Gu Yanqi still didn't want to give in. Now, Gu Yanqi was also a little hesitant. She also wanted her baby to have a father and a normal family, but just as Gu Yanqi moved his lips and wanted to confess to Xinyu, suddenly, her beautiful eyes caught a glimpse of the familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing at the door. Tall, even a little majestic. The proportions are astonishing and the charm is extraordinary. Just a back view can make countless girls scream. For example, Xinyu, I just want to be attracted by this figure from behind. This moment. Gu Yanqi's pupils suddenly trembled, and his mouth opened slightly in surprise. Seeing Gu Yanqi's eyes wide open, Xinyu had no choice but to explain. Oh, I finally found someone. Teacher Chu is a very nice person. He is willing to help sign. It just so happens that he and Huang Ting are divorced, so there's no need to worry about causing any misunderstandings or destroying his family. Besides, he is our counselor after all. At least he will keep his mouth shut more than others. If you really don't want to ask the child's father to come, then let Teacher Chu sign. Gu Yanqi's eyes were filled with shock again. There was so much information that she was a little confused. Divorce? Sign? It was actually him. Could it be that everything is God's will? What's wrong? Cici, don't you trust Teacher Chu? This is a last-minute job, and I can't find anyone else. Seeing that Gu Yanqi didn't speak for a long time, Xinyu thought that she was not satisfied and asked Chu Yun to sign. No. Let Teacher Chu sign it. Gu Yanqi quickly shook his head, his eyes filled with indescribable expression. But I soon felt relieved. Now that things have come to this, let us take it one step at a time. Shinyu nodded silently, turned around and pulled Chu Yun in. Chu Yun came to the bedside and saw Gu Yanqi with a haggard face, and felt inexplicably sad. The beautiful and charming school beauty, who looked like a fairy, was now pregnant. Alas, I don't know which scumbag got the advantage. It's so fucking irresponsible. Worse than pigs and dogs. Student Gu Yanqi, don't think too much. Just wait patiently until you can enter the delivery room. I promise I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Don't feel any psychological burden. Shu Yun smiled and comforted Gu Yanqi softly. No matter what, in his impression, Gu Yanqi is a good girl with excellent character and academic performance. But good girls can't help but get confused when it comes to love. It took great courage for her to choose to give birth to the child alone. But just this point made Chu Yun admire him. This is a brave girl. Hearing Chu Yun's comfort and encouragement, Gu Yanqi just stared at him in a daze. That smile, those gentle words. Gu Yanqi suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. Tears poured down from my eyes like a dam breaking. She has been holding it in for too long. At this moment, it was as if a valve was suddenly opened. Woo woo woo. Gu Yanqi cried harder and harder, sobbing and shaking all over. That kind of hysterical catharsis is intertwined with the pain of the body itself. It's so heartbreaking. Okay, Cece, don't cry. It's okay, it will be okay, I'm here, everything will be okay. Shinyu patted Gu Yanqi's shoulder in panic, trying to comfort her. Before I knew it, my eyes were moist. Shinyu saw all the physical and mental suffering that Gu Yanqi had endured since she became pregnant. Although the silly girl Gu Yanqi has always been positive, optimistic, and forced to smile. But the pain in her heart, her worry, fear, panic, and helplessness. All of this will not disappear. It has been torturing Gu Yanqi all the time. As Gu Yanqi's best friend, Shinyu has done a great job. But there are some things and some people that cannot be replaced by even the best of friends. There are some pains that even best friends cannot help share. Cry, maybe you will feel better after crying. Shinyu's heart also began to tighten. At the same time, once again to the child's father who was not present. I cursed fiercely in my heart. You scumbag, don't ever let me know who you are. Otherwise, I will tear you apart with my bare hands. Cece has suffered so much for you, and now she's going to give birth to your child, and you don't even know about it. Cece chose to protect you at the last moment and not implicate you. You are such a piece of shit. You bastard, you beast, you scumbag, just pull up your pants and walk away. Next to him, Chu Yun also looked a little uncomfortable. Such a good girl, a fairy on earth at the level of a school beauty goddess, I can't wait to hold her in my hands and love her so much. How could someone have the heart to do such a cruel thing to her? How can this be justified? Gu Yanqi, the male family member is here, right? Hurry up and go to the doctor's office to sign. In 20 minutes, be ready to go to the delivery room. Prepare the maternity pad, maternity paper, and thin blanket. At this time, the nurse came in and was talking. He paused, then turned to Chu Yun and said, Huh? You haven't prepared any of these things? As a father, you are too careless. Forget it, just use the one from the hospital. I'll buy some right away. Also, after signing, go to the cashier's office on the second floor to pay the deposit. Any excess will be refunded, and any shortfall will be supplemented. Shu Yun was a little confused when he was suddenly confronted by the nurse. But he didn't say anything and followed the nurse out. First I signed the contract, and then I paid the money. Then he ran around and bought all the things he had just bought. 10 minutes later. Returned to the ward again. At this time, the nurse was doing the final check. Gu Yanqi lay flat on his back, enduring the waves of severe pain. He clutched the bed sheet tightly with both hands, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept appearing on his forehead. When Shu Yun lifted the curtain, Gu Yanqi's legs were just spread apart, with no clothes covering her lower body. Shu Yun was so frightened that he quickly turned his head away. If someone saw this, it would be so embarrassing. Shinyu beside him rolled her eyes at Shu Yun for no reason. You see it, and when you see this person taking over, you will definitely become the one. What's the big deal? 2 minutes later, as soon as the nurse finished the examination, Gu Yanqi quickly pulled the quilt to cover himself. There was also a hint of shame on her pale face. Triplets, the uterine cavity pressure is still too great, a natural birth is impossible, let's do a cesarean section. In about 10 minutes, I'll come and wheel you into the delivery room when you're ready. After saying that, the nurse hurried out. Triplets? Shu-yun also just found out about it and was extremely shocked. The next moment Shu-yun was in a trance. Ding! The almighty dad system has been activated successfully. Binding completed. Host, please begin your journey as a nanny. Chapter 4. Well, the child is yours. Hear the prompt sound in your mind. Shu-yun was completely stunned. Transmigrators have systems, he can understand that. Being able to cheat is a good thing. But, why is it the nanny system? He has been married to Huang Ting for 7 months, and it is still unclear whether they have children. Just because I signed for Gu Yanxi, does the system assume that I am a stay-at-home dad? If the system needs to be upgraded in the future, I have to help Gu Yanxi raise the child all the time? I never thought of being the one who takes over. I just thought in my heart, for a moment, that being Gu Yanxi's savior wasn't that bad. After all, just like Xinyu said, school beauty Gu Yanxi is really fragrant. This is the conclusion for me. System, are you so deceiving? So what if I'm a divorced person? It doesn't mean that I like to be the one taking over. System, do you discriminate against divorced people? You dog system. Shu-yun felt like his brain was short-circuiting. This is ridiculous and incomprehensible. Congratulations to the host on becoming a future father, congratulations. After the baby is born, I'll give you a 50,000 new Taiwan dollars cash bonus. You're welcome. Take care of the baby and gain daddy points, which can be exchanged for skills, items, or money. You can also enter a lottery. Go for it. The system was still amusing itself, and Shu-yun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It's over, it's completely bound. After the voice in my head disappeared, a panel popped up immediately. Host, Shu-yun. Age, 24. Height, 186 centimeters. Appearance, 92 points. Wealth, 30,000 yuan. Skills, none. Chance of winning, 0. Number of babies, 3. Daddy value, 0. Daddy level, level 0. After seeing that there were 3 babies, Zhu Yunche was almost certain. It refers to Gu Yanxi's triplets, it can't be anyone else. It's really an indescribable feeling, a mixture of all 5 emotions. What's wrong? Teacher Chu, you won't regret it, right? Let me tell you, Cece has never been in a relationship before. She's a very good person. You're single now, would you like to consider it? One of you is incredibly handsome, and the other is breathtakingly beautiful. You're a perfect match, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Xinyu noticed that Chu Yun's expression was a little strange. In order to ease Gu Yanxi's nervousness about entering the delivery room, he joked without restraint. To be honest, it's a pity to let her give up Chu Yun. But she also sincerely felt that she could bring Chu Yun and Gu Yanxi together. If Chu Yun hadn't divorced, she wouldn't have thought this way. Didn't they just get divorced? Besides, Chu Yun has a very good reputation in school and he is really handsome. If it were anyone else, Xinyu wouldn't feel comfortable leaving Gu Yanxi in his care. After all, Chu Yun was approved by Xinyu herself. Ha ha. Mr. Gu is a very nice person. I don't know. You should tell me. Xu Yun said to Xinyu with a little embarrassment. Then he looked at Gu Yanxi. After their eyes met briefly, they avoided each other's gaze almost at the same time. It's really embarrassing. What made Xu Yun feel even more embarrassed was the moment when Gu Yanxi blushed and looked at him. He actually felt a little moved. This is a bit embarrassing. Xu Yun's thoughts unconsciously flew to the time when he and Gu Yanxi had the most frequent contact. That was 10 months ago, at a class reunion. Everyone drank a lot of wine, including Gu Yanxi, whose face turned red. Xu Yun himself was even drunk. Taking advantage of the alcohol, I chatted with Gu Yanxi for quite a long time and we had a very pleasant conversation. This damn woman, Xinyu, was even drunker than him and had to be carried back to the dormitory. Then, in the end, it seemed like only he and Gu Yanxi were left, it seemed like. Then the two of them came out together and went to the hotel. Well, yes. He woke up in the hotel the next morning. I remember this correctly. It seemed that Gu Yanxi was also staying in that hotel, after all, she was also drunk. The two seemed to chat for a while in the hotel, and then fell asleep. That night, Shuyan felt that he had a beautiful dream, which was extremely beautiful and comfortable. Unforgettable, especially memorable. Because he was drunk, he hit his knee and broke the skin. When I woke up in the morning, there were bloodstains on the hotel sheets. A big pool of red. That's how it was then. Who would have thought that he and Gu Yanqi hardly spoke to each other after that? After that, Gu Yanqi took a leave of absence from school. Who would have thought that she dropped out of school because of pregnancy? No. 10 months ago, pregnant, drunk, on leave from school, and without a father. Thinking of this, Shuyan's pupils suddenly widened. Daddy system, 3 babies. Could it be? Shuyan swallowed and looked at Gu Yanqi again with surprise. Gu Yanqi felt Shuyan's gaze coming towards her, and quickly dodged again. The expression on his face seemed to show a hint of struggle. I didn't notice it at all just now. No way. Teacher Chu, do you want to look at our CC like this? Look at you, your saliva is flowing out. You're an LSP, I misjudged you. Xinyu, who didn't understand what was going on, continued to joke around. Shuyan didn't care about that and swallowed again. Then he took a deep breath. Gu Yanqi, could the child in your belly be mine? That night, Gu Yanqi's eyes suddenly widened. He slowly turned his head and looked at Shuyan. Tears started to fall again and I couldn't stop them. Well, it's yours. Looking at Gu Yanqi's eyes filled with tears, sincere and clear. Shuyan's heart seemed to be hit hard by something, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Then why didn't you tell me? I don't know anything. If Xinyu hadn't dragged me to the hospital, I would. Sorry. Even though Shuyan had thousands of words to say. In the end, it can only turn into a I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm that scumbag, it's all my fault. No. I don't blame you. You were drunk, and I wasn't sober either. I took the initiative. But the child is really yours. If you don't believe me, you can go get a paternity test. I originally planned not to tell you for the rest of my life. At that time, you had a girlfriend, and later you got married. I also thought about aborting the child, but I couldn't bear it. I didn't want to disturb your life. I was the one who gave birth to the child without your permission. Even now, I don't want to burden you. I can raise the child by myself. I can do it. Gu Yanqi was already crying uncontrollably. Stop talking and save your energy. I'll take care of it. We'll talk after the baby is born. Shuyan's eyes were also moist. He smiled and stopped Gu Yanqi from continuing. She is about to give birth, so she shouldn't be too emotional. Her trembling and heaving body made her feel severe pain again. Gu Yanqi wiped away her tears and calmed down. Gu Yanqi, it's your turn. Several nurses pushed the door open and pushed Gu Yanqi towards the delivery room. Chapter 5 I will take responsibility, thank you Xinyu. Shuyan held Gu Yanqi's hands tightly and looked at her. Gu Yanqi also held Shuyan's hand tightly and looked at him. As if giving each other strength. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Shuyan's eyes were firm, and he made the promise with finality. Gu Yanqi nodded weakly. Then the nurse pushed her into the delivery room. There were many anxious young men outside the delivery room. Their feelings about becoming fathers are so similar. At this moment, Shuyan also fully experienced it. However, Shuyan's experience came a little late. At this time, Xinyu and Shuyan, who were standing outside the delivery room, looked at each other silently. Xinyu's mind is still a little slow. That scumbag. That beast who just pulled up his pants and walked away. The father of the child that Gu Yanqi refused to reveal no matter what. It's actually Chu Yun. I met him randomly on the street and grabbed him to sign. I also want him to be the scapegoat. The one I've been flirting with is Chu Yun, the recently divorced woman and our class counselor. He is actually the biological father of Gu Yanqi's child. Shuyan had no idea about this unless he was forced to come to the hospital. He might never know he has 3 babies? He just pretended to be a male relative to sign, but he didn't expect that the person who signed was actually his biological father? Damn it! It's driving me crazy. Even the plot of stupid online novels wouldn't dare to be written like this. After a long time, I sorted it out. Xinyu realized that all this seemed quite reasonable and fit in. Gu Yinchi indeed found out that she was pregnant more than a month after the class reunion. Shen Yu later found out that she and Chu Yun were both staying in a hotel. But I never thought at that time that the two of them actually slept together. And it was Gu Yinchi who took the initiative? It is easy to understand why Gu Yinchi didn't want to tell Chu Yun. She doesn't want to be a third party and doesn't want to destroy other people's relationships and marriages. He would never use the child to threaten Chu Yun. Gu Yinchi is such a person, stupid and suffers alone. Shen Yu couldn't blame Chu Yun for anything. And he just said he would take responsibility, so let's wait and see what happens next. If Chu Yun just talked but didn't take any actual action, Shen Yu will still tear him apart. Anyway, Chu Yun has an unshirkable responsibility for the suffering Gu Yinchi has endured over the past 10 months. Being ignorant is also a sin. Shen Yu looked at Chu Yun meaningfully. Chu Yun smiled awkwardly. This matter. Don't look at me like that. I said I would take responsibility, and I wasn't just saying it. As long as classmate Gu, as long as Yanchi is willing to accept me as the father of her child, I will definitely take on the responsibility of raising the child. As for Gu Yanchi himself, the relationship between Chu Yun and her can only be considered an ordinary teacher-student relationship. Even though I'm confused, what is this? But there's really no emotional basis. Is it true that they will naturally get together just because of the child? Moreover, Chu Yun really didn't know what Gu Yanchi was thinking. Chu Yun is a married man after all. But if Gu Yanchi was willing to let him take care of her, he naturally had no complaints. As for doubting whether the child is his own, not at all, the system won't lie. Moreover, suspecting that Gu Yanchi was lying to him was also a cruel act. Paternity test? Not necessary. Alas, it's no use thinking about these things now. Chu Yun shook his head hard in his heart. The figure of Gu Yanchi could not be shaken off from his mind no matter what. Teacher Chu, you mean that you are only responsible for taking care of the children? You won't be responsible for taking care of Cece, right? Why, are you still disgusted with us, Cece? Don't you think about who made her have a child out of wedlock? Her studies, her life, her reputation. She suffered so much. She never thought of bringing trouble upon you. You're still thinking about getting together with other women, aren't you? Are you going too far? Cece may not even like you. If she is willing to accept you, it would be a blessing you have earned through several lifetimes. Do you know that the number of young talents chasing after our Cece is so high that it could reach the moon? How could you possibly deserve this? Don't be so ungrateful after getting such an advantage. Shen Yu felt a little uncomfortable listening to Chu Yun's words. One of them couldn't help but get a little excited. For the sake of her best friend, she severely belittled the man she admired. Yes. I am a toad who wants to eat swan flesh. That's not what I meant. Don't get excited. Faced with Shen Yu's questioning, Chu Yun naturally would not bother with her. Shen Yu only cares about Gu Yanchi. Speaking of which, this is the person Chu Yun should thank the most. It's Shen Yu. If it weren't for Shen Yu, he might not even know that he has 3 babies. And take care of the pregnant woman and baby instead of being the father. It's also Shen Yu. Okay, a C-section will take about 40 minutes at the fastest. The nurse just told me that there are still many things we haven't bought yet. I'll go buy it first. Can you keep an eye on it for me? Chu Yun also wanted to wait outside the delivery room. But I didn't buy everything. You tell me. Go buy it. Shen Yu snorted softly. She really doesn't know these things. Gu Yanchi gave birth prematurely, and neither of them had time to prepare. It's nice to have a man running errands. Chu Yun once again came to the maternal and child supermarket inside the hospital. As a new father, he was actually a little confused. I checked online and, under the guidance of the shopping guide, quickly made a list. I bought some daily necessities such as toothpaste, toothbrush, basins, bowls, chopsticks, kettle, etc. There are also diaper pads, breast pumps, and anti-spill pads, which are specially used by postpartum women. In addition, bottles, milk powder, bottle brushes, clothes, etc. are prepared for the 3 babies. 3 full bags. There is already a lot of stuff for 1 baby, let alone 3. When paying the bill, Chu Yun found that these maternal and child products were not cheap. He didn't just pick the most expensive ones to buy, anything mid-range or above would be fine. plus the toilet paper and maternity pads I bought before. It cost about 5 or 6,000 yuan in total. I also paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for the surgery, and it seems that the cost is higher for 3 babies. There are also subsequent hospitalization costs. Shu Yun has been working for less than a year, and his only 30,000 yuan in savings will probably be spent soon. The cost of raising 3 children will only be higher. It's okay, Dad, I have a system. I will definitely create the best living conditions for you. Just thinking about it, 3 lovely babies will be born soon. Shu Yun seemed to be energized. Carrying 3 big bags, he rushed to the delivery room. Seeing that it was almost noon, Shu Yun bought some food. Even if I'm not hungry, that silly woman Shin Yu will probably want to eat. You still have some conscience. In the corridor of the delivery room, Shin Yu took the lunchbox handed to her by Shu Yun. Seeing that he was sweating from carrying 3 big bags, I felt pity for him and stopped arguing with him. Moreover, the anxiety and excitement between Shu Yun's brows could not be faked. Teacher Chu, you don't have to worry too much. Cici has been in good condition during every prenatal checkup. She knew she was pregnant with triplets, so she never skimped on nutrition and always exercised. Unbeknownst to you, Cici has been working very hard. Although she was born a little prematurely, I believe Cici will be able to do it. Shin Yu looked in the direction of the delivery room and said silently, "Thank you, Shin Yu." Shu Yun was truly grateful. "Why should I thank you?" Shin Yu curled her lips. Then he murmured to himself with some longing, "I don't know how many boys and girls there will be. According to probability, there should be both boys and girls. No matter what, I want to be your godmother." "No, your godsister." Shu Yun was speechless. "You become my child's godsister. Do I, as his father, agree? Oh my God." Chapter 6, 2 girls and 1 boy, so beautiful. Watching babies being taken out of the delivery room one after another. Shu Yun's mood became more and more nervous. What should I do? I can't control my nervousness. I'm a dad, 3 babies. He just got his divorce certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and now he's going to be a father. Just when Shu Yun was looking forward to it and waiting anxiously, his cell phone rang. It was my best friend Fong Ping who called. "Hey! Brother Yun, did you get the purple notebook? Now that you've got it, you should celebrate. Congratulations on finally escaping Huang Ting's clutches and becoming free. Book a place tonight and don't leave until you're drunk." Shu Yun almost forgot that he had made an appointment with Fong Ping to have a drink. "Well, I guess it won't work tonight. I'll go drink with you some other day. I guess I'm busy these days, so let's make an appointment later." Shu Yun decisively refused. "No, what's wrong with you? Could it be that he's still reluctant to part with that woman Huang Ting and is secretly hiding away to lick his wounds? Not really. A real man should have a wife. How about after we finish drinking, I take you to the club to have some fun?" Fong Ping was a little confused. We had agreed to get drunk together, but he actually stood me up. Get lost. Okay, I'm done. I'm hanging up. Shin Yu was still beside him, and Shu Yun broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly hung up the phone, too lazy to explain so much to Fong Ping. "Ha, the club is a great place." Shin Yu snorted disdainfully. She heard it. "I haven't been there, I really haven't been there." Shu Yun's explanation was a bit pale. "Well, he went there occasionally with Fong Ping. But I never ordered it, I really never ordered it. I guess Shin Yu wouldn't believe this, so forget it." After opening the lunchbox, Shu Yun was not in the mood to eat. His mind is now completely focused on the delivery room. 20 minutes later. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! 3 babies have arrived safely into this world. Congratulations to the host on becoming a father. Here's a 50,000 yuan red envelope, please check it out. Almost at the same time, Shu Yun received a text message on his mobile phone saying that 50,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Shu Yun was shocked. Nothing could make him happier than the safe birth of his baby. At this moment, he became a future father. Reward hosts nanny points plus 800, received. Upgrade your dad's level to level 1 and get another 50,000 yuan in cash. Bonus skill, God level singing. And Shu Yun was stunned. The system is so arrogant, giving away money at every turn. I'm in need of money right now, so no matter how much you give me, it's never too much. It's just this god-level singing skill, which is a bit tasteless. He also wanted to stop being a singer and make a living by singing. However, singing lullabies to put babies to sleep is also a good idea, sure. A moment later, the door of the delivery room finally opened. Many family members who were anxiously waiting outside the corridor stood up suddenly. Everyone looked at the nurse eagerly. They all wanted to hear the young lady say the name that they were familiar with. Ward 518, Gu Yinchi. Is Gu Yinchi's family here? Shu Yun and Xin Yu both looked ecstatic and smiled at each other. Ran up immediately. I'm Dad. Shu Yun was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. The operation is over, mother and child are safe. 2 girls and 1 boy, all healthy, congratulations. Wait here for a few minutes, I'll take you in later. Shu Yun nodded desperately. Wow. Hearing the nurse's words, the other family members in the corridor also exclaimed. That's awesome. Triplets, a boy and a girl. I'm so envious. From the moment Gu Yanqi was admitted to the hospital, he became the focus of heated discussion on the entire floor. Besides knowing that she was pregnant with triplets, which was very rare and surprising, Gu Yanqi's stunning appearance is unforgettable. There is such a beautiful girl in the world. Even though she was pregnant, she was not wearing any makeup and her face looked haggard. It is still difficult to conceal her stunning beauty and attractive figure. This fairy-like beauty can help him give birth to 3 babies. This dad must have saved the galaxy in his previous life. So enviable. At this moment, everyone looked at Chu Yun with envy. He couldn't help but express his envy. This dad is pretty good looking too, I'm so envious, so envious. Only a handsome guy like this is worthy of me. This family of 5 is absolutely amazing. I heard the heated discussion behind me. Chu Yun suddenly felt a little dizzy. There has never been a moment when I was so proud. He gave everyone a silly smile of gratitude, and he was so happy. Soon, I happily followed the nurse into the delivery room. On the hospital bed, Gu Yanqi closed his eyes lightly, breathing barely. She did not choose general anesthesia, but only spinal anesthesia. The patient was awake throughout the entire operation. Although it takes 2 to 3 hours after the operation to gradually feel the pain. But at this moment, her face was still pale and bloodless. Covered with a thin blanket, my whole body was trembling slightly. Next to it, 3 baby carriages. All 3 little ones were crying loudly. That piercing cry. Like a symphony of music rising and falling, it echoed unrestrainedly in the delivery room. 2 nurses are taking good care of the baby. Chu Yun just glanced at the little guys and quickly sat down beside the bed. He held Gu Yanqi's hand tightly. A cesarean section is a major operation in itself, let alone 3 babies. It was undoubtedly a close call with death. Gu Yanqi was extremely weak at the moment and looked terrible. My mouth is dry and my whole body feels uncomfortable. Her stomach was completely deflated and she must be very hungry. But now I can't eat or drink water right away, I can only endure it. It's so cool to see the usually radiant and beautiful school beauty looking so embarrassed at this moment. Chu Yun felt an indescribable pain in his heart. How are you? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Thank you for your hard work. Chu Yun couldn't help but help her tidy her hair, with tenderness in his eyes. Gu Yanqi raised his eyelids with difficulty and looked at Chu Yun, whose eyes seemed to have light. I feel a mixture of emotions, extremely complicated. She understood everything about the light in his eyes. This is probably the light of being a father, just like her as a mother. But she was not yet ready to get along with Chu Yun. I've been given anesthesia, so it doesn't hurt that much. You must be very busy. I'm fine. I'm glad to have Yaya with me. Gu Yanqi looked at Xinyu beside him and let go of Chu Yun's hand. She still didn't want to drag Chu Yun down. Fool! How can it not hurt? It will hurt even more after the anesthetic wears off. Xinyu took Gu Yanqi's hand, held it tightly, with a look of pity on her face. Let me take care of you. You are the mother of my 3 children. If I don't take care of you, who will? Chu Yun knew Gu Yanqi's uneasiness and concerns. But he still insisted on doing it. There was a hint of dominance, pampering and unquestionableness in the gentle tone. This is not only his responsibility, but also what he wants to do willingly at this moment. Gu Yanqi was stunned for a moment. But he still deliberately avoided Chu Yun's gaze. It's fine. I was the one who insisted on giving birth to the baby. It has nothing to do with you. Don't feel guilty. I don't want to ruin your. Gu Yanqi wanted to say that he would not destroy his family, but he thought leisurely. He got divorced, just today. I'm sorry, I'm a bachelor now, what can you do to me? If you despise me for being a divorced person and don't want me to take care of you and the baby, I won't agree to it. I am the baby's father, and that will never change. Chu Yun said jokingly, shamelessly. Hearing this, Gu Yanqi actually smiled shyly. Yes, that's what Chu Yun is like. Even at this time, he can still joke and make her laugh. Just like the night of the class reunion. They drank so much, talked so much, and laughed so happily. The more he thought about the past scenes, the more complicated Gu Yanqi's mood became. Chapter 7. My wife is so beautiful, my baby must be incredibly good looking. The baby's father can massage the mother's abdomen appropriately. When we return to the ward, help her walk around occasionally to help with gas discharge. Failure to exhaust the gas in time can easily lead to complications such as intestinal adhesions, which can be very harmful. You can only drink water and eat after 1 or 2 hours of smooth gas discharge. There's still something else to be aware of. At this time, the nurse next to her came over and gave a few reminders. Chu Yun knew that cesarean section had a certain impact on the stomach and intestines. But he didn't quite understand that he had to expel gas before eating. And exhaust is actually farting. Gu Yanqi felt a little embarrassed when he thought about having to keep puffing in front of Chu Yun. Got it, nurse. Chu Yun didn't care about this and nodded seriously in response. Okay, baby daddy, please change the maternity pad in toilet paper. Once you're done changing, you can come and see the baby. Another nurse who was taking care of 3 babies also said this. Chu Yun heard this. She immediately took out a brand new maternity pad and a long roll of sterile paper from her bag. Without saying a word, just as he reached out to change it. But my hands stiffened. These 2 things were placed under Gu Yanqi. If you change it, you will inevitably see some embarrassing places. If you are not careful with your hands and feet, you may even bump into something. That's a bit like that. Although Chu Yun is a married person, he has seen and tasted everything. In a sense, he had also met Gu Yanqi. Although there is no impression or experience at all. But at the moment, the 2 of them are not in that kind of relationship after all, so they are a little taboo. As expected. When Gu Yanqi saw Chu Yun reaching out his hand, he subconsciously shrank back. Then he looked at Xin Yu beside him with a pleading look. Xin Yu understood immediately. As she took the maternity pad and surgical paper from Chu Yun's hand, she gave Chu Yun a blank look. That look seemed to say, "You are a guy with a head full of evil thoughts, get out of here." Chu Yun was speechless. He didn't think so much just now, he just wanted to help with the work. When Xin Yu lifted Gu Yanqi's quilt, Chu Yun quickly turned his head away. He walked to the stroller angrily. Oh, doesn't it smell good to my baby? What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. Wow. Wow. Quack. The 3 little babies were still crying and fighting over who would take the lead. That voice seemed to be without electricity. Chu Yun squatted down and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. I began to look at the 3 little guys carefully. They had replacement paper rings on their wrists and ankles. It contains some basic information such as birth time, weight, and body. 2 girls and 1 boy, the eldest is the older sister, the second is also the older sister, and the youngest is the third. This kid is really good at reincarnation. He has 2 sisters who love him. I'm so envious. Chu Yun glanced over. They look so alike. If there were no paper ring, there would definitely be confusion. Hee hee, my little darlings, daddy is here, daddy is here. If you don't look at the paper rings, the one wrapped in the yellow blanket is the eldest, the pink one is the second, and the white one is the third. If you observe for a few more days, you can still find some subtle differences. I've been a nurse for over 5 years, and this is the first time I've seen triplets in our hospital. They're so cute. Next to her, the nurse smiled and spoke patiently. Does it look good? Why does it feel a bit? Although Chu Yun had a smile on his face. But this newborn baby was a little different from what he had imagined. He thought they were all white and fat, that's how they look in TV dramas. But the 3 little babies in front of me all have wrinkled skin on their faces. Not to mention it's clear, it's even a bit dark. The facial features are all wrinkled, which is not very beautiful. There's even an umbilical cord attached to the belly, it's totally different. Oh, newborn babies are all like this. They haven't grown up yet. It must be ugly. In 4 or 5 days at most, your skin will become fair, tender, and fragrant. Your wife is so beautiful, your children will definitely be good looking in the future. The nurse laughed unhappily. She has seen too many new fathers, and they are the same as Chu Yun. Some new fathers don't even hide their disgusted looks, they really haven't seen the world. But after a few days, you will definitely feel, oh my god, it smells so good. Chu Yun smiled and picked up DeBayo's bracelet to take a look. 4.6 gene, isn't that a bit light? I heard babies are born weighing 7 or 8 gene these days. The baby was wrapped in a blanket, and you wouldn't have guessed how little it weighed. Chu Yun frowned slightly, looked at the nurse with some concern and asked. I'm definitely underweight, but it's normal. Don't worry, I'm very healthy. Don't you think about it? Your wife is pregnant with triplets, and they were born prematurely. Being pregnant with triplets is hard enough, and giving birth to them is even harder. You have to be nice to the mother, she's been through a lot. Such a beautiful girl gave birth to 3 children for you in one go. As a father, no matter how you repay her, it's never too much. The nurse sighed sincerely. Of course. Chu Yun nodded seriously in response. Continue to watch your little babies carefully. It's true, it's only natural for triplets to look alike. But if you look closely, there are some slight differences. DeBayo and Erbao are the most similar, probably because they are both girls. Their height and weight were almost identical, and even their curled-up movements were similar. The only difference is that DeBayo's hair is thicker and lighter in color. If you look closely at Sanbao, a boy, you will find a shallow dimple on his face. There is also a small birthmark behind the ear. Even without looking at whether it has a handle or not, it is easy to distinguish. Well, the key point is to distinguish between the first and second baby. I have to look more carefully. The nurse saw that Chu Yun was engrossed in watching. He also urged with a smile, don't just stare at it, you'll become stupid. Ha! Chu Yun was a little stunned. The nurse was speechless, hold it. Hold it up and watch it. Seriously, it's not a piece of tofu that will break if touched. Oh. Chu Yun suddenly realized. His hands were actually rubbing it subconsciously. The feeling of wanting to hug but just not being able to do it. I feel that this curled up milk ball is like a fragile husher jade, a priceless treasure that I dare not touch easily. I was afraid that my posture was wrong or I couldn't use the right strength and would hurt them. This is incredible. Come on, I'll teach you how to hug. Like this, one arm goes under the baby's head and the other arm goes behind the baby. Hold your baby's body firmly and tilt his head upwards 45 degrees. This holding position is the most comfortable and safest for the baby. The baby is not that fragile, give it a try. How could the nurse not know the concerns of these new fathers? He smiled and demonstrated it himself. The long road to becoming a dad starts with holding your baby. Chu Yun was a little excited and a little nervous, and rubbed his hands vigorously. Then he opened his arms and imitated the nurse, holding DeBayo in his arms. Chapter 8, Lottery, Get a Luxury Car. Perhaps because of nervousness, Chu Yun's technique was still a bit stiff. My whole body is a little stiff and I don't dare to exert even a little force. The little guy weighs more than 4 pounds. It turns out to be so light when held in your hands. The baby is wrapped in a blanket and cannot feel the heat from his body temperature. But the feeling of flesh and blood touching each other still made Chu Yun's heart tremble. So magical, so wonderful. I feel like crying. Even a tough guy would cry if he hugged her. Chu Yun held DeBayo gently, not daring to even shake him. However, a shocking scene happened next. DeBayo, who had been crying intermittently, suddenly became quiet after a while. She couldn't open her eyes yet and could only squint them into a very thin slit. Her wrinkled little hands clenched into fists, and a faint breath came from her nostrils. It's like the most primitive life, lying quietly in the mother's womb. So soft, so peaceful, so comfortable. Isn't this a nice hug? Just relax a little and practice more. A dad is a dad indeed. He is born to give his daughter a sense of security. She stops crying as soon as he hugs her. This Debeo, in my experience, will be the most like his mother when he grows up. You can tell she's a beauty at first glance. The nurse praised me repeatedly. Shuyan felt happy, thank you. Wow. Really? Now I don't feel ugly at all. So beautiful. So fragrant. Just hold her like this for a while. After half an hour, if both the baby and you are okay, you can go back to the ward to rest. Shuyan nodded and responded to the nurse. Then she continued to hold the 3 babies in her arms lovingly, taking turns. Put down the eldest child and pick up the second child. Put down the second treasure and pick up the third treasure. Put down the 3 treasures and pick up the big treasure. It seems like he is never tired and never gets tired of it. The 3 babies seemed to recognize their father's arms, and they would stop crying as long as Chuyan held them for a while. It will start crying again as soon as it is released. Fortunately, after a few rounds of tossing and turning, the babies finally calmed down. Everyone fell into a deep sleep and slept soundly. At this time, Chuyan no longer thought the babies were ugly. The more I watch, the happier I am. Even the dry and wrinkled skin is so cute. Ding! The host has close contact with the baby, daddy value plus 1 inch. Ding! The host has close contact with the baby, daddy value plus 3 inch. Ding! The baby is smiling foolishly at the host, daddy value plus 5 inch. During the short half-hour interaction with the babies, the system prompt sound kept ringing, and Chuyan's dad value was increasing rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to draw a prize. Do you want to draw the lottery now? After accumulating 10 nanny points, Chuyan finally got a chance to draw a lottery. Lottery! A moment later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, a pack of 50 diapers. This. Are the system prizes so down to earth and so urgently needed? Chuyan just happened to not have bought diapers, and he won one now. How awesome! Ding! First lottery completed, chance of winning plus 1 inch. Anything else? Sure. I don't have to buy any baby products anymore. Lottery! Shuyan was speechless. Just when he thought that this time he would most likely win something like milk powder that he didn't buy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a top-of-the-line 7-seater BMW X7. Woohoo! Are the system prizes so naughty? The gap is too big. But I like it. A top-of-the-line BMW X7 costs over $1 million. It's a 7-seater, perfect for carrying 3 babies. My broken fit can finally be retired with honor. Shuyan was overjoyed. If I draw the lottery next time, I might win a luxury house with more than 4 bedrooms near the school. That's perfect. He now lives in a small 2-bedroom apartment rented near the school. Obviously, it cannot meet the needs of taking care of the baby. No matter what Gu Yanxi planned, he would rent a better house outside after being discharged from the hospital. Just as Chuyan was silently thinking and muttering, an inexplicable smell slowly entered his nostrils. Slightly pungent, slightly smelly, not very strong. If your nose is not close to you, you may not be able to smell it. Isn't it pulled? Shuyan frowned, realizing something. It's possible. Babies usually pass meconium. On the side, the nurse smiled slightly. It's okay. My eldest daughter is defecating for the first time in her life. Congratulations. It's so cute, how could its poop be smelly? It might even be fragrant. Ha ha ha. Chuyan quickly smiled and put Debeo down carefully. Both nurses were amused by Chuyan. The man is handsome, humorous, and a great dad. I have to say, it's really charming. Although the jokes he made were full of flavor. Hold the baby's legs with your hands and lift them up gently. Don't lift them too high, just enough to wipe the poop. If it gets on her back, just turn her body slightly to the side and wipe it, don't lift her up completely. When the nurse saw Chuyan take out the wet wipes, she patiently gave instructions. You know what, this job looks easy. Only when I really tried it did I realize that it is definitely a technical job. It's a real test of patience and confidence. If you have many babies, it will be a very physically demanding job in the long run. Chuyan concentrated fully and did as he was told carefully. Soon, the dark green meconium remaining on DeBayo's body was successfully wiped clean. Then he threw the poop-covered pee pad and wet wipes into the trash can. It's such a simple thing. For experienced parents, this may be nothing out of the ordinary. But for a new dad, it is indeed a brand new experience, and he is full of pride and joy. Ding! The host wipes the baby's poop, daddy value plus 28-inch. The daddy value is increasing so fast. It seems that if I want to live a good life and become rich in the future, I have to love these 3 little ones even more. Shu-yun was surprised and happy. The next moment, he smelled 2 smells of tipsiness almost at the same time. The poops of Erbao and Sanbao are so ugly that neither of them wants to lose to the other. Shu-yun smiled and shook his head. Strike again, twice. A perfect double kill. Ah, that hurts. At this moment, Gu Yanqi's cry of pain was heard from the hospital bed. After Xinyu changed the mat for her, Gu Yanqi endured the pain of the injury and tearing without crying out. She just kept watching Chu Yun interact with the baby silently. I was stunned and fascinated. I was accidentally amused by Chu Yun's funny actions just now and couldn't help but twitch. Unexpectedly, it pulled the wound and it hurt so much. What's the matter? Chu Yun hurried over and asked with concern. No, it's okay, don't come over here yet. Gu Yanqi was suddenly ashamed. I laughed so hard that my wounds were torn, but I didn't expect that the next moment. She actually started to pee on her own. Although a urinary catheter is inserted, it is very different from normal urination. Maybe you can't see anything. But what if Chu Yun saw the yellow liquid flowing in the tube? Gu Yanqi also found it a little hard to accept. In the final analysis, she and Chu Yun were just ordinary friends and were not familiar with each other. Even if you have to take care of the baby together, it does not mean you have to live together. Let's take a step back and say, even if we really live together in the future. It also requires a process. Suddenly, I saw this picture. Gu Yanqi felt extremely embarrassed just thinking about it. Chapter 9. The fairy is the same. Gu Yanqi is troubled by money. Ouch. Why are you still embarrassed? You already have a child. The nurse joked, not understanding why. Some girls are naturally shy, which is understandable. But he is the father of the child after all. He has done that, so why does he still care about this? Shu-yun stood in a daze not far from the bed, feeling a little embarrassed. He saw the pipe. Soon, Gu Yanqi also saw what he saw. Flowing silently. The urine bag is full, time to change it. Gu Yanqi sighed and the amount was very large, the nurse reminded him. Changing the urine bag is usually not the responsibility of the nurse, but rather the responsibility of the family members. Let me do it, Miss Nurse. How do I change this? Shu-yun took the initiative to step forward and volunteered. Gu Yanqi immediately turned his head away and buried himself in the quilt. It felt like a public execution. Xinyu next to her was also a little helpless. It wasn't that she was unwilling to change or that she disliked it. After just a brief hesitation, Shu-yun volunteered. There is no reason for her to stop him. Shu-yun quickly changed the urine bag under the guidance of the nurse. Everyone says that even the school beauty Gu Yanqi's farts smell fragrant. Even some unbearable guys said that what they excreted was pure nectar. How stupid is this? Shu-yun saw it, it's not like that. Okay, you can go back to the ward and rest now. The nurse finished speaking. Xinyu wrapped Gu Yanqi tightly in a blanket and put a maternity cap on her. Shu-yun used a blanket to slightly cover the faces of the 3 little kids. Following the nurse, I pushed 1 big baby and 3 small ones out of the delivery room. When the relatives and friends who were waiting in the corridor saw 3 baby carriages being pushed out, they quickly came over to watch. Oh. 3 babies? That's amazing. I heard it's 1 boy and 2 girls. Isn't that much better than twins? I envy other people's wives. The key is that the man is tall, handsome, and strong, so his wife must be good too. Stop saying that. Mommy looks like a fairy, how could she be taken advantage of? It's a short walk from the corridor to the elevator. Shu-yun was like the moon surrounded by stars, and experienced the treatment of being a traffic star. However, it is much more exciting than being a traffic star. Fairy wife, fairy triplets, handsome dad. These envious words from everyone made Shu-yun extremely proud and content. After successfully arriving at Ward 518, Shu-yun discovered a serious problem. The ordinary double-room ward is too small. The space was not big to begin with, and after putting 3 strollers in it, it seemed even more cramped. There is not even enough space for a small bed for family members to stay overnight. Moreover, there are outsiders coming in and out, which is very inconvenient. Gu Yinchi had just undergone surgery and needed a good environment to rest. This obviously doesn't work here. Gu Yinchi and Xinyu also discovered this problem. I hadn't noticed it before, but I didn't realize how much space 3 strollers take up. I'm going to change the ward. Shuyan gave Gu Yinchi and Xinyu a look that said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Without saying a word, he went to the service desk of the inpatient area. "Hello, I'm in Ward 518. I'd like to move to a better room. Is there any available?" Shu Yun asked in a gentle voice. The lady at the service desk was attracted by the gentle voice and looked up. I was immediately shocked by Chu Yun's divine face. After being in a trance for several seconds, he smiled and replied, "Yes, yes. Our wards are divided into 4 categories: ordinary, medium, superior, and special. The medium ones are single rooms, and there are a few vacancies. The superior class has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and the special class has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. There are only a few available, so reservations are required. Would you like the medium, or would you like the premium or special?" Shu Yun was stunned for a moment. Is it so popular? Still need to make an appointment? A medium single room might be better, but still a bit cramped. Is it necessary to make an appointment? Does anyone have a free seat? Shu Yun asked tentatively, hoping for a lucky break. If possible, he still hopes to stay in a superior ward. The best is basically enough, and the special is completely unnecessary. This. The lady at the service desk was a little embarrassed. But I quickly refreshed the page on my computer. Oh my god. It really exists. I just vacated a first classroom, but... The lady at the information desk originally wanted to say, but even if you want to withdraw, according to regulations, you still need to make an appointment. But after she glanced at Chu Yun, she immediately changed her words. But the special ward is a bit expensive, 3,888 yuan a day. Alas, such a young and handsome man actually got married and had a baby. It's a pity, but I can only help you up to this point within the scope of my authority. Whether you can afford to stay in the special ward or not, I can't help you. Very good. I want it. Please help me to register for the transfer. Thank you so much. Shu Yun was overjoyed and made the decision immediately. The special ward with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms is almost indistinguishable from a luxury hotel. The interior decoration, environment, equipment, and services. It is definitely incomparable to ordinary wards, so there is a reason why it is so expensive. Even this requires an appointment. Even if you have money, you may not be able to get an appointment. You may even need connections. I have to say that Chu Yun achieved it through his own ability. As for the price, he quickly calculated it. The minimum hospitalization for a cesarean section is 7 days, and the cost is about 30,000 yuan. Before the move, he couldn't afford to live there with his meager savings. Isn't it just that the domineering daddy system sent 100,000 yuan? We are not short of money. The lady at the information desk didn't even blink when she saw Chu Yun and wanted to transfer him to the special ward. Woohoo! He is still a good man who was willing to spend money on his wife. I didn't even frown, so envious. Then he helped Chu Yun get things done quickly. In the ward, Gu Yanqi looked at the 3 sleeping babies. There was a weak but extremely happy smile on his face. Looking at them, you will feel that everything is worth it. My heart will be filled with infinite warmth and strength. Xinyu also had a smile on her face. The little babies are so cute. Cici, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, I've already taken leave from school and will concentrate on taking care of you and the babies these days. You don't have to worry about anything, just recover well. Get well soon so I can help my 3 grandparents earn money for milk powder, ha. Xinyu said this with a smile and unconsciously glanced at the 3 babies. But it was Xinyu's last joke. But it made Gu Yanqi frown slightly, and he came to his senses. Being able to successfully give birth to 3 little angels is naturally a happy and joyful thing. Even if I suffer a little, it's no big deal. But what comes next is the key. It is easy to give birth to children but difficult to raise them, let alone 3. Not only does it require a lot of time and effort, but more importantly, it costs money. In fact, Gu Yanqi's family is very rich, and she can be regarded as a true white, rich, and beautiful woman. But the family ethics are very strict and conservative. This is also the reason why she kept her pregnancy a secret from her parents. If it weren't for her generous living expenses and the support of Xinyu, the rich second generation, I can't even get pregnant. I am about to graduate from college, and my living expenses will soon be cut off. After the baby is born, living expenses will increase exponentially compared to when you were pregnant. Even with Xinyu's help, it's not enough. Besides, how can I ask my best friend to help raise my own baby? After being discharged from the hospital and recovering almost completely, Gu Yanqi can indeed find a job. But if you go out to work, you will have to hire a nanny to take care of the baby. With 3 babies, I need to hire at least 2 nannies to feel at ease. It is not cheap to hire a nanny who can take care of a 1-month-old baby now. The salary should be at least 10,000 yuan. If Gu Yanqi can't find a job that pays more than 20,000 yuan, he won't even be able to afford a nanny. If you get your diploma successfully before changing, Gu Yanqi is still confident that he can find a job with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan as soon as he graduates. But because of her pregnancy, she fell behind in her studies. Without that diploma, no matter how capable he was, Gu Yanqi would worry that he might not be able to find a job that met his requirements. But if I don't go to work and take care of the baby by myself, I have no source of income. This is simply a dead end. It's too difficult. Although it was expected, when this moment really came, Gu Yanqi was still a little at a loss. She also worked some part-time jobs during her pregnancy. Even when her belly grew bigger and it was inconvenient for her to go out, she found some part-time jobs online. Together with living expenses, I have some savings. But after this operation and hospitalization, I guess there won't be many left. Chapter 10 You two, just get together. Shu Yun checked into the new ward. As soon as I reached the door, I happened to hear Xinyu's words. Looking at Gu Yanqi with a frown on her face, it was hard not to wonder what she was worried about. Don't worry about the money, I'm here for you. I have the responsibility and ability to take good care of you and the babies. Shu Yun spoke with a firm gaze and a look of conviction. Regardless of whether it was true or false, it made Gu Yanqi, who was in a vulnerable situation, feel like a warm current flowing through his heart. Shu Yun was originally a very responsible counselor. Considerate, attentive, and understanding, just like a brother. He is very popular among his classmates in the class. After learning that the babies were his biological children, his behavior in the hospital that day was impeccable. Although he didn't want to drag Shu Yun down and didn't want to rely on outsiders, Gu Yanqi couldn't help but feel hesitant at this moment. Let's change wards. Shu Yun didn't say much. He called the nurse over, packed up his things, and prepared to move out. Gu Yanqi and Xinyu didn't say anything. Secretly delighted, Shu Yun has indeed been transferred to a new ward. This guy is a bit reliable. Being thoughtful and proactive, the key is to have a heart, and having a heart is better than anything else. After packing up, get into the elevator. The nurse pressed the button for the 5th floor. 5th floor? Aren't single rooms on the 3rd floor? Xinyu asked doubtfully. She was the one who handled Gu Yanqi's hospitalization procedures. She was still clear about the double room on the 2nd floor and the single room on the 3rd floor. Shu Yun quickly explained, the 5th floor is also a single room, but it's better, with more space and more comfortable living. Soon, the elevator door to the 5th floor opened. It is obvious that the decoration of the 2nd floor is better and the corridors are much more spacious. After pushing the door and entering the ward, spacious space, bright chandeliers, huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and brand new and beautiful modern luxury furniture. All kinds of instruments and household appliances are available. It's almost like a 5-star hotel. Is this a first-class room? Oh my god, it has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Does it have to be so luxurious? Xinyu was a little dumbfounded. Gu Yanqi was also shocked. Compared to the crowded and noisy double room before, this place is like heaven and earth. So comfortable and quiet, perfect for mothers to rest. It's a bit too luxurious. Shu Yun had just come in and took a glance to express his satisfaction. Then he helped the nurses to lift Gu Yanqi onto the soft new bed. The nurse professionally checked Gu Yanqi's blood pressure and electrocardiogram, gave him a few instructions, and then left. Gu Yanqi lay comfortably, but looked at Chu Yun with a puzzled look. Chu Yun, tell me honestly, how much does this special ward cost per day? Shen Yu asked for Gu Yanqi. Chu Yun looked at Gu Yanqi tenderly. He chuckled and said, about 3,000, about the same as staying in a hotel, not expensive. These are not the main points. As long as Yanqi lives comfortably, that's all that matters. Shen Yu was so angry that she laughed. More than 3,000 isn't expensive. It costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan to stay here for a week. Teacher Chu, are you rich or poor? Everyone knows that Chu Yun earns 5 to 6,000 yuan a month as a counselor. He was getting a divorce from Huang Ting, and rumor had it that Huang Ting thought Chu Yun was poor and had no future. Suddenly he acted so generously. Could it be that Chu Yun is a hidden rich second generation? Now that you know you have 3 babies, are you going to stop pretending and come clean? Chu Yun was too lazy to pay attention to Shen Yu's sarcasm. But it is still necessary to explain. After all, he has a system, and making money will be basic operation in the future. As long as you earn money, it won't be difficult. I just didn't have the motivation to make money before. But it's different now. Even if the baby's mother doesn't mind that I'm poor, I still want to give my babies the best life. Chu Yun said as he gently held Gu Yanqi's hand. Gu Yanqi struggled slightly and then gave up. The warmth from Chu Yun's palm made her feel at ease. Although it is a bit. Seeing this, Shen Yu sighed inwardly, my male god, I was wrong after all. Then he began to assist. What do you mean, baby, mommy thinks you're poor? Our Cici is not that kind of person. Please don't compare our Cici with certain women. Oh, Teacher Chu, come to think of it. I haven't had time to congratulate you on your happy divorce yet. I think some things are destined by God. You just got divorced, and Cici gave birth to triplets for you. This must be the unbreakable bond of family affection. Now you don't have to be the scapegoat anymore. You two can just be together openly. I didn't expect that either. Cici didn't tell me who the biological father of her child is, and I'm still mad at her. But forget it. For your sake, Teacher Chu, I forgive her. If you ask me, you two are a perfect match. The man is handsome, the woman is beautiful, you look perfect together. God is playing a joke on you. You must seize this opportunity now. As for relationships, you both already have a child, so it's not hard to cultivate them. It's like raising a child. If you keep nurturing it, it will appear. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Shen Yu kept talking. She didn't feel embarrassed, but Gu Yanqi's face was almost red. While avoiding his gaze, he glanced at Chu Yun from the side, and a barely perceptible smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, what nonsense are you talking about? If you keep talking, I won't pay attention to you. Gu Yanqi glared at Shen Yu and scolded her. Shen Yu curled her lips. Yes, I'm talking nonsense. I was talking nonsense, why didn't you interrupt me earlier? Why did you let me keep talking? I knew that you, little girl, must have fallen in love with my teacher Chu a long time ago, hey. I have an inexplicable feeling that you've gotten there first. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Chu Yun felt that he had to express his stance, so he said at the right time. But Yanqi, you have to live with me for the time being. You're a single mother with no job and no income. Whether it's confinement or taking care of 3 babies, you can't do it without someone to take care of you. Chu Yun was speaking the truth, even though he was also greedy for the school beauty's body. But right now, taking good care of the mother and baby is the top priority, and everything else will come later. Gu Yanqi hesitated for a few seconds, but had no better way, so he could only agree. That's fine, if you don't object. Let me see whether I should ask my mother to come over and help, or hire a confinement nanny. As for me, I actually like this job as a counselor. But after thinking about it, I decided to quit and focus on taking care of you. Chu Yun continued. What? Quit your job? If you don't work, you too will starve. Shen Yu immediately screamed and jumped up. This teacher Chu, could it be that he is really a hidden rich second generation? Not working and relying on parents for support is such a punishment. Quitting my job as a counselor doesn't mean I won't have ways to make money. I'm that unreliable person. Chu Yun smiled, unable to explain much. With the nanny system in place, taking care of the baby is his serious job. Taking care of children and making money at the same time, isn't this the meaning of the system's existence? Chapter 11, Earning money for milk powder is no joke. Then let Auntie come over.
Hiring a confinement nanny is really not cheap, and Chuyun doesn't have much money. Although it might trouble others, Gu Yanqi thought about it and decided to do it this way for the time being.
Let's spend this time. After the confinement period, I can go find a job. Chuyun still has his own choice. Xinyu shook her head.
She naturally knew what her best friend was thinking.
Suddenly. That's right. You can become anchors. You can still work while taking care of the kids at home. You two are so good looking, and you have 3 adorable babies. She's a natural-born internet celebrity. If she's good at what she does, she'll never have to worry about making money. Xinyu suddenly had an idea. She applauded her own brilliant idea. It can perfectly solve the problem of this family of 5. What kind of anchor are you? Xinyu, are you crazy?
I told you I'll be responsible for making money to support the family, so you don't have to worry about me.
Chuyun doesn't want Gu Yanqi to show up in public and become an internet celebrity. Wouldn't it be nice to enjoy it by yourself? Make money to support the family? Are Chuyun and I a family? Although this sounds a bit strange, there is nothing wrong with it. And Gu Yanqi also felt a strange warmth. By the way, isn't it time to change the maternity pad?
It's been an hour, and it must be quite dirty from the discharge. Chuyun remembered the nurse's instructions, stood up, took out a new maternity pad, and was about to change it.
Oh, can Yaya change?
Gu Yanqi subconsciously grabbed the quilt and pulled it down, and blush spread across his cheeks again.
This behavior was too intimate, and Gu Yanqi still couldn't accept it. I don't know what Chuyun is thinking. Why does he always rush to do this kind of thing? Men and women should not touch each other, even though they have already done that. Isn't he trying to take advantage of me?
I had just given birth to a baby, and my stool was bloody and sticky, a bit dirty and ugly. Most people wouldn't have time to dislike it, so it shouldn't happen.
No, even if he doesn't have any bad thoughts, he can't let him see my ugly side. Let me do it. Leave the bed to me.
You just take care of the baby. Xinyu had no choice but to take the maternity pad. Gu Yanqi then let out a long sigh, feeling relieved.
Chuyun had no choice but to walk towards the stroller and turn his face away. Just then, Dabeo and Erbo, the 2 little princesses, woke up.
The 2 little guys were awake, but their eyes were only slightly open, narrowed into slits. It's as if I'm observing this strange world through the cracks.
For example, this handsome, slightly weird man in front of me. In fact, it is just a shadow, blurry, and I don't know what it is.
While observing, the little hands curled up together would occasionally loosen and clench.
But the movements are small and cute. Ha! Daddy is here, call Daddy.
Chuyun gently touched Dabeo's tender face.
The fingers feel good when they run across the smooth skin. Dabeo couldn't even hum or chirp, so naturally he couldn't react at all.
But the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and a faint smile flashed across her face. Newborn babies spend most of their time sleeping or crying. Only when they feel comfortable or full, they may show a satisfied and natural smile. And this smile was fleeting and very short. At this moment, perhaps it is because of blood connection.
There is an invisible attraction between Chuyun and Dabeo.
She glanced at Chuyun blankly for a few seconds, then smiled unconsciously. Chuyun was overjoyed and turned his gaze to his stinky brother.
Sanbao, come here and give Daddy a smile. Wow. Sanbao didn't give any face at all and burst into tears immediately. Ah, this. You little brat, you're so disobedient. When you grow up, you'll be the one getting beaten up every day.
Chuyun threatened in frustration.
Unexpectedly, Sanbao seemed to have received full of malice from his biological father.
Suddenly, the car slammed on the brakes and stopped crying.
Chuyun felt like he didn't know whether he should be happy or not. I was just kidding, you're really not crying anymore? Am I that fierce? The babies must be hungry.
It's time for them to drink milk powder. At this time, a nurse pushed the door open and gave professional instructions.
Drink formula? No, shouldn't you drink breast milk?
Chuyun looked at Gu Yanqi a little embarrassedly. He knew that breast milk was good for babies.
Besides, Gu Yanqi seems to have a lot. Isn't it? It shouldn't be.
Gu Yanqi felt Chuyun's malicious eyes and quickly blocked the front with his hands. Mr. Chu, your wife had a cesarean section, and there will be wounds from the cesarean section.
It's best to wait 24 hours before breastfeeding. Feed the baby with formula first. Don't use too much. Just 30 milliliters of water and 1 spoonful of formula for each baby. The nurse quickly explained with a smile. Just 1 spoonful? Is that enough? Shu Yun was full of doubts. Just 1 spoonful, not even enough for an adult to fill his teeth. The 3 little bastards are really weak. Shu Yun nodded and quickly took out 3 sterilized bottles and a can of baby milk powder. Just a can of low-end 500g baby formula cost more than 500 yuan, which is so expensive. A baby should drink at least 2 cans a month. For 3 little ones, that means 6 cans, and the minimum price is 3,000 yuan. As the baby grows older, he will need more nutrition and consume more milk powder. Otherwise, why do people say, I work hard to earn money for milk powder? To raise 3 babies, the cost of milk powder alone would be at least 100,000 yuan. Other expenses will not be small either. After taking out the milk powder, Shu Yun boiled a pot of water and added a little warm water. I poured some water on the back of my hand and tested the temperature. After the temperature is suitable, pour about 30 milliliters into each bottle. Then, following the nurse's instructions, I poured a spoonful of milk powder into each bottle and shook it evenly. I'll hold you, you feed me. I've helped my aunt-in-law take care of her children, so I have some experience. Seeing Chu Yun's careful and efficient movements, Xinyu was quite satisfied. But she still came up and offered to help. After all, it was not easy to take care of 3 little ones. Xinyu skillfully picked up Debeo and placed him on her lap. He held her head with one hand and put the pacifier into the little one's mouth with the other. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The desire for food is the most instinctive need of all living things. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are 3 little babes, they can't move and are very fragile. The mouth is really powerful, with super strong sucking power. Oh, look, it's sucking! Xinyu exclaimed, excited and proud. He even raised his eyebrows at Chu Yun with a smug look on his face, as if to say, how's that? I'm awesome, right? On the side, Ru Yanqi leaned sideways and looked at Debeo, who was eating frantically. A maternal glow shone from her eyes. Gentle, doting and content. They eat so much. If all 3 babies were breastfed. It's a good thing that the baby can eat. But when I think of the 3 little ones, bombarding me with love one after another in my arms. Gu Yanqi was relieved, but he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 12, You sang very well, you can sing again next time. Gu Yanqi had long been aware of the issue of breastfeeding after childbirth. I have also always paid attention to my nutrition. The meals were always plentiful and well balanced. So, she thought she could challenge the appetites of her 3 babies. If it really doesn't work, you can only use milk powder as a supplement. What are you afraid of? Believe in yourself. Those 2 balls of yours are so big, they're not just for decoration, they're enough for them to eat. Even if I have another teacher, Chu, it won't be a problem. This is a natural talent, and others can't wait to envy me. Shen Yu joked. Of course, I also want to relieve Gu Yanqi's psychological pressure. Pregnant women must keep a happy mood after giving birth and not be depressed. Yeah. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Gu Yanqi was so ashamed that she waved her pink fist as if to hit Xinyu. Xinyu curled her lips and muttered to herself, I'm so grown up, but I still don't allow others to say anything. Chu Yun couldn't bear to watch, and calmly held the second baby, imitating Xinyu's way, feeding her to finish the milk powder. However, although the second baby is small, her appetite is bigger than that of the first baby. After drinking 30 milliliters, I still wasn't satisfied. I smacked my lips and felt like crying. But before I could cry, I was defeated by sleepiness. After moving his mouth twice, he fell asleep. Chu Yun took the opportunity to feed Sanbao as well. After eating and drinking, the 3 little ones all fell into their normal dream mode. Chu Yun was exhausted every time he fed his baby. Being a dad is indeed a hard job. But for Chu Yun, it was simply too delicious. Ding! Host feeds the baby milk powder, daddy value plus 48-inch. Ding! Host feeds the baby milk powder, daddy value plus 56-inch. Ding! The host shakes hands with the baby, daddy value plus 28-inch. The dad value is rising. A moment later. Congratulations to the host for reaching a cumulative nanny's value of 1,000 and upgrading to a level 2 nanny. Turn on the Daddy Points exchange function,
which can be exchanged for money and items in the mall.
Is this a second-level dad? The future is promising. Ha ha. 1,999 is a first-level nanny value. A nanny value of 1,099.99 is a second-level nanny.
Every time the nanny value increases tenfold, he will be promoted to a higher level, and the highest level is level 10 nanny. The higher the level of the nanny, the more things he can exchange and the lower the exchange rate. The nanny value is a consumable item, but the accumulated nanny value will not decrease accordingly.
Shu Yun was delighted. Then go to the system mall to check it out.
I have to say, there are so many items, dazzling and all-encompassing.
As small as a needle or a button.
From land and buildings to company shares, everything is available. The redemption permissions and required DAD value are also very different.
Out of curiosity, Shu Yun checked the exchange information of a house.
Level 4 nanny is unlocked, and 50,000 nanny points are required. I am only level 2 and have only 1,000 nanny points, which is a bit of a difference.
It seems that relying on the system to change a house to live in is not feasible at the moment. However, there is still hope. Just trigger the lucky draw opportunity. The top-of-the-line BMW X7 that I won in the previous lottery is worth over 1 million yuan and requires 20,000 DAD points to redeem. It's free and smells great.
Shu Yun looked at the money exchange rate. 1 daddy point can be exchanged for 100 yuan in cash.
Not bad.
It's still early to change houses, and other items can be purchased in reality. In order to test the redemption function, Shu Yun decisively exchanged all 1,000 daddy points into cash. 100,000 yuan in cash has arrived.
A few seconds later, the bank information was received via SMS on the mobile phone. Well, the system never deceives me.
Shu Yun now has nearly 200,000 yuan in his account, which is enough for the time being. Perfect.
Are you tired? How about taking a nap?
After washing the bottle, Shu Yun asked Gu Yanqi with concern.
The effect of the anesthesia was slowly dissipating. Although Gu Yanqi was very tired and weak, he needed to rest. But I just couldn't fall asleep. I'm not sleepy, and I can't sleep. Gu Yanqi shook his head, and suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen. How about I sing a song for you? I sing very well.
Shu Yun suddenly had an idea and suggested. Shu Yun originally intended to use the God-level singing skills given by the system to coax his baby to sleep. I haven't tried it yet. It would be nice to practice on the baby's mother.
Does Shu Yun sing well? Gu Yanqi really didn't know.
At the party where they had deeper contact, all the classmates sang, but I remember that Shu Yun didn't seem to speak.
Okay then. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Gu Yanqi nodded slightly. How about singing Sweet? Shu Yun asked. It's Jay Chou's song, I like it.
It's true that Gu Yanqi likes Jay Chou, but this song is a little too sweet.
Is it suitable?
Although he felt a little embarrassed, Gu Yanqi still turned slightly to the side. She looked at Shu Yun with her beautiful eyes, feeling a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Shu Yun smiled, took a deep breath, and cleared his throat.
I tasted you gently, and you said you loved me. I'm still savoring the tenderness you gave me. I take a light bite of you, this fragrant temptation. You have all the looks I like. The song is over. Gu Yanqi and Xin Yu were both stunned.
Even though you said you sang well, we just laughed it off and didn't hold out much hope.
But what's the matter with your voice that sounds like heavenly music?
Rich, clear, and full of magnetism. The song is called Sweet Indeed, but you sang it with a sound like honey.
What are you trying to do?
A beautiful and melodious melody slowly floated out of Shu Yun's mouth. The atmosphere full of love and sweetness made Gu Yanqi and Xin Yu fall into it unconsciously.
At this moment, they all automatically put themselves into the role of the heroine in the song. So sweet that my teeth are chattering. You sang very well. Next time, you can actually sing another song.
Xin Yu shrugged and gave sincere praise.
Yeah, that sounds great, thank you.
Gu Yanqi's face was filled with a sweet smile, and his whole body and mind were filled with joy. Even the pain in my abdomen seemed to be relieved a lot.
Yeah, I didn't lie to you. If you want to hear me sing for you every day, you can request songs.
Shu Yun was also very proud. It feels like playing guitar in front of the girl I liked in high school and being appreciated. It's so beautiful that it's beyond words.
Shu Yun's unbridled love confession seemed to have its own heating function. and made Gu Yanqi's face red again.
Xinyu, who seemed to be ignored, rolled her eyes helplessly.
I'm leaving, I'm redundant, it's not okay for me to leave.
I reluctantly gave up my own things to help you two get together and bring you together, but you didn't appreciate it. Now, damn it, they automatically show off their affection in front of me.
My life is so miserable.
Xu Yun and Gu Yanqi smiled at each other.
Not awkward, but a little sweet. Xu Yun and Xinyu stayed the whole night, taking turns to look after Gu Yanqi. Chapter 13 Best Friends? Best friends don't need to eat apples. Gu Yanqi couldn't sleep because of the pain. Xu Yun and Xinyu were so tired that they didn't sleep well.
Every time the nurse comes in to do various checks, they have to lend a hand and keep an eye on things. The most important thing is that one of the 3 milk balls was hungry and the other had diarrhea.
It's like a time bomb that can explode at any time.
Fortunately, Xu Yun is young and in good health. As long as I can get 3 or 4 hours of sleep at night, there won't be much of a problem during the day. However, if this state lasts for 10 days or half a month, he won't be able to bear it.
Not to mention Xinyu.
But Xu Yun has to face more than just the week that Gu Yanqi is in the hospital.
The continuous battle with the 3 little guys is likely to take a lifetime.
At least until they grow up, the battle will not stop. So, to be a nanny, you need more than just knowledge and intention. You also need physical strength and willpower. 1 baby can destroy a dad's physical strength, let alone 3. That's a super landlord who doubles, and doubles again.
The next day, the sky was just getting light. Xu Yun lay on the edge of the bed and took a short nap.
When he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Yanqi looking at him with some heartache.
Can you get me an apple? Gu Yanqi asked Xu Yun softly. Xu Yun took a big red apple from the fruit bowl without thinking.
After handing it to Gu Yanqi, he asked doubtfully, "The doctor said you can't eat apples now."
I know. Gu Yanqi smiled mysteriously and took the apple.
He picked up a fruit knife from the side and began to peel the fruit skillfully.
As circles of peel fell from the apple, Xu Yun seemed to realize something. All right. Here, have an apple to replenish your energy. Sure enough, Gu Yanqi stuffed the peeled apple into Xu Yun's hand.
There was a gentle smile on her face, and Xu Yun was almost intoxicated by it.
But he still took a big bite of the apple. Crunch! So much water, so sweet. Thank you, the apples you peeled are delicious. Xu Yun took 1 bite after another. They're all apples, so what does it matter who peeled them? Gu Yanqi retorted. Yes, it matters a lot. Xu Yun insisted on his theory.
Xinyu, who had just woken up from the next room, was so embarrassed when she saw the scene that she picked her feet.
Why, I don't need to replenish my energy. Or maybe I don't like apples?
Xinyu was jealous, so she chose to fight back.
Okay, I'll carve one for you too. Thank you for your hard work, yeah. Gu Yanqi said with both amusement and anger.
Xu Yun quickly used his eyes to pressure Xinyu, telling her not to act so unreasonable.
Xinyu glared at him but didn't give up. Hey! Xinyu, are you embarrassed to let a pregnant woman peel an apple for you? You want to eat it? If you want to eat it, can I peel it for you?
Xu Yun said shamelessly. He didn't want to share this kind of treatment with Gu Yanqi's best friend.
Wouldn't it be nice to enjoy it alone? Who wants to eat the apple you peeled? No.
It's early in the morning, and I'm full of dog food. Why don't you two go downstairs, turn left, and get married right there at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Xinyu was so angry that she started to speak nonsense. If you don't know this, you would really think that Gu Yanqi and Xu Yun are a sweet couple.
Obviously, they had only been together intimately for more than a day. Then again, humans are emotional animals.
If a man and a woman who are complete strangers are placed in a closed space and spend time together for a day or 2, feelings will slowly develop between them. If a man and a woman are single and have feelings for each other, a chemical reaction will occur quickly.
If you are more open-minded, you might be able to have an in-depth and easy-to-understand discussion. Xu Yun and Gu Yanqi already knew each other and might even have a good impression of each other.
Xu Yun is so handsome that he has no friends, and he is also gentle and considerate. His care for Gu Yanqi can be said to be meticulous, and he is generous with his money. Most importantly, he is the biological father of Gu Yanqi's 3 babies.
Many factors combined.
During the critical period when Gu Yanqi was most vulnerable and needed the most care.
After spending a day and a night together,
it was natural for Gu Yanqi to develop a liking for Xu Yun.
As for Chu Yun, men are animals who think with their lower body. It's perfectly normal to drool over a school beauty. But I didn't expect that the affection between the two of them was so overwhelming. Bestie? Bestie doesn't need to eat apples. Alright. I need to take the babies to get their vaccinations. Come over and help. Chu Yun did not continue the previous topic. Ask Xinyu to do serious work. He really can't handle 3 babies by himself. Okay, I'll go talk to the nurse and ask them to keep an eye on this area. Xinyu was helpless, but still nodded, thinking that business was more important. Then, the two of them pushed the 3 little kids downstairs. The baby is born within 24 hours, as long as the weight meets the standard. If necessary, BCG and hepatitis B vaccines should be given. The former can prevent meningitis. The latter is naturally to prevent hepatitis B. Come to the injection area. Other families basically only have 1 baby, and twins are relatively rare. On Chuyun's side, there are 3, which is very cool. In fact, after the successful birth yesterday, Chu Yun and his family of 5 have become famous. A super beautiful young mother. A young dad who is extremely handsome. Gave birth to 3 adorable little babies. It's simply a magical family. Wow. Boy, triplets. That's great. It's just hard to raise them. It's hard enough to raise a child these days, let alone 3 money-eating beasts. In the queuing corridor, an old lady next to me saw 3 children lying obediently in the stroller. I feel both envy and curiosity. Having experienced the harshness of society long ago, she could see that Chu Yun did not look like a rich man. So he sighed, with a hint of worry in his voice. I am worried that this handsome dad who only has a good appearance cannot support 3 babies. If you are poor, you can raise your children in poverty. If you are rich, you can raise your children in wealth. As long as you are healthy, that's all. Chu Yun smiled indifferently. That's true, but as a parent, who doesn't want to create favorable conditions for their children? Young man, you have to work hard. Then again, our family is well off, but my son and daughter-in-law only want to have 1 child. No matter how much I try to persuade him, it's useless. I wish we had triplets too. We older generations all hope to have many children and good fortune. I really envy your parents. Although the old lady's words didn't mean any harm, they still sounded strange. How can you see that I cannot provide a good environment for my 3 babies? I am the systematic, chosen one who travels through time and space. I just don't pretend. If I really wanted to pretend, I could pretend to be in the sky. Forget it, Chu Yun chuckled and said nothing more. And soon. It's the turn of the 3 milk balls. Chapter 14. Teacher Chu, there are always better fish in the sea. Come one by one. Chu Yun first picked up Debeo and handed him to a nurse. Through the glass door, Chu Yun could see the nurse inserting the needle into Debeo's little flesh. Hey, be gentle, I'm f***ing scared just looking at you. Chu Yun couldn't help but mutter. Although the nurse looks professional and has skillful techniques, he is not slow at all and is very efficient. But as a father, it's hard not to feel a little scared when watching it. I was afraid of hurting the baby. Wow. Chu Yun could still vaguely hear Debeo crying. The little face was twisted into a ball, with brows tightly furrowed, looking extremely aggrieved. While Chu Yun was coaxing Debeo, he also handed Erbo over. As expected, Erbo cried even louder than her sister. After coaxing her for a long time, she was still crying. Even when Sanbao came out whimpering and stopped crying, she was still crying. The second one is the cow, neither too big nor too small, the kind that is sandwiched in the middle and is desperately trying to make its presence felt. Fortunately, when they were pushed back to the ward, the 3 little guys fell asleep again. How are the babies? Are they brave? Are they crying? Gu Yanqi looked at the 3 little kids and said with some heartache that he couldn't accompany them to get the injections in person. Brave? Don't cry. What are you thinking? Your second daughter almost made the whole hospital go crazy. Xinyu replied with a smile. Immediately, Gu Yanqi looked at Xinyu with a look that said, "You are a bad aunt." Xinyu is tired. Mothers really become more and more childish. What's more, Gu Yanqi is originally a very simple person, and when he becomes childish, he can amaze you. I need to go back to school later. Chu Yun said to Gu Yanqi with a hint of invitation. Today is Monday and he hasn't asked for leave yet. I also have to give up the rented house and find a new one, which is a lot of things to do. Well, thank you, Chu, Teacher Chu. Gu Yanqi nodded in response. Only then did she remember. Chu Yun is the counselor of their class and has classes to teach. Tomorrow it's time for the babies' baths and their vision and hearing tests. Then I'll trouble you here later. Chu Yun then said to Xin Yu. Go ahead, I'm here. Besides, the hospital fees here are so expensive, the nurses can help you with it. Xin Yu waved her hand to reassure him. Chu Yun packed up and hurried out. He was thinking about coming back early after finishing his work. I'm eager to go home, that's all. Chu Yun first took a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau and drove his old car in. Thinking that it was just on my way back to school, I went to the house I rented first. This house is quite far from the school, and it was originally rented here to make it convenient for Huang Ting to go to work. 2 bedrooms and a living room, not too big, not too small either. Of course, it's not a luxury house. The decoration is very ordinary and the rent is quite affordable. It was more than enough for 2 people before, but now it's obviously not possible. There are 5 of us, myself, Gu Yanqi, and 3 babies. The babies may not need a separate room, but Chu Yun still wants his mother to come and take care of them. In any case, it's not enough to live in. And to be honest, there is a factory next to the community and the air quality is bad. It is not conducive to the baby's growth. There are too many people inside, it is very noisy and not suitable for mothers to rest. After entering the house, Chu Yun didn't feel anything. Now I just can't stand this house. Nothing fits, nothing is satisfactory. Of course, part of the reason is that he divorced Huang Ting. The 2 of them have lived here for more than half a year, and no corner looks comfortable. If you cancel the lease now, the deposit won't be refunded. After a while, the old landlady came. When she heard on the phone that Chu Yun wanted to cancel the lease, she felt a little reluctant. The houses here are not that easy to rent out, and the 1-year contract hasn't even expired yet. I'm sorry, we have 3 babies and can't accommodate them. Don't worry, according to the contract, the deposit does not need to be returned. Chu Yun apologized and started packing up. Ha! Your wife doesn't look pregnant, so where did the 3 babies come from? The old landlady looked surprised and suspicious. Not that one is divorced. Chu Yun explained weakly. Divorced? Had a child with another woman? 3 more children? Young people nowadays are so messy. The old landlady was in a mess. She quickly handed over the property to Chu Yun and refunded a few hundred yuan of rent for that month. He is so handsome, so there is no one who is not fickle. It's also good not to rent to such people. Humph. All men are bad. Even old people can have troubles. Half an hour later. Chu Yun loaded all his stuff into the car and quickly drove to an upscale residential complex near the school. I rented a small villa that is ready for moving in. Everything was good, and Chu Yun was in a hurry to move in, so he didn't bargain for the price. The rent of nearly 20,000 yuan a month is indeed a bit expensive. But Chu Yun can definitely afford it. Besides, after the system is upgraded, he can also use the daddy points to exchange for a house of his own. This small villa may not last long. After quickly settling the house issue, Chu Yun came to the school's academic affairs office. Although it was a bit of a shame to lose his job, he thought about it and decided to resign. First of all, I can concentrate on taking care of Gu Yanqi and the 3 little ones. Secondly, if the affair between him and Gu Yanqi is exposed, it will have a bad impact on the school. When the school leaders saw Chu Yun resign, they tried to keep him for a while. After all, Chu Yun did a good job in school and was very popular among students. Xiao Chu, it's normal for marriage to be unhappy, but you can still keep working. The leader thought it was about divorce and comforted him. No. I'm not in the mood to work anymore. Thank you for your care during this period. Chu Yun was very embarrassed, but what he said was true. Seeing that Chu Yun had made up his mind, the leader did not try to keep him. An hour later. Completed the resignation procedures smoothly. Chu Yun picked up his things and walked out of the office with great emotion. Unexpectedly, I just walked downstairs. A group of students from the class he was in charge of rushed towards him. The news of his divorce has spread throughout the school. The students saw it immediately. Teacher Chu is probably going to resign. Teacher Chu, are you really leaving? Are you willing to leave us? Yes, Teacher Chu, there are plenty of girls out there, there's nothing to be sad about. There are many girls in our class who like you, why don't you pick one from your own nest? We boys don't mind. Teacher Chu, you just quietly left by yourself without even having dinner with us to say goodbye? Are you really heartbroken? It's not worth it.
These college students, relying on their good relationship with Chu Yun, expressed their reluctance to leave without restraint.
Chu Yun's head is big.
It is indeed inappropriate and seems a bit inhumane to leave without saying goodbye to these students.
But Chu Yun was also scared. Gu Yanqi still has to go back to school after she finishes her confinement.
If these college students knew who the school belle was in their class.
The goddess-level Gu Yanqi actually gave birth to 3 children for their teacher Chu. Boys, will you tear him apart? Girls, will you drown him with your saliva? That's possible. So, let us run away quickly. Oh, classmates, let's meet again if fate allows, let's meet again if fate allows. Chu Yun pretended to be reluctant and heartbroken. Get in the car quickly and drive away.
After Chu Yun left, several classmates were still puzzled.
Why isn't Xinyu here?
If Xinyu, a crazy pursuer of Teacher Chu, knew that Teacher Chu was divorced.
I guess I can crawl over it, right? She was fine, so what did she do on leave? By the way, has anyone informed her about this? No, you have to notify me. Chapter 15, so infuriating. Is my biological father really that powerful?
As soon as Chu Yun arrived at the hospital, he received a call from his mother.
I've been busy since yesterday.
Chu Yun didn't even have time to tell his mother about helping take care of the baby.
Ayun, are you divorced? Divorce is such a big deal, why don't you discuss it with our parents? Do you still have me as your mother in your heart?
On the phone, my mother barged in with questions.
Oh, isn't this divorce exactly what you want?
You and my dad didn't agree to our marriage in the first place. I haven't thought about it before, but I still think I should respect the opinions of you 2 elders.
You guys are so well informed, aren't you?
It's that Fong Ping who filed the complaint again.
Chu Yun was speechless. How dare you say that?
If it weren't for Pingzi, you might have kept it a secret from us for who knows how long.
You treat marriage like a joke. Instead of living a good life, you just mess around. Forget it, let's just get a divorce.
That woman Huang Ting is not fit for life. Your father and I were hoping to have a grandchild soon, but look at what you've done.
You've become a second married man, what a mess. You'd better be more careful next time. By the way, the day after tomorrow is your birthday, come home and celebrate it. Chu Yun's parents are locals. It only takes more than an hour to get home.
My mother probably wants to use his birthday to give him a good lesson.
Okay, I'll come back sometime. I just have something to discuss with you guys. If nothing else, I'll hang up first.
As he spoke, Chu Yun came to the door of the ward and was about to hang up the phone.
A nurse happened to push the door open. Mr. Chu, your baby is crying so hard, go check it out quickly.
My mother heard roughly what the nurse said on the phone.
Baby? Whose baby? Ayun, where are you? What's going on? It's okay, you heard it wrong. Chu Yun quickly hung up the phone.
He heard the baby crying outside and didn't have time to explain anything. When I pushed the door open, 3 earth-shaking cries rose and fell in the room.
What's going on? Chu Yun hurried forward and asked.
Xinyu shook her head helplessly and said,
I don't know. I just drank milk and didn't poop. Anyway, I just kept crying.
The second baby kept crying, and the other 2 started crying too.
The nurse doesn't know the reason either. It's so difficult. Gu Yanqi, who was lying on the bed, also looked anxious.
She held the baby and coaxed him, but it didn't work. Chu Yun glanced at the culprit Erbao and immediately picked her up.
Erbao narrowed his eyes and stared at Chu Yun as if he was nothing, with his mouth slightly open. The little finger even moved slightly twice.
Newborn babies have visual perception, but their vision is only between 0.01 and 0.02.
Everything looked blurry, so naturally he couldn't recognize Chu Yun. But the amazing thing is,
after Chu Yun gently shook the baby twice, Erbao's crying actually gradually subsided. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep again. Even after Chu Yun put her down, she didn't continue crying. Chu Yun followed suit and hugged De Bao and Sanbao respectively, and they both fell asleep soon.
See this situation.
Xinyu and Gu Yanqi were both shocked.
Is this okay? It's like we're at war. We've tried everything. And all you need is a hug from your cheap daddy? Is my father so good? Ah. I suddenly feel a little lost. Although she was speechless, Xinyu still breathed a sigh of relief. If Chuyin doesn't come, he will be killed. Gu Yanqi was equally astonished. My biological father is better than my biological mother. Should I be happy or unhappy? Even the nurse next to her was confused. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Ah, that's why they say blood is thicker than water. A daughter is always a father's sweetheart. This second baby dotes on her dad, haha. The nurse joked a few words. Back to business. Okay, let's take the babies to check their eyesight and hearing tomorrow morning. Then take a shower, pick a name, and get a birth certificate. Today, you can give the new mother some soup and then prepare to start breastfeeding. I heard the words start milk. Gu Yanqi suddenly felt a little uneasy. She also knew that breast milk would be better for the baby. If it is blocked, it may cause swelling and pain, or even inflammation, which has great potential harm. But as a new mother, she thought of the 3 little kids taking turns biting her. To some extent, there will still be some resistance and fear. At this moment, Gu Yanqi realized that no matter how much mental preparation he had made, there is still a girl's heart in my body. Moreover, I heard that the process of lactation may be accompanied by labor pains. Because every mother has a different physique, the difficulty of producing milk varies greatly. Some mothers may let the baby suck it, and the baby will come out naturally. Some people just can't get it out no matter what they do, and they have to ask a lactation consultant to help them, and they have to go through a lot of trouble before they can get it out. Some mothers don't even have breast milk at all. This has nothing to do with whether the mother has a lot of money. Although Gu Yanqi has an extremely proud figure, it is not certain that she will be able to produce milk smoothly. Gu Yanqi took a deep breath. He had to try it eventually, so what was there to be afraid of? Just do it. Yeah, I think Debeo is not asleep yet, let's bring her over and try first. Gu Yanqi said to Xinyu. Xinyu quickly had an idea and thought of something. He secretly glanced at Chu Yun and smiled mischievously. Teacher Chu, you have to treat me to a big meal later. Oh, my stomach suddenly hurts. No, I have to go to the bathroom first. Let Chu Yun do it. I think it will take me a long time. Oh. Xinyu covered her stomach and rushed to the bathroom in another room without looking back. He also closed the door. Expression, pain and happiness. Gu Yanqi was completely stunned. What the hell? Xinyu, you might be possessed by a dung beetle. You betrayed your best friend at the critical moment. You are so cruel. Chu Yun was also a little confused and didn't react for a while. Just think, that silly woman Xinyu has lost her mind again. Then he turned around and carried Debeo to Gu Yanqi. Gu Yanqi's pretty face immediately flushed. Did you have a good lunch? You look okay, and your face is even rosy. Chu Yun said seriously and concernedly. There's no red, I don't have any. Gu Yanqi refused to admit it and lowered his head unconsciously. Chu Yun finally realized, damn. So that's what's going on. I thought about it, but I still have to get on with it. Excuse me. Chu Yun didn't know what to say, he just stared at Gu Yanqi blankly. Gu Yanqi didn't move for a long time, then looked up and glanced at Chu Yun, still not knowing how to start. I won't look. I'll turn around. But you have to lift up your clothes, otherwise you're feeding me through my clothes. Chu Yun turned his head away stubbornly. He had actually caught a glimpse of it in the delivery room, but he couldn't say it. For example, why should I be shy? I've seen it all. There's nothing to be shy about. I may not remember that night, but yesterday was so vivid in my mind. Whoa. Gu Yanqi hesitated twice out of embarrassment. Looking at Chu Yun's gaze, it seemed that he really couldn't see it. Then he unbuttoned his clothes and took Debeo from Chu Yun's hands into his arms. Then he turned sideways, with his back to Chu Yun, and started to put it into the baby's mouth. Ah, it hurts. Unexpectedly, Debeo's bite force was so strong that Gu Yanqi cried out in pain after being caught off guard. After a while, the rhythmic sound of baji was heard. Apparently, it came out smoothly. Listening to the satisfying sounds coming out of Debeo's mouth, Chu Yun felt a little envious of his own eldest daughter. As long as there is, Gu Yanqi will definitely have enough food and supplies.
With her scale, maybe she can actually provide for 3 babies without any problem. In this way, there may be no need to supplement with milk powder.
What a blessing! If this happened to an ordinary girl, 3 babies, there will be a food shortage. Chapter 16. As long as Yan Shi is willing, I will marry her. Chu Yun swallowed and felt a little hungry. What are you doing?
I just turned my head and caught a glimpse of Chu Yun spitting.
Gu Yanqi was so ashamed that he didn't care about anything else and said angrily,
I thought he was a gentleman, but it turns out he has such a dirty side.
Feeling Gu Yanqi's shameful anger, Chu Yun quickly concealed it. No, nothing. I didn't eat lunch, and I was really a little hungry just now. I'm not kidding. Gu Yanqi snorted lightly.
He no longer paid attention to Chu Yun, but focused on feeding Debeo. I have to say, it hurts a bit, but the feeling is so subtle and magical.
The baby needs a birth certificate and a name.
You're the father, so you should do it.
I'm not good at naming. Gu Yanqi put away his anger and said to Chu Yun, Let me do it, aren't you good at it? Your name is so nice, Gu Yanqi, so beautiful. How can you not be good at it? Chu Yun asked in confusion.
Gu Yanqi frowned slightly and said with a smile, Did you choose your name yourself?
It must have been chosen by your parents. Yeah, I chose my name. I changed it later.
Chu Yun looked as if it was a matter of course.
No wonder he's so childish, it's become so commonplace.
Gu Yanqi was speechless and had to use the fact that Chu Yun's name was unpleasant to maintain his advantage.
Don't say that.
The word cloud was very artistic back in junior high. My online name was The Difference Between Clouds and Mud.
Everyone said it sounded nice and had personality. They loved it.
Chu Yun smiled innocently and said shamelessly,
Puff. Gu Yanqi finally couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed.
For the first time, the two of them got along more easily.
Well, let's pick nicknames first. We have 2 girls and 1 boy, N.
Chu Yun looked thoughtful, and then suddenly realized, how about Debeo be called Big Miss, Bao be called Second Miss, and Sanbao be called San?
Call him Third Young Master? What's wrong with you? How can that be a nickname?
Gu Yanqi also released some of his nature and did not hide his disgust at all.
No, Sanbao is called Sandy.
Chu Yun was a little proud.
He didn't expect that, did he? Gu Yanqi was both angry and amused. Forget it, the nickname doesn't matter. When I get inspiration, maybe I can call it out casually. The key is the name. Just consider this as a backup. Daimyo, you have to be serious. Gu Yanqi gave Chu Yun a lot of face. I was serious just now.
Chu Yun felt a little aggrieved, and then started thinking again.
He would take out his cell phone from time to time and check it left and right. A moment later. It's over. It's over. I find that I can't think of a better name to hear than yours. Gu Yanqi, Gu, Yan, Shi, every word is so beautiful, so sweet to the ear. Mom's name is so nice, the babies can't be too bad.
Let's call them Chu Xiaomei, Chu Xiaohong, and Chu Xiaoming. Chu Yun looked distressed, but at the same time he did not forget to tease Gu Yanqi.
Gu Yanqi was helpless in this regard. She also knew that Chu Yun was teasing her, but this feeling was really good. Got it. Why didn't I think of it? Chu Yun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with a flash of inspiration. Just separate your name.
The eldest is Chu Gu, the second is Chu Yan, and the third is Chu Shi.
How is it? Doesn't it sound good? I'm simply a genius. Gu Yanqi was also stunned. He silently recited, Chu Gu, Chu Yan, Chu Shi. It sounds good, but it always feels weird. And it's a bit embarrassing to incorporate my own name into it. Using my name is not a good idea. Gu Yanqi thought about it and put forward his own idea. Using parents' names, that's what foreigners do. In ancient times, we might have had some taboos.
Chu Yun pondered for a while and continued.
Then let's replace every word.
Debeo's name is Chu Gu, which sounds like an old friend coming.
It's very charming. The second treasure is called Chu Yan.
He is a beautiful man with literary talent, and people call him Yan. A talented and virtuous lady is not as good as him. As for the third treasure, it's called Chu Shi. Passionate as fire, bright as the clear sky, and magnanimous. This way, we can keep the pleasant sound of your name while also having a special meaning.
Perfect.
Shu Yun looked at Gu Yanqi with a slightly serious expression.
Shu Gu, Shu Yen, Shu Shi. Well, that's great, then it's settled. Gu Yanqi nodded to show his satisfaction.
The naming was decided happily. The two of them also realized that it was just a simple matter, a matter about the babies. Invisibly, the distance between them has been shortened.
It's magical and heartwarming.
It is said that children are the best bond of a marriage, and sometimes, children are also the best bridge of feelings. But sometimes this bridge, it will be wiped out by reality and the mess of marriage.
When Xinyu came out of the bathroom,
I saw that the expressions of both of them changed subtly. As perceptive as she was, she just smiled and said nothing.
If they are not from the same family, they will not marry. These two people are probably really a good match. By the way, is there any milk? Shu Yun asked awkwardly and nervously.
It looked like it, but he still had to confirm the situation.
Gu Yanqi smiled lightly. Didn't you see that Debao was enjoying his meal?
He should be able to clear his bowels now.
After laughing, she became shy again. That's good, that's good. That's amazing, my mother of a child.
Shu Yun almost went a step further and called the woman his wife.
What's with my old man? Go on, wife, right? Teacher Chu, you must be responsible for what you say. After you're discharged from the hospital, hurry up and get the marriage certificate. Let's make it a done deal.
No, you two are already a done deal.
Oh, never mind.
Anyway, if you want to take care of the babies, you must give Cece a proper identity. Having a child before marriage is not fair to Cece.
Xinyu seized the opportunity and made a strong match.
She said this because she saw that their relationship was progressing.
To begin with, this is definitely inappropriate.
Because at that time there was no guarantee what Shu Yun's attitude would be.
Yeah, what nonsense are you talking about?
He is the baby's father and has the right to take care of them.
We don't have to do that.
Xinyu put the matter so bluntly that Gu Yanqi was actually a little at a loss.
My silly girl, why are you speaking for him?
You're turning your elbows outward.
No, it's like I'm the outsider. Never mind it, this matter can't be left unclear.
Xinyu said a little angrily.
Given Gu Yanqi's personality, he would never force others to do something unless he made his own point clear.
You can't just bear it alone in silence.
I have no problem with that. As long as Yanqi is willing, I will marry her.
As long as she doesn't mind that I'm divorced and a little poor for the time being, I'd be more than happy to have her. But marriage is not a joke after all.
You have to give us some time.
If you really want to do this for Yanqi's sake, don't force her.
Shu Yun stood up and expressed his position strongly.
There was a gleam of confidence and sincerity in his eyes.
Gu Yanqi knew he was serious. It's just that she really hasn't thought about this question yet. It was too fast, so fast that I was a little caught off guard. Okay. Teacher Chu, remember what you just said. Then let's take it slow. Xinyu spoke on behalf of Gu Yanqi. What else can I do? Let us see when the time comes. Chapter 17. What's wrong with the school beauty? She's not spraying fairy spirit. After choosing a name, you need to get a birth certificate. The process is also simple.
Just bring your birth certificate, marriage certificate, household registration booklet and ID card. Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi do not have a marriage certificate, but there is no problem with having a birth permit.
After filling out the form, the staff started typing away on the computer. Finally, the names of Debao Chu Gu, Erbao Chu Yen and Sanbao Chu Shi were officially entered.
After finishing the work, Shu Yun bought some vegetables from outside.
Returning to the ward, I prepared to make dinner for Gu Yanqi.
The great thing about the deluxe ward is that it even has a kitchen.
It has been a day and a half since the baby was born.
Gu Yanqi basically didn't eat anything other than water and very thin rice soup. Because she hadn't passed gas yet, she didn't go to the toilet. I don't even dare let her drink chicken soup or bone soup.
Come down and walk around. I bought some chicken and crushing carp. Once you've passed the gas and used the restroom, I'll make you some soup.
Gu
Yanqi nodded obediently.
Then Shu Yun helped him get off the bed. It moved forward step by step, like a clumsy goose. After walking around the living room successfully a few times, he walked back and forth in the corridor outside a few times. Seeing that Gu Yanqi was a little tired, Shu Yun took her back to the bedroom.
Just as I was about to go to bed, I didn't expect that without any warning.
A voice, not too loud but clearly audible, came from behind Gu Yanqi.
Puff. Shu Yun was stunned.
Seeing Gu Yanqi standing there for a few seconds, he immediately understood.
Swish. A blush immediately covered Gu Yanqi's face. That's good. This makes me feel much more comfortable. If peeing goes smoothly too, then there will be basically no problem.
Shu Yun tried his best to keep a serious and relaxed expression.
It also allows Gu Yanqi to not have the inexplicable psychological burden of being a goddess.
Of course, he himself would not feel disillusioned.
The idea that goddesses' farts are fragrant is all nonsense.
As a new mother, passing gas is a very normal thing.
And you should be happy because it is indeed a good thing. Otherwise, if you hold it in for too long, it is easy to damage your body. She is definitely a beautiful, rich, and pretty schoolgirl, and she gave birth to 3 babies for you. Just because of a fart, you are disgusted with it and think it has lost its mystery? No need. They all eat grains and cereals, they are not real fairies, they just spray fairy energy. Of course, from Gu Yanqi's perspective, she would feel awkward in front of Shu Yun, and it might even lower her impression of him. This is inevitable. Oh, I hope. Shu Yun's expression was very natural, and he didn't seem to mind at all. Gu Yanqi also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After Gu Yanqi lay down, Shu Yun went into the kitchen to prepare soup and asked Xinyu to come and accompany her. Although Shu Yun has not yet acquired skills such as god-level cooking skills, but his cooking skills were pretty good to begin with. Although he is not as good as a master chef, he is also a leader in the field of home cooking. We have been married for more than 7 months, and he has basically prepared every meal. It's just that some people don't know how to appreciate it. Now he can show off his skills, and Shu Yun is a little proud of himself. More than an hour later, the chicken soup was the first to come out of the pot. Smells so good. Faced with the delicious chicken soup, Gu Yanqi did not hesitate to praise it. The most important thing is that I have been hungry for a whole day, and after passing gas, my stomach feels even more empty, and my appetite increases greatly. Shu Yun scooped out chicken soup from a small bowl and blew on it gently. He then began to feed her spoonful by spoonful, oblivious to the surroundings. Xinyu, this little unknown person, had already tactfully slipped to the side of the 3 babies. Whenever Gu Yanqi wanted to call her hello, she would pretend not to hear him. What's more, Gu Yanqi didn't shout, but naturally enjoyed Shu Yun's feeding. Seeing my best friend who has been pregnant for 10 months and worked hard for almost a year. Finally, she could enjoy normal care from her husband, and Xinyu couldn't help but feel happy for Gu Yanqi. Although it was obvious that she was the one who fell in love with this husband first, woo-woo. It's delicious. Thank you. I can't drink anymore, give the rest to Yaya. She also needs some nourishment. She hardly slept at all. Gu Yanqi wiped her mouth. He showed a happy expression of satisfaction afterward. Thank you so much, you're such a good friend. Let me drink the rest, I'm just superfluous. Then I'll go, alright? The sourness was too strong, and Xinyu could hardly hold it in. Xinyu, you don't want to drink? That's great. I'm a little reluctant to give it to you. Really? There are some leftovers for you to drink. You should be thankful. You still dislike me, do you know me well? Shu Yun retorted with a smile. Xinyu was speechless. Why would you go up and get stabbed for no reason? It's so heartbreaking. There is opposite sex but no humanity. He forgets his mother after getting a wife. How ungrateful. My life is extremely miserable. After eating and drinking his fill, Gu Yanqi fell into a deep sleep contentedly. Shu Yun and Xinyu continued to take turns keeping watch. The next day, at the entrance of the vision and hearing examination room, Shu Yun filled out the form and started waiting with the 3 little kids. There were quite a few people queuing up, and each baby took about 5 minutes to examine. Under the stroller are thermos cups, bottles, milk powder, and diapers. During the long waiting time, they may need to urinate or get hungry at any time. Fortunately, the 3 little ones were very supportive this time. They waited for more than half an hour without crying or making a fuss. They were very considerate. The inspection process also went smoothly. The eldest lady is fine, with no problems with her vision or hearing. The second young lady has some unclear problems with her retina, but it's not a big deal and is normal. The doctor suggested continuing to observe and come back for a checkup in 1 month. As for the third brother,
There is no problem with vision or hearing. The ears are a little bit strange in shape, not deformed, just ugly and slightly abnormal. The doctor said it won't affect hearing and it may heal in a month, so we'll have to wait and see.
Why are both Erbao and Sanbao having problems? There won't be any impact, right?
After returning to the ward and seeing the test results, Gu Yanqi still couldn't help feeling a little worried.
Being a parent, even if it's just a small problem,
this may cause infinite worries in their hearts, and Chuyun also has this experience.
However, he had to comfort Gu Yanqi truthfully. Newborn babies' organs are not fully developed, and many babies have some minor problems, which is normal.
I've asked the doctor in detail, and there's nothing to worry about in Erbao's case.
Not to mention the three treasures, they basically don't even need a follow-up check.
Don't worry, if there really is a problem, the doctor will explain it to us clearly.
Besides, Xinyu also comforted. Yeah, nothing to worry about. When I was born, I was cross-eyed and looked at people sideways. Now it's fine and I can see people very accurately. Only then did Gu Yanqi feel a little relieved. I'm a bit overly worried.
It was the third day that Gu Yanqi was admitted to the hospital.
The day after Chuyun resigned and left school. A post suddenly appeared on the university campus forum. A super explosive piece of news. Blind eyes. School beauty Gu Yanqi got taken. Don't wait, she's not going back to school because she has a baby. And they're triplets. Pictures speak louder than words. You lickers, it's time to wake up. Chapter 18 Bring me the kitchen knife and kill Chu Go. Following the post are a few photos taken in the hospital.
One of them was a frontal photo of Gu Yanqi. Sitting on a chair in the hospital lobby, his face was haggard and pale. She is completely different from her usual radiant image of a school beauty, and it is obvious that she is in a very bad mental state.
However, I have to say that Gu Yanqi's appearance is really amazing.
Even a photo like this one, showing a listless and terrible complexion, does not affect anyone who sees it at all.
Come to an undoubted and accurate judgment. This is an unparalleled beauty. However, the biggest highlight of these photos is Gu Yanqi's bulging belly.
You can tell at a glance that she is pregnant. There were no surprises. This post instantly became popular throughout the school. In just a few hours, it received hundreds of thousands of hits and tens of thousands of comments.
Who the hell did this? Where's my kitchen knife?
Don't stop me, I'm going to chop him to death.
It's over, it's over. My whole life is completely ruined. There's no tomorrow. I'm going to the rooftop. Anyone want to come with me?
I was wondering why she asked for leave, but it turns out she was taking care of her pregnancy.
I never expected that. What a shame.
Gu Yanqi, who has a good family background, excellent grades, and stunning looks, actually chose such a path.
What a pity. Isn't that what rich people do? What's wrong with having a few children?
The elite will still be elites.
Her family isn't ordinary, so they don't have the worries of having children out of wedlock that ordinary people do. How do you know that Gu Yanqi had a child before marriage? Maybe she is already married. I don't know how that scumbag got away with it. Damn it, it's absolutely outrageous to both humans and gods.
In the surging comments section. First, there was shock, emotion, anger, and regret.
Finally, the discussion focused on one question. Who is the father of the child? Everyone is urging the person who leaked the information to reveal the child as father. Otherwise, the whistleblower will be killed as well.
Sure enough, not long after the number of comments exceeded 20,000.
Post updated. A man appeared next to Gu Yanqi. A handsome, personable man. A man who is quite famous in school and many people know him.
Pushing 3 strollers, with Xinyu beside her.
Chuyun? They are Chuyun, the counselor of Gu Yanqi's class, teacher Chu. Oh my god. You idiot. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. You're really a jerk. You're really a jerk. When the truth came out, I was silent. Damn, Chuyun is so damn handsome, this is incomparable. It's okay. I'm actually relieved. Choosing a handsome guy is better than choosing a brainless rich kid. It means I've chosen love. It's actually quite inspiring.
As long as the person is handsome, it doesn't matter if they're not from a wealthy family.
I've finally found true love. The guy upstairs, why don't you just die? You're making me even more desperate. Don't say that.
Shu Yun was the most handsome man in our school for 4 years before graduation, and he had countless suitors. He deserves the title for being able to seduce Gu Yanqi. It's all due to his hard work. There's nothing to envy or hate. If you can do it, go for it. Is it Shu Yun? Didn't he just get divorced? Oh my god, the truth is revealed all of a sudden. Forcing the emperor to abdicate? Fighting? Destroying the family? What a show! Shut up, everyone. I've got the kitchen knife, follow me to kill Chu Go. It can be seen that the boys in the school actually don't have many complaints about Gu Yanqi. But when it comes to Chu Yun, everyone wants to kill him as soon as possible. Just kidding. The goddess is high above, and it is beautiful to look up to her. Now that she has come down to earth to give birth to a baby, the culprit must be the mortal who allowed the goddess to come down to earth. It would be really unbearable if I didn't kill him. Of course, most of those college students were just joking around. The more fiercely a boy curses, the less malicious he is. On the contrary, some girls were so full of malice towards Gu Yanqi that it was almost overflowing from the screen. What are the words shameless, pregnant before marriage is shameless, uneducated, morally corrupt, disgraceful to the school and the family. Even some more vicious words will be blocked if they are written. Being the school belle, she is hated by some girls. The common school idol Chu Yun was also involved. You have a good family background, you are beautiful, and you have good grades, so how come you found such an outstanding man? You should just marry a stupid rich second-generation guy. Given your social status, you should form a strong alliance. Why do you have to use your advantages to shatter the dreams of ordinary girls like us? Why do you get all the good things? It's so unfair. On the day when public opinion fermented, some students actually went to major hospitals to block people. The phones of Gu Yanqi and Shu Yun, the two parties involved, were bombarded with messages. Even Xin Yue's phone was bombarded with calls. Of course, they didn't know which hospital Gu Yanqi went to. It just happened to happen, and because Gu Yanqi had been transferred to the special ward, he couldn't see anyone at all. So it won't have any substantial impact on them. This post is in another corner. It set off a huge uproar. In a luxurious villa in the city center, Gu Yanqi's father, Gu Zhengtang, was drinking tea and admiring the flowers in his own garden. This is his habit after dinner. After a day's work, it's time to relax and unwind. Gu Zhengtang's business is neither big nor small. In Shenzhen, where rich people are everywhere, it can be said that it is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. There is still a small goal of having a net worth of more than 10. He was not a very astute businessman, but he had achieved some success simply by relying on his expertise and perseverance. On the contrary, Gu Zhengtang still has a bit of scholarly air. In my spare time, I like playing chess and drinking tea. He also loves reading, is good at calligraphy, is proficient in antiques, and has some knowledge of music. Not only does he like tradition, but he is also quite rigorous and traditional in his behavior. Therefore, family education is also very strict. From childhood to adulthood, Gu Yanqi has never relaxed for a moment, and dared not do anything beyond the limit. Since adulthood, Gu Yanqi has hardly ever been in a relationship. She doesn't go to nightclubs, let alone attend any messy parties. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a well-behaved and sensible daughter. Of course, Gu Yanqi's parents also love and are very satisfied with him. Despite this, Gu Yanqi chose to hide her pregnancy from her family. Because she was almost certain that her father would never accept having a child out of wedlock and would definitely ask her to have an abortion. The love of a father and a mother is greater than anything else, and Gu Yanqi doesn't want to make things difficult for them. When Gu Zhengtang saw an old classmate from Shenzhen University, he sent him a link. Click on Gu Yanqi's post and read it. Asshole. His whole body jumped up instantly. The expensive tea set on the table in front of him was instantly knocked to the ground and smashed into pieces. Veins popped up on his face and he almost died of anger. What's going on? This is? Gu's mother heard the noise and walked into the garden to ask. You, look for yourself. I. Gu Zhengtang pointed at the tablet computer on the table, still feeling unsettled. After reading it, Mother Gu opened her mouth wide, shocked and speechless. My daughter got pregnant and gave birth to triplets? Without making any noise, it has come to this. Let's go. To the hospital. Gu Zhengtang was furious. His mind was in a mess and he just wanted to see his daughter Gu Yanqi first. However, he was stopped by Gu's mother.
Are you trying to scare your daughter to death by going over there like this? Calm down first and calm down, okay? As expected, the one who understands her daughter best is her mother. Our Gu family has been utterly disgraced. I'm going to kill that scumbag. Gu Zhengtang was so angry that his body was shaking. He couldn't help it, he really couldn't help it. She was angry with her daughter Gu Yanxi, but even angrier with Chu Yun. My daughter is so outstanding, so well-behaved, and so filial. I must have been cheated. Shameless, hateful, damnable, bastard, scum. If I don't kill him, I'd be unworthy of being a father. Chapter 19. Gu Yanxi's parents found out and were furious. Although Gu's mother was also in great shock and confusion at this moment. But reason told her not to be impulsive. She yelled at Gu Zhengtang, calm down. If you want to sever your paternal relationship with your daughter, then go ahead. Are you going now, without caring how much harm your daughter will suffer? Which is more important, your face or your daughter? Why did you hide the fact that our daughter was pregnant and had a child from us? Don't you have any idea? Now that things have come to this, do you still have to roast your daughter on the fire? After hearing his wife's scolding, Gu Zhengtang felt as if he had been enlightened and calmed down a little. Yes, my baby girl must have suffered a lot. How much she struggled, how helpless, how much pain she felt. She must have been terrified without her parents by her side. It's all that scumbag's fault, that scumbag. No, I have to kill him. Gu Zhengtang's mind went back to the past, and his anger instantly surged again. My daughter needs our support now, not our trouble. Listen to me, don't go for now. Our Cici is such a well-behaved girl, she will definitely explain it to us, so wait, okay? I'll call her, so just listen to me, okay? Gu Ma advised earnestly. She knew how worried her husband was about their daughter. In fact, her husband loves their daughter more than she does, from the bottom of his heart. She also knew that if she let this father rush forward, he would definitely mess things up. By then, there might really be an irreparable gap between me and my daughter. It's too late to regret. Gu Zhengtang was grabbed tightly by his sleeve by his mother and took a deep breath. Then he took out another cigarette and took a deep puff. After pacing back and forth in the garden for several times, he took out his cell phone. Xiao Lu, please help me check someone. The more detailed the better. Xu Yun, senior counselor at the School of Economics and Trade of Shenzhen University, give it to me as soon as possible. Hang up the phone. Gu Zhengtang still had a gloomy face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Come, have some more pork rib soup. In the luxurious ward. Xu Yun helped Gu Yanxi get down to the ground and walked around twice. Then let her lean against the head of the bed and start feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Now is the time when we need to nourish ourselves, and we should drink nourishing soup every day. It is also to produce more food and water, killing two birds with one stone. Delicious. Gu Yanxi licked the corner of his mouth while drinking, with a look of satisfaction on his face. It is true that pork rib soup tastes good, but it is even more delicious when someone feeds it like this. Everything you drink is sweet. If it tastes good, drink more. Xu Yun had a smile on his face. Seeing that Gu Yanxi was in a good mood, he hesitated for a moment, then asked with concern. Have you read the post on the school forum? Don't take it seriously, just watch the fun. Ha, I didn't expect we'd become celebrities. Xu Yun also saw it half an hour ago because his phone was turned off. There were many missed calls, so he just sent a message to Fong Ping and turned off his phone again. And not long ago, he caught a glimpse of Gu Yanxi turning on his cell phone out of boredom. The class group was going crazy, so it was obviously impossible that no one had seen the post. At that time, Gu Yanxi's face was not very good. I'm really famous now, so many people are scolding me. Gu Yanxi smiled bitterly. She had anticipated this situation. But when it really comes, I still feel a little uncomfortable. However, Xu Yun's nonchalant attitude still made her feel a lot more relaxed. She had no intention of returning to school, so she didn't care about the rumors. She only has eyes for her 3 babies now. It's just a pity that I couldn't graduate successfully. Oh, it's not good to be too outstanding. It will easily make people jealous. Seeing that Gu Yanxi could joke with him, Xu Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued chatting. Why should I be jealous? I don't care about the school bell. It's so boring. Gu Yanxi said nonchalantly. Ha? What I mean is, I'm too good. You kidnapped me, the former school idol. It would be strange if the girls weren't jealous of you. You, stop being so conceited. Being teased unexpectedly again, Gu Yanqi felt both angry and amused. However, Chu Yun's usual humor made her happy again. All the previous worries and unhappiness were instantly swept away. It even seemed to bring her back to that night of the party. That night too, Chu Yun kept making her laugh, and she laughed so happily. A good mood and a better appetite. Gu Yanqi drank a whole bowl of pork rib soup in one breath and felt full. I had already drunk quite a lot an hour ago. Chu Yun put away the table and dishes with satisfaction. After washing, I just came to Gu Yanqi. Shock, shock, shock. There was a call on Gu Yanqi's cell phone. After seeing the caller ID, Gu Yanqi's expression changed immediately. It's Mom calling. She had a very bad feeling. Mom. Gu Yanqi pretended to be calm and answered the phone. The person on the other end was also relieved to see that the call was connected. CC, are you okay? I'm fine, what could happen to me? Hey, we all know. The other side sighed. Gu Yanqi's mood also fell to the bottom, and he couldn't hide it anymore. But she really wasn't ready yet. What else more, now the baby's father has appeared again, and I don't know how to explain it. Are you feeling unwell? Are the babies all right? Who's with you in the hospital now? Is everything okay? How about mommy come over? After sighing, Mother Gu just couldn't contain her concern. How could she, as a mother, not be by her daughter's side when she was giving birth to a baby, a big deal? However, she still needs to seek her daughter's consent. I'm sorry, Mom. Hearing her mother's gentle concern, Gu Yanqi's tears immediately came out. Whoa whoa. The sobbing continued. Cece, don't cry. No matter what happens, Mom will be with you. Hearing her daughter crying, Mother Gu felt sad. It's okay, Mom. I'm fine. You don't have to come over for now. Shinyu has been with me the whole time, and he is also taking care of me in the hospital. The babies are all fine, 2 girls and a boy. Gu Yanqi turned her head and wiped away her tears. Okay then. Don't worry about your dad. He's just old-fashioned and will eventually accept it. Then I'll come see you again in a few days, okay? Mother Gu wanted to come and see it in person no matter what. Good. Gu Yanqi responded softly. She could hear her father's attitude, and naturally she couldn't accept it for a while. You can't blame him. This matter is a bit shameful no matter how you look at it. However, his mother's understanding made Gu Yanqi feel much better. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yanqi looked melancholy. But I didn't feel that uneasy. Don't think too much. Have a good rest. I'm going to give the babies a bath. Chu Yun didn't say much either. It's not appropriate to say much at this time. Let us use our actions to be Gu Yanqi's strongest support. Chapter 20, Discharged from the Hospital. I have a better impression of you. Am I sick? Outside the bathroom of the luxurious inpatient area, Chu Yun and Shinyu pushed the stroller and watched the nurses giving the baby a bath through the large glass. Babies who are a little sensible will usually cry loudly when taking a bath for the first time. But the newborn is too small to understand anything and just sleeps all the time. They didn't even know what they were doing, and the bath was over. Giving your baby a bath is indeed a quick process. Otherwise, you will easily catch a cold. Besides, the baby's body is not dirty and is easy to wash. After washing, disinfect with alcohol or iodine. Let's go. Let's take a shower. Chu Yun excitedly pushed the 3 babies into the bathroom. Others have only 1 person, but I have 3, so I have to show off a lot. Wow, so beautiful. Why are these 3 little babies so adorable? Look at these delicate little features. They haven't even fully grown yet, but they already have a 3-dimensional feel. I wonder what they'll be like when they grow up. The nurse exclaimed half seriously and half exaggeratedly. No, it's mainly because my parents have good genes. Chu Yun was in a very good mood and responded to the nurse's words without any shame. The nurse said this without any temper at all. Some parents like to joke about their genes, but they actually have some self-awareness. The nurses just smiled and agreed. But the parents of this pair of triplets really have good genes. Her appearance and figure are both at the ceiling level. It makes me happy to praise you. The three nurses divided the work and each of them took a baby and put it into the bathtub.
At this time, the three little kids were all sleeping soundly.
That requires a quick and decisive battle.
Wet your body with water, then apply baby shower gel and rub it quickly twice. Rinse it with water, apply some iodine to disinfect it, wipe it dry with a towel immediately, and wrap it in a sheet.
Even if it's done
after washing, it is obviously much whiter than when it was just born.
The skin is white and tender, as smooth as a baby's, and exudes a faint milky fragrance. It makes people salivate. Look at this milky white milky. Oh, it's a pity that the baby is still too young and easily infected with bacteria, otherwise I really want to bite it.
Shu-yun couldn't help but sigh. Shin-yu, who was standing by, curled her lips and said, "Cece is also white and fragrant.
If you see her, don't you want to take a bite too?" No. What's it to you?
Shu did not comment. To be honest, he has been wanting to bite it for a long time.
We are not familiar with each other yet, so take your time. Time flies.
Shu-yun revolves around three kids and their mothers every day, feeling tired but happy.
After the 7th day of hospitalization, the day of discharge finally arrived.
The super luxurious 3-bedroom, 2-living-room ward is certainly comfortable to stay in.
But it's a hospital after all, it's not as comfortable as being at home. Ha, I can finally be discharged from the hospital. Gu Yanxi also stretched lazily in a good mood.
Over the past 7 days, apart from some inconvenience, she has recovered remarkably well. Now I just hope to finish the confinement period as soon as possible and recover my physical strength as soon as possible.
You can also go out to find a job earlier and return to normal life.
These days, Mrs. Gu has been saying that she is worried and wants to come see her. If it had been before, Gu Yanxi would not have insisted on not giving in. But when she thought of the presence of Chu Yun, she politely declined. He said he would go home when he was ready. Fortunately, I send messages to my mother every day and share photos of the babies.
Mrs. Gu wouldn't be so worried anymore.
The only thing that made Gu Yanxi uncomfortable was that her father Gu Zhengtang still ignored her and was probably still angry.
Forget it.
It's my fault after all, I have to take responsibility for it myself.
I didn't think about it anymore. Gu Yanxi got out of bed and put on his clothes.
I pinched my waistline with my hand.
How can I say it? It's still perfect, but it's obviously a little more fleshy.
Not only did she not exercise, but she also ate all kinds of nutritious food every day, and she lost weight instantly after giving birth to her baby.
There is actually a tendency to climb up. It is said that most mothers will gain weight after giving birth. She doesn't want to. Yeah, am I fatter than before I got pregnant? Gu Yanxi frowned slightly and looked at Xinyu.
Xinyu raised her eyebrows and smiled. I don't know if I've gained weight, but I'm definitely more charming.
What? You're still saying that I'm fat? Gu Yanxi said angrily. What does Xinyu know?
From our men's perspective, this is called perfection reaching a higher level.
Shu Yun also joked at the right time. He no longer feels embarrassed when he says such things. Gu Yanxi was no longer so embarrassed.
Gu Yanxi curled his lips slightly and refuted Shu Yun. Anyone who believes this kind of nonsense from you men is a fool.
You're not stupid, how come you're the mother of my child? Shu Yun didn't give in at all. You think I want to? Don't you want to? I do. Shu Yun continued to be shameless. Xinyu couldn't bear to listen any longer. Teacher Chu.
Where's your face? Where's your face? At this point, I can't just take advantage of you and act like a good kid.
I'd rather not have this face. After saying that, Shu Yun gave Gu Yanxi a wicked smile. Gu Yanxi quickly turned his face away, feeling a little shy.
But it's more of an eyesore. It is true that Chu Yun is gentle, considerate, sunny, handsome, and humorous. I didn't expect that he was so reserved.
Oh my god, I actually like him even more. What to do? Am I sick? And Xinyu saw an indescribable expression on Gu Yanxi's slightly red face. I feel terrible.
My heart felt like it had been hit by a critical hit of 10,000 points. However, she quickly adjusted herself and gave these two shameless people a slap on the head.
Teacher Chu, you said before that you wanted Cece to live with you temporarily.
Where do you live? The apartments we both rent are not big.
Yours seems small too, right?
Xinyu knew that Chu Yun and Huang Ting had previously rented a small house. Even if the house could accommodate her, she didn't want Gu Yanxi to live there.
Stay at my place.
Shu Yun was just about to say that he had rented a villa near the school and there was no problem.
Shin Yu couldn't help but object. No. Cece is a bit of a germaphobe.
She doesn't like living in a place where other women have lived, sleeping in other people's beds, and using other people's toilets.
It has to be a new home. Now, Gu Yanqi had to feel embarrassed.
Originally, she had always been concerned about this matter in her heart. In fact, at the beginning, she was also concerned about Chu Yun, a married man. Gu Yanqi's view on love and marriage still remains at the stage of "you are my only one, and I am your only one." This uniqueness includes both emotions and body.
Double knot? Maybe.
Of course, after her unexpected pregnancy, she never actually thought about falling in love again. But the child's father happened to show up. She didn't intend for anything to happen between them, she just wanted the babies to have a father. However, over the past few days, she has developed a good impression of Chu Yun.
But even if she has a good impression, it doesn't mean she can accept another woman.
When Gu Yanqi thought of the scene of Chu Yun and Huang Ting entangled with each other, he inexplicably felt a little overwhelmed. Although that woman has become a thing of the past. Although she also knows that to embrace the future, she must let go of the past. But it just makes me uncomfortable.
Shin Yu's outspoken words are so embarrassing. Misophobia, is that the kind of misophobia I'm thinking of? Does it mean Chu Lan? Shu Yun was a little confused and didn't really know what Gu Yanqi cared about. Hearing this, Gu Yanqi quickly covered his face. The further we ran, the more awkward it became. What can she say? That's not what I meant.
Shin Yu was also confused.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I am married, not a virgin, that's undeniable. But if I say, that was my first time, would you believe me? Shu Yun decided to go all out. Chapter 21. That was also my first time. Living in a luxurious villa. Gu Yanqi and Shin Yu were both stunned for a moment.
It's true that women will be silent when they hear this, and men will cry. If what Chu Yun said was true, then he and Huang Ting did that after they got married. It turns out that Teacher Chu is such a traditional person?
Shin Yu felt like she had missed out on hundreds of millions. My first time is still here. Gu Yanqi suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation and relief in his heart, which was really inexplicable.
It turns out that this is our first time to each other. The three of them looked at each other and fell into a brief silence.
If you don't believe it, forget it. That's not the point. I rented a new house near the school. It's quite big and can accommodate me. Let's go there. Shu Yun quickly changed the subject. I believe it. Gu Yanqi suddenly responded in a low voice.
Then there was another awkward silence. Shu Yun felt that this was a large-scale social death scene.
He really regrets it. Why did he say this? Whoever says this will be socially ruined.
Shu Yun didn't say anything, but went to his room to pack his things silently. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he called his best friend Fong Ping. He only told Fong Ping about his recent stay in the hospital with Gu Yanqi. I also asked him to help buy some things in the rented villa, including some maternal and child supplies.
Ping, have you bought everything?
We'll be discharged this afternoon.
Shu Yun dialed the phone. Buy everything, buy everything. Are you the dad or am I the dad? It's a mess.
Diapers, wipes, cotton towels, as well as cribs, strollers, walkers, and toys, everything is here. If I don't find a woman and have a baby soon, I'll be wasting all the valuable experience I've accumulated from buying these things. After Fong Ping complained for a few words, he turned around and said with a playful smile.
Hey, Brother Yun. I'll be able to see my sister-in-law soon? Damn, the campus beauty Gu has become my sister-in-law. It's like a dream. Brother Yun, you're awesome, so awesome. I, Fong Ping, never submit to anyone except you.
Shu Yun cursed. Stop talking nonsense.
Drive my car to the inpatient parking lot at 3 p.m. No problem, I'll be there on time. Fong Ping also went to pick up the BMW X7 that Shu Yun won in the system lottery.
Fortunately, it is a 7-seater car, otherwise there would not be enough room. Now, Gu Yanqi and I sat in the back 2 rows to take care of the 3 little kids. Shin Yu sat in the passenger seat and Fong Ping was the driver. There will definitely be some things that can't be put in, so just put them all in that broken fit car.
Let Fong Ping drive away again, perfect. 2:40 p.m. Fong Ping arrived early.
Shu Yun took him to the special ward on the 5th floor of the inpatient department.
When Fang Ping saw Gu Yanxi, he was completely dumbfounded. Damn! My sister-in-law is really as beautiful as her reputation says.
She's so beautiful she has no friends.
She's so beautiful right after giving birth.
If it were any other time, she would have blinded my eyes.
Brother Yun is so lucky.
Speaking of which, Fang Ping is Chu Yun's college classmate and best friend. Strictly speaking, he is also a senior of Gu Yanxi's class. Of course, he had only heard of the school beauty's name but didn't know her.
Can you please speak more politely? Aren't you ashamed of doing this in front of two schoolmates?
Shu Yun killed Fang Ping with his eyes and scolded him.
Yes, I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I'm used to it and can't stop. Damn. Fang Ping apologized, then immediately realized he had cursed. Then he smiled awkwardly and said to Xinyu beside him, "This is my junior sister Xinyu, right? Oh my god, it's beautiful too. Ah. I'm sorry, look at my stinky mouth. Xinyu and Gu Yanxi. Where did Chu Yun get this weird friend? Is he also our senior? I would love to have a senior like this even if I die." After a brief greeting,
Chu Yun and Fang Ping quickly packed the bags and took them to the trunk of the car.
Seeing the brand new BMW X7, Gu Yanxi and Xinyu didn't care too much.
They thought it was Fang Ping's car. After all, Chu Yun's broken Fit was parked next to it. Besides, they are both beautiful, rich and white, and they have seen all kinds of nice cars. Xinyu supported Gu Yanxi, while Chu Yun and Fang Ping held the 3 babies and got into the car.
As soon as I left the hospital, I felt the air become fresher.
The car drove smoothly out of the hospital and soon arrived at a tree-lined avenue. Across the boulevard, there is a forest park next to it and a large lake in the center of the city. The villa that Chu Yun rented was located in a villa community on the lakeside.
The scenery is charming and the environment is elegant. It is quiet when you go out and prosperous when you come in. The most important thing is that it is very close to Shenzhen University. Chu Yunji also chose to rent a villa next to the school.
Firstly, he is most familiar with this area and has some feelings for it. Secondly, Xinyu is still in school, so it is convenient for her to come and visit. In addition, Chu Yun still hopes that Gu Yanxi can return to school to retake credits and strive for a successful graduation. Otherwise, it might be a lifelong regret for Gu Yanxi. In this way, it would be convenient to take care of the 3 little kids near the school. The car slowly drove into the community. We stopped in front of a villa facing the lake. After getting out of the car, I looked around at the exquisite garden surrounded by green trees and fragrant flowers.
Looking at this 3-story lakeside villa, Gu Yanxi and Xinyu were both shocked.
In fact, they noticed it when they entered the community gate.
This is an established luxury residential complex in Shenzhen.
The rent won't come down unless it's at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan.
Teacher Chu, did you win the lottery?
A lot of tickets. Is your relative the director? Xinyu said with a look of disbelief. Chu Yun spent 30,000 to 40,000 yuan in the hospital, which was very generous. Well, for Gu Yanxi and the babies, the money was well spent and I can accept it.
What the hell is a villa for rent? This isn't how hidden rich second generations spend money. What a mess.
It's over 20,000 yuan a month, and the owner spent a long time renovating.
Everything inside is still pretty new. Chu Yun nodded and smiled. Gu Yanxi was also a little nervous.
This house is so luxurious, it is beyond her expectations.
Doesn't Chu Yun only make a few thousand yuan a month as a counselor? Didn't Huang Ting divorce Chu Yun because she disliked his poverty? Where did he get so much money? You're not trying to be too proud of yourself, right? There's no need for that. But why do I feel so happy and proud in my heart?
Although Chu Yun was poor, he was willing to rent a luxurious villa for her and the babies to recuperate after her birth.
Should I say him? So contradictory and confusing. Junior Xinyu, right? Who are you looking down on?
My brother Yun is an outstanding graduate of the previous class of Shenzhen University.
He made many innovative inventions when he was in school.
It's just that he's indifferent to fame and fortune and doesn't exchange those things for money. Making money is the easiest thing for my brother Yun.
Fang Ping jumped up and said proudly.
This was the reason Chu Yun told him.
It's half true and half false.
Chu Yun did make some innovative inventions when he was in school. But to say that it has great commercial value is a bit of an exaggeration. Huang Ting was willing to marry Chu Yun because she saw in Chu Yun a potential stock. Unfortunately, he kept diving and was submerged. Even Fong Ping was skeptical about this reason. But it is true that Chu Yun bought luxury cars and rented luxurious villas, and they were all spent with real money.
Really, it seems our teacher Chu is actually a treasure boy. A real treasure, the kind that's worth a lot of money.
Xin Yu curled her lips and believed it a little.
Money is just external possessions, how can it be as important as family? Okay, let's go inside and talk.
Chu Yun smiled, picked up Debeo and led the way into the villa.
Several people frowned wildly. Damn, this bitch is really tricked by him. Chapter 22. You've already given birth to a child, why are you still shy?
Finished moving the things,
Chu Yun took Gu Yanxi directly to the master bedroom suite on the second floor.
We will live in this room from now on,
Chu Yun said calmly. We? Gu Yanxi's heart was pounding. Chu Yun grinned, yeah, otherwise, if we don't live in the same room, how can we take care of the baby in the middle of the night? She's the school belle, so easy to seduce. Chu Yun is very proud of it. Can we live separately?
I see there's a small bedroom next to it, I can live there.
Things were developing too fast and Gu Yanxi was a little panicked. She was not ready to share a room with Chu Yun. Living in the same room means sleeping in the same bed, right? Sleeping together, isn't it? No. What are you thinking about? The small bedroom next door is mine. There's nothing I can do. I don't want to give it to you, so you just have to live in this room. But if we separate, it's really inconvenient to take care of the baby at night. Chu Yun showed a distressed expression. Gu Yanxi immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh, he was teased by her again. But it is indeed inconvenient.
With 3 babies, neither Chu Yun nor Gu Yanxi could handle it alone. Moreover, Gu Yanxi is still in confinement and has difficulty moving around.
Whenever Gu Yanxi has any small matter, he needs someone to help him. Especially in the middle of the night, you have to run to the next door to wake people up, which is really troublesome. Chu Yun thought to himself that he had to go home in the next 2 days and call his mother over.
What's going on? You and your sister-in-law are going to live separately? You've already given birth to a child and have done everything before, so why are you still shy? Wouldn't it be more convenient to sleep together? Sister-in-law, are you worried that Brother Yun will get possessed by the golden bug? What are you thinking about? He's still in confinement after giving birth, what can he possibly do?
Fong Ping, who was carrying a large bag of diapers upstairs, heard the conversation between the two. He expressed his opinion with great confusion.
No. Gu Yanxi's face turned red with embarrassment. No? No what? Fong Ping continued to be confused. No. Sister-in-law.
Gu Yanxi held her breath for a long time, and protested in a low voice against Fong Ping's address to her.
Chu Yun almost laughed out loud. This little girl is so cute. Fong Ping called him that the moment they met, and you're only retorting now? What's the point? Okay, sister-in-law. Fong Ping was also a little slow to react. At this time, Xin Yu came over from another bedroom on the second floor.
He also offered an assist. Fong Ping is right.
Although I have a room on the second floor, it's still not as convenient as any other room.
Besides, I've been busy with my thesis and defense lately.
I've already taken a week off, so I need to catch up.
So, Cici, I may not have much time to take care of you. Let teacher Chu live in the master bedroom.
It's safer this way. You don't want anything to happen to the baby in the middle of the night, do you? Fong Ping protested. Hey, calling me senior, how could what I said be wrong? Why are you saying more?
Xin Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Gu Yanxi seriously.
Gu Yanxi was a little embarrassed. This.
But she also knew that if she insisted any further, it would be unreasonable. For the sake of the baby, I had to nod in agreement. Teacher Chu, there's only one bed in the master bedroom, so take care of your third leg.
Xin Yu suddenly turned around and warned Chu Yun. Chu Yun ignored this silly woman. She was mentally ill and knew a lot. But I was secretly delighted.
My wound hurts a little, help me lie down first.
Gu Yanxi looked uncomfortable.
Chu Yun quickly reached out and helped her lie down.
In April in the southern city, the weather is already a bit hot.
But today there was a cool breeze, neither cold nor hot, so Gu Yanxi just lay down in a loose jumpsuit.
No need to turn on the air conditioner or cover yourself with a blanket. Shu-yun pushed the 3 baby carriages to the window and opened the curtains. The bright sunshine slanted down and filled the room in an instant. Shu-yun used soft cloth strips to cover the eyes of the 3 little kids and let them bask in the sun. All 3 babies developed jaundice without exception. Just like when I was a child, it is indeed hereditary. It's been exactly 1 week now, which is when the jaundice is at its worst. You should get more sun exposure. I estimate that the jaundice will disappear on its own in a few days. The golden afternoon sunlight hit the 3 little kids, as if they were covered with a layer of golden light. They have fair and tender skin. Under the reflection of this layer of golden light, it appears more delicate, soft, and has a bit more texture. The delicate skin of a baby is what every adult woman dreams of. No matter how high-end luxury cosmetics you use, it is impossible to achieve this effect. This is the most primitive tenderness of life. Shu-yun was fascinated by it. Not long after everything was arranged, Shin-yu and Fong-ping left. No matter how good a friend is, he or she still has his or her own things to do. In the end, only Chu-yun and Gu Yanqi were left in this huge house. The babies didn't cry, and it felt like everything suddenly became quiet. This was the first time Gu Yanqi was alone with Chu-yun. There are only the 2 of them, which means that Gu Yanqi has to ask Chu-yun for help in everything he does. For example, feeding, changing pads, and even going to the toilet. Only then did Gu Yanqi realize the seriousness of the matter, and his face suddenly turned hot. I was so careless. There was more to make Gu Yanqi feel embarrassed. During the 1 week of hospitalization, she did not take a shower or wash her hair, but Shin-yu helped her wipe it every day. She might have a bad smell. Maybe Chu-yun has already smelled it. Maybe he already dislikes it, but he just doesn't say it. And I look so disheveled and haggard, I guess I must be so ugly. Countless thoughts intertwined in Gu Yanqi's mind. She was going crazy. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shu-yun saw Gu Yanqi frowning and asked with concern. Oh, nothing, the flowers are pretty. Gu Yanqi looked at the orchid pot on the windowsill and smiled awkwardly. There's a tension of being exposed. This tension stimulates an invisible force from the body. She wants to go to the bathroom. Although she can walk now, she cannot go to the toilet alone without Chu-yun's support. If one loses his balance and falls, it will be no joke. In the hospital, Shin-yu accompanied him to the bathroom. Shin-yu helps with anything that requires skin contact and exposure. And now, Chu-yun is the only one by her side, she has no choice. Let me help you to the bathroom. It's time to clean up after you're done. Chu-yun keenly noticed that Gu Yanqi couldn't help but shake the quilt gently just now. Without saying a word, he walked over and helped her up. I entered the bathroom and slowly sat on the toilet. Gu Yanqi blushed the whole time. And the wound still hurts a little. The moment I sat down, a tearing sensation spread throughout my body. She could only stand on tiptoe to relieve the pain. In this way, she couldn't stand on her own and had to ask Chu-yun for support. But how can she take it off if she is supported like this? There was no other way. Chu-yun had to put his hands under Gu Yanqi's armpits from behind and support her. Only then did Gu Yanqi bend down with difficulty and go down. Then release it to your heart's content. Chu-yun could turn his head and look towards the ceiling, but he couldn't see anything. But his hands were tied and he couldn't cover his ears. The sound of the soft and gentle rain can naturally be heard clearly. Ah, Gu Yanqi felt like he was socially dead. Intermittent. The society was dead for nearly 20 seconds. So long. Chapter 23, Being in the Same Room. No evil thoughts, right? Gu Yanqi could only comfort himself that it was not a big one. Otherwise it would be a public execution. After it's applied, it disappears at the speed of light in 1 second. His face had already turned as red as a date. That's not right. Chu-yun shook his head in confusion. Ha? What's wrong? Gu Yanqi was panicked and even a little scared. At this moment, what on earth did Chu-yun want to say? They say fairies' farts are fragrant, and fairies' rain is like sweet dew. Isn't that normal? Gu Yanqi didn't want to talk and didn't want to pay attention to this kind of person. Ah, so annoying. After Chu-yun helped Gu Yanqi lie down, he poured a basin of warm water. Then I took out the medicine prescribed by the hospital for cleaning certain areas. Come on, wash up. Chu-yun said calmly. Ah.
Seeing those medicines, Gu Yanxi understood that the doctor had reminded him of this. But at that time, she thought it was Xinyu who helped. I never thought that the situation would be like this now. What? Are you going to wash through your pants? Shu Yun urged with a strong heart. See, can I wash myself? Gu Yanxi felt like the sky was falling. I was just listening to the sound just now, but now I want to wash it? Of course it's fine if you can wash it yourself. But the problem is, you have to use your hands to support your body, and you can't open your arms too wide, otherwise there's a risk of them splitting. Didn't you listen carefully when the doctor said this? It's really nothing. As long as you don't think too much about it, I won't have any evil thoughts. Shu Yun said with a solemn oath. Before Gu Yanxi's cesarean section, her cervix was nearly 7 fingers dilated. There is a real risk. Moreover, Shu Yun had seen and experienced it after all. No matter how beautiful Gu Yanxi's place is, it is worth appreciating and savoring. This is not appropriate at this time, and it won't happen. Just like a doctor facing a patient, he only sees responsibility and the matter itself. You hold me up, I'll wash it myself. Gu Yanxi still couldn't accept it and expressed her last stubbornness. Shu Yun also expressed his understanding and nodded. Bring a stool over and put the basin room in place. Then he placed his hands behind Gu Yanxi's waist and lifted her up like a baby. Gu Yanxi took off his inner clothes again, then quickly picked up handfuls of medicine and rinsed them continuously. Fortunately, Shu Yun had his back to her and could not see anything. After washing, Gu Yanxi lay down heavily, feeling exhausted. Keeping stiff movements and moving continuously is really unbearable for the body. Shu Yun quietly poured out the water and packed up his things. It's quite full and feels good. Shu Yun looked at Gu Yanxi and smiled mischievously. Still talking. Didn't you say you had no evil thoughts? No evil thoughts, and Gu Yanxi is going crazy. Today she was not only socially dead, it was like she was being whipped repeatedly. Did I misjudge the person? I mean, this banana, do you want to eat it? Shu Yun actually held a banana in his hand and shook it proudly. You, get out of here. Even with Gu Yanxi's ladylike temperament, she couldn't hold it in anymore at this moment. He started swearing, grabbed a pillow and threw it at Shu Yun. I must beat this guy to death. I'm going to check on the babies. Shu Yun caught the flying pillow and took the opportunity to escape. Just enough, don't overdo it, there are plenty of opportunities. At this time, the 3 little kids had just finished their meal and were still sleeping soundly. Shu Yun took off the diaper as a routine check. I haven't defecated and the urine output is not much, so there is no need to change it. Sleeping so soundly, so cute. It's okay now, I just eat and sleep. In a few months, they'll start to make trouble and won't be so easy to take care of. Shu Yun sighed with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Gu Yanxi couldn't help but sigh. Yes, Shu Yun has done a great job taking care of the baby these days. If you don't know, you might think he has experience as a nanny, being careful and considerate. Even Gu Yanxi himself felt inferior to him and was definitely not as good as him in leading the class. In a few months, I will be out of confinement. I am still here. Besides, at that time, you will have one less burden to take care of, so it should be easier. It's just that during the confinement period, I'm afraid it will be very hard. I have to take care of 4 people, 1 big and 3 small. He's busy with us all day long. Gu Yanxi spoke in a gentle voice. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. You really quit your job? Gu Yanxi looked at Shu Yun and asked. Well, I said I would concentrate on taking care of you. Shu Yun nodded indifferently. You really quit? Well, without a job, the income. Shu Yun quit his job for her, which made Gu Yanxi a little worried. Shu Yun spent lavishly, staying in a luxurious ward and renting a luxury villa, and he must have spent most of his savings. Maybe he'll even ask his family for it. Since it has come to this, she certainly can't say much. Because before she got pregnant, her family was wealthy and she spent money lavishly. I didn't feel anything at that time. But things are different now, and she has to quickly adapt to the role of mother. And she has already realized that she does not need to rely on her family. Therefore, we must consider the issue of income and expenditure. Since she became pregnant, Gu Yanxi has changed her spending habits as a young lady. Regardless of whether Shu Yun has money or not, she is willing to work hard and take on the responsibility together. But both of them are unemployed now, this is not a long-term solution.
How about we return this villa? It's too luxurious. Without a source of income, you have to save money. Gu Yanqi thought about it and put forward his own suggestion. That's impossible. I've already paid 2 months' deposit. If I cancel the lease, I'll lose 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. Chu Yun denied. At the same time, I felt a sense of emotion and relief. A young lady with a net worth of over 10 billion feels that renting a house is too luxurious. Good girl. Gu Yanqi nodded distressfully. It was indeed a waste. Sorry. I don't have much money on hand. Previously, it was only enough for hospital expenses and a few months' expenses. I don't know if it will be enough. There's probably a little over 30,000 left. As for my family, I don't plan on asking them for it yet. I'm sorry. Gu Yanqi hesitated. She has already started to consider that if it really doesn't work, she will bow to her father. Principles are important, but we cannot drag Chu Yun down and cause him to lose everything. After all, it is you who want to give birth to the child. Really? You still have so many. It's really hard for you. Let me see how much savings I have. Chu Yun opened his phone and started to think. I have a little over 1,000 on Taobao and WeChat, but not much. 3 banknotes. This one is not used often. It has a value of $2,356. This is my salary card. It's pretty good. It has over 20,000 yuan. Let me see the remaining one. Hearing that there was only more than 20,000 yuan in Chu Yun's salary card, Gu Yanqi frowned slightly. Chu Yun has been working for less than a year, and it is considered good that he has saved more than 20,000 yuan. But it's just a drop in the bucket. Just now Fang Ping seemed to have said that Chu Yun had other income? Is there? This one is not bad, I still have 150,000 in savings. Chu Yun said with a smile. The system gave him 200,000 yuan, he had more than 30,000 yuan in savings, and he spent more than 80,000 yuan, just right. 150,000? There are so many more? Chapter 24, Calling the Child Dad? You are. Hearing the amount Chu Yun said. Gu Yanqi's almond-shaped eyes were stunned, very surprised. As a genuine rich girl, she has seen a lot of money. At her 18th birthday ceremony, her father gave her a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan, which is still parked in the garage of their villa. Most of the things I wear and use on a daily basis are brand names. The most expensive bag also cost more than 10,000 yuan, but she sold it later. A mere 150,000 yuan was not worth mentioning at all. But, for Gu Yanqi now, this is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. If you use it sparingly, it can at least last for a few more months. This money, you earned it yourself, right? I don't mean anything else. I mean, I can make money with you. It would be a lie to say that I have no doubts. Gu Yanqi was really a little worried that Chu Yun would not give himself and the baby's rich treatment. Use credit cards, online loans, and so on. That would be a waste of time. Otherwise. Don't worry, I'm not interested in pretending to be rich and powerful when I don't have money. I won't joke about the baby's rations either. I have ways to make money, and I know a little bit about investing. I know my limits. Chu Yun said with a firm gaze and an expression that left no room for doubt. The sentence, I can make money with you. It was enough to make him have no regrets even if he lost everything. I understand. However, investing is risky, so it's better to be cautious. Gu Yanqi chose to believe Chu Yun. There was still a hint of admiration in her beautiful eyes. Chu Yun is a reserved, flirtatious person who has a bit of a heavy taste. But after all, he is steady and reliable, and can distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Or, I'll give you the money and let you manage it. What you said makes so much sense. I'm really afraid that one day I'll suddenly get carried away and lose all my money. Then our family of 5 will have to go drink Northwest. Chu Yun smiled happily and took the opportunity to flirt with her again. No. Your money has nothing to do with me. Just give it to the babies. Gu Yanqi was really convinced that he couldn't give Chu Yun any hint. Once he gets a taste of success, this guy will become more and more demanding. Taste, has he tasted it? Ah. Gu Yanqi suddenly realized that he had been thinking in the wrong direction, and blushed. If you don't want it, then don't. Why are you blushing?
Shu Yun was puzzled.
No, nothing. Gu Yanqi was powerless to explain.
Fortunately, at this moment, a thunder suddenly sounded.
The second young lady burst into tears.
Then it triggered a chain reaction, and the eldest daughter and the third brother responded one after another. The three cries rose and fell one after another, sometimes high and sometimes low, intertwined like a concerto.
Shu Yun rushed over quickly. Start preparing diapers, milk powder and bottles quickly. The second young lady pulled, it's her again.
But it happened to be dinner time, and if one person started crying, everyone would cry too.
Let's make the milk powder first. I don't have any milk now.
Gu Yanqi supported his thing with both hands, feeling a little helpless.
The scale is still majestic, much larger than before the birth of the baby. But it was empty inside. 3 milk-eating beasts, built together, are very scary. Okay, I'll make some soup later to replenish your ammunition. Shu Yun went to prepare the milk powder with a smile. In fact, after Gu Yanqi successfully started breastfeeding, her milk supply was very abundant.
If it's just one kid, it's more than enough to eat.
After finishing the left side, there is still the right side, and you even need to squeeze it out. Even if it is twins, it can basically be satisfied.
But 3 is a bit stretched.
Last time, the 3 kids drained her dry. It's only been 2 hours, so it's normal that the milk supply is not full.
So it is necessary to supplement with milk powder. But the 3 babies are used to drinking breast milk and are a little resistant to formula. Even though they are only a few days old, they already have strong personalities. They can clearly tell the difference between breast milk and formula, and will not eat if the formula is changed.
Even a new bottle and nipple.
They could all sense the difference and refuse to nurse.
How about we say they are half angel and half devil? This is no ordinary service.
Shu Yun struggled for a long time before he finally force-fed the eldest daughter and third brother some milk powder.
Let's eat our hunger first. The most difficult one is still the second young lady.
He refused to eat no matter what and kept moving his mouth back and forth. He has a very unique personality.
Usually, Gu Yanqi would give special treatment to the second young lady. Maybe she was really too hungry.
After being stubborn for a few times, the second young lady finally took a few bites reluctantly. Once he got used to it, he started to sip it in big gulps.
The second young lady also has the biggest appetite and is the #1 troublemaker.
Shu Yun was in a state of panic as he had to deal with 3 babies at the same time.
But everything is under control.
When it comes to taking care of triplets, his experience is quite useful.
After all, except for professional babysitters, how could ordinary people have such an opportunity? Gu Yanqi lay on the bed, watching Chu Yun's tall figure busying around.
The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a happy and sweet arc.
Could it be that he is really the one destined to be his? Or rather, it's his words, okay? To be honest, Gu Yanqi has quite high requirements for his significant other. First of all, we are in tune with each other and have a common language.
This seems simple, but it is actually very difficult.
After all, true love is rare these days. Putting aside this prerequisite, let us talk about it in a rigid way. Shu Yun seems to be able to satisfy. She has good looks, a good figure, good character, good attitude, responsibility, heart, and talent. She can even cook and is great at taking care of babies. Thinking about it this way, it seems that Chu Yun is the only one. Alas! Man proposes, God disposes. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Maybe, love has come. I might really fall into his hands. But, it's also pretty good. He.
Gu Yanqi smiled, and his eyes were attracted by Chu Yun's figure again. After feeding the baby with milk powder, Chu Yun changed the diaper again. I had to hold them and coax them to sleep before they all fell asleep. At this time, Chu Yun was already sweating profusely.
It's even harder than fighting a war. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Yanqi looked at Chu Yun with a slight hint of shyness, feeling genuinely satisfied. What are you thanking me for? It's all talk and no action. Chu Yun disagreed. Then, what do you want to do? Gu Yanqi seemed to understand something. What can I do?
Chu Yun's mind immediately became active, but he also felt a little depressed. But he quickly made amends. If you really think I'm working too hard, just call me
Dad. The child's father? What's your name? The old farmer and the old woman? You are already like this, what are you still shouting? Gu Yanqi couldn't bring himself to call out such a cheesy name. Really? Then should I just call him husband? Shu Yun thought seriously. No. It's not even. Oh my. How could you be like this? I was so touched just now, but now it's all gone. Gu Yanqi pouted her lips and turned her face away. Oh my god, this guy is so offensive. I can't handle it at all. Chapter 25, We Kissed. I'm really not a scumbag. Oh, playing hard to get. Shu Yun doesn't buy it. Can being touched be eaten? I want tangible benefits. What's wrong with yelling? It's just moving your mouth. It won't cost you a piece of meat. In your current state, you can only move your mouth. Do you really expect me to serve me tea and water, or give me a back massage? That's obviously impossible, and you can't do anything else with your mouth. Shu Yun said this with a completely bully-like face and without any shame. Gu Yanqi was choked. He stammered and couldn't say anything. I completely underestimated the shamelessness of this scoundrel. Shu Yun shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Don't be angry, it's just a joke. When you have the ability, it won't be too late to sympathize with my hard work. I'm waiting. For now, forget it. Okay, I'm going to cook. It's almost 10 days since the baby was born. I can eat some pork kidneys and other things. I'm going to make stir-fried pork liver, stir-fried pork heart, and pork trotter peanut soup. Shu Yun also began to play hard to get. And Gu Yanqi is still angry. Why can't I get some substantial benefits? What do you mean you only have one mouth? What is wrong with having only one mouth? I just want to leave you speechless. Wait a minute, come here. Gu Yanqi called Shu Yun. What's the matter? Do you want me to call you husband? Don't force it. Shu Yun turned around and walked over with an indifferent look on his face. Come closer and sit on the edge of the bed. Gu Yanqi clenched his sleeves tightly, almost tearing his clothes apart with nervousness. But she is stubborn and will never give up. If you have something to say, tell me quickly. Shu Yun pretended to be impatient. Buji. Unexpectedly. Gu Yanqi believes that speed is the most important thing in war. He suddenly put his face close to Shu Yun and kissed him. After the kiss, he quickly pulled back and buried his head in his chest. The expression is shy, but secretly a little proud. What do you think? You didn't expect that my mouth can do this? Oh, you're serious. I'm not prepared at all, so that doesn't count. At least I have to be mentally prepared. So fragrant and sweet. Shu Yun must press forward. This is the last time. Gu Yanqi was a little overwhelmed. I mustered up the courage and kissed her again. This time the stay was slightly longer, more than 2 seconds. The benefits were so good and the feeling was so great that Shu Yun couldn't help but want more. He subconsciously put his mouth close to hers, but Gu Yanqi successfully avoided it. As expected, all men are pigs and have no good intentions. You're okay, why are you like this? Gu Yanqi became angry out of shame. Well, now that we've kissed, calling me husband isn't too much, right? Shu Yun continued to cross the road. Gu Yanqi felt his face burning, completely under Shu Yun's control. This is not excessive. You are all being too arrogant. Forget it, it has come to this, just surrender. Husband. Gu Yanqi spoke very quickly, his voice as thin as a mosquito's. Shu Yun heard it, but not completely, so he was still willing to do so. Come on, you're the baby's mother, can your voice be hundreds of times quieter than the baby's? You're so annoying. Gu Yanqi was on the verge of shyness and collapse. I just risked my life and shouted loudly, my husband. Although, there is not much tenderness in the voice at this moment. But Shu Yun still felt comfortable listening to it. Well. You yelled very well. I'll yell again next time. Shu Yun said with satisfaction. Gu Yanqi snorted softly, next time. Go and dream on. How could that be? If you marry me, won't you be able to call me that every day? There was a hint of temptation in Shu Yun's joking words. He wasn't joking when he said this. Who would want to marry you? You're getting married right after your divorce, and you're not afraid of what people will say. You're so shameless. When suddenly talking about this, Gu Yanqi looked shy. Can you please stop discriminating against us remarried men? What's wrong with remarriage? Can't I pursue my own happiness after my second marriage?
Shu Yun looked aggrieved. In fact, it is not a problem for a man to remarry, as long as he has a lot of money.
Not to mention Gu Yanxi.
A super white, rich and beautiful girl like her, even if she has given birth to a child. There are still countless dogs licking her ass.
If the two of them really get married, it would be a natural thing to do. I'm not targeting divorced men, I'm just targeting you.
Gu Yanxi pursed her lips and blurted out.
I felt like I had finally won against Chu Yun in the verbal battle. How satisfying. You're right, then I won't marry you anyway, seriously. Getting 3 kids for free, isn't that great?
There was no way Chu Yun would let her succeed.
You, scumbag. Gu Yanxi groaned. Chu Yun was confused. Why is he a scumbag? Marry you, you think I am a second marriage. If you don't marry him, you will call him a scumbag. Ha, women also have big pig hooves. Okay, I'm serious. Gu Yanxi, we already have 3 babies, so we really need to consider getting married. And sooner rather than later.
Seeing that Gu Yanxi didn't seem to reject him in his heart, Chu Yun said seriously. It's not that he doesn't want to cultivate feelings, but he still has to show his willingness. Through these few days of short interactions, he has already determined his goal.
That is to marry Gu Yanxi.
He is a fool if he doesn't want to beat his ex-wife Huang Ting in every aspect.
I'll think about it.
Let's wait until I recover, then we can take care of the baby together and earn money to support the family.
Gu Yanxi also replied seriously.
I really didn't expect that we would reach the stage of discussing marriage. Although the relationship is not yet there, the family ties are established first, and the marriage is entered into first, and then it is managed step by step.
That should be possible, right? Unconsciously, Gu Yanxi found himself falling into it.
She was a girl with no experience in love, and with the bond of a baby, it was hard for her not to have preconceived ideas.
Okay, if you want to get married, there's nothing in my family that would prevent you from doing so.
My parents absolutely disliked that guy and were so against it, but I still got married. Now that I'm married for the second time, I'm worthless. And since we have a baby, they won't object.
No. If they saw you, they would probably beg you to marry me. Ha, my parents really can. Shu Yun laughed. Oh. My family is a little complicated, but my mom is fine. She's always supported me unconditionally. It's mainly about my dad. He's already mad about having a baby.
He's very old-fashioned, and maybe things like getting married with a baby make him feel less ashamed.
But I know he loves me the most.
I'm afraid the requirements for my future half are not that low.
Even if you're the baby's father, it's not easy to get through this. You have to be mentally prepared. At this moment, Gu Yanxi was actually worried about Chu Yun. What a good wife. It's okay. If I can get past you, why should I be worried about not being able to get past my father-in-law? You are the campus beauty that only appears once in 4,000 years in Shenzhen University. Isn't it harder to marry you than to ascend to heaven? Of course, I'm not bad either. Shu Yun said confidently. What's with the once in 4,000 years thing? I don't like that kind of label. Gu Yanxi pouted in protest.
Shu Yun curled his lips. Yes, what's the once in 4,000 years thing?
I, Shu, encountered it in one night. What a coincidence. You took advantage of me again. Gu Yanxi raised his hand and was about to hit.
Okay, while the 3 little stinky babies are still sleeping, I'll go cook. When they wake up, it will be another apocalyptic scene.
Shu Yun escaped again.
Chapter 26. The ex-wife called and threatened her with nude photos.
Obvious.
As babies get older, the amount of sleep they need decreases a little bit.
Correspondingly, there are more crying.
After being bombarded by 3 milk balls in turn, Shu Yun was able to escape. Unexpectedly, just as I calmed down, I received an unexpected phone call. It was Huang Ting who called earlier.
My ex-wife's call, do you want to answer it? Shu Yun looked at his current girlfriend and asked for her opinion seriously. Gu Yanxi raised an eyebrow and said, It doesn't matter, she's not my ex-wife, why are you asking me? Yes, I have an opinion.
But Shu Yun had to accept it, he knew Huang Ting too well.
She probably also heard about Gu Yanxi giving birth to a baby.
If she is not sent away, she will turn into a ghost. Shu Yun answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone to prove his innocence.
Shu Yun. You scumbag. Tell me the truth, were you with that bitch Gu Yanqi before we got married? You're amazing. You two, a pair of bastards, teamed up to cheat on me. That's awesome. As expected, Huang Ting started cursing. Although he had expected it, Chu Yun was still ignited by anger. It doesn't matter if you scold him, he has become immune to Huang Ting's unreasonable abuse. Chu Yun had just learned about the child, so it was understandable that Huang Ting would misunderstand him. Strictly speaking, it was when he and Gu Yanqi were in the hotel. I had just been dating Huang Ting for over 5 months, and then we got married 2 months later. It was indeed a bit unreasonable. But he absolutely would not allow Huang Ting to frame and insult Gu Yanqi without any reason. Huang Ting, shut up. I have nothing to explain to you. I don't want to talk about the dirty things you did. I advise you to keep your stinky mouth shut and stop spreading rumors and slandering others. Chu Yun has a lot of evidence that Huang Ting had an affair and was mentally unfaithful during her marriage. Since they are divorced, he will just let it go. What? Only you can do it, and no one else can say anything? I was just chatting with another man normally at best, but you're actually cheating on me. You are noble, you are pure, and you are not a fucking lickspittle. It's so nice to be able to lick Gu Yanqi, a rich and beautiful woman, and eat her soft rice, right? You useless thing. Huang Ting was furious and started barking again. Don't force me. You're not afraid of the chat history, I have other things, like nude photos and so on. You wanted to take the photo yourself, you didn't forget it, did you? Reasoning no longer worked, so Chu Yun had no choice but to threaten. You're still fucking keeping it? You're so cruel. Huang Ting was stunned. She had indeed taken photos with Chu Yun before, and they were quite revealing. I thought I had deleted it completely, but I didn't expect there was a backup? When she heard that Chu Yun was going to leak the photos, she was scared. I wasn't that scared before. At worst, I could just give up and even take advantage of this to blackmail Chu Yun. But not now. She just hooked up with a rich second-generation guy. If the photos were to be exposed, it would be the end of her. Are you scared? Even if you don't want shame, I still want it. As long as you don't cause trouble and spread rumors, I don't want to release it. Chu Yun quickly took the opportunity to comfort him. Because the photos were really deleted, he didn't. Humph. How boring. Whatever you say. Huang Ting hung up the phone with a guilty conscience. She also knew that Chu Yun would not release the photos unless forced. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yun looked embarrassed. He also didn't want Gu Yanqi to hear every word of such an unbearable conversation. Sorry to have embarrassed you. Don't worry, Huang Ting won't tell anyone about it. Oh. Gu Yanqi responded softly. I heard that Chu Yun and Huang Ting's marriage was a mess. Seeing it today, I find that it really lives up to its reputation. Photos, do you still keep them? Gu Yanqi asked with difficulty. Chu Yun was dumbfounded. Is this where the focus is? No. I lied to her and deleted everything. Why would I keep something like this? Just like the 100 days of love between husband and wife, I don't want to break up, but this woman has gone crazy. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure to scare her. Chu Yun felt very guilty. In fact, there were not only photos, but also videos from various angles. So embarrassing. Why are you so nervous? I know you're married, so you're bound to have that. Although Gu Yanqi is a little bit of a misophobia, she has already accepted Chu Yun. Just delete it and it'll be fine. If Chu Yun still kept the photos and videos of him and his ex-wife, she would really mind. I'm not nervous. I promise, from now on, I'll only do that with you and only take photos with you. Chu Yun promised solemnly. We must take the initiative and seize the chance. Who wants to follow you? Gu Yanqi's face turned red and he was suddenly speechless. As expected, we can't give this guy even a hint. He is too good at taking advantage of others. Just when Gu Yanqi was still embarrassed and blushing. Bite. She received a message, a bank transfer notification of 200,000 yuan. My mother transferred 200,000 yuan to me. Should I accept it? Gu Yanqi asked Chu Yun hesitantly. When she decided to give birth to the baby, she became determined to be self-reliant. Your mother is concerned about you, why make the old lady worry? You can save this money first. You can give it to the baby or return it to your mother. It's up to you. Anyway, I won't let you pay a penny for supporting the family. Just give up on this idea. Shu Yun said in a domineering manner. Unexpectedly, Gu Yanqi didn't buy into the domineering CEO style at all, and just thought it was too tacky and choking. He said calmly, "Well, I'll keep it for now and use it as a down payment for a house. It's really not cost-effective to rent this big villa. With this rent, you can use it as a down payment to buy a 3-bedroom apartment and pay the monthly mortgage. Having your own house, even if it's smaller, it feels more like home. Isn't that better?" After saying that, Gu Yanqi replied to Gu Ma's message and started chatting. Shu Yun didn't say much. Instead, he walked into the kitchen and started preparing a loving meal. Postpartum women should eat small meals frequently. Shu Yun doesn't make a large quantity each time, but the styles are definitely rich. About an hour later. Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready. Pig's trotter and peanut soup, crushing carp soup, stir-fried pig liver and pig heart. Shu Yun brought the food to the table and pushed it to the bedside. It smells so good. It's such a shame you don't become a chef. Gu Yanqi has had a good appetite recently. With delicious food in front of him and a happy mood, he naturally started joking with Shu Yun. "I've always had the potential to be a house husband, but my earning power is so great that I've had to compromise my cooking skills." Seeing that Gu Yanqi was eating so happily, Shu Yun started to let himself go again. Yes, you are excellent and capable, okay? Strong abilities? In what specific areas? Could you elaborate? Ah. Go away. Ha ha ha. The two were talking and laughing. A system prompt suddenly sounded in Shu Yun's mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching 10,000 in total. Upgrade to level 3 dad and get 4 chances to win a prize. Shu Yun was overjoyed. Here it comes. Here is your chance to win a prize. And it gives 4 chances to draw a lottery at once. What a great upgrade. Chapter 27. Shu Yun is a hidden rich man? This period of time. Shu Yun's dad value increased rapidly. Before I knew it, the total amount had reached 10,000. According to the cash exchange ratio of 1 to 100, it is 1 million yuan. However, if you haven't reached the 4th level of nanny and your nanny value is less than 20,000, you cannot exchange for real estate. What a pity. I hope I can win the lottery. As for the money, it's enough for now, so I'd better not exchange it for cash. Start the lottery, 4 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill, God level cooking. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the item, a 300 square meter Tianqi Garden luxury apartment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the item, 2 bottles of soy sauce. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill, God level gambling technique. Awesome, so awesome. The first God level cooking skill drawn. It's a bug skill tailor-made for Shu Yun. Now, the stomachs of the school beauties and the babies will be firmly in their grasp. Hee, school bell. Regardless of whether my other abilities are strong or not, my skills alone can guarantee that you can't escape from my grasp. A large luxury house is a must-have to keep your wife and children captive. It's a house in the Xiangmihu luxury residential area, 300 square meters, at least half of the goal, perfect. But what are these 2 bottles of soy sauce? Are you bullying my baby and not letting him do anything? System, you are being naughty. And the last skill, God-level gambling skills, seems to be of no use at all. At most, I can take advantage of my bad friends when playing cards. Could it be that he really went to Macau to play all-in? Don't make trouble and stay away from gambling. Gambling is one of the main culprits that harm family harmony. But Shu Yun changed his mind. If one day I play a gambling game with the school beauty, where I take off 1 piece of clothing every time I lose. It seems very romantic and useful too. Overall, this lottery had its pros and cons, and Shu Yun was extremely satisfied. This large flat alone is something that many people cannot afford in their lifetime. Tianqi Garden is located in the most central area, facing the mountains and close to the sea. It is a wealthy community built with the most convenient top-level supporting facilities and a huge investment. Moreover, the academic qualifications are the best in Shenzhen, from kindergarten to junior high school, which is convenient and good. Don't get too comfortable living in it. The only downside to living in this villa is that it's a little far from Shenzhen University. Shu Yun was a little confused. Should he move there?
He didn't expect that winning a luxury house would bring him such troubles. After all, the deposit for the villa has been paid for 2 months.
If I just don't want it, wouldn't that be a bit of a waste? Will Gu Yanqi scold me?
Thinking of this, Xu Yun decided to call the landlord first to see if he could get some of the deposit back. Unexpectedly, the landlord was more than happy to oblige, saying that a tenant was willing to pay an extra 10,000 yuan in rent, and it would be even better if he could cancel the lease.
There is no reason not to move. Xu Yun took out the house key from the system and said to Gu Yanqi, "Cici, let's return this villa and move somewhere else." I told the landlord, and he found other tenants. Not only did he return our deposit, he even waived our rent for the past few days. Gu Yanqi was stunned at first, then readily agreed, "Okay, it's indeed a bit of a waste, this is the best."
With 3 kids, money is needed right now, so save as much as possible.
Okay, we'll move in a few days. I've already found a house.
What a pity. I've only lived in this villa for a few days, but I already feel like home.
That's not right. Home is where you and the baby are,
Xu Yun said with a smile.
Have you found a house?
Where?
Gu Yanqi asked puzzledly.
Then Xu Yun threw the smart access card key to Gu Yanqi. When Gu Yanqi saw the words Tianqi Garden, his expression froze instantly.
Celestial Seal Garden? Are you kidding me? This residential complex is right next to my house.
It's full of large apartments that are several hundred square meters.
The rent shouldn't be much cheaper than this villa, right? You mean a change of place to live, from a villa to a large flat? Is this a big difference?
Gu Yanqi was a little confused. I thought Xu Yun had rented a cheap, ordinary house, but I didn't expect it to be like this.
Well, there's still a little difference. The villa is rented, but this house was bought by me,
Xu Yun said with gritted teeth.
Hearing this, Gu Yanqi was completely dumbfounded. You bought it?
As far as I know, the starting price of houses in Tianqi Garden is 40 to 50 million.
When did you buy it? Is it that easy to buy? It's not that Gu Yanqi looks down on Xu Yun, but it's really a bit unbelievable.
Xu Yun's family background and working conditions make it impossible for him to afford such a luxury house. And if it was really bought by Xu Yun, he had no time to buy a house during this period. It must have been bought before the divorce.
He has this luxury house, so Huang Ting will still divorce him? Divorced but not dividing the house? It's so unreasonable.
Xu Yun smiled bitterly. He knew he had to find a suitable excuse.
So he pretended to be relaxed and said, I really bought it. I bought it last month and the transfer was completed yesterday. I have the property deed.
Actually, I came up with a patent in school and sold it to a large publicly listed company. I received a considerable amount of patent fees, and also received patent dividends every year.
My ex-wife didn't even know about the purchase of the house.
I didn't deliberately hide it from her, but before I could tell her, she wanted to divorce me.
Now I'm quite lucky. She didn't even ask me to divide the property. She just left the house empty-handed. She must have been certain that I was a pauper. Alas, fate is so cruel.
As he spoke, Xu Yun took out the property certificate from the system and held it in front of Gu Yanqi.
Gu Yanqi looked at the genuine property certificate in astonishment and had to believe it. I feel a little dazed. It turns out that Xu Yun is a hidden rich man? I picked it up? But you told me I'm not your wife. No matter what, this is a good thing, and Gu Yanqi is still very happy.
You're the mother of my babies, and sooner or later you'll be my wife.
I can do it.
Seeing that he had barely gotten away with it, Xu Yun shamelessly started teasing again.
How do I know if you can do it? Gu Yanqi smiled shyly. Well, you have to give me a chance to prove it.
No, I don't need proof.
Our 3 kids are the best proof. Ha ha. Anyway, you have to believe me, making money is really the easiest thing for me.
Xu Yun imitated Brother Shui and acted like a Versailles man.
It can also be regarded as a preventive measure for Gu Yanqi.
It would be natural for him to make a fortune by relying on the system in the future.
Yeah, you're the best, okay? Gu Yanqi smiled.
Although there were many doubts, she didn't think too much about it.
Xu Yun is good to the baby and to her, this is all true. Have you finished eating?
I'll clean up after you finish. I'll go give the babies a bath later, so you can help me.
Yeah. Gu Yanqi chuckled and nodded. At this moment, the relationship between the two took another step forward. Sure enough, a house is a good thing. Chapter 28. You don't need to take a shower. I can help you throughout the whole process. Give 3 babies a bath. It has to be said that it is a big project. Gu Yanqi is not able to do heavy work now. But pushing a cart, getting a towel, shower gel, etc. is not a big problem. Without her help, Shuyun might not be able to succeed. After taking towels, shower gel, clothes, toner, etc. to the bathroom, Shuyun began to fill the small bathtub with water. When the water temperature is right, I push the 3 babies in. Miss, it's time to take a shower. Open your eyes and pee. Shuyun held Debeo in his arms, gently holding her chubby little arms. Her long eyelashes moved slightly as Shuyun called her. The little guy is still sleeping. After shouting several times, he finally opened his eyes with difficulty. Her narrow eyes, filled with tears of grievance, looked confusedly at the mushy thing in front of her that ruined her beautiful dream. Her little mouth pouted, as if she was about to burst into tears at any moment. Seeing the situation, Shuyun immediately used the shaking method to coax the child for a while. This nipped the young lady's tears in the bud. Who started washing? Shuyun breathed a sigh of relief. Then he put the naked young lady into the small bathtub. The eldest lady was too young and didn't know how to use her strength, so her body slid down like a loach. Gu Yanqi held her arms from the side to hold the young lady steady. Shuyun quickly scrubbed her with water. Rinse first, then apply body wash. He used his palms to apply the shower gel all over the young lady's body. She was enveloped by clouds of white foam. Ah! Perhaps she felt so comfortable that the young lady couldn't help but let out a hearty cheer. Unexpectedly, within a few seconds after cheering, he suddenly burst into tears. The little voice was so loud that Shuyun felt like his eardrums were racing on a racetrack. Miss, calm down, calm down. You are not used to taking a bath for the first time. Daddy understands very well. Daddy allows you to cry a few more times. That's enough. You're not a kid anymore, you're 18 days old, you need to know your limits. Shuyun calmly reasoned with the eldest lady. Puff. Gu Yanqi chuckled, what else can I do if you don't allow me? Bite her. That won't happen. Every wrong has its perpetrator. I will bite whoever gave birth to her. Shuyun said with a smile. Gu Yanqi. This bad guy really takes advantage of me anytime and anywhere. Where can I go to seek justice? Yeah, very good, very good. Shuyun got the advantage but refused to take it for granted and continued to play with the baby. Gu Yanqi praised him, look at your skillful movements, you have the feel of a seasoned dad. Really? This is just the beginning. I'm very modest. These 3 little ones are just enough for me to practice. After the second and third babies, I think I'll be able to become a master. Shuyun said with a look of I feel unworthy. Second or third child? Gu Yanqi was shocked. This was already 3 babies in the first pregnancy. If there is also a 4th sister, 5th brother, or something like that, it would be fatal. If the second and third children are also multiple births. Oh my god. It's not just a mixed national football team, it's a basketball team, and it has substitutes. I can't imagine it. Then you better try your best and give birth to the baby on your own. Gu Yanqi said unhappily. You won't help? I'm helping you. Which head, the turtles? Gu Yanqi didn't understand. Shuyun smiled without saying anything and continued rubbing. While the young lady was crying, Shuyun quickly washed her body. White and tender arms, belly, legs, butt and feet. Finally, wash your hair. After a baby is born, there will be a thick layer of dirt on his head. It takes multiple cleanings to get it clean. Shuyun used as little force as possible to wash off as much dirt as possible. At the same time, it avoids hurting the young lady. After finally washing clean, Gu Yanqi took the large bath towel and spread it on the crib next to him. Shuyun put the young lady into a bath towel and wrapped her up. Maybe it was because I felt so comfortable, or maybe it was because I cried too hard just now. The young lady quickly relaxed her whole body and fell into a sound sleep. Done. We're only a quarter of the way through the long march. Comrades, we must continue the fight. Shuyun clenched his fist and shouted. Isn't 3 kids 1/3? Gu Yanqi asked doubtfully. Shu Yun was shocked. You don't need to wash. What? Who asked you to wash it? Gu Yanqi was both shy and embarrassed. But to be honest, she really needs a good wash. From the birth of the baby to now. It has been more than half a month and Gu Yanqi hasn't taken a bath. As a naturally beautiful lady from a wealthy family, she naturally loves cleanliness. Living in the South, I basically take a shower every day. If you sweat a lot in the summer, you may even have to wash 2 or 3 times a day. Taking a bath is not only comfortable, but also allows her to stay fragrant and soft at all times. What girl doesn't love beauty? But after becoming pregnant, Gu Yanqi's body became noticeably out of shape. Not only did I gain nearly 20 kilograms in weight, but my skin condition was also obviously much worse. If she hadn't looked much better these days after being discharged from the hospital, she would have been unable to bear the honor she received. If she doesn't take a shower, her body will always stink and she's afraid she'll have a breakdown. What's wrong with being a mother? Can't a mother be a little fairy? You said you would be a fairy for the rest of your life. Gu Yanqi asked the doctor and was told that he could take a shower today. So? Shu Yun was not talking nonsense. If I don't help you, can you really handle it by yourself? Shu Yun asked back. But it's not like washing a baby. Can you help me put the hot water in, help me into the bathtub, and rub my back properly? I'm afraid I can't rub it enough. Otherwise, there's no need to bother you at all. Gu Yanqi swallowed, but his body felt a little hot. Do I look like someone who's afraid of trouble? No, I'm very familiar with the process and can help you throughout. Shu Yun put on a warm-hearted attitude. Gu Yanqi frowned. No need for this. It's really okay. Shu Yun insisted on helping people to the end. Gu Yanqi didn't want to pay attention to anyone anymore. Why does Chu Yun always push his limits? I had clearly already made concessions and even rubbed his back, and now? It was already very embarrassing, and it was the limit of what she could do at the moment. If you give in again, it will be gone. Next is the second young lady. Shu Yun smiled proudly. It's so fun to tease the school belle. I'll stop now and continue next time. With the experience of washing the eldest lady, washing the second lady and the third brother became much smoother. But it still gave Chu Yun a lot of trouble. After all 3 little guys were washed and their bodies were dry, Chu Yun applied some talcum powder on each of them. At this time, the 3 little guys were only wearing belly bands that covered their belly buttons. They are white and chubby, just like 3 little balls of milk, so cute. Okay, it's finally our big darling's turn. I'll go run some hot water first. As he said that, Chu Yun went to the bathroom to give Gu Yanqi some time. While draining the water, he thought about it. Said to Gu Yanqi, Xinyu is coming over tomorrow, right? That's perfect, let her help take care of the baby. I have to go take care of some things. For the house in Tianqi Garden, the system gave you a newly renovated house. But Chu Yun still had to go and take a look and make a handover with the property management. Of course, the most important thing is to go home. It's been a while since I last spoke to my mom on the phone in the hospital. Their grandchildren were born, but they didn't even know about it. I have to tell them that I'm going to be a grandparent, and call my mom over to help. Needless to say, if these 2 old people knew they would hold their grandchildren in their arms, they would definitely scream. Shu Yun, yeah is here just in time. How about I wash it tomorrow? Gu Yanqi stood in front of the wardrobe and called out weakly to Chu Yun. It has really come to this. Her body tensed up naturally. Chapter 29, Speaking of peace, you have no pressure in beating her. Is that so? Then I'll call Xinyu and tell her not to come over. Shu Yun started to act like a hooligan. You, how can you be so mean? Gu Yanqi touched his burning face and cursed softly. I cursed you, but I surrendered truly. Undressing lightly, she reveals skin as white as cream, whiter than snow, a soft neck, and a warm, fragrant, soft jade. Immediately, countless images and idioms automatically emerged in Chu Yun's mind. That's all, he couldn't imagine anything more. However, the moment Gu Yanqi really walked in front of him, Chu Yun, however, couldn't utter a single word. So beautiful. It's so beautiful that words can't describe it. Although Gu Yanqi had just given birth, her figure was slightly out of shape. But her shape and curves are still captivating, like a fairy in a dream. Her skin was still as white as snow, without a single blemish. It was just a light red scar on the stomach that was particularly conspicuous.
But it does not feel ugly, but is full of the breath of holy humanity. Let Chu Yun become more and more addicted. He couldn't take his eyes off Gu Yanqi for even a moment, as if he was possessed. Still looking. Help me in quickly, what if I catch a cold? Gu Yanqi complained angrily. Ah. I knew it would turn out like this, so annoying. Chu Yun was awakened, smiled awkwardly, and quickly helped Gu Yanqi into the bathtub. Gu Yanqi turned his back to Chu Yun and started to rinse and apply shower gel. Chu Yun was still standing there stupidly, unable to move. Didn't you say you wanted to help? Why are you still standing there? When applying it to the back, Gu Yanqi urged with some resentment. Oh. Chu Yun came back to his senses and started to work. The smoothness and touch are cool yet soft, and feel great. Washing legs and feet requires bending over hard, and Gu Yanqi is currently struggling and also needs Chu Yun to do it for him. Chu Yun wasn't a foot fetishist before, but now he is. That slender, naturally uncarved, perfect creature created by God. It's not fair. Gu Yanqi kept her eyes closed, and through the numbness, she could almost feel Chu Yun's burning gaze. It was like a sharp knife, stabbing into her heart, making her nervous and shy. Gentle, itchy. Suddenly, the soles of Gu Yanqi's feet were stimulated and he retracted them reflexively. Sorry, I just played with it accidentally. You. Gu Yanqi was speechless. Chu Yun really didn't care about his reputation anymore. He can say anything, and he does it openly, as if saying, this is just how I am, there's nothing I can do about it. Don't move, don't move. Your feet will stink if you don't wash them clean. Your feet stink. How do you know? Did you smell it? Get lost. Gu Yanqi really wanted to kick the stinky guy into the bathtub and drown him. But if I hadn't drowned, he would have. The school beauty has been completely led astray by Chu Yun and has started to imagine things at will. Okay, after you've showered and smelled nice, go to bed early. After Gu Yanqi put on her clothes, Chu Yun helped her lie down. Looking at Chu Yun's calm face, he even had a serious expression. Gu Yanqi knew that this guy was definitely pretending, and he might be very happy in his heart. After struggling for a long time, I couldn't help but ask, did you peek? Sneak peek? Peek at what? Body. No, I was looking at you openly. Yeah, you have a great figure, please keep it up. Chu Yun was prepared to be scolded. Unexpectedly, Gu Yanqi pursed his lips and blurted out these words. Is it really that good? How good is it? Chu Yun was stunned by the question. Well, this is better than my mentor in the movie, like Mr. Song, for example, he's pretty much the same. What movie did you watch? Gu Yanqi was a little confused. After mumbling something, he pressed on, how does it compare to your ex-wife? Chu Yun took a deep breath. This is a life-threatening question. Has the school beauty become so radical after letting herself go? Or is it that women's nature of love to compare has gained the absolute upper hand at this moment? He was very happy. The fact that he could ask such a question showed that Gu Yanqi had completely accepted him. But also a little scared. Because Huang Ting, objectively speaking, is also a very capable fighter. But in terms of proportion, Gu Yanqi naturally wins. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Chu Yun asked cautiously. So what if it's a lie? The lie is that you beat her without any pressure or suspense. What about the truth? The truth is, she was beaten by you. It's just and fair. It's just and right. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Poochie, stop it. Gu Yanqi smiled shyly, he was really not serious. I'll take it as the truth. I'm going to sleep first. Please take care of the babies. Call me if you need anything. I hope after drinking so much soup, I can wake up with a full breast milk. Gu Yanqi fell asleep. There was still a hint of smile at the corner of his mouth. Early the next morning, Xin Yu knocked on the door and came. As soon as she entered the door, she rushed directly to the second floor. Miss, and brother, I'm here to see you again. Wow. It's only been 2 days since I last saw you, and it feels like these 3 little darlings have grown up a lot. It seems like they've been eating a lot. But, she's getting cuter and cuter. Xin Yu's maternal love overflowed, and her face was full of smiles. She had been working on her graduation thesis day and night these days, and when she saw the 3 little kids, her mood immediately brightened up. There's no older sister like you, thank you. Shu Yun, who followed him upstairs, retorted with a smile.
How is she older? Why can't I call you sister? Shen Yu glared. Not big enough, not as big as my wife's. Shen Yu was a little confused. Why did she feel something was wrong? Forget it, she quickly walked up to Gu Yanqi. The thief said, Cece, I'm not here, you two are alone, no one is doing that, right? Shu Yun even called his wife, but Gu Yanqi didn't react much.
Shen Yu has every reason to suspect that their relationship may have made substantial progress, although she sincerely hoped that the two of them could create some sparks.
But I never thought that it would happen so soon. Are you stupid? I'm in this situation now, what this and that?
Gu Yanqi rolled his eyes at Shen Yu. I am speechless about this best friend who has no common sense at all.
Really? It's not possible?
Shen Yu was stunned at first, then looked surprised.
What Gu Yanqi meant was if they could, they would. Oh my god. Is this still the Gu Yanqi I know?
Men, you really can't touch them easily, it's contagious.
Then there should be kisses and hugs, right?
Shen Yu was already mentally prepared.
No, nothing at all. Gu Yanqi answered decisively.
No, but there is necessary contact and visual inspection.
But, I can't admit it, I can't say it. Otherwise, Shen Yu would get to the bottom of it and would definitely make fun of her. No?
That's a bit strange. I believe you can tolerate it, but Shu Yun is not that kind of person. No, if it were any man, with a beautiful girl at home, he wouldn't start digging the ground.
That's unscientific.
Shen Yu was a little disappointed, but also a little doubtful.
What? Do you think everyone is like you, with dirty thoughts in their heads?
Shu Yun is very well behaved.
He didn't take advantage of me.
Gu Yanqi felt a little guilty when he said this himself.
If speaking frivolously is not considered taking advantage, then it is tenable. Oh my god. Are you doing maintenance already? I'm leaving now, okay? Shen Yu was injured again. Ah, you just arrived, and you're leaving already?
Gu Yanqi was also very harsh in his words, and said with a look of serious regret.
Shen Yu. Chapter 30 CC, has your thing gotten bigger again?
Just as the two women were arguing with each other, Shu Yun said at the right moment, you guys can bicker all you want, but don't hurt innocent people.
Are you innocent?
You're the culprit.
You don't have any idea, do you?
Shen Yu immediately turned the gun around.
Okay. Let's get down to business. I have to go out for a while. In a few days, I might ask my mom to come over to help.
Of course, I'll still be the main person taking care of the baby. To be honest, Shu Yun has been taking care of 3 babies and Gu Yanqi by herself these days.
It's indeed a bit difficult. He doesn't want to be negligent in taking care of his wife and children.
My mom is experienced and she is a woman, so she is perfect as a support. Of course, his relationship with Gu Yanqi is now heating up rapidly. It may be affected to some extent. But after thinking it over again and again, taking care of people is still the priority. As for this little devil Gu Yanqi, Shu Yun still has the confidence to win her over. Even if you can't get it done, you can still handle it with your eloquence, no problem.
Go ahead. You're just an eyesore here. Leave Bao Bao and Shi to me. Shen Yu waved without looking back.
At the same time, she smelled a refreshing fragrance coming from Gu Yanqi.
Cece, you don't smell bad, you smell nice, it's the smell of shower gel. Have you showered? Can you shower by yourself? After some doubts, Shen Yu suddenly understood. He glanced at Chu Yun with ill intent. Ahem. I'm in a hurry, goodbye. Shu Yun escaped. You lied to me and said you didn't have any. You have to be naked when you take a shower. Gu Yanqi, you've learned to cheat and hide it from me, right? You're going to be punished. Shen Yu questioned Gu Yanqi with an angry look on her face. No. I didn't touch it.
Besides, I closed my eyes.
Gu Yanqi was a little panicked when Shen Yu caught him.
It's no use closing your eyes.
Oh my god. People say that pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years.
You have 3 babies, so you have lost your brain. Even if I tried to cover my ears and steal the bell, you're not as exaggerated as me.
I'm convinced. Shen Yu was completely speechless. Oh, it's nothing.
Hurry up and bring Miss over to me.
She needs to be fed. Gu Yanqi gave Xinyu a small pink fist.
Xinyu lost her temper, walked over, picked up the eldest lady, and put her in Gu Yanqi's arms.
Drink your milk, stinky baby. Xinyu smiled. It's better to see the baby in a better mood and not be abused.
Gu Yanqi unbuttoned his clothes and stuffed the white and fragrant rice into the little guy's mouth.
Snap, snap.
The young lady kept making satisfying sounds from her mouth, and she was eating very happily. After a few hours of blood recovery, the milk supply was indeed very abundant.
Next.
Gu Yanqi was in a good mood and said with a smile.
Oh, it's ready. Xinyu was still a little unresponsive. Then he put the awake third brother in Gu Yanqi's arms.
However, because the eldest lady had just eaten and had not slept yet, and was still lying in Gu Yanqi's arms, Xinyu had to hold up the third brother's little head. So Xinyu faced the entire process of the human cub eating.
It's such a delicious meal. It makes me hungry. Ha! Cici, has your thing gotten bigger again? Oh my god, are you going to let me live? Thank goodness you're this size. If it were me, the baby would cry from hunger.
Xinyu shook her head and sighed with envy. Then he suddenly realized that what Chu Yun had said before seemed to have a specific meaning.
Holy shit, this bastard actually compared me to Gu Yanqi. How can they even be compared? That's what happens when you have breast milk. There's nothing to envy. You have enough, you're not that small. Besides, you might not have 3 children, so why worry about it? Gu Yanqi said in a non-consoling way. That's true, but bigger is always better.
I see that you can not only feed 3 babies, but also Chu Yun.
That guy will get a bargain from now on.
Xinyu expressed her sincere emotion.
What are you talking about? I'm still breastfeeding, this place can't be touched casually.
It's fine for babies to eat, but for others, it's easy to get a bacterial infection.
They really have no common sense at all. Gu Yanqi forced Xinyu to explain the basics.
After saying that, he was stunned for a few seconds and his face turned red.
Why do I think of the scene of Chu Yun kissing me? Oh my god, am I sick?
Even Xinyu was shocked.
What? If there are no bacteria, are you really going to give it to Chu Yun? It's over. This innocent best friend of mine is no longer on the same dimension as her. She can no longer keep up with Gu Yanqi's pace. It's so difficult for me. Should I also find one and try? Chu Yun was driving the BMW X7.
I plan to go and take a look at the large flat-floor luxury house in Tianqi Garden first.
Because it's closer and on the way home. I have to say that a rich area is a rich area.
It is backed by mountains and faces the sea.
It is quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle. The environment is indeed first class.
After entering the community, Chu Yun's understanding of luxury houses was refreshed.
The entire community has a very low density, with only 8 high-rise buildings.
The remaining large area is all gardens, and there is a large lake in the middle. Pavilions are densely packed, flowers and trees stand tall, birds are singing, flowers are fragrant, and water is gurgling.
It's like a paradise on earth.
The community's property services and security are both top-notch international 6-star level. After successfully arriving at the top floor unit in Building D, Chu Yun swiped his lobby access card. Take the high-speed luxury elevator and arrive at the door of Unit 01 on the 28th floor.
There are only 2 households on each floor, but there are 3 elevators, each with its own door and each unit. It's really luxurious. After pushing the door open, what catches your eye is the extremely impactful modern light luxury decoration style. Crystal ceiling, marble tiles, a full set of imported kitchen appliances, and custom-made furniture. Everything you need.
High-end, elegant, low-key yet luxurious.
Not bad, I like it.
The 300-square-meter mansion only has 4 rooms.
However, it is good as it has a gym, swimming pool, and small cinema. The 3 babies have grown up, and maybe there is not enough room? Besides,
when the babies grow up, at worst, you can switch to something more luxurious.
No problem.
After looking around, Chu Yun was very satisfied.
The Go system is very considerate and understands my thoughts.
After making some simple plans, Chu Yun completed the check-in procedures.
Then I prepared to leave and go home to see my parents. Just as I walked out of the community gate and was about to go to the road, I saw 2 familiar figures walking towards me hand in hand with their heads held high. One is his ex-wife Huang Ting, and the other is Huang Ting's mother, that is, his ex-mother-in-law. Shu Yun wanted to pretend that he didn't see it and just leave to avoid embarrassment. However, the car window was not rolled up and he was recognized by his sharp-eyed ex-mother-in-law Wang Shufang. "Isn't this Chu Yun? How did we meet here?" Wang Shufang walked quickly forward to the car and stared at Chu Yun blankly. "Mom, hello, Auntie." Chu Yun smiled politely, but didn't want to just step on the accelerator and leave. "After all, she is my ex-mother-in-law, and she is not a bad person, except that she is a bit of a gossip." He and Huang Ting broke up and ended their marriage, but they should still have basic respect for their elders. "Xiao Chu, how could you two just get divorced without even discussing it with us adults? I just found out about this last week." "Oh, this is what happened." Although Wang Shufang couldn't say she was very satisfied with Chu Yun, the older generation was somewhat superstitious about divorce. Besides, once Huang Ting divorced, she would become a second marriage. Second marriage is not friendly to girls. "I'm sorry, Auntie. It's better for everyone if we part ways amicably. I have something urgent to do. How about treating you to a meal some other day?" "Today?" Shu Yun didn't even look at Huang Ting, he just wanted to get away as soon as possible. "Okay. I heard you have kids, triplets? I don't believe you would cheat on me. There must be a misunderstanding, but..." Wang Shufang wanted to say something else. But I found it really hard to continue the conversation. But when Chu Yun heard this, he was unhappy. Chapter 31, A Rich Second Generation Buys You a Mansion? Don't be silly. What do you mean I cheated? It's fine if you don't know what kind of person your own daughter is. Why should the blame be put on me? Auntie, you can't say that. Things have their twists and turns, but I, Chu Yun, can honestly say that I have done nothing wrong to your daughter. It's your daughter who did something. You should ask her. After saying that, Chu Yun released the handbrake and was about to leave. There was no need to argue about anything. Unexpectedly, Huang Ting next to her held it in for a long time and finally became impatient. "Mom, what else is there to say to this kind of person? Who cares how many children this poor bastard has? We just need to live our own lives. Come on, let's go look at houses. Let's find one sooner so Tony can decide on one sooner." Huang Ting finally managed to trick the rich second generation into agreeing to go see the house first. "If you find one that suits you, then consider whether to buy it." She didn't want to waste even a moment. "Ha! By the way, Xiao Chu, are you here to look at houses too? I think your car is a BMW. Didn't you drive a Fit before? Changed to a luxury car?" Wang Shufang was awakened and abruptly changed the subject. "Well, I changed the car. I'm not looking at houses." Chu Yun answered casually. She wanted to leave, but Wang Shufang had her hands on the car window and couldn't move. "Tisk, you still have the nerve to say you changed your car? Living off someone is so comfortable, huh? Chu Yun, I just don't understand. You're living off Gu Yanxi, so where do you get the courage to say I'm materialistic? If you're so noble, then don't drive a car bought for you by a woman." Huang Ting is actually very jealous, extremely jealous. If I leave Chu Yun and live a good life, it would be reasonable for Chu Yun to continue to rot. Why does Chu Yun drive a luxury car when I don't have one? Maybe this guy really came to see the house. With the financial strength of Gu Yanxi's family, there is no pressure in buying Tianqi Garden. Yes. Gu Yanxi bought me this car and also helped me buy a suite here. I just finished the check-in procedures. I'll be moving in a few days, okay? If you like this place, ask your boyfriend to buy it for you. Maybe we can even be neighbors." Chu Yun didn't want to explain anything to Huang Ting. "I don't want to act cool in front of this woman. It would be so boring to slap her in the face. If she still gets entangled with me, I won't be able to get rid of her." It turned out that he didn't really have it, so there was no way to make his daughter afraid to act rashly. "What? Did Gu Yanxi really help you buy a suite here? It definitely didn't have your name on it. It was just for you to stay there, right? She wouldn't be so stupid as to write your name, right? Do you know how expensive houses are here?" Huang Ting was shocked. "There is an indescribable feeling in my heart, uncomfortable, depressed. It all depends on looks. Am I not as valuable as Chu Yun, the pretty boy? Damn it, if I had known this, I wouldn't have divorced Chu Yun. He's living off Gu Yanxi, and if I follow him, it means I'm indirectly hooking up with the Gu group. Gu Yanxi is much stronger than the rich second generation she is with now.
If Chu Yun knew what his ex-wife Huang Ting was thinking at this moment.
I guess I have to kneel. The house here? I don't know. I didn't pay for it. It should be tens of millions, it's really expensive. Of course I didn't write my name. Do you think all the rich second generations are stupid? Impossible. They wouldn't even give the rich second generation a penny more than they deserve. You should be careful too, don't get too emotionally involved, or you'll end up losing both your money and your life. Chu Yun remained silent.
He remembered that before the divorce, Huang Ting had an affair with a small boss who could not afford Tianqi Garden at all.
Maybe the fish has been changed again, who cares?
Unless he is an idiot, no rich man would spend tens of millions to buy a house for Huang Ting.
But how could there be any idiot among those with a net worth of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions?
Only Huang Ting, this woman, is dreaming. She thought she was pretty enough and that if she played hard to get and got herself to her doorstep, she could live the life of a wealthy lady she wanted.
What are you thinking about? Be her neighbor? Don't be silly. Xiao Chu, this.
When Huang Ting and Chu Yun met, they spoke so bluntly and the atmosphere was full of tension.
Wang Shufang was also extremely embarrassed.
She didn't know what to say, so she quickly let go of his hand.
Auntie, I'm leaving.
Seeing that he could escape, Chu Yun gave a stiff laugh.
He stepped on the accelerator and sped away.
Huang Ting and Wang Shufang, mother and daughter, were left standing there in a daze.
Mom, stop looking. Chu Yun is just a loser who lives off women.
If he hadn't gotten that rich girl pregnant and given birth to 3 children, he wouldn't have had such a good life.
Huang Ting was still a little angry and continued to belittle Chu Yun.
Once you have a child, you're inseparable from it for the rest of your life.
If you had had a child, you might not have gotten divorced, eh? Forget it, Mom won't think about it anymore. There's no point in thinking about it now. Wang Shufang sighed. Child? Yes.
Huang Ting seemed to think of something and suddenly realized.
Half an hour after coming out of Tianqi Garden, Chu Yun arrived home.
His family lives in a dilapidated community of staircase houses with a poor and noisy environment. There is no parking space yet. Chu Yun had no choice but to park his car in a nearby shopping mall and buy some things to take home.
Excellent Century Plaza. This large chain store is well known in Shenzhen.
It is located in every district and is a comprehensive commercial complex under the local listed company Gu Group. That's right, it's the property of Gu Yanqi's father Gu Zhangtang. However, I heard that physical offline shopping malls have been severely impacted by online businesses recently and have encountered operational difficulties.
When I walked in, it was obvious that there were not as many people inside as before.
In the past 3 years, we have been affected by a certain epidemic and things have been a bit bleak. The funding chains of many entities have been broken, and bankruptcies are happening everywhere. Century Excellence is not immune to this either. After holding on for so long, the economy is recovering and business conditions are improving. But the problem of funding shortage has not been solved.
If the financing is not successful, it is likely to become the first domino to fall.
Chu Yun saw all of this from financial news.
I naturally didn't pay attention to it before. But now, isn't the business of my future father-in-law's family my business? Although I haven't had any contact with Gu Yanqi's parents, it hasn't come to that yet.
But from Gu Yanqi's few words, we also learned that her father, Gu Zhangtang, strongly disapproved of Gu Yanqi having a child out of wedlock. To gain the recognition of someone like Gu Zhangtang, sincerity alone is definitely not enough. Put yourself in their shoes. The eldest and second daughters of my family will only have feelings but no ability to find husbands in the future. Chu Yun himself found it difficult to hand over his daughter with peace of mind.
Maybe, this mall is still my chance? Of course, it's a bit early to think about these things now.
I don't have the ability to get involved in this level of business investment.
Chu Yun didn't think any more about it, bought some fruits and nutritional supplements and left the mall. Come out from the side door and walk up the stairs in a few minutes. He took out the key and opened the door. I'm back. Chapter 32, She is just a class beauty, can she smell as good as the school beauty? You kid, you're willing to come back.
When my mother Xiao Hui heard the door open, she walked to the entrance. He took the fruit from Chu Yun's hand and rolled his eyes at him.
My son is divorced and now he is single. I worry.
When he arrived at the living room, Chu Yun realized that there were guests at home.
It's my aunt and uncle.
Only then did he understand why his mother didn't look at him in a good mood.
It seems that my aunt is starting to care about my own life again? Ayun, are you really divorced? You've only been married for less than half a year, right? You're such a mess, kid.
When the aunt saw Chu Yun, she began to criticize him enthusiastically.
Chu Yun just smiled. You can't start a conversation with her, because if you do, this aunt will chat with you forever. Ayun, actually I think the same as your mother. It's no big deal if we get divorced. Then Huang Ting is not suitable for you at all. You're so handsome, have a good job, and are a top student. Are you worried about not finding a wife? I'll leave this to my aunt.
I'll send your photo to my group of young ladies. Several girls are already interested in you. They are all single, good-looking women with bachelor's degrees and good jobs.
Don't worry, some of them haven't been married yet, and they haven't had enough of love, hee hee.
Just because Chu Yun ignored her didn't mean that my aunt couldn't continue the conversation on her own.
No, auntie, thank you. You know I'm handsome, how can I worry about not having a wife? I already have a girlfriend. If nothing goes wrong, I'll get the marriage certificate this year.
Chu Yun quickly declined to save the old lady the trouble.
What? You're looking for a girlfriend? We still need to get a marriage certificate? Is this true?
Upon hearing this, my mother Xiao Hui jumped up immediately. Even his father and uncle, who were drinking tea, gave him puzzled looks.
You just got divorced and you already have a girlfriend? Could it be that this guy got divorced because he had an affair? Alas, inheriting my handsome looks isn't always a good thing.
If Chu Yun knew what his father was thinking at this moment, he would cry to death.
Is there any father like you? Mom, my butt isn't even warm yet, can you let me drink some water first? Chu Yun gulped down a glass of water and wiped the corner of his mouth.
I'm considering whether to do it in front of my aunt and uncle. Explained the matter of Gu Yanxi.
Do you really have a girlfriend? What kind of girl is she? Show me her photo. My aunt immediately followed up with a question. Auntie, why do I feel like you care more about me than Brother Hui? Is Brother Hui your biological son?
He's not married, and he's 1 year older than me. Chu Yun complained helplessly and pulled his cousin to block the bullets first.
Isn't Ah Hui as worrying as you?
Ah Hui has passed the civil service exam and found a beautiful girlfriend in the government. He's from a wealthy family, and he's a virtuous woman. His girlfriend is pregnant, and they're getting ready to get the marriage certificate and plan the wedding.
You think everyone is like you?
Getting married is child's play, and the wife you find is unreliable. I thought I could have a grandchild earlier than your aunt, but what happened? Chu Yun inadvertently mentioned his cousin Ah Hui, which was exactly what his mother wanted.
Actually, my aunt came here today mainly to discuss the wedding with my mother.
Chu Yun was a little dumbfounded. Damn, he ran into the gun barrel, not unfair. When my aunt heard this, she immediately became excited again and her face became round with joy.
Hey, Ayun, don't listen to your mother's nonsense.
Ah Hui's girlfriend is pretty, but not that exaggerated. I heard that she was the class beauty when she was in school, but not the school beauty.
She's not bad, right?
His family conditions are similar to ours, so being well matched is secondary.
Ah Hui, this silly boy, is just lucky. Foolish people have good fortune. In terms of looks and eloquence, he can't compare to you. It's the girl who likes his honesty and actively pursues him.
But then again, when you're looking for a wife, you have to look for a virtuous woman, and I'm particularly satisfied with this aspect of girls. My aunt's unintentional Versailles behavior made my mother Xiao Hui feel a little uncomfortable. What he said was true, but it just made me uncomfortable.
The main reason is that my son is not doing well.
Apart from being handsome, he has absolutely no other advantages.
It's so terrible. Aunt, we are all family, and you never praise me like that.
If you keep praising me, my mom will kick me out of the house immediately.
When Brother Hui gets married, remember to let me know. I'll give him a big red envelope.
I'm going to get married again anyway, so it's not a loss, huh?
Chu Yun laughed. Okay.
Where's your girlfriend?
Hurry up and show the photo to me and your mom. If we don't like you this time, we will never allow you to marry someone randomly. Your mother and I do have good taste. It's useless for a girl to just be pretty. We also have to consider whether she has good taste or not.
The aunt returned to her gossipy nature and chased Chu Yun to see the photos.
Really want to see it? Then auntie, please don't be jealous, My vision is much higher than Brother Huey's, and you know that.
Chu Yun shrugged and said jokingly.
My cousin already has a child, so there is nothing to hide from my aunt and uncle. Hurry up and take it out, you're talking too much nonsense.
Seeing that Chu Yun's expression seemed real, my mother hurriedly urged him. There was no choice but Chu Yun took out his cell phone.
Some photos and videos of Gu Yanqi were released.
He took some photos during this period and also downloaded some from his circle of friends and class albums.
My mother and aunt immediately came over with their eyes wide open.
Stare. At least 1.7 meters tall and slender. A pair of long legs and fair and tender skin.
The facial features are exquisite and elegant, without a single flaw.
She is in school uniform, pure and lovely.
Casual wear, generous and charming. The pencil skirt is charming and elegant. Can be salty or sweet, every look is perfect.
The most important thing is that smile, that temperament, and that affinity, all rushing straight into the screen.
Gu Yanqi's appearance is so amazing and so lovable.
The two old sisters were stunned. They were also beautiful when they were young, and they have seen many beautiful young girls today.
But have you ever seen such a beautiful girl like a fairy? Is this your girlfriend? Are you sure this isn't a picture you found somewhere to trick us? My mother said in disbelief.
She didn't even judge because it was impeccable, she just expressed doubt. But the next moment, he came across a slightly intimate photo of Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi in the courtyard of the villa. Although there is no physical contact, they can be seen as a young couple at first glance, it can't be fake. Now I have nothing to say, my son really found a new girlfriend who was like a fairy.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. My aunt's expression was a little frozen.
She would definitely be happy for Chu Yun if he could find a beautiful girlfriend.
But it is still a bit depressing to hang up and beat your class beauty wife. However, beauty cannot be eaten.
She decided she had to fulfill her responsibilities as an elder.
What kind of job does this girl do? What's her family situation like? Auntie asked. It's not sour at all. She's still in school, a senior, and a student in my class. My home. I work at Excellence Century Plaza. Chu Yun smiled.
Oh, students, the kind who have no job and no income.
No wonder Chu Yun was able to get it.
My family runs a small business in the shopping mall and their financial situation is okay, but it is definitely not as good as the one my daughter-in-law's family runs.
Finally, I didn't get any more stimulation.
Then you said you'd get the marriage certificate this year, but the girl hasn't even graduated yet.
Marriage is not like dating.
Both parties need to have a stable source of income.
When I have kids, I'll have more money to spend. Ayun, are you sure she can be with you?
Girls nowadays are very realistic.
I'm not afraid of you getting angry. Isn't your ex-wife Huan Ting a typical example? You're a divorced person, stop being so confused.
Auntie wasn't afraid that Chu Yun would dislike her for talking too much, after all, she was telling the truth. And she felt that she was indeed doing this for Chu Yun's own good. My mother next to me lowered her head and said nothing, which actually meant the same thing.
You don't need to worry about this. I can make a lot of money now.
The main thing is, her family is much richer than mine. I didn't explain it clearly just now.
Excellence Century Plaza is actually owned by them. She's the daughter of the Gu Group, an only child. I can live off her for the rest of my life, huh? Chu Yun laughed. The four people in the living room were shocked. Chapter 33. By the way, you are going to be grandparents. The Gu Group is a local giant.
The kind with assets worth tens of billions.
Chu Yun's girlfriend is the daughter of Gu Group? Are you kidding?
The four of them stared at Chu Yun in a daze, unable to speak for a long time.
Chu Yun gave an expression that said, I'm not lying at all. Ah, it really makes me worry. Your ex-wife thinks you are poor, so you find a rich woman instead? They are not a good match, how can this work?
Apart from the accident, Mom and Dad were not that happy, but looked worried.
My aunt and uncle felt mixed emotions. Well, my girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also a rich girl. Being rich isn't necessarily a good thing.
It also depends on whether their personalities are compatible and whether they can manage the household well.
Mom Xiao Hui broke the awkwardness. Yeah.
The conditions are good, but I still need to investigate. Bring your family over someday so your mother and I can meet them.
Ha ha. Ah Yun, you are really good, you are really capable. Don't look at your mom's worry on the surface. She's actually very happy inside, haha. She likes you as her girlfriend, I can tell right away. But Auntie won't be jealous. Auntie is happy for your mother. Besides, Ahui has already made a girl pregnant, and I'm going to be a grandmother soon. In this regard, your mother can't catch up with me even if she flatters me. My aunt also made a joke to lighten the atmosphere. Holding her grandson and becoming a grandmother are the only things she is determined to do now. Oh. Shu Yun almost couldn't help laughing out loud, and then said angrily. Speaking of which, there is one more thing I want to announce to everyone. We have children. We already have 3. Yes. Dad, Mom, you are already grandparents. As he spoke, Shu Yun took the phone. Opened another photo album. This photo album is a family album created by Chu Yun, and I didn't show it to them just now. It shows Gu Yanqi's journey from being an expectant mother to giving birth in the delivery room. Then to the scene of me recuperating after giving birth in the villa. Of course, the most common ones are photos and videos of the 3 little kids. The one being held by Chu Yun, the one being held by Gu Yanqi, and the one lying alone in the stroller. The little ones were sleeping, crying, and feeding. There are even countless ugly photos of people taking poop afterward. My mother and aunt huddled in front of the screen. The expression changed from confusion at first, to surprise, to shock, to softening, to smiling, to drooling. I flipped it for 5 or 6 minutes and was reluctant to let go. It's like the whole person fell into the phone. Even my father and my uncle, 2 grown men standing next to them, couldn't wait to come over and take a look when they saw their expressions. But due to his dignity as a man, he tried his best to endure it. Wait until they both finish watching, there is no rush to watch it later. Men, you've seen all kinds of storms, just stay calm. No, it's urgent. Am I a grandfather? I'm so anxious. Show me. Show me. Mom, watch your saliva. Can you restrain it a little? Being a grandmother of triplets is no big deal. Chu Yun was about to burst out laughing. He knew it when he saw Gu Yanqi's photo. My mother has already accepted Gu Yanqi at least 1/3. As long as she sees the 3 little balls of milk, her mother's psychological defenses will definitely be broken to 90%. When she really meets Gu Yanqi, she will be more than 100% satisfied. As for Dad, don't worry about him. He would be thankful as long as he doesn't often wake up laughing from dreams and suffer from insomnia. Is this really my eldest grandson? No. How many men, how many women? Are there any granddaughters? No, you didn't lie to your mother, did you? If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you right now. Mom Xiaohui was so shocked and excited that she was incoherent. This bombshell news made her dizzy. Even if you kill me, they are still your grandchildren, 2 granddaughters and 1 grandson. Shu Yun shook his head speechlessly. At this time, Dad Shu Chunming had already snatched the phone away. The expressions of the 2 old men and the 2 old sisters just now were almost identical. But my dad is a veteran. While he is excited, he still remains rational. He asked Chu Yun solemnly. Son, you were pregnant before you married Huang Ting, right? Are you sure this is your biological child? You didn't become a scapegoat or anything? Chu Yun also replied solemnly, of course he is my biological child, how can this be false? Although I haven't done a paternity test, the system is absolute. Because he asked the system that day, and the system gave a positive answer. My biological child, it must be my biological child. Their eyes are exactly the same as Ayun's when she was a child. And this one, the mole behind this little guy's ear is exactly the same as Ayun's. Mom excitedly pointed behind Xiaobao's 3rd brother's ear and showed it to Dad. At this moment, if anyone says that the child is not her biological child, she will get angry with him. Yes. Dad confirmed her with a smile. Then he asked Chu Yun, so you divorced Huang Ting because you cheated on her during marriage? Of course I am happy to be a grandfather, but if this is the case, I will also feel guilty. Well. There was no other way, so Chu Yun briefly explained the twists and turns. There is absolutely no reason why he cheated on his wife, it just happened for a reason. The divorce was because Huang Ting despised him and had an affair with other men during their marriage. The 2 of them were incompatible and had broken off all ties. After hearing this, my parents breathed a sigh of relief. That's not bad, so your divorce is actually a good thing. You stinky boy, you actually did such a good thing. Anyway, no matter what, you must not take this lightly. You're already a father. If the girl doesn't dislike you, you must not let her down.
It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, the most important thing is that the family is together. Even if we don't have money, mom can still work, and your dad is in good health.
We old couple will help you raise the baby.
Mom started teaching Chuyun how to behave again. He didn't even know Gu Yanqi's name, but now he treated her as a family member.
So, it is a bit biased. Where can I go to seek justice?
Your mother is right. If you dare to divorce after getting married this time, I will break your legs.
Dad Chu Chunming also spoke.
After saying that, his fingers began to slide frantically across the phone screen again.
There are so many photos and videos, I haven't even finished looking at them all. At this time, my aunt and uncle were very embarrassed. They deeply understood what it meant to be redundant. Let's go? Let's go?
We are sorry to disturb your family of 3 and your joy of having a good daughter-in-law and 3 babies. In fact, they only stayed for a short time and left quietly.
If you don't leave now, they will die of jealousy.
No, they are so sore that their teeth hurt. Chu Chunming didn't even notice that his aunt and her husband had left. Half an hour later, she finished watching it with a sense of unsatisfied desire, and then frantically sent the photos he liked to herself.
During this gap, he took a deep breath. He said to Chuyun a little proudly and angrily, "You boy! How dare you? She gave birth to 3 babies, and she hid it from us for so long. Your mother and I are still worried about your divorce, and you're so quiet. I really want to slap you in the face." Mother Xiao Wei gave Chu Chunming a death look. "Old Chu, who are you hitting? He's my son, I gave birth to him.
If you dare to hit him, I'll throw you off the building."
Chu Chunming shut up immediately. "You just said you wanted to kill your son." Forget it, he was too lazy to argue with the tigress at this time. "Isn't it nice to see your grandchildren?"
It wasn't long since you were discharged from the hospital.
"You're so busy. You think it's easy to take care of 3 kids? As soon as I have time, I will go home and tell you the good news. By the way, I'd like to ask my mother for her advice. I want her to help me."
Chuyun smiled and explained to his father.
"Walk.
I'll go pack up and go with you to meet the babies and their mothers."
Mom doesn't want to waste even a second. Chapter 34. Spend a fortune to buy the 3 golds and see your future daughter-in-law. Mom, what are you in such a hurry for?
You don't even know the situation.
What if you suddenly rush over and scare someone? Chuyun was speechless. What an impatient guy. After briefly telling my parents about Gu Yanqi's situation, Chuyun sighed in a deep voice.
Gu Yanqi, a girl, endured enormous pressure and carried the baby for 10 months. Not only did I suffer a lot, but I also missed out on my studies.
I definitely won't have enough credits to graduate this time.
It even created a rift between her and her parents. Her father always felt that this incident had brought shame to the Gu family and refused to forgive her.
She has really given so much silently. If her best friend Shinyu hadn't dragged me to the hospital to sign, I wouldn't have known about it. He doesn't want to destroy my family, and doesn't want to implicate me. I owe her so much. When I think of the time in the hospital ward and seeing Gu Yanqi's pale face, Chuyun couldn't help but clench his fists.
In this life, I must treat her well and never let her down. Yes, Mom is also a woman, I understand how difficult it is for this child.
If you behave like a bastard in the future, I will be the first one not to forgive you.
Xiao Hui almost cried when she heard this.
My son is a bastard. Fortunately, it can be remedied.
Even Dad Chu Chunming was deeply moved.
He sternly warned Chuyun. You must be nice to the girl from now on and show your responsibility as a man. You are now a father of 3 children. You can't just muddle along.
You have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of earning money to support your family.
No matter what her family background is, a man should never rely on a woman for a living. Chuyun smiled noncommittally and said, Does your son look like a gigolo?
Don't worry, my ability to make money is beyond your imagination.
You will slowly learn about it in the future. You'll die if you stop bragging. Your job as a counselor is actually pretty good in every way, except that the salary is a bit low. I don't know if I can afford it.
And Yanqi, after all, comes from a wealthy family. She's willing to endure hardships, so we can't treat her unfairly.
Do you have enough money?
If not, your father and I still have some savings, although not much. Although Xiao Hui cursed, she was actually very soft-hearted. She knew exactly how much wealth her son had, and without saying a word, she took out the money for his retirement.
No, it's enough for me. I've already quit that job.
I'm taking care of the kids full-time now. I made a lot of money from my previous patent project at school, and I have some investments, so I'm not short of money.
Shu Yun smiled. What? You quit your job? You're just going to starve if you don't work? Shu Chunming almost jumped up.
Xiao Hui's eyes widened as well, her face full of disbelief.
If you're really rich, you really won't mess around, okay?
Shu Yun was speechless and it was difficult to explain it for the time being.
He quickly ended the topic and urged. Okay, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Aren't you in a hurry to see your grandchildren? Hurry up. This is your first time meeting your future daughter-in-law. Shouldn't you dress up and make a good impression? Even though Yanxi won't mind, we still have to keep ourselves clean, right? Seeing that their grandchildren were really eager to see them, the two elders didn't say much.
I rushed to the bedroom and took out the decent clothes I had worn during the Chinese New Year. It is impossible to be fashionable and noble, but at least it's okay as long as you are not too tacky. Besides, the attentive Gu Yanxi can also see their seriousness, and that is enough.
After going downstairs, Shu Yun took his parents to the mall parking lot. Ayun, this is a BMW, right? Yanxi's? Or is it borrowed from a friend?
My mother Xiao Hui also recognized this car.
It was used by the rich and must have been expensive. It's a 7-seater BMW X7, which must cost over $1 million. Open it carefully, don't break it. Dad didn't think this was Chu Yun's car either. Okay, get in the car. I bought this car myself. I have the invoice. Do you want to see it? Everyone says your son, I'm rich. But you don't believe it. Now seeing is believing. Shu Yun opened the car door.
The two elders were still in great doubt. My mother suddenly slapped her forehead and said in realization, "Oh, I almost forgot.
How can you go there empty-handed? Go buy some supplements and eggs."
I happened to be at the mall, so I stopped by to pick up some jewelry.
I can't lose my manners. When meeting someone for the first time, you must give them a present that is worth the money.
It is also the best way to express your attitude.
Although this generous gift might just be Gu Yanxi's pocket money. But it doesn't matter, the thought is what matters. All right. Shu Yun thought about it and didn't refuse. Although this somewhat feels like forcing Gu Yanxi to be nice to him.
But Shu Yun had this in mind anyway, so he just regarded it as his parents' help.
But speaking of gift giving. So far, he has never given Gu Yanxi any serious gift.
If you want to develop a normal relationship and formally pursue Gu Yanxi, you have to give him some gifts that he likes.
I need to think about it carefully. The family of three turned around and walked towards the elevator. Suddenly, three middle-aged men in suits hurried past them to catch the elevator. A document suddenly flew out of the folder in the middleman's hand.
But the three of them were in a hurry and didn't notice it at all. Shu Yun quickly picked up the documents, chased after him, and used his hand to block the elevator door that was about to close.
"Uncle, you dropped something."
When the middle-aged man saw the documents handed over by Shu Yun, his originally stern face was suddenly shocked.
"Thank you, I almost dropped an important document."
The man was very grateful. I saw a couple following behind Shu Yun, and they were obviously going to take the elevator together. Then he moved his seat and said, "Let's go in together."
"We can still squeeze in." "No, you guys are in a hurry, go ahead."
As he spoke, he released his hand and the elevator door closed. Then they got on the elevator next to them. Shu Yun went to the supermarket and the gold shop with his parents.
Bought a lot of things.
Local eggs, pork ribs, and pig's trotters are essential supplements. I also bought a gold necklace, a gold bracelet and a big gold ring, a variation of the 3 golds. It cost them more than 20,000 yuan, a huge investment.
But I really can't agree with the taste. It looks like a family heirloom at first glance. It's impossible to wear it out. After buying things, I couldn't wait to rush to the villa. 30 minutes later.
The car stopped in the villa garden.
Live in a villa? Even if you're really rich, you wouldn't spend it like this, right? Or was it Yan Shi who gave me the money? Both mom and dad were shocked. This is a famous luxury residential area. Is my son really that rich?
they expressed serious doubts. Even if you do make some money, it's reasonable to buy a nice car. After all, when men are out and about, a good car plays a role in social and business matters, and a car with a large space is indeed more convenient. Those who rent a villa obviously do not plan to live there for a long time, but do not want to compromise their living quality. Only people who have too much spare money and don't know where to spend it will choose this. Who would rent a villa among ordinary people? Yan-Shi's family lives in a villa. I can't let her stay in a rental house for confinement after giving birth. You are the ones who said we shouldn't mistreat others? Shu Yun felt tired. Okay, if you have money, you really can't be stingy. Mom Xiaohui was speechless. She is usually frugal and would bargain with people even when buying a scallion. This time he spent a huge amount of money to buy a luxurious gift for his future daughter-in-law, so he didn't care about his son squandering money. After all, no matter how badly you lose, nothing is more important than your daughter-in-law and babies. At this time, Shin Yu heard the voice and ran out to greet them. Hello, uncle and auntie, please come in quickly. Cici is watching over the babies inside. Shin Yu smiled and took what Xiaohui was holding. I have to say, the silly woman is very thoughtful. Being a reliable friend is the best. Chapter 35 Gu Yanqi agrees to get married. Marriage first, love later? Certainly. Shin Yu was also very satisfied when she saw Chu Yun called his parents over. This shows that this guy is really willing to take responsibility. The parents also dressed very formally, which shows that they also attach importance to it. You are classmate Shin Yu, right? Yanqi is so grateful to you for taking care of her all the time. Thank you so much. Xiaohui looked grateful. What a good child. Auntie, look at what you said. At most, when I get pregnant, I'll let Cici serve me, huh? Chatting and laughing, the group went into the house. After putting down the things, I went straight to the second floor. The curtains are half drawn, and the bright sunlight shines on the baby, giving off a fair and tender glow. It is a particularly healing scene. Seeing Chu Yun's parents coming into the room, she quickly got up and went down to greet them. At this time, Gu Yanqi was wearing a very loose home clothes. Although she had simply styled her hair, her face still looked a little haggard due to lack of sleep. There were still milk stains on the clothes, making him look a bit sloppy and embarrassed. Uncle and aunt, hello, I'm Yan-Shi. Sorry, it's a bit messy. There was still a hint of nervousness in Gu Yanqi's voice. Although Chu Yun had warned her that his parents were just an ordinary old couple, very casual. But after all, it is possible that they will become your parents-in-law in the future. The first time we met, I was in the confinement period and had no time to dress up properly. Will it leave a bad impression on them? Xiaohui immediately walked over with a smile and supported Gu Yanqi, and they both sat down on the edge of the bed. Hurry up and sit down, don't stand for too long. It's just confinement, there's no need to be so particular. Only after sitting down did he have the chance to look at Gu Yanqi carefully. My Cici is so handsome. She can walk the red carpet with just a little makeup. She's maintained herself very well. Her skin and body are in great shape. She doesn't look like someone who just gave birth to 3 children. The babies are blessed, it's great, it's great. Xiaohui praised him without reservation and from the bottom of her heart. The real person is more vivid than the photo, and more humane and down to earth. The future mother-in-law's hearty praise made Gu Yanqi relax a lot. She was indeed very approachable. She lowered her head and smiled, and couldn't help but hold Xiaohui's hand tighter. It's great that there are 2 more people supporting me in this world. Soon, Xiaohui started chatting with Gu Yanqi, asking this and that. Chu Yun and his father Chu Chunming were watching from the side, concentrating on entertaining the baby with smiles on their faces. It can be seen that Chu Chunming is extremely satisfied with his future daughter-in-law. Not only is she beautiful, she is also sensible, dignified, virtuous, and very polite. And she doesn't have the temperament of a young lady. She is lively and cheerful. Compared with Huang Ting, she is completely different. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a few words, Xiaohui quickly took out the gift she had prepared. Cici, auntie knows you might not like these things. But this is a token of my uncle and aunt's love. I hope you can accept it. Seeing the 3 pieces of glittering gold jewelry, Gu Yanqi was stunned for a moment. Then tears welled up in my eyes. She knew the meaning of this thing. It was heavy and reassuring. Thank you, auntie. I like it very much, I will definitely keep it well.
Gu Yanqi nodded heavily and took the 3 golds.
It's quite heavy, and must have cost a lot of money. She knew Chu Yun's parents' income, and they were willing to buy such an expensive item, which must have cost them a lot of money. This thought is much more valuable than the gift itself.
Oh, why are you still crying? Don't cry, don't cry.
Seeing that Gu Yanqi really liked her, Xiao Hui was touched and quickly hugged Gu Yanqi in her arms to comfort him.
I only have one son, so I have to love my daughter now. I shouldn't be too happy. Don't get too excited during the confinement period.
Smile more and stay cheerful. I think you can move around on your own now, but try to walk less, stay out of the wind, and take fewer showers.
After the confinement period, give the babies a half-month celebration. Then they can move around freely.
Old lady Xiao Hui's true nature was revealed as she kept nagging.
Gu Yanqi just felt warm, and soon smiled and felt happy. He.
Xu Yun just gave her a bath yesterday, and she said she'd have to give her another one today.
Xin Yu next to her chuckled. Seeing that Chu Yun's family got along well with Gu Yanqi, she didn't hesitate to make jokes. Hearing this, Gu Yanqi's face turned red.
Then she rolled her eyes beautifully at Xin Yu. He even stole a glance at Chu Yun.
It was so embarrassing in front of so many people.
But Chu Yun, the shameless one, smiled at her nonchalantly.
It's like saying if you need to wash it, you have to wash it today. Ayun. Are you going to die?
It's not that you can't take a bath during confinement, but you should try to take as little as possible.
How can you be so clueless, kid? You'll die soon. Don't wash it today.
Xiao Hui frowned and scolded Chu Yun. Chu Yun smiled awkwardly yet complacently and said, I know. I'm just taking a shower, I didn't do anything else, why are you all looking at me like that?
Gu Yanqi really wanted to bite Chu Yun to death. After a few more pleasant chats, Mom Xiao Hui finally couldn't help but bring up the key issue. That is about Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi's marriage. Xiao Hui could see the relationship between the two. It's a bit awkward, but it's indeed a love story between a man and a woman, a bit corny and a bit sweet.
But this is not a special case.
Gu Yanqi had a child out of wedlock, which really gave her a bad reputation.
Although I am a little anxious, getting married early will make it legitimate and good for everyone.
Cici, Auntie might be a little abrupt, please don't be offended. I want to ask you about your marriage with Ayun, what do you think?
I know that from the beginning to the end, it was that stinky boy Ayun who wronged you and made you suffer so much and bear so much. Originally we had no right to say anything, but Ayun really wanted to take responsibility, including me and his father, of course.
We are not an irresponsible family. Of course, I know Ayun is a bit of a step above his station.
He's married for the second time, and you two have only known each other for a short time. But I hope you will seriously consider getting married for the sake of our 3 babies.
Don't feel pressured. Marriage is no joke and can't be forced.
Even if you two don't end up together, we will still treat you as our daughter. Not to mention the babies, they will definitely treat it like their lifeblood.
Of course, there's still time. Take your time to think about it. Mom Xiao Hui spoke very sincerely. How could Gu Yanqi not be moved?
In fact, deep down in her heart, she has already accepted Chu Yun. Then getting married is a natural thing, not just for the babies.
Auntie, thank you. I've thought about it. I'm willing to give each other a chance.
Besides, Chu Yun, he's not too high a target.
He's a good person and has some abilities. I think he can bring happiness to me and the babies. Gu Yanqi's words were considered as his personal agreement.
Chu Yun's heartstrings were also deeply touched, and a sense of happiness gushed out. Although, he was confident that Gu Yanqi could agree to him.
But I actually let my mother do this, which always feels weird.
He was still thinking of a lot of steps to win her heart.
I didn't give any gifts, confess my feelings, or propose. You just agreed?
Well, it's not too late to deal with these things after getting married.
There is still plenty of time anyway. Lifetime. But it's still growing. Chapter 36. After getting the marriage certificate, we can do that. Hearing Gu Yanqi's answer,
Mom Xiao Hui was about to cry. How could my son be so lucky to find such a good girl?
At this time, Dad Xu Chunming also stood up and solemnly stated, Yanqi, thank you. I will make sure Chu Yun spends his whole life making up to you. My dad's speech is so blunt and poor. But it also made Gu Yanqi feel an unprecedented sense of security. Okay, Mom and Dad, Are you here to attend a blind date convention for your son?
We have our own affairs, and we have our own plans.
It sounds like a line from a Mary Sue drama. Go see your grandchildren.
Shu-yun secretly gave his parents a thumbs up, ending this tense topic.
Only then did my parents realize what was going on. There are 3 little angels sleeping next to me, how could I forget about them? It is natural for the elderly to like children. As the saying goes, grandparents are close to their grandchildren, and holding their grandchildren is what they desire most. No doubt about it. I can hold 3 grandchildren at once, I am so happy.
Oh, my dear grandchildren, Grandma is here, call me Grandma. Xiao Hui excitedly rushed towards the stroller, stretched out her magic hands and picked up the eldest daughter.
Wow, this is Debeo, a girl so white, so fat, so beautiful.
Erbo is also a girl, she looks most like Cici, and Sanbo is a naughty boy, so energetic.
It only took Xiao Hui a few seconds to adapt to her new identity as a grandmother.
He kept mumbling, Grandma is coming, Grandma is coming.
He's so young, how can you tell who he looks like? It's a nice day today, and there's no wind.
I'll carry him out to the yard for a walk. Chu Chuanming's mouth was split with laughter when he saw the 3 cute babies. He also wanted to enjoy the happy time with his grandson alone without being disturbed by the old woman. In an instant, the parents completely forgot about their son.
I already have 3 little babies, so I'd rather not have a son like that.
Chu Yun was speechless. At this moment, in the huge villa garden. It was spring, the sun was shining, the weather was warm and comfortable, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Xiao Hui, Chu Chunming, and Xin Yu were each basking in the sun in front of a baby carriage. The 3 little kids had their eyes covered with thin strips of cloth to avoid direct sunlight. These days the sun is shining down on the mountain. The jaundice on their bodies has basically subsided. The originally dark and yellow face now appears fair and rosy, full of collagen. Oh, it's great that Yan Shi is willing to give Chu Yun a chance. I really hope that the 2 of them can get married smoothly. But I always feel uneasy, probably because my family conditions are so poor. Besides, this is just our wishful thinking now, and we haven't even consulted her parents.
What if their family doesn't agree to this marriage?
Xiao Hui was happy, but also a little worried. She was naturally very satisfied with Gu Yanxi, her future daughter-in-law. But precisely because the conditions were so good, she was a little worried that her family would not be able to grasp it.
Why do you think so much? True gold is not afraid of fire. As long as the 2 children are sincere, they will be able to withstand some worldly tests. Besides, how bad can our son be?
He's always been surrounded by girls.
Don't let your imagination run wild. Chu Chunming didn't care. Yes, uncle is right. Auntie, you don't have to worry so much. Cici and I have been good friends since childhood. I know her best.
Of course there are many rich and powerful men who want to pursue her, but I can see that she is really interested in Chu Yun.
Her family situation isn't that complicated. Her mother has always been a daughter. She will unconditionally support anything Cici likes.
There's no need to worry about that.
Her father is just old-fashioned and cares about face. He's not really prejudiced against the rich and the poor. He's still easy to talk to.
I believe Chu Yun can handle Cici's father.
Chu Yun is really a good person. This guy is really popular with women.
It's no wonder Cici is so captivated by him. Besides, Chu Yun is so good at making money and is willing to spend money on Cici.
Just based on this point, I feel reassured.
At this time, as Gu Yanqi's best friend and Chu Yun's former die-hard fan, Xin Yu comforted the 2 elders with great emotion. Every word was true and reasonable, and Xiao Hui finally felt a little relieved.
I hope so. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor,
Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi sat together holding hands.
You actually want to marry me so much? I'm a little flattered. Chu Yun started flirting again as usual.
Gu Yanqi blushed and said nothing, thinking, bad guy.
What can I do?
You're so anxious, I can't just not show some appreciation.
Let me look at the date. Pick a good day, get the certificate, and get married.
Then I will never be able to escape from your palm.
Chu Yun continued to flirt.
Gu Yanqi blushed and said nothing, thinking, you are the one who is anxious.
Bad guy.
Hey, May 5th is a good day, perfect for a wedding day.
It just so happens that the babies will be 1 month old the next day.
We can get the marriage certificate first and then take the baby's 1-month photos. And then prepare for the full moon wine the next day, perfect.
Shu Yun began to make arrangements on his own.
Gu Yanqi didn't say anything, but had already started to imagine the scene of that day in his mind. The picture was so beautiful, but it was suddenly broken by the serious expression on Dad Gu Zhengtong's face.
Oh, I can't delay any longer, I have to find time to go home.
Shu Yun can handle the issues on his parents' side, and so can she. Oh my god, after we get the certificate, we're officially husband and wife.
Then next, can we do that?
Shu Yun suddenly smiled excitedly.
What? Why is your mind full of dirty things?
Gu Yanqi had to speak. It was quite romantic just now, the two of them holding hands and looking forward to a bright future.
This guy, he had to bring up that kind of thing. Not clean?
After we get the certificate, we can go take wedding photos.
What's so dirty about wedding photos?
Shu Yun frowned slightly, pretending not to understand, and looked aggrieved.
This? Gu Yanqi was petrified on the spot.
Although she knew that Shu Yun was pretending to be stupid, she had no evidence.
Oh, wedding photos. What else could Gu Yanqi do? He could only be led by Shu Yun. Yeah, taking wedding photos, what else do you think? Shu Yun refused to give in and asked back naively. It feels so good to tease my silly wife, I have to tease her as hard as I can. Gu Yanqi blushed and didn't want to talk, thinking, who do you think you are? You're asking for a beating.
Of course, we can do that after taking the wedding photos, hee.
Shu Yun's true colors were revealed. Stop talking. Gu Yanqi couldn't stand it a bit. Shu Yun was puzzled, you don't like it? If you don't like it, the one in the wedding dress is also fine. Gu Yanqi is going to die. Chapter 37 Shu Yun is a scumbag. I will never accept it. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. There are so many mouths waiting to be fed. I'm going to go cook.
You take a break. It's rare that both parents are here, and Xinyu is here too. Shu Yun had to show off his newly acquired god-level cooking skills. The dishes have been bought, including both meat and vegetables, and are extremely rich. Even though he was alone, Shu Yun showed off in the kitchen. Less than 2 hours later, more than a dozen delicious meals were served on the table. Stir-fried pork liver, pig's trotter peanut soup, hot and sour fish, Westlake vinegar fish, Crucian carp soup, braised pork with preserved vegetables, braised spring bamboo shoots.
There is nothing Shu Yun won't do.
He also caters to everyone's preferences, so everyone can find their favorite dish.
Shu Yun called out and everyone gathered in the restaurant. Gu Yanqi also put on his clothes and slowly came down from the second floor.
Faced with this table full of delicious dishes, their eyes lit up with amazement and their faces were filled with disbelief.
Wow! It smells so good. Son, did you cook all this by yourself? Are you sure you didn't order takeout from several places to get the money together?
Mom Xiaohui knew that Shu Yun was busy in the kitchen, but she still couldn't believe it. She knew that Shu Yun could cook a few home-cooked dishes. But the dishes in front of me are completely beyond the scope of home cooking. Just looking at the presentation and appearance, no ordinary restaurant chef can pull it off.
Is your son training to be a chef? Mom, can I let my CC eat takeout? What are you thinking? I've always had a natural talent for cooking, but I've never found someone I'd be willing to cook for. It's different now. I have a beloved one, and my talent has fully awakened. Nothing can stop me. Come on, sit down and taste it.
While Shu Yun was bragging about himself, he did not forget to flirt with Gu Yanqi.
Gu Yanqi felt tired.
This guy was so shameless in front of his future parents-in-law.
But there is a little joy. Oh my god. This is so delicious. Shu Yun, have you signed up for New Oriental next door? It wasn't this delicious last time.
Xinyu couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and taste her favorite Westlake vinegar fish.
I was instantly captivated by this unique delicacy.
With her cooking skills alone, she can easily slay all her suitors.
What to do? I kind of regret giving up on Teacher Chu. Is it too late to regret now? So delicious. Gu Yanqi couldn't help but praise him. That satisfied smile seemed to be healed by the delicious food. I thought, maybe Chu Yun really was cooking with love. Otherwise, how could we progress so quickly? From childhood to adulthood, she has eaten all kinds of delicacies from land and sea.
Shu Yun's cooking skills are almost up to the level of a state banquet.
At this time, Gu Yanqi's stomach was firmly controlled by Chu Yun. Unexpectedly, Shu Yun is really a treasure boy. The more you get along with him, the more shining points you'll find in him. It's awesome. My parents each tried it and were also amazed by it. Or, my son can become a chef. With this skill, I can support my family. Oh, right. I went to see the house in Tianqi Garden that I bought this morning. There's nothing wrong with it. Let's move there the day after tomorrow. It's a housewarming celebration anyway, let's all go.
When everyone was enjoying their meal, Shu Yun suddenly said,
What? The house you bought? Tianqi Garden?
Dad, Mom, and Xinyu almost choked on their food. Shu Yun gave a brief explanation, and the three were still in great shock.
Shu Yun bought the 50 million mansion in full? This guy is getting more and more confusing. Deep Bay 1.
In a single-family villa in a villa community next to Tianqi Garden. Gu Zhengtang, who was sitting on the sofa at this time, was a little worried.
Things have been going wrong lately. The company is short of funds and has a lot of worries.
What bothered him even more was that his precious daughter.
Why are you sighing? Didn't the investors go to inspect the mall today? How did the talks go? Can we successfully raise funds? Gu Yanqi's mother Li Yuan.
She put a thin coat on her husband Gu Zhengtang and asked with concern.
I'm not optimistic. Physical businesses are in a downturn right now.
Our excellent Century Plaza is a long-established chain shopping mall, yet the impact was so significant. Even if these investors come in, they will definitely drive down the price like crazy. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to rip us off, we'd be betraying the true nature of capital.
Let's wait and see.
Gu Zhengtang rubbed his brows, obviously very conflicted.
Although he is the largest shareholder of the company, it does not belong to him alone.
We also have to consider the interests of other shareholders and investors, which is difficult.
Li Yuan walked over and pressed Gu Zhengtang's shoulder.
He asked tentatively, "You've been busy with company matters these days.
Could it be that you forgot about your daughter?
You two, father and daughter, have exactly the same temper.
Neither of you is willing to give in. Are we going to remain in this stalemate forever?" Li Yuan contacts Gu Yanqi every day. But Gu Zhengtang didn't say anything, so she couldn't act on her own. What a joke.
She did something so shameful, and it's fine if she doesn't go home and apologize.
Does it mean I, as a father, have to contact her first? If she has the ability, she should never come back to this house. Gu Zhengtang was furious again. Li Yuan was also speechless. She was already an adult, yet she was still angry with her daughter.
It's better to die for the sake of face than to suffer in life. Since it has already happened, we should find a way to solve it.
What's the point of running away? Didn't you ask someone to investigate Shu Yun last time? How did the investigation go? Li Yuan said earnestly. Oh, the information was sent over, but I didn't have time to read it.
As Gu Zhengtang spoke, he turned on his phone, opened the folder, and started checking. Shu Yun, 24 years old, is a native of Shenzhen. Graduated from Shenzhen University in 2021 and stayed on campus as a counselor. Married at 23, divorced 7 months later.
Fuck. This guy is such a scumbag.
You're already married, yet you're messing with my daughter, and now you're getting divorced so casually.
No, I will never acknowledge this kind of scum even if I die. Who knows what his intentions are for getting a divorce? Cece is so stupid. How could she be deceived by such a scumbag? Gu Zhengtang almost jumped up and cursed.
He was almost certain that Shu Yun was a lustful and greedy scum.
My hands started shaking with anger.
Then he looked at Shu Yun's photo with murderous eyes.
Looking at it. Why does this person look familiar? Is this the young man who found his documents in the parking lot today? It's really him. Damn, what a beast in human form. He looks like a gigolo.
There are few good guys who are this handsome.
Do you understand clearly?
I heard from Xinyu that the situation is not like this.
This Chu Yun is not the kind of person you said. Li Yuan was a little confused. What on earth did Secretary Lu find out?
That was not what she had learned herself. That Chu Yun, at the moment, seems to be quite reliable.
It makes me upset just looking at it, never mind. Gu Zhengtang threw his phone away and got a headache. Alas. Li Yuan sighed deeply. If this continues, when will my daughter be able to come home? Chapter 38. Men are so superficial. Gu Yanqi was so angry that he wanted to kick someone. The top unit in Block D of Tianxi Garden. Shu brought his parents, Gu Yanqi, and 3 little kids. There are also Xinyu and Fangping. After packing for the whole morning, we finally moved in. Brother Yun. Did you really buy this house? That little patent you researched before, can you really make that much money? I just don't believe it. Do you have some new way to get rich? You can't hide it. You have to take your buddies with you. Fang Ping's eyes almost popped out of his head. Okay, if there's a money-making project, I'll definitely bring you along. Otherwise, you'll have to say that we're like wearing the same pants, but we've never worn one, okay? Shu Yun smiled helplessly. Then he noticed that a trace of helplessness and loneliness suddenly flashed across Gu Yanqi's face. He also secretly glanced to the side. Deep Bay 1. When Shu Yun saw these words, he realized something. Do you live in that neighborhood? Gu Yanqi responded softly. She had been planning to go home in the next few days, but her mother sent her a message yesterday. Dad is still angry, so don't go home for now. My home is right in front of me, but I can't go back. I feel a little depressed. I'm ready. I'm just waiting for your order and then I'll rush in with the babies. Then he shouted, Father-in-law and mother-in-law, here comes the son-in-law. Shu Yun said with a thick face, ready for battle. Puff. Gu Yanqi was immediately amused. You're probably going to kidnap the bride, you bandit. The group happily came into the house. Gu Yanqi was very satisfied with everything, the decoration, the furniture, every aspect. Compared to the villa I lived in before, this place makes me feel more at ease and has a greater sense of belonging. Because she regards this place as her own home. Shu Yun's parents had their mouths open from the moment they stepped into the door. Look left, look again, touch here, pat there. They were all very careful, afraid of breaking anything. Good. Very good. Even Xinyu, who is used to living in a mansion, couldn't help but admire. This is what my dream wedding room looks like. Unfortunately, no one bought it for me, and no one invited me to be the hostess. Fang Ping, standing by, immediately retorted sarcastically, Your family is quite wealthy, right? Why don't you just ask your parents to buy you a condom? You're being so pretentious. You know shit. How can what your parents gave you be the same as what your boyfriend gave you? Xinyu immediately fought back. She was depressed. Why did Shu Yun, the stupid friend, always pick on her? Fang Ping curled his lips, then why don't you find a boyfriend as old as your parents, and you'll have it? Get out. Xinyu wanted to kill someone. She was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot, and instead took Gu Yanqi's hand. He joked, Shu Yun used to have only one shortcoming, he was poor. Now, he's gone, a complete man. Cece, I'm a little jealous of you now. It's like a pie falling from the sky, and you got it. Tell me, should I try to imitate you, get drunk at a class party, and then leave everything to fate? Maybe I can meet my Mr. Right. Gu Yanqi frowned wildly and pinched Xinyu hard. And warned sternly, okay, don't mention this again. The two of them were talking in a low voice, but Shu Yun, who happened to come over, heard it. Shu Yun smiled secretly and said quietly. Whether I can meet my Mr. Right or not, I don't know. The probability of encountering LSP is definitely not low. How could you really think you could easily meet a man as good as me? Shu Yun, Xinyu gritted her teeth and glared at Shu Yun. Then he said to Gu Yanqi with resentment, Cece, why don't you just do something about it? Gu Yanqi smiled but said nothing, thinking, no matter what, the lesson was well learned. Meeting an LSP is nothing. I'm afraid we'll have to conduct another ward inspection and get you sent in for questioning. That would be wonderful. Shu Yun continued to finish off the enemy. Shen Yu. This couple is so inhumane that they teamed up to deal with me. Junior sister Xinyu, what's with that expression on your face? Who made you angry? Tell me, senior, I'll help you vent your anger. Xinyu is going crazy. Damn it, there's still that idiot Fang Ping, he's dead. Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi smiled at each other. Everyone was happily cleaning the house. Shu Yun showed off his skills again and prepared a table full of delicious dishes. After dinner, we chatted until around 9 o'clock before we dispersed. Xinyu drank a little and couldn't drive. Fang Ping drove Chu Yun's broken fit happily and took her home. In fact, he was in the mood to drink, but he just didn't want to.
Shu Yun's parents have been guarding their 3 babies, loving them so much that they can't let go and can never hold them enough.
If I hadn't brought any clothes, my mother Xiao Hui would have been reluctant to leave. What should I do? I can't see the 3 babies until tomorrow. It feels so long.
Watching my parents leave reluctantly. Shu Yun was thinking that he had to save money as soon as possible to buy an apartment for his parents in the same community. Parents have worked hard for half their lives, and it's time for them to enjoy a peaceful life.
Of course, it is also convenient for them to take care of the children.
I didn't have the ability before, and now it doesn't seem that easy either.
Upgrading the daddy system will not take a day or two.
He was lucky to have drawn this house, otherwise it would have taken him a long time to exchange it with his daddy points.
Big brother system, can't you give me a skill that can make money quickly? After they all left,
Shu Yun began to help the 3 little kids wash their faces.
After great effort, I washed Shangxiang and put on a new diaper. Next comes breastfeeding.
Gu Yanqi has never stopped eating nutritious meals since she started her confinement period.
In addition, the baby has abundant conditions, so the milk supply is very abundant.
Feeding 3 kids at once is not a problem at all. And my waist and legs don't feel sore either. After eating and drinking their fill, the 3 little kids soon fell into a deep sleep. Shu Yun finally let go of his fatigue and planned to lie down next to his wife to rest.
Because we might have to fight at any moment.
Of course, the one who worked the hardest was Gu Yanqi.
Breastfeeding 3 babies is not easy.
Especially the second young lady who loves to stir up trouble and especially likes to bite, and every time Gu Yanqi cries out in pain.
How is it? It seems that the second young lady didn't bite today?
I see the 3 little guys have a good appetite today.
They've been eating for a long time. They haven't eaten too much, have they?
Shu Yun asked with a smile.
Yeah, I ate a lot,
Gu Yanqi said softly. He had no idea that Shu Yun would take advantage of the situation next.
Shu Yun asked doubtfully, do you think it will shrink or become smaller every time it absorbs light like this?
What?
I just ran out of milk. How could I possibly become smaller? Some people, after breastfeeding ends, will grow again and become bigger.
Gu Yanqi angrily refuted Shu Yun's fallacy. What a guy who knows nothing. He only cares about size.
Is size that important? Really?
Shu Yun expressed doubt.
Of course it's true. It's like the relationship between a cup and water.
Once you finish drinking the water, the cup won't get any smaller.
Gu Yanqi didn't know what he was insisting on explaining.
After hearing such a vivid metaphor, Shu Yun suddenly felt relieved.
Hey, what's with that relieved look on your face just now? Are all you men so superficial?
Gu Yanqi was on the verge of getting angry and exploding, jumping back and forth.
It was so infuriating.
What's superficial?
After hearing your explanation, I suddenly understood. That's the look of sudden enlightenment, isn't it? But then again, seeing is believing, hearing is not.
Shu Yun felt a little aggrieved. Gu Yanqi was stunned for a moment, then.
Ah! Get off here, you rascal! Gu Yanqi finally exploded.
She stretched out her jade leg and was about to kick Shu Yun to the floor.
Chapter 39, Goddesses are also human beings, they can also be confused and infatuated. Don't use force. It makes you sweat. If you sweat, you need to take a shower. Otherwise, you won't smell good anymore. Facing Gu Yanqi's outstretched jade feet, Shu Yun quickly begged for mercy. Gu Yanqi rolled his eyes slightly. After thinking about it, I shrank back.
Shu Yun smiled foolishly, take a shower? I haven't taken a shower in 3 days.
In just over a week, Gu Yanqi will be out of confinement.
Then Shu Yun 1T need to help me take a bath.
There is not much time left for Shu Yun. No. You have no good intentions. Gu Yanqi also knew that Shu Yun was joking.
He must have known that it was not advisable to wash too many times. Shu Yun lowered his head in frustration. After a while, he looked at Gu Yanqi very seriously. He used his big hand to gently hold Gu Yanqi's white, tender and smooth little hand. Gu Yanqi instinctively retracted his arms, but soon stopped struggling. Even the tip of his little finger began to rub the back of Shu Yun's hand.
"Cici, have you really decided to marry me?" Shu Yun asked affectionately. "What else can I do? I already have your baby, do you think I want to?" Gu Yanqi curled her cherry lips and joked.
Finally got the chance to punish this bad guy.
Is it so reluctant? Shuyan fought back in distress. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the fact that I am the child's father will never change. Besides, I am confident that I can make you fall in love with me willingly. I want you to admit in the future that your decision to marry me was the most correct and wise one. Gu Yanqi was delighted. But he still said calmly, really? I don't know where your confidence comes from. Is it just because you're handsome? Am I handsome? Why don't I feel anything? I thought I was only slightly better than Daniel, Edison, and Tianla combined. Is this what it means to be handsome? I don't rely on my looks, I rely on my hard skills. Like cooking, something like that. Shu Yun looked distressed and argued. He. Like, photography? Gu Yanqi smiled lightly. When talking about Edison Chen, she couldn't help but hint at the nude photos of Chu Yun and his ex-wife Huang Ting. Shu Yun was dumbfounded. Could this be used to hold him accountable? It seems that this little girl Gu Yanqi is not stupid. She is actually a cunning little devil. Ha, this is interesting. Fighting with your wife is endless fun. Honey, don't say that. I'm really not that kind of person. As long as I have a wife like you and a few children, I will be very satisfied. Shu Yun swore solemnly. Gu Yanqi didn't appreciate it. Who knows? If you meet someone prettier than me, with a better figure than me, maybe you will. Shu Yun pondered for a while. Just when Gu Yanqi was about to take advantage of the situation and say, look, you hesitated. You still need to think about it. Shu Yun nodded gently. Indeed, there is such a possibility. But I've thought about it carefully. Is there any woman in this world who is prettier than you and has a better figure than you? I would only be tempted by a woman like this if I met her. Wife, are your conditions too harsh? You're clearly asking me to stay with you forever. Puff. Gu Yanqi was teased again. Why are you so sloppy? It's disgusting. Shu Yun smiled indifferently and said, my life is oily, not oily heaven. Well, okay, thick skin is indeed invincible. After Gu Yanqi was defeated, both of them suddenly fell silent for a few minutes. That indescribable atmosphere filled the air between the two of them. After a long time, Gu Yanqi silently turned off the bedside lamp and took the initiative to move closer to Chu Yun. She didn't dare to turn sideways too much for fear of pain, so she just leaned slightly. The long, white arms wrapped around Chu Yun's waist. Can I hold you like this while I sleep? I've been having nightmares and sweating these past 2 nights. I need to hold something so I can sleep better. Gu Yanqi's voice came as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Shu Yun was secretly happy, but said in a mean way, oh, so that's it. Isn't there a teddy bear next to you? Can't I hug it? Gu Yanqi was furious. Just as he was about to let go, Shu Yun suddenly hugged him tightly. Then let me be another teddy bear, a teddy bear that can move. Go to sleep, with me here, you can always sleep peacefully. Gu Yanqi's mood brightened up instantly. He smiled and said, then sing me a song to hypnotize me. You sing very well. But try to be quiet and not wake up the little ancestors. Shu Yun had forgotten that he had this skill. Well, it comes in handy when it comes to coaxing my wife to sleep. Then, Shu Yun began to hum softly. The sound was melodious and pleasant, and extremely moving. Gu Yanqi snuggled in Shu Yun's chest, feeling very intoxicated. Maybe it's because I was too tired during this period, or maybe the hypnotic effect was too strong. After relaxing a little, Shu Yun didn't manage to coax Gu Yanqi to sleep, but instead fell into a deep sleep himself. Listening to Chu Yun's regular and powerful breathing coming soon. Gu Yanqi frowned slightly, and then his heart tightened. He turned his head and looked at Chu Yun with affection. It was the first time for her to look at a man so closely and unscrupulously. Chu Yun's hair is very fine, soft, black and thick. It rubbed gently against her cheek. It was soft and comfortable. His sword-like eyebrows are like 2 steel knives inserted into his temples, which makes him look very heroic. The double eyelids are very obvious, and once the eyelids are opened, the eyes are very captivating. A tall and straight nose, and lips that are neither thin nor thick. The more you look at Chu Yun's facial features, the more perfect they seem. You never get tired of looking at them. In terms of physique, he is even better at fighting. It goes without saying that he is tall, but the key is that he is also muscular. At this moment, Chu Yun's strong muscles were faintly visible under his thin t-shirt. Gu Yanqi is the school beauty goddess, but she is not a god. After tasting the most beautiful thing in the world, her heart was pounding and she was drooling.
Faced with such beauty, after looking at it for a long time, she will also be infatuated and fall for it. Put aside other things. Maybe it wouldn't be a loss to be able to have a baby for such a man. The more Gu Yanqi looked, the more distracting thoughts started to run rampant in his mind, and his body became even hotter and hotter. Oh my god. How can I sleep like this? Gu Yanqi wanted to turn over to calm down, but he was reluctant to move. A nameless fire surged in his veins and could not be suppressed at all. No way. Let's just go all the way. Anyway, he was asleep and didn't know, so it's not my fault. Thinking of this, Gu Yanqi breathed quickly and gently moved her pretty face forward. Boo! He gave Chuyun a secret kiss on the right cheek. Then he quickly buried his head in Chuyun's arms, pretending nothing had happened. It wasn't teeny just now. After a while, Chuyun didn't respond at all and was still sleeping soundly. How about another try? Gu Yanqi couldn't suppress such thoughts at all. He raised his mouth again and brushed past Chuyun's mouth like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Warm, soft, fragrant, and a little sweet. Gu Yanqi was savoring the memory when he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! The sound was loud and accompanied by saliva. Sprayed directly on Chuyun's face. Chuyun felt drowsy and felt like he was being drenched in heavy rain. Then he slowly opened his eyes. With the dim light from the window, he saw Gu Yanqi lying on top of his body. The rosy little mouth was only 10 centimeters away from him. Although I couldn't see her expression, I could feel her breathing. Chuyun suddenly realized and was stunned for a moment. Just now, it wasn't a dream, I really tasted the taste of my lips. Ah, what are you doing? Chapter 40. She kissed me secretly, I must take revenge. Gu Yanqi's face turned red. But she didn't care about the embarrassment and could only pretend to be calm. I was looking for something. I just dropped a nursing pad and I don't know where it fell. Chuyun turned on the bedside lamp. He immediately understood the meaning behind the flickering look in Gu Yanqi's eyes. You dare not admit it, and your lying skills are so poor, I caught you. Where is it? Nowhere. You still have a full bag over there, use a new one. Chuyun turned over and pretended to look for it, but he saw through it without exposing it. But revenge must be taken. Oh, good. Gu Yanqi exhaled lightly and slowly withdrew his body. Then fell asleep in one fell swoop. Seeing his wife's cute guilty look, Chuyun refused to cooperate with her. Just keep the lights on and wait for a few minutes. Chuyun approached Gu Yanqi cautiously. Chuyun's breath was blowing on Gu Yanqi's face. But what can she do? She is asleep now. Gu Yanqi regretted pretending to be asleep. If this guy took advantage of the situation, he would be in big trouble. Oh no, I was in the wrong because I kissed first. Fortunately, Chuyun quickly turned his head away. The next moment when Gu Yanqi felt relieved. Bougie. Chuyun launched a counterattack. With lightning speed, a strawberry was planted on Gu Yanqi's face. Oh my god, it smells so good. Gu Yanqi felt the warmth and softness on his face. But they can only do nothing and let others do whatever they want. The worst thing was that she had to maintain a peaceful look as if she was already asleep. This bad guy must have done it on purpose. Chuyun laughed secretly. Then he kissed her twice more openly. Oh my god, it's so soft and fragrant. I guess that Gu Yanqi would soon take this opportunity to wake up and confront me. Chuyun immediately got out of bed and went to check on the babies. Revenge has been taken, and I feel relieved. Since I became a dad, it's not uncommon for me to get up in the middle of the night to feed, change diapers, etc. Sometimes the baby can't sleep and cries in the middle of the night, and they have to stay up with him. As expected. The second young lady lived up to everyone's expectations and pooped. My third brother's diaper is also a thick layer, and he urinates a lot. Chuyun changed their diapers neatly and coaxed them to sleep. 20 minutes later, when I lay back down again, I found that Gu Yanqi was really asleep this time, with a faint smile on his face. Even when she's sleeping, she's so cute. You're worthy of being my wife. Chuyun couldn't help but secretly took a picture of Gu Yanqi sleeping. You can take it out and appreciate it when you have nothing to do. It's amazing, I'm worthy of it. After the lights were turned off, Chuyun was still secretly happy. Xiao Xiao was excited for nearly an hour before she felt sleepy again. However, the next moment. Wow! A cry suddenly rang out. Then comes the second sound.
It's the second young lady and the third brother.
These two little guys are always the first to get hungry.
Why can't you learn from the eldest lady and eat your fill in one sitting?
There was no way. Shuyan shook his head and forced himself to cheer up. He got out of bed and picked up the two crying little ones. Gu Yanqi also opened his eyes and lifted up his clothes as if it was a conditioned reflex. Start to face the attacks of the two milk balls in turn. The breast milk that Gu Yanqi had just replenished was quickly eaten up.
It was not enough.
Shuyan had no choice but to make milk powder and feed the second young lady and third brother. I also gave some to the eldest lady to eat, so that she wouldn't cry for food when she got hungry. It was more than an hour later that the three little kids returned to silence.
Gu Yanqi was so sleepy that he fell asleep immediately.
And Shu Yun is so energetic again. It just so happens that after a series of operations just now, a lot of daddy value income reminders have been received.
Shu Yun went into the system out of boredom. Daddy value, 48,900. Chance to win a prize, 2 times.
That's right, the daddy value is about to break 50,000, and I can be upgraded to a level 3 daddy. If the daddy value is converted into cash, it is nearly 500 W.
It's a considerable fortune. But there is still a long way to go before I can control my future father-in-law. Lottery. Twice. Shu Yun gave the order, hoping to win something good. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, God-level chess skills.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, divine-level pupil technique. In an instant, the two skills were merged, and Shu Yun immediately understood.
God-level chess skills means that any chess competition level has reached the pinnacle. It is undoubtedly another useless skill. He doesn't want to be a chess player, so is he going to go to the street and bully old men who play chess?
The God-level eye technique seems very powerful, but it can only be used to identify treasures.
It seems it's of no use. Going to the antique market to find bargains? What are you thinking about? There aren't so many bargains for you to pick up. What a waste.
It's nowhere near as useful as God-level cooking skills.
Shu Yun was a little disappointed.
I had to enter the system mall to see if there were any suitable skills to exchange. There are many useful skills in the mall, but the exchange levels and exchange values are ridiculously high.
Each one is scarier than the other.
For example, a God-level parenting skill provides the full-level educational capabilities for children under 6 years old. Shu Yun was very tempted, but he needed a level 4 nanny, which cost 100,000 nanny points.
This is outrageous. This is.
Suddenly, a skill caught Shu Yun's attention.
God-level investment skill. As the name suggests, investing to make money is always a win-win. Is there any other way to make money faster than investing? No. Making money is always the fastest way to get rich.
He is active in the financial market and owns original shares of unicorn companies. Make a small investment for a big return, and you can earn thousands or even tens of thousands of times the return in a matter of minutes. And the scale of wealth can continue to grow like a snowball.
With this bug skill, you won't have to worry about not having money, you will only worry about how to spend it.
Not to mention ordinary people, even financial tycoons, the world's richest men, and century-old consortiums all need this skill.
Shu Yun was moved. With this skill, you can convert the remaining nanny value into cash.
He can enter the investment market, accumulate wealth quickly, and perfectly solve all current problems.
Absolutely perfect.
But when Shu Yun saw the exchange conditions, he felt terrible.
Level 8 dad, exchangeable for 1 million daddy points. I'm so proud of you, this will take forever. Dog system, you're probably kidding me.
Shu Yun just finished cursing in his heart. System-friendly reminder, first-time redemption in the mall, no level limit, and discounts.
Excuse me, host, do you need to exchange for God-level investment skills? Shu Yun. Can the dog system understand human language and know what I am thinking? Or is it that the dog is desperate and is giving himself benefits? If I want to redeem it, regardless of level, how much nanny points do I need? 48900. Damn it. Shu Yun wanted to curse. Is this going to clear out my daddy value all at once? Dog system, you are so cruel. I suspect you are deliberately taking revenge on me, and I have evidence. Alright then, exchange.
Shu Yun was speechless, but still exchanged it. If you miss this village, you may not be able to find this store.
Get the skills first, and then find a way to raise the capital. If all else fails, you can wait until you have accumulated a certain amount of daddy points, convert them into cash, and then invest. As soon as the words fell, the skills merged quickly. In an instant, Shu Yun's mind was flooded with countless financial and investment knowledge. At this moment, he officially possessed godlike investment capabilities. Of course, he hasn't tried it yet, so he doesn't know how effective it will be. In fact, even if the system does not deceive people, Shu Yun has the potential to become the richest man in the world. He might not do that. Having a lot of wealth is just a bunch of numbers and doesn't mean much. Shu Yun's life goal has never been this. Don't worry about money and do what you love. I can be filial to my parents, have a wife and children, and live a happy family. That's enough. This is the perfect life he pursues. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in school to be a counselor. He had no complaints about the salary and status of this job. It was just broken by his ex-wife Huang Ting. Shu Yun fell asleep contentedly. When I woke up again, as soon as I opened my eyes, I was shocked by the scene in front of me and my scalp went numb. A white object was only 5 centimeters away from his eyes. Just reach out and touch. Gu Yanqi was lying on the ground, feeding the baby. Chapter 41, Did I Want to Drink Milk? What a critical hit at the opening, who can withstand this? The young lady was sucking happily. Seeing this, Shu Yun's throat gurgled and he felt thirsty. I'll go to the refrigerator and get a box of pure milk. Shu Yun smiled bitterly. It is said that sitting in someone's arms can keep one calm, but I sit in someone's arms every day. Even if Liu Xiaohui's grandson came, he would have to kneel. Oh. I feel more comfortable feeding when I lie on my side. It makes my back ache if I always feed while sitting. Gu Yanqi blushed and explained why he was so close to Chu Yun's eyes. He almost hit Chu Yun in the mouth. Before that, she struggled for several minutes. Chu Yun was asleep, so he wouldn't just wake up and see it. By the time he woke up, he would probably have finished feeding the baby. Even if someone really saw it, then, just let them see it. It's not like I haven't seen it before, whether it was in a hotel or taking a shower that day. Who would have thought that he would actually run into it? But Chu Yun was so hungry that he wanted to drink milk, which was beyond her expectation. It's okay, it doesn't sting my eyes, it just makes me salivate. Chu Yun swallowed again. Even though Gu Yanqi had already turned around, he could only reminisce and imagine. Gu Yanqi gave Chu Yun a death stare. You are the one that is so eye-catching. If you look at me again, I will dig your eyeballs out. Oh, my wife, you've worked so hard. Breastfeeding should be at least 12 months before weaning is appropriate. 3 little guys means 3 times the torture. Oh my god, my wife is so great. Chu Yun scratched his head in embarrassment and flattered without thinking. It's not hard. My husband is also hardworking taking care of 3 babies. No, I'm not tired, my wife is. Ha ha. What did you call me just now? Husband? Chu Yun was stunned. Suddenly discovering a new world, his eyes lit up. No, nothing. You heard wrong. Who called you old? Gu Yanqi's face turned even redder. It's over, I blurted it out, so embarrassing. After the stealing kiss incident last night. Gu Yanqi subconsciously wanted to get close to Chu Yun, and even the instinct to be intimate was budding. So when I heard Chu Yun calling wife non-stop, I was infected and unknowingly. But when it comes to calling out the word husband seriously, I just can't bring myself to do it no matter what. Too corny. I heard it. Call me again, wife. Chu Yun insisted. You won't lose any meat if you yell, right, honey? Wife. It's only a matter of time. The sooner you get used to it, the better. That won't work. We haven't even got the marriage certificate, and we haven't. Gu Yanqi refused sternly. He turned around and handed the drunk young lady to Chu Yun. Second miss and third brother should have eaten, right? They get hungry the fastest. Chu Yun was helpless and asked casually. Yes, I ate it. But I didn't eat much, otherwise it wouldn't be enough for the young lady. And quite a bit of it overflowed. There should still be some now. Gu Yanqi turned her back to Chu Yun and started wearing nursing pads. Oh, there are still some. That's quite a lot. There are still some left. Chu Yun was muttering something, when suddenly. Since there is so much, don't waste it. Besides, I'm really thirsty, so honey, you see, is it okay? Can't. Gu Yanqi was dumbfounded. This guy actually meant it. What on earth are you thinking about? I just wanted to taste it, out of curiosity. It's nothing. Shuyan didn't want to give up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gu Yanqi stared at Shu Yun with a look as if he was a pervert. Shu Yun felt creepy when he saw this. Just kidding, ha ha. Shu Yun got scared and backed out immediately. Suddenly, the song I sang to Gu Yanqi before, Sweet, rang out in my ears. There was a line in the song that kept lingering in his mind. I'll take a sip. Unfortunately, I can't taste it. Do you really want to try it? Just when Shu Yun was feeling depressed, Gu Yanqi suddenly asked with a wry smile. Is there still a chance? Shu Yun looked at Gu Yanqi's clear eyes and nodded slightly. Okay then, wait for me. Gu Yanqi sighed and said helplessly. Really agreed. Happiness came too suddenly, and Shu Yun's mood rose from the bottom of the valley to heaven. He even couldn't believe it. My shy wife has become more and more bold recently, just like last night. Be bold, be bold. I like it. Then I'll go get some hot water. After tasting it, you have to wipe it down and disinfect it. It would be bad if you didn't pass the bacteria onto the baby. Shu Yun licked his lips unconsciously, feeling a little thirsty. He also thoughtfully helped Gu Yanqi think of some necessary measures and also considered the baby. Gu Yanqi couldn't help but laugh and chuckled. What are you thinking? You think I'm just going to let you wish? I felt like the babies couldn't finish the breast milk, and I was a little bloated, so I used a breast pump to express it. You can keep it in the refrigerator and keep it ready for later use. You can also drink it if you want. It's a shame to throw it away. We don't have a dog at home. Shu Yun was petrified instantly. So this is what it means. Raising a dog? Are you implying that I'm a dog that licks? Wife, you are so awesome. I lost miserably this time. Shu Yun had no choice but to carry the young lady back to the stroller in a daze, like a loser dog. Then she brought the breast pump and handed it to Gu Yanqi reluctantly. After a few operations, Gu Yanqi quickly sucked out the excess female R and handed it to Shu Yun. Well, try it, it should taste quite fresh. Why are you so curious? I don't understand. This. Things had come to this point, Shu Yun had no choice but to drink it. This is not what I want to drink. Shu Yun smiled bitterly and took 2 sips. It tastes a bit like freshly ground soy milk. It's not delicious, but it has a very original and pure taste. Gu Yanqi had a strange smile on his face and used his eyes to force Shu Yun to continue drinking. Shu Yun took a deep breath, took a big gulp, and drank it all. How is it? Isn't it delicious? I'll give you all the leftovers next time. It won't be a waste. Gu Yanqi covered his mouth and laughed. To punish the bad guys, you have to use their own bad ideas to give them a taste of their own medicine. Well, it tastes good. I won't drink it next time. Shu Yun smiled bitterly. It tastes really bad, totally different from what I imagined. The problem is, he didn't get to drink what he really wanted. Am I going to drink that? Gu Yanqi snorted softly. It's very nutritious, why are you still complaining about it? No. The good nutrition should be saved for the babies. They need it. I don't deserve it. I'll just drink yogurt, haha. Shu Yun smiled with his face but not his heart. Time flies. It's almost May. There are only 4 or 5 days left before Gu Yanqi finishes her confinement. Because the weather suddenly became hot and it was not convenient to turn on the air conditioner all day, Gu Yanqi often sweated profusely from the heat. Shu Yun bought a goosefeather fan online and turned himself into a manual fan. While fanning his wife, he had to endure the torture of being able to look but not be able to use it. Drink milk? Let us not talk about this. If any ungrateful reader brings up this matter again, he will get angry with him. Every day, they eat Chef Chua's top-notch delicious and nourishing dishes, and are fed in various ways. Gu Yanqi's mood is always good. Just like that, under Shu Yun's meticulous care. Gu Yanqi's health recovered better than expected. And 3 little babies. The full moon is also coming soon. Chapter 42, 1 hour? I'm too strong. 3 babies. compared to the skinny ball that weighed only 4 pounds when he was born. There have been major changes that are visible to the naked eye.
She is white, plump, and very fresh.
Of course, this is mainly due to Gu Yanqi's capacity. The more tolerant one is, the greater his potential. If the mother has this ability, the babies will naturally benefit from it.
Generally, babies born by cesarean section and multiple births are naturally thinner. At this moment, the 3 little kids didn't show any signs of poor physical condition at all. Each one is more vigorous than the other. What a great creation! Especially the second young lady, she is probably the reincarnation of Wukong or Neza. She can really make trouble. Gu Yanqi is now able to walk, take a shower, and go to the bathroom. It can even help Chu Yun share a lot of light housework. Of course, my mother Xiao Hui also made a great contribution. In general, the burden of Chu Yun as a personal confinement nanny is getting lighter and lighter. Before, I had to take care of 1 adult and 3 children. Now there are 3 adults taking care of the 3 little ones together. The pressure has been reduced by more than half. At this time, if Chu Yun needs to go out for something, he can go out without worry.
With Mom and Gu Yanqi here, there will be absolutely no problem. However, Chu Yun would not leave home for too long unless necessary. Is there anything happier than being at home and looking at your fairy-like wife and 3 little cuties? It doesn't exist. Ha!
Miss, there are a lot of little red bumps on your butt recently.
What's going on?
Gu Yanqi, who was changing the diaper of the second young lady, suddenly discovered a serious situation. Chu Yun hurried over to take a closer look. There is indeed a circle of uneven small red bumps around the second young lady's white and tender little buttocks.
It looks pretty creepy.
Because the baby is still young, he can't tell you even if he feels uncomfortable. I tried to grab it with my hands, but I couldn't reach it. I can only whimper in pain, waiting for adults to notice and deal with it. Although Erbao didn't cry out in pain, Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi couldn't help but feel a little worried.
One goes to the internet to look up information.
One quickly called a doctor for consultation.
It was quickly diagnosed as eczema, which could be cured by applying some ointment. If the baby's diapers are not changed frequently or the air is humid,
this area is prone to eczema, which is very uncomfortable. While Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief, they still started to worry about the second young lady.
New parents are like this, they will worry about even the smallest things. I'll go to the pharmacy and buy some ointment. It'll be fine after you apply it, don't worry.
After Chu Yun finished speaking, he went out immediately. The pharmacy was just downstairs, and Chu Yun came back 10 minutes later. Then he skillfully applied ointment to the second young lady, and she stopped wearing diapers for the time being.
Keep your skin clean and dry so that eczema can go away as soon as possible. After doing all this, Chu Yun said to Gu Yanqi,
"By the way, I just saw a children's photography studio downstairs.
How about I go down and investigate? It's better to let professionals take the baby's full-month photos."
They had discussed it before.
Should I hire someone or take the baby's full-month photos myself?
It was actually quite a hassle to find someone to take the photo, as I had to change all kinds of clothes and pose in different ways. If the babies don't cooperate, it will probably take a whole morning to finish the job. I am also worried that the clothes in the store are not clean and may cause skin allergies.
With 3 kids, it must be exhausting to take care of them all. The main reason is that I'm afraid the babies will be tired and not get enough rest.
However, the effects of photos taken by professional photographers cannot be compared with those taken by yourself.
Of course, renting props and equipment to shoot on your own is not going to be easy either. Gu Yanqi really hopes that the babies can have a wonderful commemoration of their 1-month anniversary.
After much thought, I still prefer to find someone to take the photo.
Okay, if the clothes are clean, then there won't be much of a problem. Gu Yanqi nodded. Chu Yun also thought so.
The two of them are so in tune with each other.
Okay, I'll be back soon. Honey, don't miss me too much.
Chu Yun stared at Gu Yanqi with a gentle and doting look.
Go to hell. Gu Yanqi lowered his voice, and his sweet and cloying voice could produce honey. There is a sweet smell floating in the air. My wife scolded me with a double entendre? This one tea work, I have to go back. While Gu Yanqi turned around and bent down to pick up something,
Chu Yun made a lightning-fast move and wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. He could feel that there was some fat on Gu Yanqi's waist, which was very soft.
But it's not much.
If you exercise more after giving birth, you should be able to get rid of it at the speed of light.
Okay, it's all just fat. What's there to hug? Are you going out or not? Oh my god, ah.
Shuyan didn't let go, but hugged her even tighter. He also pinched the fat on Gu Yanqi's waist with his fingers. It was soft and fluffy, which was very interesting.
Huh? He said, oh my god, is he complaining about his extra fat? Okay, what are you doing?
You're always picking on other people's fat, how annoying.
Once I'm fully recovered, I'll definitely increase my exercise and get rid of this little bit of fat in minutes. Then let's see what you can pinch. You still despise me, humph. Shuyan sighed and said, no. Life will be much less fun this way. It would be better if I had more meat. How dare you say that?
It's all because the food you cooked was so delicious.
You have bad intentions. Do you think you're raising pigs? Gu Yanqi snorted softly.
I'm not raising pigs, I'm really following the postpartum care of sows.
Is there any problem? Gu Yanqi was speechless and his eyes were almost rolling to the sky. At this time,
the eldest daughter might have been annoyed by this corny pair of parents.
Suddenly woke up.
A pair of big, bright black eyes rolled around, looking at the environment in the room. Shuyan quickly picked up the toy and started playing with it in front of the young lady as usual.
Miss Chu Gu, call Daddy, hurry up, Daddy, Daddy.
He held the eldest lady's chubby little arm and stared at her.
The baby is still too small and can't even make any babbling sounds. Not to mention calling me Dad.
It takes at least 8 or 9 months for the baby to make sounds similar to those of mom and dad and start babbling.
Wait until the day they actually start calling me Dad. Shuyan would probably be so excited that he would take off on the spot. He was looking forward to that day so much. Wife, I'll leave the babies to you. I'm going out now.
Shuyan put the young lady down with satisfaction. While Gu Yanqi was not paying attention, he kissed her on the face and ran away.
You. Gu Yanqi was annoyed and embarrassed.
She raised the corners of her mouth and waved her pink fist as if she was going to hit someone.
Shuyan ran away immediately. An hour later, he came back panting.
I have never seen such a home-loving man.
If I didn't know, I would have thought you were doing something else. You look so tired. Gu Yanqi teased. That thing, it takes an hour? I'm so strong.
There was ambiguity in his wife's words, so it was no wonder that Shuyan continued to imply something.
Gu Yanqi didn't want to pay any attention to this bad guy.
Shuyan, however, acted as if nothing had happened and talked to Gu Yanqi about the photo studio.
That's great, it's such a happy decision. Oh, right. After the full moon banquet, I'm going back to school.
I left my job in a hurry last time and promised to have a meal with my classmates, but they keep pushing me every day.
Are you going?
Shuyan was a little helpless. It's been a while since the last hot topic on the school forum, but these people are still holding on to it. In fact, he just wanted Shuyan to bring Gu Yanqi with him so that everyone could witness it with their own eyes. They are all colleagues and students with whom I have a good relationship. They are all friends, and I have been deliberately avoiding them for some time.
We can't just break up and never see each other again. Chapter 43, Desperate Illiterate. The little ones are taking photos of their full moon. Gu Yanqi was a little hesitant.
It has been almost a year since I took a leave of absence from school to take care of my pregnancy. Apart from Xinyu, she has almost no contact with other classmates and friends.
Graduation is coming soon.
If I don't go to see my classmates now, I may never see them again.
Oh well.
Also, I have to go to the academic affairs office to see if I can make up for the credits I took leave of absence from school or continue studying for another year. Although a diploma is just a piece of paper, I don't want the previous 3 years of hard work to go to waste.
It's good to be able to graduate. For Gu Yanqi, it means retaking credits or studying for another year. The biggest hurdles are time and energy.
Because she had to take care of the baby, she had thought about finding a job to earn money.
It's a troublesome thing. Of course not. You must get your diploma.
Just think about it, when our baby grows up and finds out his mom is a high school graduate.
My mother is just a beautiful, hopelessly illiterate woman? Oh, no.
Shuyan put himself in the baby's expressions and threatened them. Hearing Shuyan say this, Gu Yanqi was really a little panicked.
Me? Gu Yanqi, a top student, how could he be a hopeless illiterate? Humph. You dislike me, don't you?
At worst, I can just study for another year, not take care of the baby, not do housework, and not even think about making money. I'll throw it all to you and see what you can do. Gu Yanqi has already decided that he will go to school no matter how difficult it is. What can I do? I want it so badly. Shu Yun shrugged indifferently. Suddenly, he wanted to surprise and kiss Gu Yanqi. However, Gu Yanqi predicted it in advance and dodged it nimbly. Ha, I knew you were such a bad guy and you were up to no good. Shu Yun tried to kiss her again out of embarrassment, but she dodged him again. But this time, Shu Yun was just fainting. Just when Gu Yanqi was feeling proud of himself for avoiding it, Shu Yun's devil's claws grabbed her soft buttocks. Ah! What are you doing? Gu Yanqi arched his nose, looking fierce and aggressive. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Well, it feels good, but my reflexes are a little slow. I need to improve my postpartum recovery. Gu Yanqi. This shameless guy is getting more and more aggressive. This time it's, then won't it be next time? Ah. The next morning. Children's photography studio downstairs. As soon as Chu Yun pushed the door open, the receptionist saw this familiar handsome face. Immediately greeted him warmly. Mr. Chu, you are here. Oh. This is your wife and 3 babies, so pretty and cute. The photographer is ready. Please move to the lounge. Shu Yun made an appointment to come here to take photos of the full moon. The young lady arranged the family into a separate lounge and poured them tea. Let me briefly tell you too about the filming plan. Mr. Chu chose our 12,888 yuan package, but since we have 3 babies, the charge is 38,888 yuan. There are 2 photo shoots, and 1 more when the baby turns 1 year old. The baby is still young, so this time we will only be shooting indoors, with our top photographer and 3 assistants providing the entire service. There are photos of the babies alone, photos of 2 of them, photos of all 3 together, and of course, family photos. We can satisfy all your requests. The filming process was very tiring, and we also have a dedicated mother and baby room. The young lady was very professional and even specially introduced to Gu Yanqi the clothes and props used for photographing each baby, as well as the number of photos, size, etc. After the introduction, he didn't forget to steal a few glances at Gu Yanqi. Ah! Where did this fairy come from? As a woman, she is a little envious of Chu Yun. Yesterday I was still wondering which lucky woman could marry a handsome guy like Chu Yun and give birth to 3 babies for him. Now, Mr. Chu is lucky. Gu Yanqi was very satisfied with everything. The most important thing was that it was close to home and he didn't have to bother the babies. But when she heard the fee was so high, she looked at Chu Yun with some confusion. Nearly 40,000 yuan? Isn't that a bit extravagant? A baby only has 1 full month and 1 full year in his life. Of course I have to take good pictures and leave no regrets. Chu Yun's nonsense literature left Gu Yanqi speechless. But my heart is full of emotion. After a short rest, a male photographer with an artistic look came over with 3 female assistants. The photographer began to adjust the equipment and fiddle with the light. The 3 female assistants are responsible for changing clothes, posing, etc. At Chu Yun's request, all clothes used were pure cotton. And it has been cleaned and disinfected. This can prevent your baby's skin from being damaged and causing allergies. Wow! These 3 babies are so cute. They're still sleeping. Shall we get started? I'll try to be gentle. The female assistant took out a pink floral dress and carefully put it on the young lady. You can see that her technique is very professional. It should be a place that specializes in serving full-month babies. However, no matter how professional his technique was, he still kept turning the young lady over and over. Her expression changed noticeably several times, her mouth turned downward, and she was almost crying. No matter who you are, you wouldn't want to be messed with while you're sleeping. Hold on a little longer, Debeo. After we take the full moon photo, mommy will let you eat your fill, okay? Gu Yanqi clenched his sleeves, and there was a glimmer of light in his clear eyes. The baby showed an aggrieved expression. As a mother, she was naturally very worried. Then, another assistant brought a large purple flower basket and placed the young lady in it. There is a switch on the flower basket, and soothing music will play when you press it. The eldest daughter moved her hands and feet back and forth to the music. Automatically make various cute poses. The cameraman was taking pictures nearby. Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi were not idle either. making people laugh in various ways. After a set of clothes and scenes are completed, it is time to change clothes. This time I changed into a small baseball uniform. The assistant also stuffed a small baseball bat into the eldest lady's hand and put a baseball cap on her. He really has the heroic spirit of a baseball hero. So cute, so adorable. The babies look so good no matter what they wear or what they do. Gu Yanxi, who was standing by, felt his heart melt. 3 cute little babes, they look like 3 little angels. It was worth it for her to endure so much pain and criticism to give birth to them. The eldest daughter is indeed the most obedient boss and is very cooperative. Although I almost cried a few times, I was relatively calm from beginning to end. And he is very good at being cute and uses a lot of body movements. She keeps striking cute and seductive poses, almost as if she's trying to please the photographer. This little beauty is so cute. It's rare to meet such an obedient and cooperative baby. You're worthy of being my mother's little cotton padded jacket. When you grow up, you'll be so sensible and mature, huh? The photographer praised it repeatedly. However, it was the turn of the mischievous second lady next. The photographer suddenly felt a little depressed. The second young lady is totally uncooperative. As expected of you. Chapter 44, Pinky Promise, A Secret Engagement. The second young lady was either crying, making a fuss, or laughing the whole time. There is no pause. Gu Yanxi even took her to the nursery to feed her and coaxed her for a long time. It took me more than an hour to finish taking her solo photo. But the second lady also has the most expressive expressions. Especially the funny expressions, they can be made into a dozen emoticons. The third brother is the least noticeable. Although he is a boy, this kid doesn't like to move at all and always has a stupid expression on his face. The quality of the photos taken is obviously not comparable to those of the two sisters. If the eldest daughter is sweet, the second daughter is lively and funny. The third brother is just silly and cute, but also very unique. The whole morning. All the filming was successfully completed. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu. The babies are all great. I'll let you know in a few days to come over and choose your photos. Once you've made your selection, you can print and frame it, and we'll deliver it to your door. The lady at the front desk smiled and escorted Chu Yun and his family out the door. I'm really looking forward to seeing photos of the babies. As soon as he got home, Gu Yanxi collapsed on the bed exhausted. But there was a smile full of longing on his face. Chu Yun also smiled and stretched. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it too, and there will be a photo of us together. We have finally accomplished a milestone. The next step is to prepare for the full moon banquet. However, before that, there is still one more milestone to be accomplished. Wife, do you understand what I mean? Seeing Chu Yun's evil smile, Gu Yanxi's face flushed. I don't understand. What do I know? I'm not as experienced as you. I've already made multiple trips to the Civil Affairs Bureau. You've been going in there every other day, why don't you just go work there? She knew that Chu Yun was talking about getting a marriage certificate, which had been discussed beforehand. This bad guy is about to succeed, so we have to take the opportunity to harm him. You want to regret it? I swore to myself that I would go there once, and only once, in this lifetime. After receiving that crimson certificate, I would never accept another purple one. Chu Yun spoke jokingly, but his expression was extremely serious. In the final analysis, he is an extremely home-loving and wife-obsessed man. It's just that last time I pampered the wrong person. Huang Ting was so spoiled that she thought he was just a deadbeat otaku with no ideals or aspirations. Love is like this, some people think it is a piece of useless grass, while others regard it as a treasure. You said you would never get another certificate. Gu Yanxi also looked at Chu Yun solemnly and affectionately. Chu Yun took advantage of the situation and grabbed her hand. He swore solemnly, I said, if we say forever, it means forever. Otherwise, let's make a pinky promise. Gu Yanxi sneered, just pinky promise, you childish idiot. Then the two of them made a promise that they would not change their minds for 100 years. Secretly decided to spend the rest of their lives together. Wife, we're running low on fruit. I'm going downstairs to buy some. Is there any fruit you particularly want to eat? Chu Yun was in a very good mood and had to buy more fruits. If you want to eat something, well, you can buy more bananas. Banana? No problem, just don't eat it in front of me, I'm afraid I can't handle it. What do you mean?
Gu Yinchi didn't understand. Shu Yun didn't want to explain. Just as he was about to get up, the phone rang. It was Fong Ping. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Brother Yun, your sister-in-law is not with you, right? There was a sly, sneaky tone in Fong Ping's voice. Shu Yun glanced at Gu Yanqi and clicked the hands-free button. No, go ahead. Actually, it's nothing, I just want to consult you. What kind of food does junior sister Xinyu like to eat? I want to invite her out for dinner. Don't say you didn't know. I found out later that she has always been your die-hard fan and wanted to pursue you. Of course, it's not good to let my sister-in-law know about this. They are still good friends. Shu Yun was dumbfounded. I feel like there's something wrong with your expression when you look at Xinyu. I really want to pursue her. Go ahead and pursue me, why are you bringing me up for no reason? How could Gu Yanqi not know that Xinyu has been coveting me for a long time, but that is all in the past. Beside him, Gu Yanqi also smiled. Fong Ping had been mentioned quite often by Chu Yun recently, so he had some understanding of him. A Beijing native, he stayed in Shenzhen after graduating from university to start a business. He opened a small company and has a pretty good income. He is a very loyal person and reliable in his work. He is just like Chu Yun, very slick and smooth talking. Chu Yun is reserved and flirtatious, but this guy is open about it. It's actually not bad to be able to get along with Xinyu. It's just that Xinyu has high standards, but she is not that easy to pursue. Anyone who pursues her needs to have a strong offensive team. Not to mention Xinyu's wealthy family background, her own conditions were simply overshadowed by Gu Yanqi. Even among ordinary girls, she is a goddess. Fong Ping doesn't have any advantage over his competitors. Chu Yun was mad. How can I know Xinyu's preferences? You just want me to ask your sister-in-law, right? Fong Ping nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. You're worthy of being my brother Yun. Please. Shu Yun scratched his head. This is not easy to handle. It doesn't matter if Xinyu cheats me, but I can't cheat your sister-in-law as well. Fong Ping was furious. Do you even know how to talk? Why do you call it a pit? What's wrong with me, Fong Ping? Shu Yun, you're not as handsome as me. Fong Ping. Gu Yanqi laughed wildly. Men are so boring when they are bored. Xinyu likes Sichuan cuisine, especially spicy food. Gu Yanqi lowered his voice and whispered something in Chu Yun's ear. Okay, since you look pitiful, I'll ask your sister-in-law later. Thank you, Brother Yun. Brother Yun, you will always be a role model for my generation. If this is successful, I will invite you to Dabaojan. Fong Ping hung up the phone with tears of gratitude. Shu Yun was petrified instantly. Ha, a big sword. Gu Yanqi sneered, his eyes murderous. Wife, I said I haven't been there, do you believe me? Shu Yun's heart sank, and he felt as if he had said these words to someone before. I remember now. In the hospital, with Xinyu. Damn, this silly woman Xinyu is an unlucky person. Whether you've been there or not is none of my business. You don't need to tell me. Gu Yanqi said that he didn't care at all and would not be angry about it. Chu Yun thought that he must prove his innocence, immediately, right now. After thinking for a moment, Yu said. Well, wife, think like this. If I were that kind of person, that night when we were in the hotel, would it have been my first time? You know, I'm also a hot-blooded, real man in my early 20s. I'm very self-disciplined. Gu Yanqi was speechless and said in embarrassment, this is your first time, isn't it mine? Yes, that's right. You might not believe this, but Fong Ping, that idiot, even though he looks flirty, is still a virgin. It's actually quite good for Xinyu to have him as her boyfriend. Shu Yun quickly changed the subject to share the blame. Well, I hope there will be some sparks between the two of them. Gu Yanqi said embarrassedly. Shu Yun frowned, let's not have sparks, shall we? How much force would it take to rub it? Gu Yanqi was stunned for a moment. After he understood what was going on, his pupils widened and he pinched Chu Yun's thigh in embarrassment. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Just drive away when you disagree with something. What a bad guy. Ah. It hurts. Shu Yun screamed and limped down the stairs. Chapter 45, Choose a diamond ring and prepare to propose. Shu Yun went downstairs. Came to the fruit shop opposite the community.
There are many high-end residential areas around this fruit shop, so it is also very high-end. Not only is the store large, the variety of fruits is very complete and the quality is also very fresh. As usual, Shuyun picked 5 or 6 kinds of fruits, including bananas, of course, a must. When you go to the cashier to pay, there was a dignified and elegant middle-aged woman in front of me, looking embarrassed.
Oh no, my phone is out of battery and turned off, and I don't have any cash with me. I live in the Deep Bay 1 residential complex. Can I come back tonight to pay the bill?
The people who live nearby are either rich or noble and have status. No one would deliberately refuse to pay 1 or 200 yuan for fruit.
Of course, you can come back to get the fruit in the evening, but isn't that troublesome? This.
The clerk also looked embarrassed. As a shop assistant, it is difficult for him to make the decision on this matter. It's not that he doesn't trust me, but the company has regulations and he is not the boss.
Sister, let me help you.
Shuyun walked forward, scanned the code, and paid for the other party.
Thank you, young man. How about you add me on WeChat first, and then I'll approve it when I get home and transfer the money to you.
The woman turned gracefully and smiled gratefully. The moment she saw Chuyun's handsome face, she was stunned.
Ha! So handsome. I think I've seen him somewhere. Alright then. Shuyun searched WeChat and added the number the woman gave him as a friend.
Although the money is not much, the other party has said he will give it, and it would be impolite to refuse them. When Shuyun saw that the other party's WeChat name was Professor Lee of Shenzhen University, he was slightly surprised.
Are you a professor at Shenzhen University? What a coincidence. I used to work at Shenzhen University, but I've resigned now.
I graduated from Shenzhen University, the class of 2018. So, we're teacher and student.
The woman was also a little surprised. Really? That's really fate. No wonder I thought you looked familiar, young man.
Yes, maybe we've run into each other on campus.
I'm from the School of Economics and Trade. How about you, Professor Lee? I'm from the School of Communication, so I probably haven't taught you any classes. Probably not, the teaching buildings are not together.
My daughter is also from the School of Economics and Trade, but she's a year younger than you, from the class of 2019, and she'll graduate this year.
What a pity. When Professor Lee said this, a barely perceptible regret appeared on his face. Then he didn't continue talking.
As he spoke, Shuyun paid the bill and prepared to leave with the fruit.
Professor Lee, I'm leaving now. You don't have to pay me.
Just consider it a small token of my gratitude to you, my teacher. Since the two of them have this kind of relationship, they really don't need to say this and it won't seem impolite.
How can that be? Teachers and students are teachers and students. How can I take advantage of a student? Do you live nearby?
Well, I live in Tianqi Garden and just moved here not long ago. That's right, maybe we'll run into each other more often when we buy fruit in the future.
Can you pay for me every time? Okay then. It's possible to run into him.
My wife is in confinement after giving birth, and I often come here to buy fruit.
Shuyun smiled awkwardly and didn't refuse anymore. You're married? You even have a child?
Professor Lee was a little surprised.
I guess so.
We'll get the marriage certificate next week and hold the baby's full moon celebration while we're at it.
If Professor Lee doesn't mind, please come over for the banquet.
Shuyun said with a smile. She looked so happy that Professor Lee was envious.
Congratulations then. Young man, you are so handsome and considerate. Whoever marries you will be blessed. Moreover, anyone who can afford to live in Tianqi Garden must have a good family background. It would be even more amazing if you bought it with your own money.
Shuyun said modestly, No, I am lucky to have married my wife. Shuyun didn't dare to say that this was his second marriage, and quickly left with a smile.
Professor Lee looked at Chuyun's leaving figure and sighed inexplicably.
Hey, a guy like this would be a good candidate for a son-in-law. Why did my daughter have to give birth to 3 children for a man who just got divorced?
Having a child before marriage will give you a bad reputation.
How can it not be possible to fall in love, get married, and have children according to the procedures?
It's so bad. Not long after returning, Professor Lee transferred 218 yuan for the fruit to Chuyun. Chuyun clicked to pay and didn't pay much attention to it. At night, after my wife and children are asleep,
he called Feng Ping mysteriously.
Are you free? Come with me to Guangzhou tomorrow. Why go to Yangshan?
Xinyu rejected my date, and I'm already upset.
I'm not going.
Xu Yun was speechless. It was normal to be rejected when you asked someone out for the first time.
You are still throwing a tantrum at me. If you don't believe me, I can't deal with you. Have some ambition, eh?
If treating me to a meal doesn't work, why don't you think of other ways, like giving me a gift or something?
How can you pursue a girl if you don't have the persistence to do so?
I'm going to Guangzhou to pick out a diamond ring.
You can take a look and see if there's a suitable gift. We can buy it together.
In fact, Xu Yun wanted to find someone to help him with some advice, as he was a little scared to choose alone. The day to register for the marriage certificate is coming soon, and after thinking it over, he decided that there should be some sense of ceremony. It is still necessary to simply buy a diamond ring and propose marriage.
At most, we can wait until the wedding and make it a little more grand.
He had his eyes on a diamond ring brand, but it was not available in Shenzhen, so he had to go to neighboring Guangzhou to find it.
Ha! Picking out a diamond ring? Proposing to your sister-in-law? Awesome! Go, go, go. You have to go. Fang Ping seemed even more excited than Xu Yun on the phone and agreed without hesitation.
As for Xu Yun saying that he wouldn't chase girls, don't worry too much. He thought that if Xu Yun proposed, he and Xinyu must be present. I did as Xu Yun said and bought some small gifts for Xinyu.
Influenced by the atmosphere, Xinyu might agree immediately.
My brother is going to marry the campus belle, rich and beautiful girl, and I will take control of my brother's wife's best friend and drink some soup and water.
It's just too perfect. That's fine. Come to my house tomorrow and we'll go together. Don't tell that silly woman Xinyu. I want to give my wife a surprise, okay?
Xu Yun was speechless. This idiot Fang Ping was probably imagining some fantastical story again.
Nonsense. Fang Ping hung up the phone excitedly. How could I, an experienced love expert like Mr. Fang Ping, not understand this common sense? Chapter 46, Spending 360,000. This is the true nature of a wife-loving maniac.
Afterwards, Xu Yun called his mother again.
Xiao, we didn't come over these 2 days because of something going on at home.
She dreamed about the 3 little kids all night.
Xu Yun didn't need to tell her that she couldn't wait to fight back. So, early the next morning,
before 7 o'clock, she rushed to Tianxi Garden. Carrying the breakfast dishes in her hands, she originally planned to go straight into the kitchen so as not to disturb Xu Yun and his wife and the baby. Unexpectedly, when I opened the door, the lights in the house were on.
Auntie? You're here so early?
Gu Yanqi was feeding her baby on the sofa and it seemed that she had already gotten up. There are 2 things sticking out, which look particularly eye-catching. Fortunately, they were all women, so she didn't get scared out of her wits.
Ah! The second young lady is awake.
Xiao Wei recognized at a glance that it was the troublemaking Erbo who was drinking milk.
He ran over with a smile on his face. Yeah, this little guy is the hardest to serve. Gu Yanqi obviously didn't sleep well and looked a little haggard.
Come here, honey, drink some of the special millet porridge your husband made for you to warm your stomach. At this time, Xu Yun just came out of the kitchen. I was a little surprised to see my mother come so early. Then he made breakfast for his mother as well, and it was almost 8 o'clock when they finished eating.
Fang Ping finally sent a message saying that he was downstairs. Mom, honey, I have something to do today. I'm going out first and may be back late.
Xu Yun didn't even give them a chance to ask why he was going out, and slipped away quickly. Every time he went out, Xu Yun always explained everything clearly to Gu Yanqi. Where to go, what to do, who to meet, how long will it take, what time will I be back?
Why did you just slip away without saying anything today? You said you would come back very late. How late? In the middle of the night?
For more than a month, she has been living with Chu Yun day and night. I'd become accustomed to Chu Yun being by my side all the time. Even though she knew Chu Yun would be back soon, she would still feel a little uncomfortable if he left for more than an hour.
Even Gu Yanqi himself found this incredible. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation today. Could it be that he is hiding something from me?
Gu Yanqi couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, and after a long time, he would probably start to have all sorts of wild thoughts. Even my mother Xiao Wei felt something was amiss. However, she has been through this. I know that comforting my future daughter-in-law is the most important thing at this time.
Cici, maybe Ayun has something urgent to deal with?
He called me last night and it seemed like he was going out with Fong Ping, but he didn't say anything specific.
Maybe I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd worry. Just let him be. Men sometimes care about their reputation.
When they encounter troubles, they like to solve them on their own and don't want to worry their families. But judging from his appearance, it shouldn't be a big deal. If he really did something bad and hid it from you, I'll definitely break his legs like I said before.
I mean what I said. Don't worry, Ayun won't do anything like flirting with other women. He's not blind. The flowers and plants outside can't be as fragrant as the wife at home. There's no need for this. If you're really worried, you can give me a call later. My future mother-in-law is really powerful. These words immediately made Gu Yanqi feel at ease. There's no need to call and ask. It's like making a fuss out of nothing. It will make her look petty, which is not good.
Shu Yun took Fong Ping with him, drove a BMW, got on the highway directly, and headed towards Guangzhou.
Brother Yun, why do we have to go all the way to Guangzhou when we can't find a diamond ring in Shenzhen? Fong Ping was indeed a little puzzled. What the hell do you know?
I've got my eye on a niche brand, and it just happened to be on sale at a fashion show in Guangzhou.
The items are really good, with personality and taste, and the price is reasonable. I guarantee your sister-in-law will like them. Proposing is such an important matter, you have to put some thought into it. Are those big brand genuine products special? Hasn't your sister-in-law seen them? Would she be moved? With your level of being a straight man, you still want to pursue Xinyu? I don't think it's possible.
Shu Yun said shamelessly.
Fong Ping's eyes widened, as if he had just been enlightened. Holy shit! That makes so much fucking sense, awesome. My brother Yun. This time, I have to learn a lot. By the way, you said the price is moderate. What does moderate mean? How many W? Fong Ping asked.
Their diamond rings are basically between 300,000 and 800,000 yuan. There are no low-end ones, but nothing too expensive either.
Fong Ping was speechless. Huh? You really are talking without any hesitation now. Just because you have money, you act so arrogant. 300,000 isn't too expensive, I don't trust you. Honestly, when are you going to take me to invest in a big project that's guaranteed to make money?
When I have money, I will buy a big mansion and drive a small luxury car.
Then I can easily control Xinyu.
Shu Yun curled his lips.
This fool doesn't understand the situation. Xinyu's family is short of money. Silly girl Xinyu is in need of love.
She is in need of a handsome guy who can make her fall in love with him.
You don't do either.
However, now he has the skill of God-level investment. I really need to find a good project to work on, and it wouldn't be a problem to bring Fong Ping along at the same time.
Brother, I'm broke right now.
After my proposal is successful, I'll look for suitable stocks and try to earn some pocket money.
As for the big project, I'll talk about it after I have the capital.
Shu Yun shrugged and spoke truthfully.
Fuck. You're so inhumane and you're pretending to be poor in front of me. I'm really poor, why are you pretending? Time passed quickly while we were chatting. Less than 2 hours. They arrived at the high-end shopping mall they had targeted Yongqing Taiku Hui. Shu Yun didn't wander around aimlessly.
After parking the car, he went straight to the jewelry area on the first floor.
It's worthy of being the most high-end shopping mall in Guangzhou. It's even more luxurious than the MixC in Shenzhen. Brother Yun, you brought me to a place like this to buy gifts? Are you thinking too highly of me? Looking at the dazzling array of top brands, jewels and precious stones, so dazzling. Fong Ping couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a pity that he didn't have enough financial resources. You just said you were going to use money to win over Xinyu. Don't you have any small things worth $1,000 or $2,000 here? Look at you.
Shu Yun felt tired. I feel like bringing this guy here to help me make an assessment might be a wrong decision.
Oh my god.
This huge diamond necklace is actually selling for 6.88 million. Brother Yun, it seems that your budget of several $100,000 is indeed a bit insufficient.
Fong Ping stared at the glass counter and waved vigorously at Shu Yun.
Shu Yun had no choice but to go over and take a look. If I don't buy it this time, I can take a look at it first. I must buy Gu Yanqi a really luxurious one during the wedding.
In fact, the price of diamonds is all driven up by capitalists.
It's really not that valuable. But this thing is indeed dazzling and radiant. Shu Yun naturally also hopes that Gu Yanqi will become the most dazzling goddess in his heart.
Just jump into the pit, it's not a big deal. Chapter 47. Shu Yun broke into the restricted area. After a walk around,
Shu Yun finally saw the store of that brand.
There are only a few people watching. That's right. Shu Yun directly pulled Fong Ping and walked up.
This brand doesn't have many styles, but each one is very distinctive. After choosing for a while, Shu Yun set his eyes on a 3-carat diamond ring. The pattern on this diamond ring is very beautiful, the workmanship is very exquisite, and it is filled with dazzling light.
Simple and shiny, but not too shiny. It is very delicate, very elegant, and looks very chic when worn.
Surprisingly, the straight man Fong Ping also thinks this one is the best looking.
It also gave Shu Yun peace of mind.
Most importantly, this diamond ring is priced at 360,000.
It just meets Shu Yun's expected price. He can't afford it because it's too expensive.
He exchanged the more than 1,000 daddy points he had accumulated in the past few days into cash, plus the nearly 200,000 yuan left in the card. Not more, not less, just a little over 360,000 on hand. If he buys this ring, his savings will reach its lowest point ever.
There is less than 3,000 yuan left. However, Shu Yun didn't feel any pity at all.
I have 100 yuan in my pocket, but I give my wife 99 yuan to spend.
This is the true nature of a wife-loving man.
Pretty girl, I want this one, please wrap it for me,
Shu Yun said to the salesgirl with a smile.
Yes, sir. The young lady has a beautiful smile. Ever since Shu Yun entered the store, she has been staring at him with her mouth watering. A handsome and wealthy man, it's not too much to look at him a few more times.
But Shu Yun didn't give people too many chances. He just swiped the card and left. Not a word more.
Fong Ping, on the other hand, shamelessly told the young lady that if his friends liked it, he would also buy it.
Unfortunately, there is not enough financial resources.
After buying the diamond ring, she accompanied Fong Ping for a walk. Fong Ping spent a fortune on a pair of earrings worth $10,000. Because Shu Yun said Xingyu had pierced ears and she liked to wear earrings.
Catering to someone's preferences is a basic skill, and Fong Ping also understands it. The prerequisite is that it can be delivered.
When we came out of the mall, it was already past 1 in the afternoon.
Shu Yun was eager to go home, but he was also hungry, so he decided to have a meal before going back. As soon as I sat down in the restaurant, Gu Yanqi finally called. Why have you been away for so long?
Gu Yanqi tried his best to make his tone more casual, but Shu Yun still heard the worry in it.
Is it the babies who miss me, or is it you who miss me? If you guys miss me, I'll come back later. If you want me, I'll come back right now.
Hearing that Shu Yun could flirt with him normally, Gu Yanqi was no longer so worried.
Then she said coquettishly, Who missed you? Where did you go? Tell me now. Fong Ping and I were doing some business in Yangchang, and it's all concluded successfully.
I'm waiting for the food to be served.
I'll be back after dinner. I should be home before 4 o'clock.
Don't miss me too much, or I'll throw down my chopsticks and rush back,
Shu Yun explained truthfully. Why are you being so secretive? Are you going to Yangchang to find Daboojin? Gu Yanqi muttered to himself. Shu Yun. It's over. The hurdle of the great sword has been overcome.
Shu Yun cast a fierce glance at Fong Ping.
It's all your fault, you idiot. Without the courage of a big sword, you can only satisfy the desire of a big sword with your mouth. What a mean talker. 3:50 p.m.
When Shu Yun arrived home, Gu Yanqi woke up from his nap, sweating all over, so he went to take a shower.
At this time, he was wrapped in a bath towel. The shoulders are half exposed and the long legs are seductive. Standing in front of the mirror in the master bedroom bathroom, looking left and right. Show me this as soon as you come back? Who can stand this? Shu Yun instinctively wanted to go camping.
Because he pitched a tent in an instant. Gu Yanqi didn't notice Shu Yun coming back and was still happily applying skincare products to take care of her skin.
I'm finally coming out of confinement. Gu Yanqi can't wait to turn back into the glamorous school beauty goddess.
Shu Yun couldn't bear it any longer and pushed open the half-closed bathroom door. He hugged Gu Yanqi from behind and lifted her up more than half a meter.
Ah! Gu Yanqi suddenly let out a scream.
After immediately realizing that it was Shu Yun, he calmed down and hit him a few times with his hands.
I'm going to die. You want to scare me to death? You can get married for the third time, right?
Gu Yanqi covered his mouth and slowly calmed his pounding heart.
This bad guy is getting bolder and bolder.
I really don't know when I accidentally lost control.
Third marriage? I can't have a third marriage in this lifetime. You are all I need as my wife.
Hurry up and call me husband, kiss me again, or I will never let go. Shu Yun is no pushover, he must take advantage of this.
I won't. If you have the guts, just hold me and don't let me down. I beg you, okay? He was killed instantly?
Shu Yun made a big mistake and had no choice but to pinch Gu Yanqi's waist. He put her down without letting her go.
Pinching there again. There's still some excess fat, isn't it? I'll let you do it again when you have a slim waist. Now let go. Gu Yanqi was speechless. This guy must have some special hobby, what a problem. A small waist? But I just like the feeling of flesh. What should I do? I can't help but want to pinch it.
Actually, it's not just the fat on my waist, there's also. As he spoke, Shu Yun's hand moved upwards and stayed for a moment in the fleshier area.
After getting a feel for it, he quickly retracted it. You hooligan, don't let me catch you. Catch him and chop off his hands. Gu Yanqi looked in the mirror, saw the 2 blushing spots on her face, and pouted. This guy is so bad. You've already entered the restricted area, what a daredevil. But, why do I still like it a little bit? Oh my god, I must be sick and have a fever. The fever is not mild, it has even reached my brain. After the diamond ring was done, the next step is to prepare for the wedding proposal.
Shu Yun had to take care of 3 little kids, so he was very busy and was also afraid that the news would leak out. I had no choice but to confess to Xingyu and ask her and Fong Ping to help me take care of it. Fong Ping heard Shu Yun say that this created a great opportunity for him to have close contact with Xingyu.
I immediately became motivated.
I am planning a wedding for my brother and working with my future girlfriend.
Isn't this just a rehearsal for our own proposal? No problem, it must be done beautifully. Through the details in it, my junior sister Xingyu felt how confident I am. Shu Yun didn't think so much. His requirements for the proposal ceremony were simple.
It doesn't have to be that luxurious, but it must have style and sincerity, and be romantic enough. Of course, he also explained some specific ideas and details to the 2 of them.
The main reason is that he doesn't have the money to live a luxurious life. Probably only Go System knows how poor he is now. After telling the secret, Shu Yun began to prepare dinner.
Another simple dinner with my wife, children, and mother.
2 words, happiness. After dinner, it was already 7:30.
Night has fallen, the lights have come on, and the neon lights are all lit. Outside the window is a bright and prosperous night scene. The temperature slowly dropped, neither too hot nor too cold.
The sea breeze is blowing, it feels so comfortable.
Gu Yanqi sat on the sofa on the huge balcony with her long hair draped diagonally. The snow-white skin and the white bath towel complement each other perfectly, and against the backdrop of the night, she looks like a hazy fairy descending to earth.
Shu Yun was mesmerized by the sight. My wife, not anyone else. Chapter 48, Husband and wife must have a normal life and watch the scenery blockbuster. Your eyes are wide open, what are you looking at? Gu Yanqi called out shyly. After a few seconds, Shu Yun woke up. My wife is so beautiful, I fell in. TSK. Just one look at it makes me happy. If I could have a bite, I'd be transformed into an immortal, a Buddha instantly.
Shu Yun licked his lips and smacked his lips as he spoke.
Eat your sister, I'm not Tang Monk, you monster. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Go to the room and look after the baby. I need to change my clothes. Shu Yun didn't move at all. We're an old married couple with 3 children, and yet you're avoiding me even when changing clothes. Wife, your sense of responsibility, doesn't it hurt? I won't leave.
Shu Yun began to upgrade his rogue tactics.
He had helped Gu Yanqi take a bath. Those thighs, those little feet, that beautiful back. I've already rubbed them, are you still afraid to look? Okay, then I can just avoid it.
Gu Yanqi pouted her lips, picked up her clothes and ran to the next room.
To be honest, I'm still a little embarrassed. But she also knew. They are about to get their marriage certificate and become a truly legal couple. Shouldn't couples have a normal life? Sooner or later, he will have to open up and accept Shu Yun. You can't just keep running away, right? Are you going to be shy and tighten your belt on your wedding night? Maybe if I close my eyes and grit my teeth, I can get through it?
There will be some psychological barriers for the first time, although I also want to.
Is it your first time? Well, yes, that time doesn't count.
I didn't have much experience with it, and Shu Yun was even more outrageous, he didn't remember it at all.
Bad guy. Next time I will definitely be able to do it. After Gu Yanxi finished his series of inner dramas.
When you step into the bathroom, you deliberately leave a 5 centimeter wide gap.
Just treat it as Chu Yun peeking and use it for practice.
However, Chu Yun didn't need to peek at all. As long as you are not nearsighted and adjust the angle correctly, you can enjoy the beautiful scenery while sitting in the living room.
My silly wife is still too shy. She actually came up with such a torturous idea. It's so annoying. I'm afraid my nosebleeds won't be enough tonight.
But we really can't act too hastily, after all, it's meat at our fingertips.
It is better to respect your wife's feelings as much as possible.
If your wife can do this, she is very close to giving herself to you.
Next time I will definitely go.
Shu Yun admired the beautiful white curves. I couldn't help but drink some tea to calm myself down.
No words were spoken that night. The next day, after breakfast.
Looking out the window, the golden sun shines on the distant sea, emitting a charming luster.
Honey, the weather is nice today. Shall we take the kids to the beach to bask in the sun? Shu Yun suggested.
Okay, I'll feed the 3 little ones first, change their diapers, and then we can go.
Taking 3 little kids out has always been a hassle. You must make sure they are well fed and watered beforehand, otherwise they will easily cry. It's not that convenient to breastfeed outside. And there is a high probability that you will lose weight in the middle of the process.
It's okay if it's small, but it's a bit troublesome if it poops. One baby might be lucky enough to be fine, but the probability of 3 being fine is a bit low. After the babies had eaten and drunk their fill, Shu Yun was ready. A complete set of paper towels, wet wipes, cotton wipes, diapers, baby bottles, milk powder, thermos cups, etc.
All loaded into the stroller. Fully equipped and ready for battle, it's no different from going out to fight. Before going downstairs.
As usual, Shu Yun used the sun visor to shield the eyes of the little kids from direct sunlight.
After leaving the community and crossing a road, you will arrive at the beach.
Soft sea breeze blows gently on my body, which is very comfortable.
The air is so fresh.
It's great to finally be able to come down and take walks more often. Gu Yanxi stretched out his arms, took a deep breath of the sea breeze, and felt very happy. But she soon became a little alert. He whispered, "My parents often come here for a walk, although they usually come at night.
But today is the weekend, you might run into them. It's nothing to meet my mother Li Yuan."
Gu Yanxi had already met with his mother a few days ago.
It's just that we made the appointment somewhere else, not nearby. I'm afraid of running into my dad Gu Zhengtang.
Neither the father nor the daughter were ready to face each other frankly, so it was so awkward when they met. After walking slowly around, Chu Yun found a place to sit down. Then he took the time to call Fong Ping and ask about the preparations for the proposal ceremony.
According to Chu Yun's idea, the proposal venue is at home and downstairs. The props are very simple, just a few LED lights to create an atmosphere. Then get some candles, dozens of flowers, a piano, balloons, and everything. Don't you see who I am? Everything is ready. We just need to wait for Cece to go out and set up the place.
On the other end of the phone, Xin Yu's voice of taking credit was heard.
That's fine, I came to you because I know you're capable. Cece just happened to have an appointment with her mother for dinner tonight. We can't miss this opportunity. Come over after 6 p.m. and we'll do it together. If this thing succeeds, I'll give you credit for it. Shu Yun smiled. Brother Yun, what about me? I didn't do any work.
I was the one who moved all the things. Fong Ping suddenly jumped out to grab the credit.
Fong Ping. Get out of my way. Why are you standing so close to me? I'm talking to Chu Yun, what do you have to do with me? If you come any closer, I'll smash your phone. Hey, Shu Yun, Teacher Chu.
Although we have known each other for a long time, I also understand you.
But let me be frank. No matter what, I will always stand on Cece's side.
You can find another husband if you lose him, but best friends are for life.
When your proposal is successful this time, you must treat her well.
If she gets angry and complains to me, I won't care about right or wrong and will beat you to death. I've practiced martial arts, so I'm not trying to scare you. You know that. Xunyu has already started to imagine the future and is trying to intimidate Chu Yun. Xu Yun just smiled and said, "You are the one who will be childless, but I have 3 children." Beside him, Fong Ping trembled as he heard this. You know martial arts? Are you good at fighting? Beating a weakling like you is just a matter of one punch. Really? Then being your boyfriend wouldn't be a very dangerous thing. I guess I have to think about it carefully. Thinking about you. Who would be your girlfriend? You're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Ah, it hurts so much. You really do have a violent streak. Xu Yun hung up the phone silently. My ears are burning. Chapter 49, If the postpartum checkup is fine, can't we have sex now? Afternoon sunshine. It's a little hot. Gu Yanqi lay comfortably on the sofa in the living room. I ate a bit too much at lunch and started sweating. Xu Yun waved the goosefeather fan and admired his wife's little sweat. After digesting for a while, Gu Yanqi went to the gym and exercised for another half an hour. She can't do any strenuous exercise yet. That is to say, rolling on the yoga ball, the 2 balls also roll back and forth. It looks so good. After rolling, I took a few brisk walks on the treadmill. Oh, I'm sweating again. Xu Yun continued to fan himself manually, stealing a glance from time to time. It was because Gu Yanqi was so hot that her tight sportswear was about to show through. And she can't wear a bra, it's too hard. For a natural pacifier, this can cause damage. After a good rest, it is time to feed your baby. According to convention, the eldest daughter has priority. The eldest lady opened her little mouth and gobbled down all kinds of food voraciously. Her appetite was much bigger than usual. He actually emptied out all the milk on one side of Gu Yanqi in one breath. It's not even enough to eat. At this moment, Gu Yanqi suddenly realized that the little ones had obviously grown up. My appetite also increased a lot. Previously, with its impressive capacity, it could barely meet the successive bombardment of 3 milk balls, but now it is obviously unable to cope. In another month or so, I guess it won't even be enough for one baby. At that time, we can only use milk powder and some staple foods as substitutes. After being barely fed, the second young lady still refused to sleep. Xu Yun let her lie on his shoulder and patted her back gently. While coaxing her to sleep, he spoke to Gu Yanqi, "Wife, when you have dinner with your mother tonight, will you tell her about our marriage and the 1-month anniversary celebration?" Gu Yanqi thought about it and nodded. "Yes, I hinted to her the last time we met. I've confessed everything to her this time. I think she'll support me. It's just that my dad is having some troubles, so it's probably not easy for her to come. And she happened to have an important lecture to attend on the day of the full moon banquet." "Oh," Xu Yun said. "Your dad, if you really don't know how to deal with your dad. Next time, find a time to take me with you. Parents always care about their children. I believe your father does the same. Leave it to me to take care of him." Gu Yanqi sighed softly. "Let's wait until we get the certificate and hold the wedding banquet, and then we'll see. By then, even if he objects, he will simply be accepting the facts." Xu Yun chuckled. "Oh, so you want to make it a done deal, you clever little bastard. Aren't you afraid of regretting it? It's not too late to regret now before you get your marriage certificate. Regret it, don't you? I will never regret what I have decided. I inherited this temper from my dad." Gu Yanqi pouted. "It turns out that you have already identified me." Xu Yun was a little touched. "Suddenly, I thought, after the baby is 1 month old, it should be vaccinated, right?" Gu Yanqi looked at the medical manuals of the little ones. Nodding, he said, "Yes, you need to get the hepatitis B vaccine. There are 3 shots in total, 1 at birth, 1 when you are 1 month old, and 1 more shot after that. Then you can also go for your postpartum checkup. By that day, it will be 43 days postpartum." Xu Yun counted the days and realized how fast time passed. Recently, all their energy has been focused on their 3 babies. I don't know how Gu Yanqi's health has recovered. Yes, it's basically back to normal in 43 days. After the follow-up examination, there's not much problem. The first thing I'm going to do is increase my exercise and say goodbye to my belly as soon as possible. Gu Yanqi clenched her little pink fists, full of energy. From pregnancy to delivery, her life was really hard for nearly a year. From diet to various lifestyle habits, everything is restricted. It is simply a long torture. You know, before she got pregnant, she was a lively and energetic schoolgirl.
The hard times are finally coming to an end. Come on, come on.
43 days ago, if the checkup is alright, I guess I can have sex now. Suddenly, Shuyun said in a low voice.
Conveyed an obscure but obvious signal to Gu Yanqi. B maybe? Gu Yanqi understood it perfectly.
She turned her head shyly and looked around the room to ease the embarrassment.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. Shuyun muttered to himself because Gu Yanqi had already run away. In the single-family villa of Deep Bay No. 1. Li Yuan is about to go out.
She did not tell anyone that her daughter was living with Chu Yun.
Otherwise, Gu Zhengtang would be upset again. He has been upset enough recently.
I met a young man at the fruit shop downstairs a few days ago.
He was handsome and nice.
He helped me pay the fruit shop. He's a senior from the same college as our CC, and he's already graduated. It's a pity that others are already married and have children.
I live in the Tianqi garden next door.
If only our CC were like a normal girl, married, had kids, and bought a house to live near home.
How wonderful that would be. Gu Zhengtang was studying the chess record and shook his head without comment. She made it herself, who can she blame? In her current situation, where can she find a good family? Who would be willing to help someone with 3 children? Even if someone is willing, it's because she's beautiful and rich. Do you think that Chu Yun is not like this? Li Yuan was unhappy. Do you really have to disparage your precious daughter like this?
I heard from Xinyu that the child's father is a nice person and treats Cici very well.
Gu Zhengtang snorted, humph. He's a scumbag.
Cici gave birth to 3 children for him, so he must be aware of our family's conditions.
Who knows what bad things he might be up to? Anyway, I won't accept it. Don't even think about it.
Li Yuan was speechless. The conversation was over today.
Just hold it here for me. Don't you want to see our 3 little grandchildren? I've seen it before, it's so cute. Gu Zhengtang said stubbornly, I don't want to watch it, but I won't run away. Stop talking about this useless stuff. It's disturbing my chess game. I'm already annoyed. Chapter 50 Gu Yanqi, Marry Me. Small proposal scene. Night. In a high-end restaurant.
Gu Yanqi sat opposite his mother Li Yuan, wanting to say something but stopping himself. The mother and daughter have been able to talk about anything since they were young, and their relationship is as good as that of 2 sisters.
After our brief meeting last time, we never had a deep conversation. The main reason is the huge change in Gu Yanqi's identity. She suddenly turned from a girl into a mother. I have matured and have more concerns.
I can no longer act as recklessly in front of my mother as before.
Even act like a spoiled brat occasionally. Already, it's different. Cici, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to have gained some weight. Are you recovering well? Have you finished the supplements I bought for you last time?
If we don't finish it, my mother will ask her friends to buy some from abroad.
It was Li Yuan who showed concern first.
She saw that her daughter looked fine, but she couldn't hide her worry.
Yeah, I'm recovering well and eating well. Chu Yun is very good at cooking.
He has great cooking skills.
He cooks different dishes every day. He has made me fat. Speaking of Chu Yun, a smile unconsciously appeared on Gu Yanqi's face.
Li Yuan saw this and felt a little relieved and a little emotional.
That's good.
Being able to cook and take care of people is also very good.
But, just this alone is not enough to gain your father's approval.
So many good boys pursued you in the past, but your father rejected them all. You can imagine how high your father's expectations are for his future son-in-law.
I won't say more about being nice to you and having good character. This is the basics.
Background, appearance, and ability are all very important to him.
It's not that easy to deal with him. Of course, Mom just has one thing to say. As long as you are happy and satisfied, I will approve. That Chu Yun. Mom has also learned a little bit from Xinyu. When can we arrange a meeting? After meeting you, I have a better idea of what to do. I can go and persuade your father.
Faced with his mother's direct approach, Gu Yanqi sighed lightly.
Thank you for supporting me, Mom. I wanted to tell you a long time ago that we will get the marriage certificate tomorrow. He's very good, I've already decided on him.
Not only because he is the father of the babies, but I feel that I may have found the right person this time. Although it may seem a bit hasty, I made this decision after careful consideration. As for Dad, it's a bit like killing first and asking for permission later. But I believe that time will prove everything, and Dad will approve. Gu Yanqi told everything. Li Yuan was stunned when she heard this. In this respect, my daughter is so much like Gu Zhangtang. Although he seems to be hesitant, he is actually more decisive than anyone else. Hey! I hope your choice is the right one. Mom, I'll always be by your side. Gu Yanqi's eyes were filled with tears and she was a little moved. Next, the mother and daughter turned the topic to the babies. Suddenly there was laughter and joy. At the same time, over at Tianxi Garden, Chu Yun, Xin Yu and Feng Pingjiang were busy setting up the proposal scene. There weren't many things, and they were already made, so it was set up in less than an hour. After finishing, Chu Yun returned home and took a comfortable bath. Then he changed into a rented white Armani suit. He can't afford it now, and there's no need. It has to be said that a good horse deserves a good saddle. Chu Yun has a perfect figure and amazing looks. Xin Yu also helped him put on some light makeup and tidy up. Paired with this top-notch suit, he looks like a Prince Charming jumping out of a fairy tale. Ah! Cici is such a lucky girl. I regret it now. Xin Yu drooled as she watched and sighed silently in her heart. Damn it! You're so handsome, are you going to let me live? If I were half as handsome as you, I wouldn't have any trouble winning over schoolmate Xin Yu. Feng Ping shook his head in shame. Mr. Feng, could you please speak louder? I heard you, okay? Don't you know how frustrated you are? Want to chase me? Am I blind, or am I blind? Xin Yu, who had just walked away, suddenly turned back and said speechlessly. This character. I like it. Feng Ping took shamelessness to the extreme. Chu Yun taught him that. Okay. At this moment, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel, have I misled the young people? Who cares? After everything was done, looking at the time, the mother and daughter's dinner was almost over. Chu Yun called Gu Yanqi. Cici, are you back? Chu Yun asked softly. Yeah, I'm on my way back. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Gu Yanqi smiled sweetly. I've only been away for a short while and he's already calling to urge me to come back. Is Chu Yun so clingy? 20 minutes? Okay, I'll wait until you come back. Chu Yun hung up the phone as if nothing had happened. He gestured to Xin Yu and Feng Ping, get to work. A night in the city in May. The air is fresh, the breeze is gentle, and the neon lights and the stars in the sky reflect each other. Gu Yanqi was strolling in the garden of the community, feeling very good. It feels so good to be home. As they walked, Gu Yanqi couldn't help but hum a little tune. When approaching the central garden and my own unit, I suddenly saw a ball of lively fire. When I got closer, I found that they were circles of red candles. Red candles formed a heart shape with 99 roses in the center. There was a sign next to it that read, Gu Yanqi, I love you, marry me. Feng Ping came over with a grin, sister-in-law is back. This is. Although he already had a premonition of what would happen next, Gu Yanqi still asked subconsciously. Let's go upstairs, someone is already fully armed. Chu Yun is proposing. When Gu Yanqi confirmed this, his heart started pounding. They are going to get their marriage certificate tomorrow and originally thought that the process would be uneventful. After all, we already have 3 children, and we haven't been in a serious relationship for a long time. Romance is good, but it is not as reassuring as reality. She thought that she was different from other girls after all. Some things are too much to ask for. But when this romantic scene came, she was still surprised and happy. Tears were about to burst out. She rushed to the lobby impatiently, went to the elevator and pressed the elevator button. Why does it feel like the elevator is particularly slow today? It's not like this usually. If she didn't live upstairs, she would have wanted to run up the stairs. 5 minutes later, I finally arrived at my doorstep. Gu Yanqi suppressed his excitement and wanted to push the door open, imagining countless scenes in his mind. But at this moment, she stopped. No, I need to calm down. After calming down for more than 20 seconds, Gu Yanqi pushed the door open and went in. What came into view was darkness. There are no lights on at home. The next moment, Several LED lights in the living room suddenly lit up. The lights flickered and flashed with colorful colors, making the entire living room look hazy and dreamy.
Welcome home, baby Cece. Shinyu came out from the side with a smile. Bang bang.
After saying that, he set off 2 fireworks. The fireworks in the sky seemed to have fallen from the sky, enveloping Gu Yanxi.
The atmosphere is full. Chapter 51 I Do. It's love at first kiss. Gu Yanxi hugged Shinyu together.
Then he began to look around eagerly for Chu Yun.
Where is this bad guy hiding? How will you propose to me later? What kind of surprise will it be?
I was looking forward to it, when suddenly all the LED lights went out, and the huge living room fell into darkness again. Before Gu Yanxi could react, the huge crystal chandelier in the living room lit up.
Chu Yun was sitting next to a piano in the corner of the living room.
Sitting upright, his white suit blends seamlessly with the white piano.
That outfit, that sitting posture, that smile, so handsome. Chu Yun inadvertently turned his head and looked up at Gu Yanxi affectionately. Gu Yanxi felt as if he was pulled by some numbing electric current, and his body trembled violently. Ah, how handsome!
It was the first time she saw Chu Yun dressed so formally.
It seems like she even dressed up a bit.
Compared with his usual handsome and cool appearance, he has a more compelling heroic spirit.
It's so fascinating to watch.
If I have to give a score, Gu Yanxi would give it 82 points. Because she wants to save the remaining 18 points to shout 666.
Chu Yun smiled slightly.
A few days ago, he won the skill of god-level playing in a lottery.
He can play any instrument brilliantly.
Of course, the greatest impact can only be exerted on my wife and children. Chu Yun stared at Gu Yanxi while placing his slender fingers on the piano keys.
Start walking gracefully and rhythmically.
Then, one note after another floated out. It seemed to have condensed into a sea of notes. The beautiful melody floated into Gu Yanxi's ears and struck her heart. There was a bit of throbbing, a bit of shock, both the body and mind trembled.
Gu Yanxi couldn't help but close his eyes, quietly feeling the leaping of the notes.
The invisible notes fell on her, like scattered starlight, so soft.
Chu Yun played Wedding in a Dream. As the music flowed, Gu Yanxi felt as if he was in a holy church.
Wearing a white wedding dress, she stood hand in hand with Chu Yun. Then make a sacred and beautiful promise.
With the blessings of countless relatives and friends, they entered the marriage hall.
This picture is so beautiful. Even though it was just a fantasy, Gu Yanxi couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly and reveal a sweet smile.
Endless aftertaste.
After the song ended, Chu Yun slowly stood up and walked towards her. With every step closer, Gu Yanxi's heart skipped a beat. It was like stepping on her heartstrings.
Here he comes, here he comes. Gu Yanxi was extremely nervous.
He wanted to avoid Chu Yun's burning gaze, but he couldn't move away no matter what.
Whoosh whoosh. Gu Yanxi breathed in and out quickly, trying his best to calm himself down. Finally, Chu Yun walked up to him.
2 gentle yet domineering gazes enveloped her.
What are you doing? A concert? Gu Yanxi couldn't stand Chu Yun's gaze and smiled mischievously. Concerts are fine, but today's is clearly not one of them. Or, guess what I want to do? It's hard to guess. I don't believe you can guess it.
Chu Yun cooperated with her very tactfully. At this moment, Gu Yanxi lowered her beautiful eyes and lowered her head shyly. Interlocked the fingers of both hands.
Oh. Could it be someone's birthday party? Gu Yanxi continued to play dumb.
It would be strange if I could guess something like this, no problem. Chu Yun smiled, then took out an exquisite red box from his pocket.
Hold it in your hand, open it, and kneel on one knee. Gu Yanxi, will you marry me? The bright red diamond ring box reflected Gu Yanxi's pupils. Countless thoughts surged in her mind.
Scene after scene flashed by before my eyes like fleeting shadows. From the initial panic when I found out I was pregnant, to the point of deciding to abort the child. Then she changed her mind, silently endured the pain of pregnancy for 10 months, and was determined to give birth to the baby. Finally, she was touched by Chu Yun's meticulous care for her and the babies. The whole year's scenes were filtered through in an instant.
Everything turned into tears, streaming out of Gu Yanxi's almond-shaped eyes. I do. Gu Yanxi threw herself into Chu Yun's arms.
Her slender arms embraced his straight and pine-like body. Chu Yun took a deep breath, lifted her head up, and pressed his lips against hers.
Gu Yanqi also responded enthusiastically. Love at first kiss.
Seeing this scene, Xinyu and Fang Ping, two single guys, both had tears in their eyes.
Besides being happy for my friend, I also feel a little envious. Then Fang Ping gave Xinyu a malicious look that suggested, we can do this too. Xinyu glared back fiercely. You'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. Fang Ping was exhausted.
After hugging for a long time, Xu Yun and Gu Yanqi reluctantly let go.
Accompanied by mucus. Gu Yanqi's face flushed, and her infatuated eyes were filled with sweetness and tenderness.
She has been single since birth and has never had a boyfriend. At this moment, she not only said goodbye to being single, but also had a boyfriend.
He even skipped a grade and is the father of my child, my future husband. This feeling is so good. Then, from today on, I can openly call you my wife.
After we get the marriage certificate tomorrow, I'll call you my wife.
If you don't answer me, I will take up legal action to defend my right to be called husband.
Xu Yun gently pinched Gu Yanqi's soft-nosed tip, his tone firm and doting.
Starting today, he has the goddess wife in his arms. If you don't want to bark, then don't bark. Bite me. Gu Yanqi also learned to play rogue. Do you want to start biting now? Is that appropriate? Isn't the light bulb a little too bright? There are still two.
Xu Yun was puzzled.
Why was his wife so anxious? What are you talking about? Gu Yanqi really didn't expect that Xu Yun would dare to drive in front of others.
Once you get this license, you have to race cars every day.
How shameless. How about you two go to the bridal chamber? We go? We go?
Xinyu rolled her eyes, she couldn't bear to watch it.
It's a must. A single moment of springtime is worth 1,000 gold. If this proposal is successful, there will definitely be a lot of excitement that night.
Fang Ping may not be good at fighting with real weapons, but he has never lost in verbal battles.
Even Xu Yun, a veteran driver, couldn't bear it.
Xu Yun cursed, fuck you.
Cici hasn't even finished her confinement yet.
Xinyu smiled without comment.
He.
Go to the hospital for a checkup in a few days.
If you recover well, that's fine.
I don't believe that you, Xu Yun, don't know this. But I must remind you too, you have to take it easy this time, don't get pregnant again right after giving birth.
Then Cici, you are truly a sow. Gu Yanqi's rosy face changed accordingly. He kicked Xinyu mercilessly. You are the sow, you little hoof, you deserve a beating.
Xu Yun also joined the fight. Yes, she deserves a beating.
How dare she bully my wife? She's quite bold. Then he hugged Gu Yanqi's waist lovingly and said protectively. Okay, wife, let's ignore these two single guys. We are not single.
Come, take a look at the engagement diamond ring your husband bought you.
As he spoke, Xu Yun handed the box to Gu Yanqi. Open it slowly, little by little. Gu Yanqi stared intently with great anticipation. Chapter 52, Husband, why don't you return the diamond ring? The moment the box is opened, Gu Yanqi was immediately dumbfounded. It's empty inside, there's nothing. It's impossible not to be disappointed. But Gu Yanqi immediately comforted her again.
He has put a lot of effort into it and done a great job.
He has already surprised me.
Diamond rings are very expensive, they are just a formality and you don't necessarily need to buy them.
It's okay. I know my husband will give me a big diamond ring in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. To be honest, diamond rings aren't very useful.
Seeing Gu Yanqi being so considerate and sensible, Xu Yun also smiled. So he stopped teasing him and took out another box from his other pocket and opened it.
A 3-carat diamond ring with a unique shape and sparkling brilliance suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yanqi. Wow! There really is a diamond ring? It's so beautiful. Diamond rings are not uncommon to Gu Yanqi.
But the engagement diamond ring Xu Yun bought for her is very precious. Besides, any girl will be moved when she sees a diamond ring.
If not, it might just not be big enough. Do you like it?
I went to Yangcheng specifically to pick it out, not to Dabaojin. It's a little small, but when I have money, I'll definitely get you a bigger size.
If it's not as big as a chicken egg, I'll have to buy one as big as a pigeon egg, that's what you said. Try it on and see if it fits. As he spoke, Xu Yun put the diamond ring on Gu Yanqi's left middle finger. The size is just right. Gu Yanqi fiddled with it excitedly for a long time and couldn't let it go. But soon, she became worried. Yeah, I like it very much. But this is not small. The workmanship is so exquisite, it must be expensive. Hundreds of thousands of dollars is a bit extravagant, isn't it? We're just in need of money, right? After going through a difficult time, Gu Yanqi now only thinks about how to live a good life. She hadn't specifically thought about being a good wife and mother, but the babies did come first. As for money, you should save what you can, but you should spend what you shouldn't save. I can wear UYK clothes worth tens of dollars, but I can also spend millions on my wife. There's no contradiction. Chu Yun touched Gu Yanqi's head lovingly and told her not to feel any psychological burden. The two single guys next to them have been tortured badly. Let us go. Why don't we just go? But they didn't leave. They wanted to watch the show and learn some experience. Just then. Wow! A loud cry was heard. They both rushed into the bedroom at the same time. Checking diapers, feeding, singing lullabies. A series of familiar tricks to coax children were all used. What a mistake! You should have let your grandparents take you out for a walk. Chu Yun sighed helplessly and couldn't help thinking. If Gu Yanqi and I were to have sex in the future, these guys would come to ruin it. I'm afraid I'll go crazy. As the three little kids continued to grow, their differences are becoming more and more obvious. The eldest lady can eat a lot, but she is also sleepy. Sometimes when she has a good appetite, she can finish half of the milk by herself, and it is still not enough. My younger brothers and sisters are left alone and have nothing to do but starve. But his big eyes were very bright and clever, spinning around and shining brightly. The second young lady is the most noisy, clever, lively and active, always looking for a sense of existence. The cry is also the loudest. Her ears are so sharp that the slightest noise can make her alert and react. Then you can interact with infinity. This little guy won't even drink milk obediently. After taking a few sips, he would look left and right in a sneaky manner. If Chu Yun was next to her, she would stare at her father stupidly while drinking milk, grinning from time to time. My third brother is very quiet, so quiet that he seems a little bit unlike a boy. I feel a bit stuffy, and I wish I could bury my head in my mother's arms all the time, and I don't want to speak at all. Gu Yanqi said that this was a manifestation of lack of security and dependence on the mother. This shows that the third brother has a softer heart. Maybe he will grow up to be a puppy? In short, no one is worry-free. Wow, yeah. The second young lady lay in Gu Yanqi's arms, her little mouth still chattering non-stop. Suddenly, her eyes were attracted by a shining light. That was the diamond ring on Gu Yanqi's hand. Under the light. The dazzling light of the diamond ring flashed into her Bao's eyes, and it was hard for the little guy not to notice it. She spread out her little hands, and her white, soft fingers wanted to touch the diamond ring. However, due to poor eyesight and inability to look up, I naturally couldn't find the diamond ring. You can only touch it randomly with your hands. After searching for a long time, he finally succeeded in grabbing the diamond ring. His fingers were picking at one end of the diamond ring, gently scratching it. He actually wanted to pull the diamond ring off his mother's finger. Gu Yanqi glanced at Chu Yun, his face filled with a sweet smile of happiness. Second miss. This is the engagement diamond ring Dad gave Mom. You can't play with it. Mom can give you everything, but this diamond ring will always belong to me. Chu Yun spread his hands. That's hard to say. What if we end up being so poor that we have no choice but to sell this diamond ring? After buying this diamond ring, I'm really penniless. Gu Yanqi sighed. You still say that. You spend lavishly just because you have some money. You are indeed capable and good at investing, and you have made a lot of money. But this money is used to buy a house, a car, and a diamond ring. It will be gone soon. I used to have over 100,000 yuan in savings, but now I'm afraid it's not enough. How about returning this diamond ring? Gu Yanqi's expression was very serious, and he didn't seem to be joking. In fact, Chu Yun has given her too many surprises. At first, she thought it would be good enough if Chu Yun could come up with tens of thousands of savings. I didn't expect that he actually had 160,000 yuan in savings. For Gu Yanqi at that time, it was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. But what happened later? Chu Yun let her live in a super luxury house worth tens of millions and bought her a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands.
All of a sudden, she felt like a beautiful, rich girl again. But there is the hardship of 10 months of pregnancy and the burden of 3 babies. Still, Gu Yanqi felt uneasy and had a sense of crisis. Why would you return it? This is carefully selected. No way. If you have no money, just go get some. It's no big deal. Shu Yun clenched his fist to show his confidence. Oh well. By the way, when you say making money, do you mean investing? Husband, since you are so good at investing, why don't you teach me too? My mom gave me some money last time. It's just sitting there anyway, so it's better to invest it. Hearing about making money, Gu Yanqi also became interested. Of course, she was well aware that investing was risky and not that easy. If you are not careful, you may lose all your money. But she believed in Shu Yun, and Shu Yun's money was definitely not earned alone. As a rich girl, Gu Yanqi understands the principle that money makes money and money comes quickly. And she only planned to take 50,000 yuan to test the waters first. Even if there is a loss, it is within the acceptable range. That's fine. Just as Chu Yun was thinking about how to use the God-level investment skill. When I earn some pocket money for my wife. A strange voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Chapter 53, Xinyu, do you like eavesdropping on that? Go ask Fongping for resources. It was late at night and the room was very quiet. Any sound will seem particularly loud. Needless to say, it must be Xinyu and Fongping, the 2 single guys, eavesdropping outside the door. Aren't you tired of standing outside? Come in. Shu Yun ruthlessly exposed it. The next moment, Fongping and Xinyu awkwardly pushed the door open and walked in. He. I just happened to be passing by. Xinyu concealed it without any technical skills. Gu Yanqi said unhappily, you're just passing by, what the hell? Come in if you have anything to say. Why are you sneaking around outside the door and eavesdropping? Xinyu scratched her head and laughed awkwardly, can you listen to that kind of sound openly? You guys, don't mind? Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi looked at each other. The air froze instantly. I didn't expect you had a fetish. If you really like it, just ask Fongping to play it for you. He doesn't have too many computer resources. Shu Yun frowned speechlessly. No, there's no such thing. I don't usually watch it. Fongping panicked and gave Xinyu a bunch of meaningless explanations. Xinyu kept rolling her eyes at him. It made Gu Yanqi want to laugh. Even if a man has no actual combat experience, his mind is full of images. It seems that Chu Yun has observed the clinical performances of many teachers before. Plus, he was married. Definitely a lot of experience. I am a newbie, and I don't know if I can satisfy you. Oh, I really didn't mean to do that. I don't know what happened just now, my stomach hurt so badly that I wanted to go to the bathroom. It's all because of that guy Fongping. He was sitting in the living room with a shifty look in his eyes. Xinyu said, rubbing her belly. Then she bent over, turned around, and walked straight to the bathroom with the gait of a penguin. Why don't we go sit in the living room for a while? The 3 little ones just fell asleep and it won't be easy to wake them up. Shu Yun got out of bed and put on his slippers. Just as Gu Yanqi was about to slowly get out of bed and put on his shoes. Shu Yun gave her a princess hug and held her in his arms forcefully. She laughed and said, why are you still wearing shoes? Isn't it good to have a husband to hold you? Gu Yanqi blushed, you don't think I'm too heavy? I suspect my weight is over 110 pounds. Gu Yanqi is very tall, 1.71 meters. When I was at my slimmest, I weighed almost 100 kilograms. I was pregnant with 3 children, and including the confinement period, I took good care of them. 110 pounds is the highest weight you can accept for her. In fact, she didn't dare to weigh herself at all, otherwise her weight would most likely exceed the limit. As long as I don't weigh myself, I'll still be under 110 pounds. No problem. I've never seen a 110-pound pig. For a pig-raising expert like me, this is still a huge failure. Shu Yun said with a lonely look on his face. You are the pig. I'll hate you. Gu Yanqi hit the man. Arriving in the living room, Shu Yun made a cup of tea and chatted with Fongping while drinking it. 10 minutes later. Oh, maybe I ate too much spicy food and my stomach is upset. Drink some hot water, I hope it will make you feel better. Xinyu walked over with a relaxed look on her face. Gu Yanqi frowned slightly and said,
Who told you to always like spicy food, drink cold drinks, and eat sweets? Don't you know it's bad for your health? You should change your eating habits. Shinyu nodded slightly in agreement. At the same time, he said a little sourly, "Cece, you make it sound so easy. Where can I find a husband who's a chef? Tell me."
I wish I had a husband who understands gourmet food and prepares nutritious meals for me every day in different ways.
Look, I still eat all that junk food, it's easy to say. Gu Yanqi was speechless.
What he said was not completely unreasonable. At this moment, Fong Ping had an idea and quickly jumped out.
With a sincere face, he said to Chu Yun, "Brother Yun, starting tomorrow, I will learn to cook from you." "Really, I want to learn." Shinyu was speechless. "Go away. Get out of here. Why are you involved in everything? I didn't say I learned to cook for you, did I?" Fong Ping said to Shinyu in a firm tone.
During this period, he has been trying to please Shinyu with a flattering face.
And Shinyu always openly disliked him.
Of course, Shinyu had never directly rejected Fong Ping. It's a bit like the spare tire status, but not entirely.
Because Shinyu didn't have any other suspicious objects.
Therefore, Fong Ping felt it necessary to revise his strategy and create a sense of alienation. There is no point in just licking.
If you keep licking a dog, you may end up with nothing. As expected. Who cares about you? Really? You're not supposed to be a student and cook? Can you do that?
Shinyu ignored Fong Ping, the fool, but she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Then he quickly changed the subject, looked at Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi and said,
"Just now I seemed to hear Cece say that she wanted to learn investment from Chu Yun? What kind of investment? Is there money to be made? Take me with you." Fong Ping immediately became excited when he heard this. "Yeah.
Brother Yun, you said you would take me flying.
You're living a happy life now, don't forget me, buddy. We agreed last time. I'm only a few 100 million away from a happy life. Don't say that schoolmate Shinyu despises me because I have no money. I despise myself." Shinyu rolled her eyes at Fong Ping again. "Why did you bring me along for no reason? Am I the kind of person who despises the poor and loves the rich? Shallow."
Chu Yun was a little amused and helpless. But he still smiled, opened the stock software, and started searching. At this moment, a vast amount of financial knowledge and skills were swirling in Chu Yun's mind. Although it is not possible to determine with 100% certainty that a stock will rise, the probability of buying it is still extremely high.
It is impossible to lose money, it's just a matter of how much profit you make. After studying for about 20 minutes,
we have selected 3 stocks with great potential.
Learning about investment is not something that can be done in a day or two. Let's start with the basics of stock trading. When the market opens tomorrow, buy these 3 stocks first.
I will send you the reasons for choosing these 3 stocks and the subsequent situation later. You guys should think about it carefully. You can decide how much to buy.
You won't lose money, but you won't make a lot of money either. There aren't many opportunities to get rich quick in the stock market right now. If there are, I'll tell you." Fong Ping and Shinyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Here it comes, the opportunity to make money is here.
Shinyu wanted to invest all the private money she had saved over the years.
There are more than 80,000.
She is still a senior in college and has no source of income.
What a rich little woman.
Fong Ping was also decisive and took out all his savings of these years, nearly 180,000 yuan.
He and Shinyu had the same idea: if you're going to gamble, go for a big one. How could Chu Yun harm them? Chu Yun himself has earned tens of millions. He. Junior sister Shinyu, I'm richer than you. Fong Ping said proudly in front of Shinyu. How dare you say that? You've been working for over a year and this is all you've saved. Do you think I'll be as poor as you in a year? Teacher Rin Chu is in the same class as you. How much is his net worth, and how much is yours? Fong Ping was exhausted and hit hard by Shinyu. Finally, even Gu Yanqi was ready to increase his investment.
It was increased from the previously planned 50,000 to 80,000, the same as Shinyu.
Good sisters, we must make the same amount of money. Chapter 54, Buying Stocks. Fong Ping, are you going to buy Shinyu shares? Gu Yanqi and the other 3 also have stock software. After collecting the 3 stocks mentioned by Chu Yun said mysteriously again.
You should buy these 3 stocks equally. 2 days later, that is, the day after tomorrow, just sell it before the market closes. I estimate there's a 96.88% chance of making money, with a profit of between 20% and 30%, which isn't much.
Fong Ping asked in confusion. The probability of making money is accurate to 2 decimal places? How did you calculate that? Shuyan smiled and said, "Why do you care how I calculate it? When you make money, don't forget to kneel down and call me daddy." Ah? Are you going to shout at me too? Gu Yanxi frowned slightly. Shuyan smiled crookedly. "Wife, you don't have to, you can kneel down and do something else." Kneel down and do something else? Mopping the floor? Gu Yanxi obviously didn't understand. But she didn't think about it too much, because she knew it might not be a good thing. She raised her pink fist and punched Shuyan's little mouth. Shen Yu and Fong Ping, who understood, looked at each other. Wow, what a strong taste. So exciting. By the way, Brother Yun. You've quit your job now, and will rely on investment for a living in the future? Fong Ping asked seriously.
Of course, with Shuyan's investment ability, he doesn't have to worry too much about making money.
But can this be considered a career?
He doesn't know too much either. It's hard to say right now, and there are many different types of investments, not just the pure financial market. I'll make enough money first when I have a chance.
Then maybe I'll start some other career. After all, people can't always be idle, or they'll become useless. Shu Yun sighed. A lot of money is indeed just a number.
Even if they are as rich as the 2 little brothers, they still go to the company diligently every day and have their own pursuits. Even if you make a fortune in the future by relying on your God-level investment skills,
Shuyan still needs to find something meaningful to do. For example, he actually quite liked his previous job as a counselor. Maybe I'll go back later.
Of course, being with his 3 babies is his most important job. But you can't put all your energy into taking care of the kids.
It will be much easier once the babies go to kindergarten in 2 or 3 years.
It's the same with my wife Gu Yanxi. She stays at home all the time and I'm afraid she'll get sick. As the saying goes, a short absence makes a new marriage better, and distance creates beauty.
Being together every day can easily lead to 2 extreme consequences. Or quarrel every day. Or have a second child. Now that you mention it, I have an idea.
How about I open a shop in school and do some small business, and live a leisurely life, which would be nice too.
Shu Yun's eyes suddenly lit up.
After living in the university atmosphere for more than 5 years, he still feels a little reluctant to leave. Most importantly, Gu Yanxi is likely to stay in school to retake credits. The wife goes to school and the husband runs the shop. Isn't it quite heartwarming? Of course, opening a small business cannot be considered a long-term career. If he has the opportunity in the future, he will definitely look for a career that he is interested in.
It's just that I haven't founded yet and I don't have the funds. That's great. It would be nice to open a restaurant. Restaurants around the school are doing good business.
Besides, Brother Yun, your cooking skills are so amazing, your business will definitely be booming.
Upon hearing this, Fong Ping enthusiastically gave his opinion. You want to eat and drink for free, right? Isn't that stupid? I run a restaurant and I'm the chef myself.
I don't have to take care of the baby, so I don't have the time.
Besides, am I supposed to use my cooking skills to provide welfare to ordinary people? That's just for my wife.
Shu Yun rejected Fong Ping at the same time.
He also didn't forget to flirt with his wife. Gu Yanxi glanced at him happily. You have such a sweet mouth, I like it.
At this moment, Shen Yu suddenly clapped her hands and shouted.
Yeah, how about opening a milk tea shop? Which college student today doesn't like milk tea?
Cici, you and Shu Yun are now super internet celebrities in our school, bringing your own traffic.
This business is so bad it's about to explode. If you open a milk tea shop, I will invest and become the store manager. By the way, it also solved my employment problem. I have never wanted to leave school.
When Shu Yun heard this, he felt that it was somewhat reliable.
It's a nice thought to send my wife a cup of homemade milk tea every day when she goes to school. Indeed, it's worth considering. Shu Yun looked at Gu Yanxi. Gu Yanxi was also smiling, and obviously agreed. Fong Ping opened the conversation and raised his hand, saying, since Xinyu has invested, I want to participate too.
Worst case scenario, I can just invest in Xinyu's shares.
Fuck you, you're a jerk. Shu Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Fang Ping, this show-off, has also learned to seduce people with his inner thoughts.
He has made great progress. Pingzi, explain it to me. You want to invest in Xinyu's stock. Is it a legitimate stock? Who agreed that you could use the back door? Can't you just rely on your real ability? Fang Ping panicked when Shu Yun teased him. Brother Yun, what are you talking about?
We are discussing how to cooperate and open a store.
It's inexplicable.
Not to mention Gu Yanqi was confused. Xinyu was also a little confused at this time.
What are these two idiots talking about? I don't quite understand. What happened to my shares? I haven't planned to let him in yet. Alas, there's nothing I can do.
If you don't have at least 10 or 8 years of driving experience, you definitely won't be able to keep up with their speed.
Okay, it's settled then, let's open a milk tea shop. I'll find some time to go to the school and make some plans.
Shu Yun made the decision immediately.
Send Fang Ping and Xinyu away.
Shu Yun carried his wife back to the bedroom. The 3 little babies are still sleeping soundly. It's a rare moment of peace and quiet.
Therefore, Shu Yun must seize the limited time and rest quickly, in preparation for the war that may come at any time. After lying down, Gu Yanqi wore loose pajamas and turned sideways with his back to Shu Yun.
With the help of the light outside the window, Shu Yun could clearly see the outline of her perfect figure. The white and tender back is like milk skin, which seems to be broken at the slightest touch.
It's absolutely amazing. He put his nose to the back of Gu Yanqi's head and took a deep breath. What a nice smell. What's that smell? Is it the smell of shower gel? Or body fragrance?
It was the first time that Shu Yun smelled this sweet and refreshing fragrance for lovers.
My whole body feels a little numb. Gu Yanqi behind him felt very happy. She smiled shyly and said, how should I know? Maybe it's both. Does it smell good? It smells good. I can't get enough of it.
I wish I were a dog so I could smell it better.
Gu Yanqi was speechless. Is this what they call a dog licker?
She turned over helplessly.
All right, go to sleep and stop sniffing around. You look like a dog now, a little scabby puppy. Shu Yun angrily praised, what's wrong with a mangy dog? A mangy dog won't be in heat, right? You discriminate against mangy dogs.
As he spoke, Shu Yun rubbed against Gu Yanqi's body and sniffed hard.
The faint fragrance kept entering my nostrils.
Shu Yun nibbled it gently as if he was eating double-skim milk.
Although Gu Yanqi was not ready to be shy with Shu Yun, but she still wouldn't resist this level of intimacy.
It can also be regarded as a reward for Shu Yun's hard work during this period.
Chapter 55, You're going to die, but not now. Another sleepless night.
It's been more than a month since the baby was born. Shu Yun was busy all the time, without a moment's rest. His days and nights were reversed, and his sleep quality was very poor. Gu Yanqi saw it with his own eyes and felt pain in his heart. She also wanted to recover sooner so as to help Shu Yun relieve some of the burden. Before she fully recovered, this was all she could do. Gu Yanqi tried his best to relax his natural vigilance and dismantle his defenses bit by bit. After all, she also wanted to hand herself over to Shu Yun as soon as possible.
We're going to get the marriage certificate tomorrow, it's only a matter of time. Actually, she also wants that kind of thing. There's nothing I can do, it was all Shu Yun's fault. I fiddled with this for a while. Ah. What's that? It poked me. I'm going to die. Go away, not now.
Shu Yun was also speechless. He suppressed it immediately, otherwise there would definitely be an accidental discharge of the gun. But it didn't last long because I was too tired. Smelling the fragrance of his wife, Shu Yun felt like he was hypnotized and fell asleep unknowingly. At this moment, Shu Yun's head was resting on Gu Yanqi's neck, and his sleeping posture was very awkward.
And some drooling.
Gu Yanqi wiped it off silently with a tissue, then supported Shu Yun's head and gently placed it on the pillow. I was afraid of waking him up. Looking at the sleeping Shu Yun, Gu Yanqi also felt sleepy.
Woi.
Shu Yun, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to hear crying sounds in his dream. Then, like a conditioned reflex, the whole person ejected.
It's not a dream, it's the eldest lady's war drum sounding.
Shu Yun quickly got up and rushed to the crib. I checked the diaper and found that the baby had not defecated and the urine output was not much.
After the milk powder was prepared, the eldest daughter only drank a little, maybe she was not that hungry. In a daze, Shu-yun looked at the time. She had only slept for less than an hour. No wonder the young lady couldn't eat. She had eaten very full before. Shu-yun picked up the eldest lady and began to coax her to sleep. But because the crying was so loud, it still woke Gu Yanqi up. She stared at the young lady in a daze. Aren't you hungry? You're so energetic even if you're not hungry. Are you confused about day and night? It is normal for a 1-month-old baby to sleep more than 10 hours a day. They have no concept of day and night, and it is very likely that they sleep more during the day and are full of energy at night. This is a bit terrible for parents. The eldest lady woke up this time, but she couldn't fall asleep for a while. You have to accompany them the whole time, which is like staying up all night. The only fear is that if one eagle falls asleep, the other two will have to wake up. It's so torturous. You go to sleep first. If you can't make it, I'll ask my wife to help. Shu-yun looked at Gu Yanqi with reluctance and said softly. Gu Yanqi nodded. Okay, I'll take a nap first, and I'll come take your place when I'm more energetic. It would be best for Gu Yanqi to rest first while the babies don't need to drink milk. If the 3 little guys take turns bombarding me, I won't be able to fall asleep even if I want to. And so we stayed up until almost dawn. The young lady drank a little, vomited a little, and screamed for a while before she fell into a comfortable sleep. Sure enough, just as the eldest lady fell asleep, the third brother showed up again. Shu-yun had no choice but to go into battle again. But my third brother doesn't want to drink milk and he is not too noisy. Just so quietly, staring with 2 big dark eyes, communicating with Shu-yun mentally. But even so, Shu-yun couldn't go to sleep because he had to be careful that he wouldn't vomit or something. Ah! The third brother kept whimpering softly, and occasionally biting his own little hands. When a faint light came through the window, Shu-yun finally couldn't bear it anymore and his eyelids were twitching. At this time, Gu Yanqi woke up and patted his back gently. Hubby, you've worked so hard, let me do it, you go get some sleep. Shu-yun touched Gu Yanqi's soft hand. He said softly, well, my wife has worked hard too. Call me if you need anything. Then he handed his third brother to Gu Yanqi, stretched his muscles, lay down in a mess, and fell asleep in seconds. At this time, Shu-yun was lying on his side. Before falling asleep, he moved naturally twice, and his head was right next to Gu Yanqi's little feet. Even if the smell is strong, he probably won't react. Of course, Gu Yanqi didn't want to wake Shu-yun up, but Shu-yun's nose was facing his feet. The breath exhaled by Shu-yun made her feel itchy and a little uncomfortable. But she couldn't do the same movements as Chu-tai to adjust her body. There was no other way, so Gu Yanqi had to gently bend his toes. He put his feet on top of Shu-yun's head. Shu-yun, no response. Ah, you're such a good thing, you bad guy. I should have gone without a shower for a few days to wake you up. Gu Yanqi chuckled. She didn't bother Shu-yun anymore after that. Even when the second young lady woke up in the middle of the night, she was the only one who handled it. It's not easy to deal with the second young lady. She has to carry me around the room before she calms down. At this time, Gu Yanqi still found it very tiring to carry the baby around for a long time. This went on until the sun was high in the sky and it was already 8:30 in the morning. Shu-yun slowly opened his eyes. Husband, are you awake? What are you supposed to do today? You didn't forget, did you? Gu Yanqi smiled mischievously. Of course, go get your marriage certificate. Shu-yun jumped up energetically, prepared breakfast, and went to get the certificate after eating. Now that I can legally flirt with my wife, how can I forget this? For Gu Yanqi, getting married is more than just a new thing. The first time in my life. No matter how I feel a little excited, nervous, and excited. In short, there are a lot of emotions. Shu-yun was also excited, but he had been the leader once after all. The excitement is completely different from Gu Yanqi's. Honey, should I dress up specially later? Like putting on makeup, getting your hair done, wearing nice clothes or something. After all, this matter is quite formal and serious. While Shu-yun was making breakfast, Gu Yanqi said a little nervously and hesitantly. There's no need to dress up specially. My wife is so beautiful, she doesn't need any special decoration at all. But since we're taking ID photos, it's best if we all wear white shirts and light makeup. With our looks, we can definitely take a passport photo and turn it into an artistic photo. Shu-yun replied with a smile.
Gu Yanqi said this because he was considering taking wedding photos and was afraid that the photos would turn out ugly.
But since her husband said so, she nodded obediently. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. You're so good. Now it's so easy to call me husband. Shu Yun sneered.
He also suddenly realized that Gu Yanqi had been calling him husband since last night. I haven't taken that step yet, so it's great to take this step. I'm afraid that after I take that step, people will stop calling me husband and start calling me dead ghost instead. Thinking of this possibility,
Shu Yun couldn't help but feel numb. Chapter 56, We Got the Marriage Certificate. Kiss however you want. While having breakfast, Gu Yanqi thought of another question. By the way, it's quite inconvenient to bring 3 babies to register. And it's kind of embarrassing. How about asking mom to come over and help take care of it? 3 kids, not 1. If we push it to the Civil Affairs Bureau and they start crying and making a fuss, it will be difficult to deal with them. Besides, Gu Yanqi is a girl after all. Having 3 kids before getting married inevitably makes people look down on you.
Shu Yun thought about it and decided that if Gu Yanqi had this concern, he would of course have to consider her feelings. Just as he was about to agree to her, Gu Yanqi hesitated for a moment, but then spoke again.
Forget it, let's just go by ourselves. I've already got the certificate, why should I care about what others think?
In my eyes, as long as I have my baby and my husband, that's enough.
Shu Yun smiled with relief. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. After we get the certificate, we'll go to my parents' house for dinner. Gu Yanqi nodded. The two finished their breakfast and washed the dishes.
I fed the babies, changed their diapers, and applied baby powder on them.
Grab a bunch of baby supplies and go out happily.
The babies are still young and need to be held the whole time, so Gu Yanqi obviously can't handle it alone.
So they took a taxi there.
Even so, Shu Yun had to hold 2 of them on his left and right.
Who made them have so many children?
More than 30 minutes later,
a family of 5 appeared at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. There are not many people inside.
But Gu Yanqi still became nervous for no reason. She clenched her fists, her expression very serious, her heart pounding. Originally, in her eyes, getting a marriage certificate was a very sacred and happy moment. She should pray silently first and then express her feelings. Finally, I looked back on my life over the past 20 years before I took the big step into the Civil Affairs Bureau.
But what is the reality? She was pulled in by Chu Yun. With 3 little kids around, we have to do everything quickly. Well, never mind the details. Marriage license application window.
The staff saw Chu Yun holding 2 babies, and Gu Yanqi next to him was also holding one.
I couldn't help but ask, hello, are you here to get a marriage certificate? Chu Yun nodded and smiled, yes. Get a marriage certificate.
Oh, then please fill out the information and give it to me.
Have you brought your ID card and household registration book?
The staff member said oh and didn't say anything else and started to go through the process. These days, having children out of wedlock is quite normal, but triplets are quite rare.
I brought it. Chu Yun responded and started filling in the information. Gu Yanqi's household registration booklet was secretly taken out by her motherly Yuan that day.
But I have to return it after getting the certificate, otherwise if my father Gu Zhengtang finds out, it might cause trouble. After reading the information Chu Yun filled out, the staff asked as usual.
Are you sure they're not direct blood relatives within 3 generations? If not, sign a statement. If this happens, the marriage certificate will be invalidated.
Chu Yun shook his head, then took a pen and signed his name.
Gu Yanqi also signed his name.
After all the information was ready, the 2 of them took a 2-inch bare-headed photo with a red background.
It's a beautiful shot, don't take it again next time. After the shoot, I paid 9 yuan for the production fee. Next, the 2 of them entertained the baby while waiting to get the certificate. The second young lady has always been very active.
His eyes rolled around, observing the unfamiliar environment around him. Generally speaking, babies are full of curiosity about the outside world, especially when they come to an unfamiliar environment.
All kinds of curiosity.
Of course, the degree of curiosity also depends on the baby's personality. The eldest lady and the 3rd brother are obviously not as active as the second lady. The eldest lady kept smacking her lips, and it was obvious that greed was her instinct. Although the 3rd brother was curious, he was obviously very Buddhist and silly.
It feels like he is saying, don't look at me, I am the same. Ah, the eldest lady and the third brother are awake too. Do you also want to witness mom and dad getting their marriage certificate? That's awesome. Gu Yanqi stretched out his slender white fingers and wiped the tips of the noses of the little babies one by one. Ah, woo. The second young lady laughed cooperatively. The eldest daughter and the third brother obviously ignored their mother, as if to say, not really. Why aren't you well yet? After playing with the baby for a while, Gu Yanqi became a little anxious. She wished the marriage certificate would come out in the next second, it would be a done deal. Afraid that something unexpected might happen. Shu Yun seemed to be sitting on a dangerous platform, very calm. Your wife won T run away, so why are you so anxious? Shu Yun. Gu Yanqi. Your documents are ready, come and get them. As soon as the staff lady finished shouting, Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi ran to the window quickly. Congratulations to you too, and I wish you a long and happy marriage. Are these your babies? Triplets? So cute. The young lady congratulated with a smile. The male god and goddess came to get their marriage certificate with 3 little cuties. Really envious. Well, thank you. Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi smiled at each other and thanked him in unison. Got it. Finally got it. Muay. This certificate is so bright and fragrant. As soon as he walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gu Yanqi kissed the little red notebook. Her rosy oval face is filled with happiness and sweetness. If I had known it would be so fragrant, why would I have suffered so much in silence, carrying the baby and enduring the pain alone? I should have gotten the pregnancy test stick and rushed to Chu Yun a long time ago. I can live a shameless life sooner. But it's not too late now. What's the fragrance? It's all paper. There's no difference between this red book and the purple book. The raw materials are all made of wood, so it's true that they are very green. Seeing that his wife was so excited, Shu Yun deliberately teased her. Gu Yanqi pouted, what green? Can't you say something nice? I mean, the marriage certificate itself is not fragrant, it's my wife who is fragrant. Shu Yun argued. That's more like it. Gu Yanqi said cutely. Well, dear wife, do you want to give your husband a sweet kiss? Shu Yun took the opportunity to take advantage. Gu Yanqi took a deep breath, pouted her rosy lips, and slowly moved towards Chu Yun's face. Before she could get close to him, Shu Yun took the initiative to kiss her. Deep and passionate, with a stirring. From today on, you are my wife. I can kiss you however I want. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 little ones were awake and still in a daze in the stroller, and standing on the main road would affect the cityscape, Shu Yun had to kiss her until she suffocated. Now, I can only taste it for a minute and then eat it slowly when I get home. After a long time, their lips parted. The two looked at each other sweetly, as if this moment lasted forever. Cece. Is it really you? Just at this moment, Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi were standing on the roadside waiting for a bus. He was recognized by a few girls dressed in youthful and fashionable clothes who happened to pass by. The tallest and most beautiful one among them looked at Gu Yanqi in shock. Unexpectedly, I took a leave of absence from school for almost a year. Gu Yanqi, whose scandal has been making headlines recently. I actually met you here. Chapter 57 Cece, you are actually married. The girl's name is Su Qingqing. She is also Gu Yanqi's good friend, second only to Xinyu's best friend. Ever since she took leave of absence due to pregnancy, Gu Yanqi has never been to school again. Apart from Xinyu, I have not contacted any other teachers or classmates. Su Qingqing, it has been almost a year since I last saw Gu Yanqi. Cece, it's so great to see you. You must give me an explanation, this is so mean. After confirming that the person in front of him was indeed Gu Yanqi, Su Qingqing quickly rushed over and hugged her tightly. The rumors about Gu Yanqi and Counselor Chu Yun were spreading like wildfire, and she thought something had happened to Gu Yanqi. No news at all. Qingqing. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Gu Yanqi smiled awkwardly. In fact, before taking leave from school, she had sent messages to all her friends. He said that he would be away for a while due to personal matters and would not contact me normally. Please understand. Who could have imagined that so many things would happen later? Oh, it's okay, I was just worried about you. You too, you didn't contact me after so many things happened, and Xinyu refused to tell me. If this wasn't a chance encounter, were you planning on not seeing me after graduation? Su Qingqing felt a little relieved, but also a little complaining.
She is not a native of Shenzhen. After graduation, I will go back to my hometown in the north to develop.
And before graduation, Gu Yanqi didn't contact her.
Then the two of them might really be separated forever, and it would be difficult to see each other again.
How could that be? We must have a good get-together before graduation.
I'm planning on going back to school in the next few days to see how many credits I need to graduate.
Gu Yanqi confessed truthfully.
She really didn't mean to not contact Su Qingqing and other friends, she was just really busy recently.
I just got the certificate. That's the best. Okay, since you look fine, I'll forgive you. Su Qingqing smiled with relief.
Then he set his eyes on Chu Yun beside him.
The counselor Chu Yun is now well known throughout the school.
Su Qingqing is not from the same college as Gu Yanqi and Xinyu, but this does not prevent her from knowing Chu Yun.
You are teacher Chu Yun, right?
Ah no, you are not our school counselor now, so I shouldn't call you teacher.
You resigned because of the scandal, didn't you? Why are you with CC now?
Xinyu didn't tell her much, leaving her with a confused look on her face. Even if Chu Yun is the biological father of Gu Yanqi's child, it is unlikely that the two of them will be together. Then Su Qingqing suddenly looked up and found that they were standing at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Suddenly realizing something, he said in surprise, I heard you're divorced? Could it be that you're? Well, we just got our marriage license. Gu Yanqi replied truthfully.
There was an uncontrollable smugness and pride on his face. Then he briefly told Su Qingqing about her recent situation.
This is too exciting. Teacher Chu, I never realized how awesome you are. You just got divorced, and you married our goddess Cici. I can't help but admit it. Su Qingqing was shocked.
There was too much information and she was still a little overwhelmed. However, she was soon attracted by the 3 milk balls.
Are these 3 little babies? Wow, they're so cute, so adorable. Su Qingqing had an ant-like smile.
But in my heart I sigh.
Oh, the baby is so pretty. Judging from their looks alone, Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi are a perfect match. Well, these 3 little guys are really annoying. It's already a full moon. We'll have a full moon banquet in a few days. Come over then to join in the fun. Gu Yanqi extended an invitation enthusiastically.
Now that the matter between her and Chu Yun is settled, there is no need to cover it up anymore.
That's a must. I'm an ant now. Let that damn woman Xinyu be the ant. She's the one who makes me angry the most. Ha ha.
Su Qingqing agreed readily. At this time, the online taxi that Chu Yun called was driving towards this side from a distance.
It looks like the car is coming soon. I keep my phone on all the time now. Let's talk when we have time.
I'll send it to you once the time and address for the full moon banquet are confirmed.
Gu Yanqi smiled.
Xin Qingqing waved her hand and said,
Okay then.
Don't play hide and seek with me next time, I'll be sad. Luckily, I just found a job and won't be going back home for the time being. There will be plenty of opportunities to settle accounts with you.
By the way, guess where I work now?
Excellent Century Place.
It's your family's business, and I'm your tool now.
Gu Yanqi was stunned for a moment. My shopping mall is not very prosperous recently, you may lose your job at any time.
Xin Qingqing said bluntly, It's okay, I'll just give it a try, and if it doesn't work, I'll leave. Gu Yanqi punched her. Is that polite of you to speak like that?
The 2 women were still chatting.
Chu Yun held the baby in their arms.
He folded the stroller and a bunch of other items and put them all in the trunk.
I'm leaving now, Qingqing. I'll treat you to dinner later. Love you. Gu Yanqi waved his hand.
Then the couple got in the car and drove towards Chu Yun's parents' home.
This time they are truly husband and wife. Guaranteed genuine.
Even if the King of Heaven came, he would not be able to object to this marriage.
The weather is so nice today, even the air is sweet. Gu Yanqi took a deep breath in the car and said in a somewhat pretentious tone. The car is so stuffy, how can there be any sweet smell?
I can faintly smell the milk fragrance of the babies. What is sweet is not the air, but Gu Yanqi's mood after getting the marriage certificate. Chu Yun also smiled sweetly. Then he took out his phone with the incoming message and took a look.
Wife, here it comes. Good things come in pairs. What's coming? Gu Yanqi was confused.
The baby's 1-month photos.
I just received the electronic version, and they said I can choose the photos now. Wow, this is a great family photo. I'll use it as my profile picture first. Shu Yun excitedly opened the photo album, and Shin Qingqing excitedly let Gu Yanqi take a look at his new profile picture. In that family photo, Shu Yun held the eldest and second daughters, one in each hand, with a happy smile on his face. Gu Yanqi was holding her third brother, biting her lower lip lightly, blinking one eye, and half sticking out her pink tongue. Not only is her smile very sweet, but it is also a little playful and cute. The three little babies were wearing brightly colored clothes and their eyes were mostly open. As exquisite as a porcelain doll, so cute. It's pretty good. I'll use this photo as my profile picture too. Send it to me first. Gu Yanqi's smile is even sweeter than in the photo. I chose the avatar first, are you trying to snatch it from me? Wouldn't it be okay for you to use a solo photo of me as your profile picture? Shu Yun said he didn't want to send it. Go away, stop being so conceited. Send it to me and put your phone away quickly. It's not easy to use your phone while holding two kids. Besides, cell phones do have some radiation, which is not good for babies. As soon as Gu Yanqi finished speaking, he received the family photo. The next second, Shu Yun obediently put away his phone. He kept muttering, "Long live my wife. Everything my wife says is right. I admire my wife the most." Gu Yanqi covered his mouth and laughed, "Single bed X3, it feels a bit like the Canadian electric eel." Shu Yun said angrily, "Nonsense. How can an electric eel compare to me? Besides, he's a toothpick, and I'm a stick." The silly wife scratched her head, "Huh? What do you mean?" "Nothing, nothing. You'll be able to experience it later, no rush, hee hee." Chapter 58, Everyone is having fun. Mom, don't be a light bulb. In an old residential area with stairs. Mom Xiao Hui is busy in the kitchen. Today is not only the happy day for my son and daughter-in-law to get their marriage certificate. It's also a good day for the three little ones to be 1 month old. It was also the first time that Gu Yanqi came home. Must be taken seriously. Preparing a big meal is inevitable. Although it is not a full moon banquet, it is an early celebration within the family. Dad Xu Chunming can't cook, but he is very active in helping out in cleaning, and he is never idle. His enthusiasm for holding his grandchildren is even stronger than that of his wife Xiao Hui. After all, Xiao Hui still has to take care of household affairs, so she doesn't have that much free time. Xu Chunming is really idle. Apart from playing chess with a few old men, he doesn't do anything else. The three darlings were the best people for him to spend his time. The two elders would run to Tianqi Garden every few days, and were looking forward to the arrival of the little ones. It was almost 11 o'clock. Shu Yun's family of 5 finally arrived. Oh, it's finally here. I haven't seen my grandchildren for 2 days. I miss them so much. As soon as my mother Xiao Hui opened the door, she screamed. I quickly went up to greet the kids. Miss, and third brother, do you miss Grandma? Grandma misses you so much. I looked left and right, and for a moment I didn't know which one to hold. Shu Yun frowned slightly and picked up the eldest daughter and handed her to her mother. Mom, your precious son is still here? I'm just heir, okay? I need care too. Xiao Hui looked disgusted. Why would you care about me, a grown man? Aren't you ashamed? If you want to care about me, you should care about our Cici. What have you done to give birth to 3 babies? Shu Yun is very good at taking care of babies. He works harder than me. Gu Yanqi was a little bit bad at business, so she joined in her husband's words. She was telling the truth. Her husband doted on her and never lacked care for her. That kind of care. Okay, are the vegetables washed and cut? Then I'll go fry them. Shu Yun glanced at his wife lovingly, rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. The whole family has seen Shu Yun's cooking skills and is waiting for him to start cooking. Xiao Hui's own skills are pretty good, but compared to her son, the damage is a bit too much. Xu Chunming had already snatched away the second young lady and the third brother, holding them in his arms and unable to let go. He plays with the baby in different poses, and from time to time he puts the baby on the sofa and takes out his mobile phone to take short videos. Even his old face had to be shown on camera, with the beauty filter at level 10. Come on, little darling, take a photo with Grandpa. Stop filming. Don't scare my baby, you old man. Gu Yanqi just kept laughing beside him. Three adults, teasing three babies, having a great time. Shu Yun was cooking frantically in the kitchen.
Listening to the warm laughter coming from the living room, Shu Yun even felt endless motivation to stir the wok.
I even couldn't help humming a little tune. An hour later,
a large table of delicious food was served.
Come, let's eat. Mom and Dad, your favorite dishes are braised prawns and Westlake vinegar fish.
And my wife likes mapo tofu, spicy and sour fish, and sauced chicken wings.
You guys eat first, I'll come over after I put the three little ones to sleep.
Shu Yun wiped his hands and put all three babies in the stroller. Then he used the Chu family's method of coaxing babies, and coaxed the three little kids to sleep one after another.
Of course, the premise is that Gu Yanqi has a strong milk intake today and eats very well.
Only after eating and drinking enough can the little ones have the energy to sleep soundly. During the meal, Xiao Wei chatted. The date for the full moon banquet has been set, and we have already notified relatives and friends. Now we're just waiting for the estimated number of people so we can book a hotel. Xiao Yun, I roughly counted the number of relatives and friends here, and there are about 30 of them, so 4 tables will be enough. Your friends, colleagues, and classmates here, count them yourself.
The rest is about Cece's family.
Xiao Wei hesitated to speak. The current situation in my daughter-in-law's family is indeed a bit worrying. She didn't want to mention it specifically, but she still had to estimate the number of people.
My relatives, I won't notify them this time.
I'll invite a few close friends over, maybe 4 or 5 people.
Sorry. Gu Yanqi felt a little guilty and embarrassed.
Hiding the marriage certificate and the baby's full-month anniversary from the family was somewhat disrespectful to Chu Yun's parents. But she has made up her mind that as long as she can conquer her father Gu Zhengtang. Next time I will definitely invite all my relatives and friends to give a good banquet to my mother-in-law's family. Mom Li Yuan actually wanted to attend, but after thinking about it, she decided it wasn't formal enough, so she decided not to come for the time being.
It's okay, I believe you two can solve these small problems.
Xiao Hui rubbed Gu Yanqi's shoulders and comforted him.
My mom is right. We haven't had a wedding yet. Once everyone is here, I'll give you a grand wedding.
Chu Yun also smiled and promised Gu Yanqi.
Yes, it must be grand. Okay, Xiao Yun, let's quickly book a hotel today. Xu Chunming also chimed in. Okay. Xu Yun smiled and gestured. This matter is confirmed. After dinner, the family sat in the living room watching TV. Gu Yanqi held the second young lady in his arms and continuously fed his abundant meals into her mouth. Snap, snap.
The second young lady ate with a sound of contentment, and was completely absorbed in her eating. It was as if the destruction of the whole world had nothing to do with her. As long as I have delicious breast milk, everything will be perfect.
Xiao Hui was feeding the eldest daughter with a bottle.
The eldest daughter was not given breast milk, otherwise the little one would have drained the food supply of her younger siblings. She swallowed up 100 milliliters of milk powder in just a few minutes.
And it's still a bit unsatisfying.
Chu Yun frowned slightly. Miss, you are a foodie.
Stop eating, or you will upset your stomach.
As he said this, he took the eldest daughter from his mother's hands, placed her upright on his body, and gathered his palms into an arc. He gently patted the little guy on the back twice. Belch. A super huge burp that pierced the void was released from the eldest lady's mouth. Oh my god, there's so much gas in the young lady's stomach. She burped for such a long time.
She must feel better now. Gu Yanqi said in surprise beside him.
Xu Yun held the eldest lady and walked around the living room a few times. Only then did she fall into a deep sleep.
It's really not easy. Taking care of one child is hard enough, can you handle 3?
Honestly, if it really doesn't work out, Mom will move in with you and help take care of you.
I'm going there every 2 or 3 days anyway. Xiao Wei sighed.
Xu Yun smiled and said, Mom, there's really no need.
You're happy but we're not. You're like a third wheel.
When I save enough money, I'll buy you an apartment in the same neighborhood. You don't have to live together, but it'll be convenient for taking care of the kids. Xiao Wei rolled her eyes. I want to scold Xu Yun for being an ungrateful person who forgot his mother after marrying a wife. But when I think about the young people nowadays, they are really not used to living with the elderly.
And it might bring trouble to Gu Yanqi, so I just endure it. That's fine, but you can't leave today. Just stay at home for the whole day. Xiao Wei tried to persuade him to stay as a second choice. Dad Xu Chunming also cast an earnest gaze. Stay.
Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi had no choice but to agree with a smile.
Chapter 59. Shu Yun drove normally, and Gu Yanqi begged for mercy again and again. After dinner, the whole family went to bed.
In the bedroom, the curtains were half open. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the head of the bed, covering half of the bed.
Gu Yanqi's long, slender, white legs were completely covered by the moonlight.
Shu Yun sat cross-legged at the end of the bed, bathing in the moonlight and admiring the beautiful scenery and objects.
What great legs!
They're white, long, straight, and slender.
How come I'm so lucky?
Shu Yun's fingers gently scratched his wife's legs.
The touch is like touching mutton fat, Jade. It's so cool. Stop talking nonsense. I feel my legs are getting thicker.
Gu Yanqi was embarrassed and annoyed, so she simply put her feet on Shu Yun's legs.
How could that be? Wow!
Her feet are exquisite, so smooth, white, and refreshing.
Smells so good. Shu Yun couldn't help but grab Gu Yanqi's left foot in his palm. Do you have any fetish? I've been wearing sneakers all day and sweating a lot, but they still smell good? Gu Yanqi frowned slightly.
She knew very well that although her feet were not sweaty, they would have some smell after being stuffy all day.
Moreover, she was so busy coaxing the baby that she didn't have time to wash.
Unexpectedly, in order to prove that he was not talking nonsense, Shu Yun actually lifted her feet up and put them under his nose to smell them.
Phew, no smell, not at all. How could a fairy's feet have a smell? Habits or something, I don't know.
I only know that my wife's feet are very friendly to foot fetishists, but not completely friendly.
Gu Yanqi asked in confusion, what do you mean? Does the foot fetishist like my feet? I'm a light foot fetishist.
I like white, clean, and fragrant little feet. Some serious foot fetishists like strong smells. The bigger the smell, the better.
Your feet are naturally not in their eyes. Honey, do you think everyone in the world who loves feet will like your feet? You're too confident. Shu Yun said seriously.
Gu Yanqi swallowed hard. There really are people like this.
How terrifying. Shu Yun nodded silently and said, of course not.
No one knows their true preferences until they try them.
Maybe you, my wife, would like this too. It's okay, just test it and you'll know.
Come, smell my feet, I smell okay?
Gu Yanqi's face was full of rejection. I don't want it. I definitely won't like it, stop trying to fool me.
Shu Yun pretended to be sad. Then my wife, you dislike me, but I don't dislike you at all.
How can this be considered disgust? It's just that your idea is too weird. Gu Yanqi argued.
Shu Yun said righteously, if you don't mind, then give it a try.
You won't die if you try. Gu Yanqi rolled his eyes and could already smell the smell lingering in his nostrils. No, no, no. At worst I can just kiss you, is that okay? Gu Yanqi quickly begged for mercy. Kissing feet? Not impossible. Bullshit, who wants to kiss your feet, you idiot? Why would that be wrong? I have 3 legs, maybe you'll like the other one. Shu Yun drove normally. Gu Yanqi didn't react and was still thinking about where to kiss Shu Yun. What's the meaning?
By the time I realized what was happening, my face turned red.
Ah, that is too much. No more kissing, no kissing anywhere, I'm so mad.
Seeing his wife making such associations, Shu Yun got angry and quickly changed the subject.
Okay, let's not talk about the feet anymore. But then again, honey, how come your body is so soft? Honey, have you ever practiced dancing or yoga? Gu Yanqi said unhappily, I'm the vice president of the yoga club.
I've been practicing yoga for 5 or 6 years.
Don't you know this? Shu Yun really didn't know. There are so many messy clubs in the class, who knows which student joins which club? Really? No wonder. With such a flexible body, you must be able to do a lot of exaggerated movements, right? It's not bad. Splits, backflips, etc., no problem for sure. Then you can definitely do some difficult poses, right? Posture, what posture?
Shu Yun chuckled, that's great, learning yoga is great. There are so many poses waiting for me to unlock.
Go to hell. Hooligan. I'll kick you off. Gu Yanqi understood and kicked Shu Yun in pretending to be angry. Shu Yun dodged and she kicked into the air, stepping on the windowsill. Ouch, that hurts. Damn Shu Yun, you have the heart to let your wife kick the windowsill, right? You are so mean. You don't feel sorry for me at all. Humph. Shuyun immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Honey, I was wrong. Next time I promise to make you kick the wall. Gu Yanxi. Inhumane guy, disgusting. Shuyun was dissatisfied. How can this be considered a personal attack? It was getting late at night. The three little babies were very considerate and slept soundly without crying or making any noise. Shuyun secretly checked their diapers and found that none of them had pooped, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then she fell asleep holding Gu Yanxi. Halfway through his sleep, Shuyun suddenly woke up and became energetic again. There's no way. I've been tormented by the little guys for more than a month and I'm a little nervous. On the contrary, Gu Yanxi was lying in an awkward posture with his body twisted, and he was snoring softly. My goddess wife is snoring. Although the sound was very small, it was definitely snoring. Of course, it also has something to do with her sleeping position. Shuyun moved her body a little flatter, and the screams soon subsided. Unable to sleep, Shuyun had no choice but to admire his wife. It's a bit hard to believe no matter how you look at it. There is such a perfect woman in the world. She has almond eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, cherry lips, and an oval face. Delicate facial features and a white neck. Places that should be big are definitely oversized. Where it should be curled up, it is definitely curled up. Long legs and long arms. Delicate skin and tender flesh, white and clean. If I hadn't just given birth to a baby, there would be a little bit of fat on my belly. This figure is simply the perfect work of the creator, so beautiful that it is impeccable. TSK. Shuyun was almost drooling as he watched. In order to avoid being too distracted, I quickly entered the system and distracted myself. Not bad, the daddy value is already over 20,000. If this is converted into cash, it would be 200W. Shuyun was both delighted and surprised. The dad value is increasing faster than you can imagine. But he noticed it too. Daily dad activities include making milk powder, changing diapers for the baby, and taking the baby for a walk. The increase in dad value is limited, not very large. On the contrary, the increase was particularly large when we took the baby's 1-month photos. It seems that the way to pamper your child must be grand and important, so that the rewards will be more generous. The dad level has also reached level 4. However, it is still a long way to go to reach the maximum level 10 nanny. It requires 10 million in dad value. Converted into cash, it's 1 billion. Shuyun was not discouraged. After all, the babies were getting bigger and bigger. Later, I taught them how to draw, sing, play the piano, do homework, go to school, etc. These can all get amazing dad value. The system's rewards and lottery opportunities will also be greatly improved. Daddy value exchange. Shuyun immediately exchanged 300,000 yuan in cash. He is short of money now and can't even afford the money for the full moon banquet. It would be more practical to get some cash. Just after the exchange, a familiar prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for becoming a level 4 dad. Reward item, a Porsche supercar. Reward item, a 1 million shopping card. Reward fund, 200 million investment funds. Is this such a generous reward? Shuyun was simply stunned. Chapter 60. The skill is not a problem. Give your wife a luxury car. Shuyun originally thought. I want a mansion worth tens of millions in Tianqi Garden. Already favored by the system. It's impossible to get a lot of benefits so easily. I really didn't expect that just by being promoted to a level 4 dad, the reward I received would far exceed the value of the mansion. A Porsche supercar will cost you at least 2 million. A shopping card worth 1 million can be used directly as cash. Now buying gifts for my wife is easy. But what the hell is this 200 million investment funds? System, these 200 million can only be invested and cannot be withdrawn, right? Correct. However, investment returns exceeding 200 million can be freely withdrawn. It turns out that nothing is that good. If 200 million yuan of funds can be withdrawn directly, then it will take off right away. However, it is also a good investment. Shuyun was worried that he didn't have the original capital to develop his god-level investment skills. Invest, profit, cash out. Reinvest, profit again, and cash out again. This is a vicious cycle, just let it go. Shuyun was very excited, but found that there were still 2 chances to draw the lottery. Lottery.
Without saying a word, he drew them all.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Divine Level Medical Skills.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, God Level Physique. Awesome, both skills are very useful.
Needless to say, he had Divine Level Medical Skills. After the fusion, Shu-yun discovered that he was simply the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. All kinds of difficult and complicated diseases can be solved in minutes. He is even confident that he can cure terminal illnesses that are currently difficult for humans to overcome. This will be used to help my 3 little ones grow up, that's great. As for the God-level physique skill. After the fusion, Shu-yun did not find that he could go to the sky and into the earth. It's just that all the physical qualities have reached a level beyond the human limit.
Even the ability of human genetics is the strongest in the world.
The golden spear has reached the level of a king.
Needle don't poke, needle don't poke.
This skill, love. Shu-yun glanced at his goddess wife who was sleeping soundly next to him, and felt extremely proud.
This skill seems to be more beneficial to my wife. I'm just a laborer.
Forget it, don't worry about these details.
It's good for her and me anyway. The system understands men. Early the next morning.
After breakfast, Shu-yun and his family prepared to go home.
Gu Yanqi didn't bring any clothes last night and didn't even take a shower.
She had to rush home to take a shower and change clothes. It was already summer, and she was almost disgusted with herself. This guy Shu-yun still said it smells good, what a big-headed ghost. This time, Shu-yun called Fong Ping over to be the driver of Shu-yun's 7-seater BMW.
Fong Ping came over happily.
Not to mention that he is trying to win over schoolmate Xingyu, there are only benefits and no harm in trying to please Shu-yun and Gu Yanqi. Just this morning, he sold the 3 stocks that Shu-yun had chosen. With an investment of 180,000 yuan, I received 2 daily limit increases. It instantly became more than 217,000. In 2 days, I made a huge profit of nearly 40,000. With the speed at which money is being made, it wouldn't take a second to call Shu-yun dad. When it comes to being a driver, don't stop, the more the better.
After returning home, Gu Yanqi quickly took a comfortable hot bath.
Then wearing suspenders and shorts.
It swayed hotly in front of Shu-yun.
It has to be said that the two have not yet started to have a truly easy-to-understand communication. But they are becoming more and more familiar with each other in all aspects.
Naturally, there is less and less fabric for clothing.
Until the relationship is further sublimated and we are familiar with each other to the point that you know my ins and outs, and I know your strengths and weaknesses.
After taking a shower, Gu Yanqi might come out empty-handed. Wife, why are you so mean? Wearing something so cool, isn't it obviously tempting me to commit a crime? Do you enjoy being an accomplice? Shu-yun's eyes were wide open. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the primordial force in his body. Stop talking nonsense.
You have your own problems, but you are blaming others.
Gu Yanqi said with a pout.
Shu-yun argued, if there is no sale, there is no killing.
If you don't lead me, how can I still imagine it out of thin air? Gu Yanqi burst out laughing, why don't you just not look at it? Quibbling. Shu-yun was a little crazy. Wife, you are forcing me. You have such a great figure, how can I not look at you? Do you want me to poke my eyes out? Now that I've seen it, how can I not want to do something? Gu Yanqi remained noncommittal. What do you want to do?
Be careful or I'll call the police to arrest you. You're not Zhang San, you can't escape legal sanctions. Shu-yun found that he could no longer seduce his wife.
He is indeed a top student, with excellent learning ability. So, he could only sigh. By the way, honey, do you want to weigh yourself to see how much you weigh?
Shu-yun noticed that Gu Yanqi seemed to be slimmer, so he suddenly suggested.
Gu Yanqi's eyebrows trembled, and he was a little hesitant. Do you really want to go up?
I'm a little scared. I actually want to see if my recent exercise has any effect, but I'm afraid I can't handle it.
There will be terrifying numbers.
Shu-yun was unsure, no matter how horrible it is, no matter how big the value is, I won't be disgusted.
Well, all right then. Let's give it a try. Gu Yanqi took a deep breath.
As if he was going to a battlefield, he stepped onto the electronic scale with difficulty.
In an instant, a number popped up. 57.6 kilograms. Oh my god. 115 pounds, it's over, I'm going to die. Postpartum recovery? I'm recovering from loneliness. Gu Yanqi felt unwell.
Shu Yun quickly comforted her. It's okay, postpartum recovery is also divided into 2 stages.
The first stage is the recovery of body organs and functions. The second stage is to get back in shape.
You've just finished your confinement and your body functions haven't fully recovered yet. Why are you in such a hurry to get back in shape? After waiting for 42 days, there's no need to rush to the hospital for a follow-up check.
Gu Yanqi was stunned for a moment. Her husband was very understanding. But I can only sigh, I hope so. This number was a huge blow to her.
Although she is not so obsessed as to think that thinness is beautiful. But anyone who encounters this weight will become depressed. There was no choice, Shu Yun had to walk over and hug her waist from behind. It can still be called a small waist now, and as for the small waist, it probably won't be less long.
Wife, you are out of confinement now.
After the baby's 1-month anniversary, you should go to school to retake your credits.
We live a little far away now, and I have to take care of the kids, so I can't pick you up every day. You can drive, right? How about driving there every day from now on? Gu Yanqi nodded gently. That's fine. As for whether or not I can drive, didn't I tell you? My dad gave me a Maybach for my 18th birthday. It's just that I rarely open it. It's too conspicuous in school. It's a pity that I can't drive it now even if I want to.
It's parked in the garage of the community across the street, and I don't dare to go get it.
Shu Yun smiled.
Then he took out the Porsche keys from his pocket and waved them in front of Gu Yanqi. As for the car, I've already prepared it for you.
This is a Porsche, honey. When did you buy it? Gu Yanqi was stunned.
Chapter 61 Mother-in-law is shocked.
The fruit prince is actually Shu Yun.
Shu Yun clearly said that he had spent all his savings on buying the diamond ring.
Why did you suddenly buy another luxury car? It's obvious that he has saved some private money. Bad guy, how dare you lie to me? I said I just earned it, do you believe it? Shu Yun said with a smile. Just made some money? We sold all 3 stocks, so we made a little money. But this car must be worth at least 1 or 2 million, right? Is there a more profitable investment that you're keeping in reserve? But you need some capital. Gu Yanqi was full of doubts.
Ha ha. I did run out of cash last time, but I didn't say I didn't have any investment accounts.
Shu Yun said proudly. With the system in place, money will go away faster than the wind. My husband is awesome.
If my dad knew how good you were, he would definitely change his mind.
Gu Yanqi didn't bother about it anymore and just felt proud of Shu Yun. Really? Then should we confront your dad? Shu Yun asked with a smile.
Gu Yanqi pondered for a moment and frowned slightly. There's no need to be so anxious.
I'm not that anxious now.
Although it was wrong of me to hide this from him, his attitude also made me sad. Now if my dad doesn't come to me, I won't take the initiative to admit my mistakes. I'll let him regret it himself, humph. My dad must have had someone research your information, but he still won't forgive me.
Why?
Husband, you are so outstanding, you should let him come to you on his own initiative.
Shu Yun gave Gu Yanqi enough confidence and courage.
Although there was some anger between her and her father. It is true that I was at fault first. But it's also true that my dad looks down on Shu Yun.
Before, she was willing to compromise for the livelihood of her 3 babies. Now, it's different. I can't let my husband be looked down upon by others. Even my own dad can't do it. Don't look at Gu Yanqi, who is as gentle as a little lamb in front of you.
She is known as the cool and beautiful campus beauty at Shenzhen University.
Others say that she is aloof and arrogant. Yes, a little bit.
But deep down, she is just like her father Gu Zhengtang, a stubborn and determined person. Seeing Gu Yanqi's little mouth pouted high up in the air, he looked fierce and aggressive.
Still thinking about yourself. Shu Yun couldn't help it and went over to kiss her. My dear wife, calm down. Let's not talk about visiting my father-in-law for now. I'm going to book a hotel first, and then we'll take the baby to get vaccinated. Gu Yanqi kissed back.
Then Shu Yun went out to see the hotel in person. I saw 3 good ones online and called to inquire, and they all had vacancies. Originally, Shu Yun planned to order the highest-end house.
Why not do it if you can get more dad points?
Unfortunately, as the full moon banquet will be held tomorrow, time is too tight and all the high-end hotels are booked. I had to settle for the second best and chose 3 above average ones. After looking at all 3 hotels, Chu Yun finally decided on an old Cantonese restaurant. It's quite high-end, 5,000 yuan per table. The main thing is that the dishes are suitable for all ages and the quality is guaranteed. Chu Yun booked 6 tables, although there were probably only about 50 people. It's better to plan more rather than less. Shenzhen University. Li Yuan was sitting at her desk, packing her things. I will soon go to attend the professional course she is responsible for, History of Ancient Literature. As a professor in the School of Humanities, her professional course is a bit unpopular in Shenzhen University. Shenzhen University is famous for its money-related majors, such as Xiaoma Ji's computer science major. This school has no cultural heritage. However, she mainly focuses on research and has published many professional papers and books. Teaching is just a side job. But there are also benefits. My daughter's re-examination was quickly arranged. All she had to do was say hello to the professor at the School of Economics and Trade. Li Yuan thought of her daughter Gu Yanqi again. Tomorrow will be the day for the babies, right? Too bad she can't go. Thinking about it, he opened his phone and wanted to send a message to his daughter. Suddenly, I turned to Chu Yun's dialogue box. At the fruit stall that day, she didn't ask Chu Yun's name, but just noted, Fruit Prince. Suddenly, Li Yuan discovered that the Fruit Prince changed his avatar. It used to be just a landscape photo, but now, it seems like a big family photo. Is it his wife and children? Li Yuan curiously clicked on the portrait and zoomed in. Wow, 3 babies. So cute. No. This girl, this. In the photo, the girl is holding a baby and making a cheesy scissors hand gesture. She squinted one eye and stuck out her pink tongue playfully. Li Yuan has lived in Bengbu all her life. Not to mention a big face, even if all the facial features are blocked. Just look at the body shape, hands and feet, or certain features. Li Yuan could also recognize it. This is her beloved daughter Gu Yanqi. That Fruit Prince, no, isn't that Chu Yun. Li Yuan was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. I quickly went to the campus forum and found the previous post. Look at the photo above carefully again and again. That's right, this guy is really Chu Yun. I never thought that the Fruit Prince I ran into downstairs would be my daughter's rumored boyfriend. No, they've already got the marriage certificate. He's my daughter's legal husband. It turns out he said before that he was married and had children. So, you're talking about your own daughter and your own grandchildren. Li Yuan was still a little overwhelmed for a while. But, it seems pretty good. Chu Yun has a good reputation in school and has a good character. Most of the things that came out of Xinyu and Gu Yanqi's mouths were good things. I met him by chance in a fruit shop last time and had a good first impression of him. Oh. I was thinking of meeting him and inspecting him. Thinking of this, Li Yuan hurriedly called her daughter Gu Yanqi. I want to finally confirm it. But I found that my daughter's profile picture was also changed to the family photo. There is probably no way to escape. The call was connected. Mom, have you thought it through? Are you going to attend the baby's full moon banquet tomorrow? Gu Yanqi still hopes that his mother can come and participate. That's not the case. Mom wants to ask you something. Is the person in your profile picture Chu Yun? Gu Yanqi was puzzled. Who else could it be if not Chu Yun? Mom, you are so mean. Could it be that I am getting married to another man? Oh. After getting confirmation, Li Yuan took a deep breath. Okay then, it's okay. Your father will also see this profile picture. You may not believe it, but I ran into Chu Yun when I was buying fruit downstairs last time. I have a good impression of him. So, you are living in Tianqi Garden now? You guys really know how to pick a place. Aren't you afraid of bumping into your dad? Gu Yanqi smiled awkwardly. So you've already met before. I didn't want to either. It just so happened that Chu Yun bought it near our house. I was a little nervous before, but now it doesn't matter. Anyway, we've already got the marriage certificate, so we'll just run into my dad if we meet him. He's the one who should be embarrassed now. Li Yuan complained lovingly, You have the same temper as your father. You won't give in to anyone. Okay, I'll try to find out what your dad has to say in the next few days. In fact, if it's really as you said, that Chu Yun is not only capable of making money to support the family, but also loves you and takes care of the family, I believe your father won't have much to say.
How about, after the full moon banquet tomorrow, you guys go home?
Gu Yanqi shook his head and refused. Let's talk about it later. Now that we have obtained our marriage certificate, we will also hold the full moon banquet.
If my dad still doesn't react, I'll be the one who's angry. Chapter 62, Fishing Enforcement.
Wife, do you have a sister or younger sister?
Li Yuan sighed helplessly. Okay, then after the full moon banquet tomorrow, I'll come over to see you. Li Yuan didn't expect that her daughter actually lived so close to home.
Suddenly, she seemed to think of something.
Surprised, he asked, Cece, you just said that the house in Tianqi Garden was not rented by you, but bought by Chu Yun?
Yes, I bought it. We rented a villa before, and the rent was tens of thousands of yuan.
Thinking that renting a house was too uneconomical, Chu Yun bought it outright.
Well, even Li Yuan, the rich lady, was a little bit touched by Versailles.
Is rent of tens of thousands of yuan too expensive? So you bought one for tens of millions?
She knew the houses in Tianqi Garden very well. They are all large apartments with an area of more than 300 square meters, starting from 50 million. Even her husband, Gu Zhangtang, can't take out such a large sum of cash.
Could it be that this son-in-law who was not recognized by Gu Zhangtang was richer than himself?
No.
Cece, didn't you say Chu Yun's family background is very ordinary? Even if you have some investment ability, where can you make so much money? Is money so easy to make? Ask your dad. Is he still worried about not having enough funds?
Li Yuan was still in shock. Your husband used to look down on her, but now, apart from comparing assets, she is richer than you.
I'm not sure either.
Chu Yun obtained several patents when he was in school. They are very valuable. It should be based on these capitals and investments.
Mom, Chu Yun's investment ability is really amazing. Didn't you give me more than 200,000 yuan last time?
I just followed Chu Yun and invested in a few stocks. In less than 2 days, we've already achieved 2 daily limit increases.
I guess he has a lot of other investments.
Gu Yanqi showed off her husband with pride.
Ha, then he's definitely better than your dad.
When your father was your age, he was still working hard on the construction site. I'm also waiting for my son-in-law to come and slap him in the face.
Let's not talk about that for now. I have to go to class soon.
Having said that, Li Yuan hung up the phone.
My heart is still filled with so many emotions and is in turmoil.
It seems that my daughter has found a good husband. I looked at the dialogue box of fruit prints again.
Li Yuan suddenly had an idea and came up with a good idea.
Since Chu Yun still doesn't know that she is Gu Yanqi's mother, why not take the opportunity to test it out? Then, a string of messages was sent over.
Student Chu, thank you so much for last time.
I have a very beautiful daughter, and the fruit I bought last time was for her.
She said she wanted to thank you in person. Do you think you have time to meet her?
Chu Yun just rushed home after booking a hotel. Seeing that the message was from Professor Li, he frowned slightly.
Professor Li, you are so polite. I have a wife and children. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it's better not to meet. Besides, I have kids to look after, so I usually don't have time. Chu Yun didn't know what was wrong with Professor Li.
Sending such a weird message.
Is she interested in me and wants to introduce me to her daughter? Are you kidding me? You know I'm married, but you still come? How could a middle-aged woman who looks so elegant and serious be so stupid? There's something wrong with you. Okay then, let's make an appointment when we're free. Li Yuan replied. Chu Yun ignored it.
If Professor Li sends me such strange messages again.
He decided to delete the friend and block him. As soon as he entered the house, Chu Yun shook his head and complained to Gu Yanqi jokingly.
Wife, this guy, being too handsome just attracts trouble. I ran into a professor named Li from our school at the fruit shop downstairs last time. I just paid for her, and she actually wanted to introduce her daughter to me. And she came even though she knew I was a married man.
Am I so handsome that I can transcend the constraints of worldly morality? It's so frustrating. Gu Yanqi looked confused. Why does this sound familiar? Which Professor Li? Let me see if I know him. Well, that's it.
After Gu Yanqi saw the WeChat message from Professor Li and that conversation.
My scalp is numb with embarrassment. Her daughter, I know her very well. You are very familiar with it? Oh my god. Is it so bloody and bizarre?
Shu Yun was shocked.
Gu Yanqi couldn't hold it in any longer. Yes, I also know this Professor Li. Her full name is Li Yuan.
She's a professor at the College of Humanities.
She's known me since she was born.
Because she's my mother. Shu Yun nodded frequently. Oh, I've known you for a long time.
Then her daughter. What?
She's your mother.
Shu Yun's jaw almost dropped. Gu Yanqi was speechless. Yes, it's genuine.
Then he showed Shu Yun the WeChat messages he had with his mother. After Shu Yun confirmed it, he took a breath.
I'll go. My mother-in-law is stinging me. Fortunately, I'm not afraid of my own shadow. I almost fell into her trap.
Gu Yanqi curled his lips and laughed. Just promise her, and see if her daughter will tear you apart.
My wife really loves to joke around. I even got her daughter.
Could it be that you have an older sister or younger sister?
If that's the case, then you can definitely go. Shu Yun said nonchalantly.
You dare? Gu Yanqi's pink fist fell down heavily. Shu Yun was beaten so hard that he begged for mercy. My mother-in-law is playing this trick on me, so I won't expose her. Let's role play and take this opportunity to gather intelligence on my father-in-law so I can defeat him in one fell swoop.
Shu Yun also had an idea. My dad is an old stubborn man, so it's up to you. Go and conquer him.
Wife, is this how you use the word strategy? You've learned bad habits.
Damn husband. I got infected by you.
That's right, we're experiencing cross-infection, okay?
Okay, let's take the babies to get vaccinated. Community Health Service Station. Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi brought the 3 little kids to get vaccinated.
Babies who are 1 month old only need the second dose of the hepatitis B vaccine.
There aren't many people in the community health center.
There were 5 or 6 pairs of parents with their babies, all coming to get vaccinations.
But basically they all have the same baby.
Only Shu Yun and his wife are the coolest and have the most powerful troops.
Moreover, they both look so stunning.
In the entertainment industry, they would be a model couple that countless fans would ship together.
Dad is handsome, mom is beautiful, and there are many handsome kids. No matter where he appears, he will definitely be the most handsome guy in the audience. Wow! 3 babies?
Are they triplets?
These are so cute. Each one is prettier than the other. Triplets, I'm so envious. But raising kids can be a bit stressful. She gave birth to 3 babies in a row. I'm really jealous. It's not easy for a mother.
You must treat her well.
I'm so envious of families with 3 babies. More children, more blessings. Looks like my wife and I will have to plan for a second and third child too. Without exception.
All the parents gathered around curiously and started discussing the matter.
Everyone is so envious. Chapter 63. I asked you to teach me how to cook, but you just wanted to take advantage of me. Half an hour later.
It's the turn of the 3 milk balls. Shu Yun took out 3 completed medical manuals and handed them to the medical staff. Now all data must be entered into the computer, signed, fingerprinted, and forms filled out. Shu Yun went through all the procedures 3 times.
Who made him have 3 kids?
He has to do 3 times more than others in everything.
After archiving, the medical staff returned the medical manual to Shu Yun.
It clearly states all the vaccination times and some precautions.
Shu Yun took the manual and went to the injection room with Gu Yanqi. Come, sit down, one by one.
The doctor looked at the 3 babies and said with a smile. Shu Yun sat down on the stool opposite the doctor without saying a word. Then he picked up the eldest daughter, rolled up her sleeves, and revealed her chubby little arms. The little guy had no idea what terrible thing would happen next. He stared at Shu Yun and the doctor with his big round eyes. The corners of his mouth even curled up from time to time, and he smiled happily.
So brave, not afraid at all. The doctor praised professionally.
The eldest lady thought he was teasing her and actually stretched out her little hand, asking for a hug.
It's like saying, come and stab me, come on. Beside him, Gu Yanqi felt both amused and a little sympathetic. You seem quite anxious, huh? Let's see if you can still smile later.
While the young lady was happy, the doctor quickly took a cotton swab and gently wiped it on her arm. Then, without mercy, he picked up the needle and stabbed him directly. The moment the needle pierced the young lady's fair skin, she still had no reaction.
But less than 2 seconds later,
The little guy's face changed instantly and he started crying loudly in pain.
Wow, wow. A loud thunder roared, rising from the ground.
Her whole little face was almost deformed from crying. This is probably the most aggrieved moment that the eldest daughter has ever experienced since she was born. Even Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi looked at the pitiful appearance of the eldest lady.
It's a bit heartbreaking, it's so pitiful.
But the vaccine must be taken, and more than once.
Just get used to it.
Fortunately, the vaccine was injected in just seconds. The doctor skillfully took a cotton swab and pressed it on the needle hole. Shu Yun quickly took the cotton swab and rolled it around the wound a few times, and the bleeding soon stopped.
Then Gu Yanqi gratefully put the young lady back into the stroller. The second young lady was brought here. As expected, the second young lady is usually the most noisy.
When it comes to crying and screaming during injections, she is the one who screams the loudest. Her cries and screams continued, and the whole room was filled with her pain. On the contrary, the third brother is the most surprising. This little guy is the most timid and cries the most. This time, she hardly cried out, but just hummed twice. Ha, I didn't expect that my third brother's masculinity would be reflected in such a place.
Wow, third brother is awesome, much braver than his sisters. You are indeed a real man, full of masculinity.
Gu Yanqi hugged his third brother and praised him repeatedly.
Don't say that. I'm just afraid of injections. Does that mean I'm not masculine? Honey, are you afraid of injections?
Shu Yun said embarrassedly.
I'm not afraid.
You're such a grown-up, but you're still afraid of needles?
Ha, you're not even as good as your son.
Gu Yanqi said contemptuously.
Shu Yun remained non-committal. Well, if I were really a needle, I wouldn't feel anything when I inserted it.
Let's see if you're scared.
Are you a needle? How can you be a needle? Baffling. A catchphrase of the great sage echoed in Shu Yun's mind. Hey! Take my stick. Smile without saying anything. After getting the injection, I came out of the community health center.
The two strolled home through the neighborhood, pushing 3 strollers. The male god and the goddess are pushing 3 luxury cars that are beyond the envy of others.
The rate of returning attention is terrifying. A true love novel, shining into reality.
Passing by a small supermarket, Gu Yanqi suddenly said,
Honey, buy some tomatoes and I'll make you some scrambled eggs with tomatoes, how about that?
Don't look at me like this, I can still cook 1 or 2 home-cooked dishes.
Shu Yun was stunned. Gu Yanqi, the daughter of a wealthy family, can also cook? As long as you promise not to poison your husband, I have no objection.
Shu Yun said with a smile. Gu Yanqi said to him, You despise my cooking skills, why don't you teach me?
This is possible. If you train your wife to be a proficient one, you can be the boss and enjoy life as a king.
Okay, I'll teach you when we get back. Shu Yun immediately went to buy a fish and prepared to teach Gu Yanqi how to make Westlake vinegar fish.
My wife loves this dish, and he loves it too, it's perfect.
After returning home, Shu Yun fully armed Gu Yanqi. Then I went into the kitchen and prepared to teach her step by step.
Honey, the first step is to prepare the materials. Tell me what you need and I'll get it. Well, my wife is really insightful.
She even knows that we need to prepare the materials.
Hurry up. You're talking too much nonsense.
Ginger, green onion, rice vinegar, dark soy sauce, salt, sugar, rice wine, cooking oil, then fish and water.
Speak slower, I can't remember. You did it on purpose.
Gu Yanqi was stunned and had no idea where to start. I don't know what's going on with Shu Yun's brain. How can he remember the ingredients for any dish so clearly?
Are the ingredients and steps for each dish imprinted in his mind?
During this period of time, Shu Yun has cooked no less than 100 dishes for her.
If you remember all of this, it would be really scary. Gu Yanqi himself is a top student and has a good memory. I feel like I've been tortured into pieces at this moment. Do you want to go slower? Don't we all like to go faster and not stop? Shu Yun wondered. What are you talking about? Gu Yanqi was speechless. It's so mean of you to act like a hooligan at a time like this. Okay, then let's take them one by one. Let's take the ginger first.
After saying that, he didn't wait for Gu Yanqi to take action. Shu Yun grabbed Gu Yanqi's fair wrist, lifted her arm, and grabbed a piece of ginger.
Hey, even if I'm not very good at cooking, I know Jiang, okay?
Gu Yanqi felt that this guy did it on purpose.
As expected. I didn't say you didn't know ginger, wife.
If you promise to teach me step by step, then you must teach me step by step from beginning to end.
Like this, my hand holding yours.
As Chu Yun spoke, he stroked the back of Gu Yanqi's smooth, white hands. His body was not idle either, twisting and turning behind Gu Yanqi.
Gu Yanqi seriously doubted whether this was actually teaching her how to cook. This is just taking advantage.
Ah, it was you who suggested learning it, so stick to it.
In the end? Gu Yanqi thought of some bad things. 20 minutes passed. The progress bar of Westlake vinegar fish is very slow. Chu Yun's post is clearly showing some progress. Gu Yanqi's entire face was red. Why don't we just not make this dish? So, what should we do? Have no choice. Chapter 64, Gu Yanqi is confronted head-on. Give me some rewards.
Chu Yun calmed down a little at this time.
After taking a deep breath, I started to deal with the grass carp. We have to use real weapons and not be careless.
He held Gu Yanqi's hand tightly, and Gu Yanqi's small hand held the kitchen knife.
No matter how tough the object is, you must remain calm in front of a kitchen knife. It would be terrible if you were cut. First, cut the fish in half.
Chu Yun said as he grabbed Gu Yanqi's hand.
Working together, cut the fish in half from head to tail.
Then remove the gills, spread the fish out like this, and score the back with a knife.
Don't cut it all off, keep it connected.
Finally, starting from the tail, make 3 diagonal cuts. I have to say that Chu Yun's knife skills are amazing.
Gu Yanqi followed the direction of Chu Yun's gestures and felt it was very magical. That's quite sophisticated. The knife skills are profound and simple to understand.
It feels very advanced.
In depth, superficial. Chu Yun murmured. It does look a bit like it.
Okay, the fish is cut, now it's time to chop the onions, ginger, and garlic.
As he spoke, Chu Yun still held Gu Yanqi's slender waist.
Put a piece of ginger on the chopping board and cut it slowly, piece by piece.
Cutting ginger is a delicate job. After all, Chu Yun was holding Gu Yanqi's hand to operate it.
It's not possible to do it perfectly with your eyes and hands, and if you're not careful, you might cut it off.
The sharp blade cut diagonally across Chu Yun's fingers. Ah!
Chu Yun screamed and quickly covered his hands, blood seeping out from between his fingers.
Hubby, are you okay?
Gu Yanqi was immediately frightened and her face turned pale, her eyes filled with worry.
It's okay, it's okay. Just apply some Yunnan Baiyao and put on a band-aid and you'll be fine. It just hurts a little. Honey, can you give me a blowjob? Blowing on it won't hurt so much. Chu Yun looked pitiful.
Okay, I'll help you blow it.
Gu Yanqi quickly put his mouth close to it.
He bent over and blew on Chu Yun's injured finger.
Whoosh whoosh.
As he blew, he found that Chu Yun's finger was indeed cut. There was also some bleeding. But it was just a small cut and it healed quickly without any medicine.
Hey, husband, it's okay, the bleeding has stopped. Gu Yanqi said in shock.
Chu Yun was also a little shocked.
The blow just now was actually not light. Under normal circumstances, it would definitely cut a deep hole. It seems that it was the god-level physique that gave him such a strong physique and recovery ability.
But Chu Yun still pretended to be in pain and quickly covered the base of his fingers.
It hurts, it still hurts. Honey, don't stop, keep blowing me. Gu Yanqi blew a few more times.
Then he touched Chu Yun's wound with his hand in confusion. As expected, Chu Yun screamed in pain, but it did not happen. Chu Yun just had an expression of pain that continued.
You big idiot. You lied to me and made me worry to death. I'm ignoring you.
Gu Yanqi slightly arched his nose and turned his head away. Her pink little mouth was almost raised to the ceiling, pretending to be angry.
Okay, I finally got it.
Chu Yun simply grabbed Gu Yanqi. He hugged her face to face and didn't let her run away.
Feeling the ups and downs of Gu Yanqi's body, Chu Yun's blood suddenly boiled.
I was feeling a little uncomfortable just now, but now I have the blessing of god-level physique. It's even more unbearable at this moment. I have such a beautiful goddess wife in my arms, but I can't.
It's so terrible. Gu Yanqi was contradicted again, directly. She was so embarrassed that she quickly broke free.
He ran out of the kitchen and brought white medicine and band-aids to Chu Yun. Although the injury was not serious, Chu Yun was still seriously treated with medicine and bandaged. At this time, Gu Yanqi also began to blame himself.
It's all my fault. I'm so clumsy. It was my fault, how can I blame you? If you feel sorry for me, why not give me a reward?
Chu Yun sat on the sofa in the living room and asked boldly.
Gu Yanqi understood Chu Yun's hint.
Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she said shyly.
So what reward do you want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely give it all to you.
Chu Yun was shocked. He locked his gaze on Gu Yanqi and then moved it down 2 inches.
Gu Yanqi's 2 little hands were trembling slightly with nervousness. But no, we can't do it all in one go. After the re-examination, I will be able to do it only after my body recovers. At most, tonight, I can help you, Gu Yanqi's voice was as thin as a thread. This time it wasn't just blushing.
Even the neck and collarbone were burning hot. She almost used up all her courage from her previous life to say these words. No matter what, she is Chu Yun's wife now.
Moreover, Chu Yun has been so busy recently that he hasn't had a chance to relax.
She also knew that men couldn't hold it in for too long.
It's easy to get sick. Compared to the beginning, there have been many intimate actions between them.
She would be able to accept a little more progress. She was even prepared for the last step.
Really? Honey, you can't go back on your word. Chu Yun was overjoyed and very excited.
After waiting for a long time, the clouds have finally cleared and the moon has appeared.
Finally, I have waited until this moment. Although it's not a hole-in-one, it's still pretty good. I'm not you. How could it not count? Seeing how excited he was, Gu Yanqi felt ashamed and angry.
Then he swallowed, as if doing some kind of rehearsal. When Chu Yun saw this, he immediately came back to life. He picked up Gu Yanqi and continued into the kitchen, wanting to finish the Westlake vinegar fish as soon as possible.
Now, his mind is full of anticipation for the arrival of this night. And under Chu Yun's patient guidance and demonstration, Gu Yanqi has basically mastered the key points of this dish.
Next time she makes it herself, she is confident that she can get a score of more than 70 points.
The main reason is that my husband's cooking skills are so amazing that 80 points is a bit high. It smells so good and tastes so good. My husband is so great. Gu Yanqi gave a thumbs up.
Chu Yun curled his lips and smiled. Is it great?
Instead of great? Okay, it's all praise for me anyway. Gu Yanqi didn't understand and looked confused. Forget it, never mind.
This bad guy is not the first day to do something strange.
After having lunch happily,
some toys that Chu Yun bought were delivered to his home in the afternoon.
These are small toys that children will like. They are brightly colored and can make various sounds. Miss, third brother, is this toy beautiful? Chu Yun couldn't wait and took a colorful ball, swaying in front of the 3 little kids. There are small balls inside the ball.
When you shake it a few times, it makes a rustling sound.
At this time, the 3 little kids were lying neatly on the bed, all awake. If Chu Yun moved the ball to the left, the gazes of the little kids all followed and moved to the left. The ball moves to the right. They followed Xiuqiu's gaze intently and moved to the right. Uniform and rhythmic.
Gu Yanqi was enjoying the scene from the side, his heart almost melting.
Wow, so cute. As expected of these 3 little angels born from their mother, they are so adorable. Gu Yanqi kissed each of the 3 little kids lovingly. So fragrant, so soft, so kissable. At this time, the 3 little kids were not wearing diapers and were naked. The little arms, legs, and buttocks are all smoother and whiter than the other. She was so tender that Gu Yanqi wanted to kiss her. But at this moment, puff! A strange light sound was heard, and it spurted out leisurely. It's the sound of a fart. Wife, I told you to eat less. Look, I said I would put it in, right? Chu Yun said softly. Chapter 65, All the girls in the school are on maternity leave? Fong Ping, you're out of your mind. What? It's not me, it must be one of these 3 little guys. Stop accusing me. Gu Yanqi rolled his eyes slightly. The next moment, another sound, puff. You're still saying it wasn't you, wife. I heard it all. Chu Yun just relied on it. Oh, bullshit. I heard it was the second miss who did it. If you don't believe me, come over and smell it. Hurry up, hurry up. Put on the changing mat, I'm going to poop soon. Shu Yun hurriedly went to get the diaper. While still refusing to admit defeat, he said, "Just smell it, take it off and I'll come over and smell it right away. I want to prove my innocence." Gu Yanqi groaned, "You're so cruel. You win. You ass-eater. You are so cruel." Finally. Made it till night. The three little kids are all fast asleep. Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi lay nearby, not daring to make any loud noise. The weather is already a little hot, so there is no need to cover yourself with a blanket. Just cover it with a thin sheet. Shu Yun lifted a corner of the sheet, put his hand in, and began to move around. What if I disturb the baby? Gu Yanqi felt a little hot. How could that be? It wouldn't be a big move. Unless you make a sound. Shu Yun asked in confusion. How can I make any sound? You are the one who makes the sound. I didn't do anything wrong, it's all your fault. Gu Yanqi protested softly. Okay, you talk too much with this little mouth of yours. I'll seal it for you. Afterwards, the two began to block each other. Shu Yun's hands, which had nowhere to put, became even more unscrupulous. When the time was right, Gu Yanqi fulfilled her promise and gave Shu Yun a reward. A lot of saliva wasted. Shu Yun is close to ascension. The next morning, Shu Yun was holding three little kids and wandering around the living room. Sleepy. I was too excited last night and didn't sleep well. The three little guys started to make him suffer before dawn. Shu Yun pulled the curtains and the morning sun poured into the room. The babies are already 1 month old, although their vision is not fully developed yet. But this level of sunlight exposure is still bearable. Degrees of light. Ah. Feeling the caress of the sun, the second young lady was the first to become excited. Unfortunately, no matter how excited she was, she could only babble and yell. Ha, second miss, I guess you must be the first one to call me daddy. Believe it or not, if you don't believe it, let's make a bet. What? You don't dare to gamble? Second miss, aren't you fearless? Shu Yun happily had a cross-server conversation with the second young lady. I am looking forward to the scene when the three little ones call him dad. I am really looking forward to it. At this time, Gu Yanqi walked over with a smile. What a silly dad you are, making a bet with your 1 month old daughter, you are really good. Today, Gu Yanqi wore a slim-fitting sweatshirt. She wore tight shorts on the lower body, showing off her charming figure. At this moment, Gu Yanqi lacked the pure girlish feeling she had when she was a cool and aloof school beauty. But it has a more mature charm and is more flavorful. In terms of temperament, she is more elegant than before. Thinking of last night's reward, her face turned red for no reason. Shu Yun looked at it and wanted more rewards. What are you looking at? I haven't seen enough. I'm going out now. Dad will have to take care of the babies by himself today. Gu Yanqi glanced at Shu Yun resentfully. She plans to go to school today, and her mother has already made arrangements for her. Go directly to sign and retake the credits. By the way, I came back with Xinyu and the others to attend the baby's full moon celebration. Xinyu, Su Qingqing, and the others are Gu Yanqi's only relatives and friends. It's better to invite them in person. Don't worry, honey. Just leave it to me. I guarantee the task will be completed. I wonder if there's a reward for completing the mission. Shu Yun made an okay gesture. A face full of expectation. I'm not going to reward you, are you not afraid of the death of Jin Jinrun? Gu Yanqi's pretty face turned red and she ran away. Gu Yanqi uploaded a profile picture of his family. There was also the matter of getting a marriage certificate with Chu Yun, which she did not deliberately conceal. During this period, she has been very popular in school. Various posts about her are endless, and they are all surprisingly popular. One is an epic school beauty, and the other is an extremely handsome counselor in senior. This combination is naturally topical. However, compared to the previous period when there was more negative public opinion, things are now developing in a positive direction. Having a child out of wedlock, cheating on your wife. It's indeed not very glorious. But now some rumors have been refuted, and the two have officially obtained their marriage certificate. There's no point in talking nonsense anymore. Now, all that's left is envy, jealousy, and hatred. Moreover, the three babies are really cute and have captured a large number of cute baby fans. Is this the high-quality family of 5 that humans have? I'm so jealous. Why would an ugly person like me like to watch this kind of sour love story where a beautiful woman and a handsome man finally get married? I don't understand, I really don't understand. I also want the school beauty to give birth to my baby, or the school beauty or class beauty will do. But when I look in the mirror, I wake up. Is this the real-life version of the prince and princess? The princess is a real princess, but it's a pity that Prince Chu-yun is a bit poor. This is even more infuriating. Is there anything in this world more delicious than a life of luxury? Gu Yanxi just left. Fong Ping called. Brother Yun, are there any stocks I can buy recently? I have 220,000 cash in my account, and I can't wait to use it. Fong Ping started talking about money. Last time he put all his 180,000 yuan of family savings into the game and earned nearly 40,000 yuan in 2 days. It was so fast and so profitable. He said he wanted more. Pingzi, this is not a good mentality. Investment is just a way to manage your finances, not a way to get rich quickly. The only way to succeed is to work hard and do business. Shuyan said earnestly, he was really afraid that this guy would go crazy. That's fine. Anyway, there's a chance to take off. Don't forget your buddy. Speaking of industry, when will the milk tea shop open? I'm still waiting to buy Xingyu's shares? Fong Ping's mind jumped, and immediately jumped to the matter of entering from behind. Why don't you just go to school after the full moon banquet? You're too impatient. You're so impatient, it would be strange if Xinyu didn't despise you. Xu Yun was speechless. Oh, that's right. Since you've opened a milk tea shop, you can also consider opening a maternity and baby store. It's right next to the milk truck shop. Women and children's money is the easiest to make money from now. Fong Ping suddenly suggested something without thinking. Are you out of your mind? A maternity and baby store is located next to a milk tea shop and near a university? You want to make all the girls in the school pregnant, right? Then we'll form a partnership with the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, promising to provide the hospital with a stable supply of a certain number of pregnant women each year. Is that right? There won't be many girls in the class by then. They'll all be on maternity leave. Chu Yun was speechless and started to scold Fong Ping. Fong Ping was enlightened. This is great. You're worthy of being my brother Yun, a seasoned veteran. Come here, sister. Don't be late for dinner later, that's all. Xu Yun was tired and hung up the phone decisively. But the idea of opening a maternity and baby store seems to be a bit promising. Create a mother and baby brand for my wife and 3 kids. Shouldn't I also be able to obtain the system's nanny value? If you really want, you can definitely try it. Chapter 66cc, don't you feel guilty about showing off your affection like this? Thank you, Director. Gu Yanxi came to the Academic Affairs Office and quickly completed all the procedures. It's easy to get things done if you have someone in the court, and you'll have a green light all the way. Once the summer vacation is over, she will be able to return to school in the next school year. I unconsciously felt a little happier. After leaving the Academic Affairs building, she planned to stroll around and relax. Then go find Xingyu and the others. She walked slowly from the Academic Affairs building to the library and then to the teaching building. Along the way, the rate of turning heads was almost 100%. As the most famous school beauty, there are many students who know Gu Yanxi. Even if there are some people I don't know, after this period of hot topic bombardment, almost everyone knows her. Isn't this Gu Yanxi? It feels like she hasn't appeared in school for a long time. She's already a mother, okay? A mother of 3. But she's maintained her figure so well, she looks even more charming. A goddess is still a goddess no matter how hard she tries. She has such a good foundation. If it were an ugly person like me, even plastic surgery wouldn't make me look good. The gap between people is too big. Forget it, I'd better stay away from those white, rich, beautiful campus beauties, otherwise I will look like an idiot. Xu Yun is my idol. However, if Gu Yanxi can marry him, I will accept it. If it's Huang Ting, I really won't accept it. In the past, I faced similar envious looks and comments from my classmates. Gu Yanxi didn't feel much, otherwise she would be called aloof. But now, she and Xu Yun were discussed together. Deep down, she was still a little proud.
Ha, it turns out that being envied by others feels so good. I was so proud that I felt a little dizzy when I walked.
How can I not be so arrogant? My husband is so capable and my 3 little ones are so cute. What more could one ask for in life?
After strolling around for a while, Gu Yanqi made a phone call. She called Xinyu, Su Qingqing, and 2 other best friends, Lu Tianyi and Wang Mengmeng, down. She drove home with her 4 best friends.
Because she wanted to bring the main characters, 3 little kids, which Chu Yun couldn't do alone. In the car, Su Qingqing, Lu Tianyi and Wang Mengmeng asked a lot of questions, full of curiosity and doubts. Xinyu became less talkative, because she knew everything about Gu Yanqi. Cici, this Porsche is quite expensive, right? It should be over 1 million yuan? I really envy you.
Your family is rich, you can drive luxury cars and live in luxury houses at will.
Wang Mengmeng sighed.
She came from a rural area and it was not easy for her to get into university through her own efforts.
He usually lives frugally, which is very different from Gu Yanqi's quality of life. Gu Yanqi turned the steering wheel and shook his finger. My husband bought the car for me.
It has nothing to do with my family. Because of my pregnancy, my dad and I have a falling out.
I haven't asked for money from home for almost a year. Before, Yaya supported me, but now I mainly rely on my husband to support me. When it comes to relying on her husband for support, Gu Yanqi has no sense of shame at all.
Instead, his tone was filled with sweetness and pride. She had to hide the truth about her childless father before, but now she can't wait to tell it to the whole world.
The baby's father, my husband Chu Yun.
He is such an outstanding person, it is only natural for me to rely on my husband.
Lu Tianyi gave a thumbs up. Damn it, you've been pretending again, it makes me so angry. I'm still confused. So many girls in our class have a crush on Chu Yun.
Well, Yaya is a die-hard fan of Chu Yun, but you don't seem to have any special feelings for Chu Yun.
I didn't expect it, it was all fake. They've even been having sex privately. This is such a show.
Gu Yanqi rolled his eyes at her through the rearview mirror. Whatever you say, I don't care now.
He.
Yaya, Cici stole your teacher Chu, aren't you angry with her?
Wang Mengmeng joked about their daily quarrels.
Chu Yun, how should I put it, he's a slut.
I see through his true nature now. Let's Cici deal with him.
I am not worthy enough to bear this, I am not worthy enough to bear this. Xinyu shook her head helplessly.
Go to hell, Xinyu. If you slander my husband again, I'll beat you up. Gu Yanqi scolded. Oh my god, are you already so naked protecting your husband? Don't you need to hide anything at all? The once cool school beauty is now so greasy? This is ruining my worldview. It's ruining my worldview. I'd better not fall in love. I'm afraid I'll become a love-brained person like Cici. It's too scary. Su Qingqing, Wang Mengmeng, and Lu Tian.
While making fun of it, he sighed at the same time.
Soon, Gu Yanqi brought 4 close friends home.
At this time, Chu Yun was changing the diapers of the 3 babies at the same time.
Chu Yun's skill in changing diapers has now reached perfection.
Not only is it quick, but it also fits neatly, making it beautiful and comfortable. The 2 little ears on the diaper are stuck on exactly the right side. Basically, they are all stuck near the number 2 scale, without any error. At this time, babies still have to wear diapers, and it is indeed a bit troublesome to change 3 at a time. However, after babies are 6 months old, they can almost wear pull-up pants.
By that time, Chu Yun would feel much more relaxed. Just scoop it up, pull it up, put it on and you're done. Oh.
The 3 little kids kept making all kinds of strange noises from their mouths. Seeing a strange beautiful sister, she screamed even louder.
Wow, so cute, just like a porcelain doll. This skin is so enviable.
No matter how much cosmetics I buy for skincare, I can't get this effect.
Wang Mengming's fingers slid back and forth on Dabeo's thighs and buttocks.
The texture is as perfect as mutton fat jade, which makes her extremely envious.
What a cute little angel. It makes me want to have a baby too. Unfortunately, I don't know where to find a husband as handsome as Chu Yun. Lu Tianyi held his chin and fell into thought. Gu Yanqi hypocritically held Chu Yun's arm and rested her head on his shoulder submissively. It's extremely difficult to find a good husband like me. Maybe
I'll never find it in my lifetime. Honey could be squeezed out of her pair of almond-shaped eyes. It was so sweet that my 4 best friends were almost losing their teeth.
In other words, it's sour. Oh my. You really don't treat us as outsiders? Don't you feel guilty about showing off your affection like this?
Su Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed.
Gu Yanqi said nonchalantly, yeah. If you have a talent to show off, it would be a waste if you don't show off.
That shy look was completely different from the Gu Yanqi that her girlfriends knew. There used to be that aloof school beauty who was indifferent to worldly affairs and walked with an arrogant look on her face.
Already, gone forever.
Shu Yun also enjoyed this kind of display of affection.
He said, you can come more, I can do it. Chapter 67. 100 days later, Shu Yun looks forward to making a quick advance. It was almost noon. All the relatives from Chu Yun's family came.
All the aunts and uncles rushed into the bedroom to visit Gu Yanqi and the 3 babies.
Full moon banquets are not particularly grand banquets.
Usually, apart from very close relatives who are willing to attend, some distant relatives may not be willing to come. It's just a meal, and you have to give red envelopes when you come.
It doesn't make much sense.
But due to etiquette and social interactions, a representative will be sent to make up the number.
Moreover, Chu Yun's family is not a wealthy family. There's no need to curry favor with them.
But after arriving, these relatives were shocked. Shu Yun's family of 5 actually lives in a luxury residential complex worth tens of millions.
It turns out that even a gigolo can have a great future.
Of course, they had a preconceived notion that it was a luxury house bought by the girl's family. Looking at Gu Yanqi herself, she is definitely a goddess.
The triplets also make the older relatives envious.
Especially those relatives who have single children at home, they are all very jealous.
They took some photos of the mansion and the babies. Send a long voice message to your son or daughter to complain. Look at this. Look at this.
Look at Shu Yun, he has a beautiful wife and a young baby and lives in a big mansion.
We are all younger generations, why is there such a big difference in our character? Others have been married twice, but you don't even have a girlfriend. So, I have to find a rich woman like my cousin Shu Yun? Don't you see who he married? The daughter of the Gu group. Is it okay for me to be like this? Don't you as parents have any responsibility at all?
A relative's child was yelling at his parents.
But since you're here, you still have to give a gift.
It's just a full moon banquet, so usually people only give 200 or 300 yuan as a token of their appreciation. Those with closer relationships, such as aunts or cousins, will give more than 500 yuan.
Of course, Chu Yun was not after their red envelope money.
What we prepared for them was a table of fine wine and delicious food costing 5,000 yuan. Each table also comes with a lot of extra snacks and drinks. They are all expensive brand name goods, and the average cost per table is over 10,000 yuan. You can enjoy this kind of treatment by paying a few $100s, which is definitely a great deal.
It was lively at home for a while. Everyone went to the hotel for dinner.
Originally, we should have happily finished the meal and then dispersed.
But many relatives refused to leave.
They chose to return to Chu Yun's house again to chat with Gu Yanqi and Xiao Wei. As the saying goes, a poor man in a busy city has no one to care about him, but a rich man in a remote mountain has distant relatives. Xu Yunjia has now transformed himself into a prince consort. The expressions of some relatives immediately changed, and they kept flattering him.
Some shameless relatives actually asked to borrow money on the spot. Xu Yun just smiled and began to persuade them to leave. This made Xu Yun's parents very embarrassed. Alas, there is a reason why some relatives don't visit each other often. It's better for them to continue to stay away from each other in the future. Until almost 5:30 in the afternoon. The house finally became quiet.
At this time, apart from Chu Yun's family of 5, only Chu Yun's parents were left.
There are also Shen Yu and Feng Ping.
Brother Yun, let's go to the school tomorrow to look at shops and open the milk tea shop as soon as possible.
Feng Ping urged Chu Yun anxiously. Well, since you want to invest, you have to do something.
After you've decided on the shop, please help me keep an eye on things like decorating it, hiring people, and purchasing goods.
I really can't spare the time. Xu Yun nodded.
Don't worry, Master Yun.
I'll do the work, don't worry.
But let me be clear, I'm investing in Shen Yu's shares, not yours.
There's a huge difference. Shen Yu smiled disdainfully. You're calling me master now, don't you have any shame? Feng Ping said seriously, stop joking, I'm the boss now. I'm counting on Master Yun to take me flying. Don't destroy the pure friendship between us brothers. It's no big deal. A real man should be able to bend and stretch. It's not shameful to do it for money. I've invested in your shares. If there are benefits, I'll call you auntie. Shinyu glared and said, I don't have a grandson as old as you. Shu-yun laughed heartily, you are so flexible? Your function is quite unique. I just wonder if Shinyu will like it. Shen Yu. Gu Yenshi. These two show-offs must be up to no good, just ignore them. Time flies. Shu-yun still sticks with the three little kids every day. Life is simple and sweet. In the blink of an eye, it is already July, the height of summer. The little babies are already 100 days old. Since the last full moon banquet was not particularly pleasant, the family simply held a centenary banquet. Gu Yenshi insists on doing recovery training every day and also helps Shu-yun take care of the baby. The weather was getting hotter, and they seldom went out except in the morning and evening. During this period, Shu-yun also successfully bought a shop near the school. This shop used to sell fruits. Originally, fruit shops near schools were generally very profitable. But the shop owner happened to have some problems at home and had to leave Shenzhen, so he got a better deal than Shu-yun. The store is in a good location and is a good size. The decoration is a bit simple, and it will take a lot of effort to transform it into a milk tea shop. You know, the decoration atmosphere is also very important for today's milk tea shops. Let Fong Ping and Shinyu handle all these things, since these two guys are very enthusiastic anyway. Everyone wants to open the business early and experience what it feels like to be a shareholder. But summer vacation is approaching and most of the students have left. It won't get busy until school starts in September. So, there is no need to rush. There is just enough time to refine and make the store more perfect. Shu-yun didn't care. He didn't expect to make money from this. I just wanted to provide the boss lady with free milk tea. Speaking of the proprietress Gu Yenshi. After more than 100 days of postpartum recovery, she has regained her energy. Usually women take a 3-month leave after giving birth. There will be absolutely no problem recovering in 100 days. What's more, Shu-yun provides her with various nutritious meals every day. Gu Yenshi has more than recovered, he is already radiant and youthful. In addition, Gu Yenshi would take 2 hours every day to exercise. Running, yoga, push-ups, and even boxing, nothing is left out. Now, her weight has dropped to around 105 pounds as she wished. I've gained 3 pounds since I was pregnant. But according to Shu-yun, Gu Yenshi's waist is obviously thinner than before. There were no obvious changes in the arms and legs. I'm afraid these extra 3 pounds will only be left in 2 important places. Wife, I really didn't lie to you. You're big, so you might not feel it, but I have a very accurate feel. And there is scientific evidence for this. After a woman breastfeeds, her breasts may actually grow bigger, not smaller. Gu Yenshi gave Shu-yun a cold look. I'm talking to you about weight, but your focus is always off the track. However, 100 days later, the major breakthrough that Shu-yun has been paying attention to is getting closer and closer. It's almost there, just wait another month and I'll be able to march straight in. Of course, the wife's reward is great too. But after all, there is still a difference. Chapter 68, 1 week later, I'm going to score a dunk. The heat of July. The weather is at its hottest. In addition, Shenzhen is close to the sea, and the air is very humid and hot, as stuffy as a steamer. A heavy rain is brewing. In the gym, Gu Yenshi ran 10 kilometers, turned off the treadmill, and walked down slowly. She was wearing a white tank top, black gym shorts, and a white towel around her neck. Gu Yenshi didn't turn on the air conditioner, just the electric fan. She made sure to sweat as much as possible. After running, you can even wring water out of the towel. Shu-yun walked in holding his third brother and took a deep breath. Well, the air is filled with fragrance. Gu Yenshi panted and said, what did my husband say? What fragrance? Don't they say fairies sweat fragrantly? Seeing how much you've sweated, the room should be fragrant. Isn't that the fragrance that fills the room? Although I didn't smell it, my wife smells good. Gu Yenshi smiled sweetly and blew the towel onto Shu-yun's face. Smell it for yourself to see if it smells good or not. It's not really fragrant, but it's not smelly either. If it were me, the smell might not be very pleasant. Gu Yenshi curled his lips proudly. Can you compare with my sweet and soft little fairy?
Shu Yun raised an eyebrow. Even if you are a fairy, after giving birth to 3 children, your fairy spirit should be reduced by half, right?
You have broken your power.
Gu Yanqi picked up his third brother and rubbed his body with his white and tender palms.
My third brother has really grown up.
He's very strong and much healthier than when he was born.
However, Sanbao has so many little red bumps on his back. I'll buy some ointment and apply it on him someday. Even though they are just small red bumps.
But some are caused by mosquito bites, some are caused by eczema, and some are caused by humid weather.
Different causes of disease require different ointments. After saying that, Gu Yanqi's gaze fell on his third brother's little handle.
It was the first time for her to study Xiao Baba so seriously. Although he had enjoyed Chu Yun's food before, he had no time to observe it. Because I was drunk and confused at the time, I had no idea what was going on.
Hubby, there shouldn't be any problem with third brother's little trick, right? Let's take a look based on your experience. After all, I don't really understand it.
After looking at it for a long time, Gu Yanqi still had no idea.
Chu Yun spread his hands and said, "You are wrong. You take care of the baby every day, but you don't even understand this? It seems that I must teach you well in the future." Gu Yanqi's face flushed and he stepped lightly on Chu Yun. "Screw you. Seriously, what's going on?"
Chu Yun stroked her hair.
"Little one is fine, very good. Besides, he's so young now, how can we tell what's wrong with him?"
Gu Yanqi scratched his head awkwardly.
"Oh, okay, I don't quite understand either.
I'm going to take a shower first, honey, and I'll cut a big watermelon for you when I come back."
Shu Yun applied to join. "How about, come together?"
As the saying goes, men and women work together, and work is not tiring.
Gu Yanqi suppressed a laugh. "Who said that?"
"If I really want to take a shower with you, it will definitely be very tiring."
Day.
As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yanqi took a step and quickly ran to the bathroom.
Shu Yun looked relieved. "You can take your own jokes.
By the way, I also raced with Chu Yun in speed and saw some progress.
This child is teachable."
After washing, Gu Yanqi changed into a white belly-bearing t-shirt and light blue denim shorts.
A true oxygen goddess. Her slender waist is visible to the naked eye.
During the confinement period, Shu Yun liked to grab the fat on Gu Yanqi's waist the most. Layer upon layer, soft, like ripples.
Very interesting. Now, the fat is completely invisible.
Only the scar on her belly could be vaguely seen. That is the scar left by the cesarean section, a medal of motherhood, and it is difficult to erase.
"Hubby, congratulations. I've officially lost 100 pounds. I'm in perfect shape again."
Gu Yanqi raised his arms and cheered. Before this, she was just a senior student. Even after having a baby and starting a family, she still retains the mischievous heart of a girl.
"Congratulations, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. You won't let me kiss or hug you, and you won't let me do that. What's the point of having a good figure?"
A sentence with profound meaning from Chu Yun.
He pretended to be angry and turned around with a dark face. Gu Yanqi was really frightened by Chu Yun's expression just now.
From the time he accompanied me in the hospital during my delivery until now.
Always kept smiling towards Gu Yanqi.
There is only tenderness, care and pampering, and I have never been angry.
"Hubby, don't be angry. I promised you, isn't that enough?"
At this point, Gu Yanqi's voice was as thin as a mosquito. The temperature of her entire body rose by at least 5 degrees, and her whole body was burning hot. Shu Yun still maintained a sullen expression.
"Because it's so effective."
Gu Yanqi, who had always been stubborn, actually compromised immediately after being frightened by him. She decided on the spot to completely give herself to Chu Yun.
What an unexpected gain. 100 days of living together day and night. Almost everything that needs to be done has been done.
Shu Yun only needs one last key breakthrough and a dunk to achieve the final victory.
A week. Is a week from now okay? Gu Yanqi still wants to delay.
Even at this stage, you still have to make a final struggle to give yourself a psychological buffer.
Shu Yun nodded. "Okay, no problem. It's not your first time anyway, you take it too seriously." "Well." Gu Yanqi was speechless for a moment. This is a bit hurtful. Then, Gu Yanqi took out a big watermelon from the refrigerator. This watermelon tastes very sweet.
Just taken out of the refrigerator, with a bone-chilling coolness.
Take the first bite.
Billions of cells suppressed by the sweltering weather seemed to be revived at this moment, cheering collectively.
Is it fun, husband? Gu Yanqi giggled.
Shu Yun made a sound of satisfaction.
Hiss, it's really comfortable.
It's a pity that the air conditioner at home is always on, so the temperature is not particularly high. If you were to be outside in the sun for 2 hours and then eat a chilled watermelon like this, you would instantly feel like you were in heaven.
Then hubby, take your time and eat first. I'll go cook and show you my cooking skills.
During this period, Gu Yanqi has been learning cooking from Chu Yun and has made rapid progress, although it is far from reaching the level of a chef.
But it's almost equivalent to the level of a good housewife.
As the saying goes, a good teacher produces good students. With a great leader like Chu Yun guiding him, Gu Yanqi's progress is naturally much faster than that of ordinary people.
Bronze has turned into silver. First, let's have some cola chicken wings, then Westlake vinegar fish, braised prawns, and finally, well, let's have a vegetarian dish for the end. Roasted eggplant. Gu Yanqi bit his fingers lightly, thinking about the menu. That serious look is so adorable. Chu Yun didn't know what other people's wives were like.
Anyway, my wife is really beautiful, cute and adorable.
Now we have to add one more thing, he is diligent and capable. Chapter 69, The Standard of a Good Wife and Mother. Click, click, click. Gu Yanqi waved his fair arms quickly.
The eggplant was cut into pieces precisely in her hands.
The improvement in knife skills is obvious,
especially when cutting cucumbers.
It is uninterrupted from beginning to end and is completed in one go. It has that inside taste.
Chu Yun held the eldest daughter in his left hand and the second daughter in his right hand, and visited the kitchen door. 2 little princesses are here to visit and guide mom at work.
Hurry up and cook. Chu Yun waved their tender little arms.
In a strange tone, he urged Gu Yanqi to cut the vegetables and add oil. While throwing them into the pan and stir-frying, he turned around and looked at the 2 milk balls.
Wait a moment, mommy will be cooking soon. Let daddy eat so he can be stronger and have more strength to hold you, okay? Mom should eat more too, so that she can produce more food for you. Gu Yanqi is currently breastfeeding.
She tried to diet to lose weight, but it didn't work,
because the 3 little ones are still drinking breast milk. Dieting is simply the biggest enemy of breast milk production. This is completely an act of cutting off the baby's food supply.
Therefore, if you want to quickly regain your figure after giving birth, you can only increase your exercise. And the amount of exercise is added little by little. It was not until about 3 months after giving birth that Gu Yanqi dared to increase her exercise volume to that of a normal person.
In the past, she didn't dare to exercise excessively for fear of something happening to her body. Wah!
At this time, the eldest lady's body began to straighten like a carp.
The face that was smiling just now immediately became cloudy and the expression was distorted.
He kept making protesting cries.
Looks like you're hungry, right? Miss hasn't eaten in almost 3 hours. I'll go make some milk powder, Chu Yun said. Gu Yanqi stopped him immediately.
No, honey, don't forget, when I went out yesterday, I used a breast pump to express some milk and put it in a milk bag and froze it.
2 90 milliliters bottles and one 110 milliliters bottle.
Take them out and heat them up for the young lady to drink. There is milk throughout the lactation period. Sometimes the rations are plentiful, but the babies are not hungry, and their breasts become severely engorged. You need to use a breast pump to express it first. Or if you are away from home for a long time, you need to suck out the milk when it swells and store it in a bottle.
There are special ice packs with ice cubes in them.
Store the expressed milk in it and it won't go bad all day. When you get home, pour the milk into milk bags and freeze them. Of course, frozen milk needs to be consumed as soon as possible.
Otherwise it will go bad if left for too long. These 3 bags of milk were sucked out by Gu Yanqi yesterday. It's not even a day yet, no problem at all.
The 3 little guys are already 100 days old and have grown a lot. Chu Yun looked at the photo of the full moon on the wall and compared it with the baby in his arms. The difference was very obvious. When we took the full moon photo, they were still such a small group.
Can be placed in a small basket. It's different now, everyone is a big baby. Not only can you turn over, you can even lie prone on the bed.
The milk balls are becoming more and more interesting. From time to time, they would interact slightly with Chu Yun, and Chu Yun would stick out his tongue. The cheerful young lady will also stick out her pink tongue. When Shuyun pretended to be fierce, the young lady's face would immediately frown and she would feel so aggrieved that she was about to cry. And when Shuyun's face was filled with fatherly love and smile, they were very happy and couldn't help laughing. So cute! The big task of raising a child is becoming more and more difficult. Before, the little ones only needed to eat 60 milliliters. Now I need to feed about 120 milliliters. The duration of feedings also increased. It would be fine if the three little kids had different meal times. If they get hungry together, they will open their little mouths and cry for food. Shuyun really couldn't handle it himself. Gurgle gurgle. The eldest lady's eyes were wide open and her mouth never left the pacifier. She sucked fiercely and looked around. She even didn't forget to tease her father and grin sweetly at Shuyun. So delicious. Your rice is so naughty. Shuyun pretended to be angry and frowned. But it was this fake expression that immediately touched the eldest lady's fragile heart. Immediately, a loud cry broke out. Shuyun could only put down the bottle and turn around a few times while holding the young lady. I calmed her down before continuing to feed her. Good boy, you look so lively, and your eyes are so smart. I thought you were an optimist and very strong, but I didn't expect you to be so fragile, huh? Shuyun couldn't help laughing out loud. My three cute babies are so unique. Dabeo is lively and cheerful, but has a fragile heart. Erbao is simply a naughty boy. Sanbao is very dull and probably has an introverted personality, but he doesn't cry much. He loves to cause trouble and often tears up tissues and throws them all over the floor. He wanted to destroy everything within his reach. Finally got one done. After feeding the young lady, Shuyun let her lie on his shoulder and patted her gently twice. A long burp was heard. Shuyun temporarily placed her on the toy. There is a cushion under this toy. There is a rainbow-like arch on both sides of the mat, hung with various noisy toys. Shuyun just needs to gently shake the arch bridge. These toy bears, puppies, and small airplanes all make crackling sounds. Babies love to hear this kind of noise. If it makes a few noises every time you cry loudly, you will probably stop crying. A few noises in quiet times can instantly make you feel more energetic. The eldest lady has learned to use her fingers to reach these toys. But she didn't know how to use her arms, and she was waving them around almost randomly, touching whatever she touched. Accompanied by the sounds of these toys, the eldest lady slowly fell asleep. Shuyun hurried to deal with the second young lady. Gu Yanxi put them all to sleep only after the meal was almost ready. I'm so tired. It's getting harder and harder to take care of the baby. Shuyun was sweating profusely from exhaustion. Gu Yanxi ran to Shuyun. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Husband, you have worked hard. Come and try your wife's cooking. Don't be disgusted. Shuyun smiled and said, why would I dislike it? Actually, when it comes to delicious food, once you reach a certain level of taste, the difference won't be too big. There is definitely a difference between the food cooked by an ordinary chef and that cooked by a state banquet chef. But as long as they are both delicious, the difference doesn't really matter. The sensory difference itself is not that big. Unlike some things in real life, like money. Some people have 500,000, some have 10 billion. The gap is huge. When it comes to food, as long as it tastes good, that's enough. Gu Yanxi didn't acquire any skills. Shuyun was not that demanding of her, as long as the food was not too unpalatable. He picked up a chicken wing and took a small bite. Well, this cola chicken is well made, it's fully flavored and quite fragrant. Thumbs up to my wife. Shuyun gave a thumbs up. This is definitely not a compliment or a deliberate attempt to please my wife. But it tastes really good. Really? As long as my husband likes it, hee. Then I'll cook for you every day from now on. Of course, you have to cook for me occasionally too. Our family can't keep eating at this low level forever. Under special circumstances, my husband also needs to use his skills to improve our lives. Gu Yanxi knew that Shuyun had special skills, but she didn't like cooking. That's why she took the initiative to take on the responsibility of cooking. This is also the standard of a good wife and mother. Chapter 70, a sweet romance drama, even better with some action elements. Hubby, try the braised prawns. They should be quite good. Also, try the roasted eggplant and see if it's cooked through. Is it sweet? After being praised by Shuyun, Gu Yanxi seemed to find confidence. She started to sell melons like Wangpa, bragging about herself.
But to be honest, it's really well done. Wife, you can open a small restaurant with your skills. Now is the age of the internet, the age of new media. Your good looks are matched with your good cooking skills. Once it's exposed online by passers-by and reporters, it'll go viral. Gu Yinchi nodded, sure. As long as my husband stays at home to take care of the 3 kids, I will open a restaurant. Shu Yun quickly clasped his fists and said, sorry for disturbing you, just pretend I didn't say anything. As the baby grows older, it becomes more and more difficult to take care of him. Shu Yun and Gu Yinchi are indispensable. Without one person, no one can deal with the 3 little devils alone. Let us not talk about anything else for now. Just staying up late consumes your energy and spirit, and can shorten your life by 10 years. By the way, when is your mother coming to visit? Ever since Li Yuan learned that Shu Yun and the others lived in Tianqi Garden. In fact, you can come and visit us at any time. 2 months have passed, and there is still no sign of Li Yuan. Gu Yanqi said helplessly, my mother was planning to come over that day, but the school happened to ask her to go on a business trip to attend a seminar abroad. She has an academic project to research, and she's said to be returning home the day after tomorrow. She should come to see us first. Shu Yun suddenly realized. So that's how it is. I thought something had happened and your father had discovered it and imprisoned your mother. Gu Yanqi raised his chopsticks and picked up a few pieces of food in front of him. You stinky guy, watch less crime movies and TV series in the future. Shu Yun gnawed on chicken wings while staring at Gu Yanqi with a naughty look. Okay. Then let's watch a sweet love movie or TV show together? Preferably one with some action. It's just the right thing to do as a primer. The time you promised will be up in a week. Before that, wouldn't you like to learn a little about this? Gu Yanqi puffed out his cheeks and rubbed his face hard to lower the temperature. We'll talk about it later. Don't you know everything? You can teach me. Gu Yanqi was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl under the table. Okay, let's not talk about this topic anymore, otherwise we won't be able to eat this meal. A leisurely afternoon. Gu Yanqi set up a fence around the living room, covered it with mats, and filled it with toys. She was playing with Dabao and Sanbao. In fact, this fence is not used yet. Among the 3 babies, only the eldest one can roll over. The other 2 can't move, so there's no need to worry about them bumping into things while crawling around. That will have to be considered at least 7 or 8 months later. Shu Yun held the second young lady in his left arm and drank Longjing tea from the tea bowl in his right hand. He felt so comfortable. Oh. The second young lady stared at the tea bowl and moved her tongue rapidly. I seemed to smell the fragrance of tea and felt that there was something good inside. Even if I'm not as good at cooking as my sister. The second young lady also has a heart for food, and she will not let down the delicious food. Bao, you can't drink tea. Even when you grow up, I guess you won't drink this stuff. At most, you will drink milk tea. Shu Yun curled his lips and smiled. The second young lady was not convinced and kept spitting out words from her mouth. It seems like they are arguing. After making a few slurps, she stuffed her little fist into her mouth and started chewing it happily. Is the fist delicious? Can I have a bite? Shu Yun opened his mouth wide, even wider than that of the celebrity named Wang Dalu. The second young lady was startled and fell back suddenly. My goodness, is your dad really that scary? Even Tang Sanzang encountered monsters and he wasn't that scared. Shu Yun died of laughter. Why are 3 little balls of milk so cute? There is definitely the factor of beauty in the eyes of the beholder. But putting all that aside, they are really cute and adorable. Honey, I'm going to fill the water first so that they can bathe and swim. Gu Yanqi gave some instructions and quickly entered the mother and baby room. There are several small bathtubs in the mother and baby room, as well as a small swimming pool of about 10 square meters. The swimming pool is for babies to swim. Swimming is a whole body exercise. It not only promotes the development of babies' vision and hearing, but also enhances immune function and improves intelligence. No exercise has more benefits than swimming. Besides, the only exercise the 3 babies can do is swimming. Gu Yanqi raised the water temperature a little and let it drop slowly. Instead of mixing large amounts of cold and hot water together. Mixing cold water with hot water is not good for the baby's body and can easily make him sick. While Chu Yun was looking after the 3 kids, he received a call from Fang Ping. Brother Yun, I found a decoration company and they'll be renovating your milk tea shop in a couple of days. I'll send you the blueprints tomorrow. If you're not satisfied, feel free to make any changes. What's the point of renovating it?
It's just a small milk tea shop.
What's there to renovate?
Just a small room so I can have a place to take care of the kids.
Shu Yun replied.
The main purpose of this milk tea shop is to kill time. At the same time, Shu Yun has a place to stay in the school and can feel the vibrant atmosphere of the university.
The most important thing.
When his wife comes to class, Shu Yunning can wait for her with the baby in the milk tea shop,
instead of poking at them on the street. Also, when are you free? Let's go shopping at the mall and do some shopping. I'm planning to give Xingyu an LV. Fong Ping suddenly became excited, his voice a little agitated.
Are you going to start pursuing me aggressively?
Can you afford LIV?
Shu Yun was surprised. In the past few months, Shu Yun helped Fong Ping earn tens of thousands of yuan.
I didn't expect that this guy has already become so popular. It's affordable. A cheaper for around 30,000 or 40,000 yuan is probably available.
As for the ones that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, forget about it. As for money, spend it where it counts, especially on chasing girls.
When I'm done, Master Yun will take me flying again.
Shu Yun yelled angrily, "Get lost, what do you take me for?
Who told you to make money so quickly?"
Fong Ping felt aggrieved.
Shu Yun let out a long breath. Okay, I'll come find you at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
He has not used the 500,000 shopping cards he obtained from the system. The 200 million yuan of investment funds have been idle and will expire in a month.
Shu Yun must be dealt with as soon as possible. I should be able to spend 500,000 yuan quickly on gifts for my wife. As for the 200 million, even if you randomly find a project to invest in it and suffer heavy losses, you won't lose it all, right?
At least there will be tens of millions left, which is much better than letting it expire and getting nothing. Besides, Shu Yun has the god-level investment skill. Coupled with this huge amount of financial support, it is a perfect match and they are like fish in water. It is impossible to lose money, not in this life. After hanging up the phone, Shu Yun and his wife carried Sanbao into the bathroom.
The general order is to swim first and then take a shower.
Gu Yanqi took the small lifebuoy for babies and put it on their shoulders.
Dabeo comes first.
She grabbed Missy and placed her little feet on the water.
Dabeo was so active that he splashed his little feet in the water and started practicing floating on the water. Gu Yanqi put her in completely. Dabeo crossed his legs and swam forward more than 10 centimeters.
The little guy seemed very proud, and looked at Shu Yun and his wife happily, wanting to praise them.
That's great, Dabeo. You're worthy of being a big sister.
You'll be a role model for your younger siblings. After being praised by her mother, the eldest daughter swam even harder.
My body began to float freely in the swimming pool. The second young lady is the complete opposite. Chapter 71, It's not shameful to peek at your husband's muscles.
She is afraid of water. As soon as I put my legs in the water, tears started flowing out like crazy and I burst into tears. The eldest daughter was attracted by the crying and stared at her younger sister in confusion. She seemed very confused.
Is there anyone who doesn't want to play with such a fun thing? That won't do, Erbao.
Even if you cry, mommy will put you in.
Gu Yanqi hardened his heart and let go. The second young lady was completely soaked in the water and cried even harder.
She cried until she had no more tears left, then she stopped and began to slowly wave her arms and paddle. Sanbao didn't like water very much either, but he just didn't cry.
Swim well, mom will take pictures of you. Whoever behaves well will get to eat mom's food, hee hee. Regardless of whether they understand or not. Anyway, Gu Yanqi offered very tempting conditions.
At this stage, breast milk as a supplement and formula is the main food. Because the 3 milk balls have big appetites. Any one of them could eat up almost all of Gu Yanqi's 2 granaries.
Mama's food definitely tastes much better than powdered milk.
Maybe it was telepathy, or maybe it was just a coincidence. The 3 little kids are swimming harder and harder than each other.
Even the second young lady, who was crying loudly at the beginning, did not spare any effort.
Wife, what you said is really effective. I will use it to deceive the baby from now on.
Shu Yun said with a smile. What are you talking about? I'm really giving them food, not just saying it. Whoever swims harder will get more food.
Hearing this, Shu Yun prepared to take off his clothes.
Husband, what are you doing?
Shu Yun smirked. I admit, the kids are my own. But in order to get food, I have to be the one who swims the most actively.
Gu Yanqi fainted on the spot. I've seen shameless people. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Wash, wash, wash. Rub, rub, rub. Chu Yun and his wife worked together to put the three little kids into the bathtub one after another.
The shower gel created layers of foam on their fair and tender skin. After scrubbing your body, wash your hair. Compared to when they were just born, the black dandruff on the heads of the three babies has long been washed away.
The sparse hair is now becoming thicker and thicker. After taking a bath, the babies were wrapped in bath towels. Once your body is dry, put on a small belly band and a new diaper.
Swimming and bathing for a long time are too tiring. Plus, the lullaby played in the music has a hypnotic effect. The babies closed their eyes one after another and fell into a deep sleep. The two of them carried them back to the crib and breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally done.
Honey, our baby hasn't had a bowel movement in the past 3 days, and his stomach is really bloated.
Should we go see a doctor?
Or maybe just take him to the hospital. Chuyan gently tapped Erbao's belly with the back of his fingers. It did make a dull thud-thud sound. At the same time, he opened Erbao's mouth and looked at his throat and tongue.
You're getting a sore throat and have a bit of indigestion.
You need to be careful about what you eat recently, Chu Yun warned. After all, the baby is still breastfeeding, and part of his food comes from Gu Yanqi. If she eats too much salty or spicy food, or other things that should be avoided, the baby will also be affected.
My husband also knows about medicine. He talks about it very clearly. I've been a little high lately and even had hot pot. What a sin. I won't eat it anymore. Oh, it's not easy to have a baby.
Not only do you have to be pregnant for 10 months, but you also have to endure the pain of childbirth. Even after the baby is born, he should not eat anything randomly until he is at least 7 or 8 months old.
It's really uncomfortable.
Today I'm going to buy some probiotics and stuff, and then find time to give them massage and acupressure.
Massage, Twina? Gu Yanqi was stunned. Isn't that something only professionals can do? Husband can do this? How many times must you go to the doctor to learn this skill? Gu Yanqi sneered. Don't believe me? I'll give you a massage this afternoon.
I guarantee it'll make you feel great, ecstatic, and climax straight away.
Gu Yanqi kicked him. What are you talking about, you bastard? You can get orgasm just by getting a massage.
She stopped talking mid-sentence.
By the way, isn't my husband still talking about my mom? I just talked to her. She will be home tomorrow morning and will come to see us first thing in the morning. How about calling your parents over to discuss the wedding? Marriage is the union of two families, not just two people. Even if you get the marriage certificate, you still have to hold a wedding.
The time, place, relatives and friends who will attend the wedding, etc. all need to be agreed upon.
In addition, there are betrothal gifts and various other considerations.
Chuyan nodded. I have no problem here, but your family?
Can your mother alone represent your father's opinion?
Of course.
Don't even mention that my dad doesn't know about it. Even if he does, what if he objects? He won't listen, he won't listen. Anyway, I'm determined to be your husband. I will always be your wife, and no one can object.
It feels really good to feel the sweet and soft wife in my arms.
But Chuyan suddenly had an idea.
If the two stinky little girls, the eldest and second little girls, grow up, they will do the same as Gu Yanqi.
What should Chuyan, as a father, think?
Considering it from this perspective, Chuyan suddenly understood his father-in-law a little.
Only when you have children will you know the kindness of your parents.
Only when you have a child yourself can you consider the issue from the perspective of a parent.
Only then can you understand your parents' thoughts.
Even though Gu Yanqi was angry with his father-in-law, Chuyan never blamed him. As long as his father-in-law doesn't go too far, Chuyan can still accept him.
I'm going to work out too, then take a shower and clean up the house. Chuyan showed off his muscles.
Even after integrating the system's god-level physique, his physical fitness increased dramatically.
But it doesn't mean you can't exercise.
If he squanders his body carelessly, the system won't be able to save him. He ran 15 kilometers first, then did dumbbell exercises and bench presses, and then did sit-ups at the end.
Honey, how many sit-ups are you going to do? Gu Yanqi walked into the gym.
Looking at Chuyan's terrifying beast-like muscles, his body trembled. Her thin arms and legs.
Compared with Chuyan's muscles, it's simply cruel. If the two of them really fight, Shu Yun would probably tear himself into pieces, right? Are you sure no one will die? Of course, Gu Yanqi also underestimated her tolerance. About 200 or 300, what's wrong? Shu Yun asked as he worked. Gu Yanqi squatted in front of Shu Yun and leaned over to look at him. The two people's heads were facing each other. She pouted her pink little mouth. Hubby, just do sit-ups. Every time you do it, you can kiss me. Will you do more this way? 500 is fine, right? Shu Yun showed no interest. Let's just say 200 or 300. Why, doesn't this give you a boost of motivation? Shu Yun said bluntly, if it's push-ups, I can kiss you every time I do it, and I can do 8,000 in a row. Gu Yanqi simply imagined the scene in his mind. She couldn't help but blush. Are you going to kiss me, you little rascal? I'm ignoring you. You don't even get the benefit of sit-ups. After saying that, Gu Yanqi ran out of the gym. After practicing, Shu Yun took a shower and came out wearing only shorts. Gu Yanqi lowered his head, embarrassed to look, but his eyes kept stealing glances. If you want to see it, go ahead and see it. I'm not laughing at you. It's not shameful to look at the muscles of your idle husband. Shu Yun teased, at worst, you can show it too, and we can look at each other, then we'll be even. Gu Yanqi threw the pillow at him. Go to hell, wishful thinking, hum. Chapter 72, Honey, your massage is so comfortable. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After lunch break, Gu Yanqi immediately fed the 3 little kids the rations he had stored. After coaxing them to sleep, Gu Yanqi called Shu Yun. Honey, didn't you say you wanted to give me a massage? Come on. Shu Yun moved his 10 fingers. Okay, how about I give you cupping after the massage to remove the dampness? Yes, sure. Gu Yanqi accepted it happily. At present, except for that matter, she listens to everything Shu Yun says. She firmly believed in one thing, Shu Yun would definitely not harm her. Get down, I'm starting. Shu Yun sat next to Gu Yanqi, put his 10 fingers on her beautiful back, and started to operate. Ah, it hurts. Is massage so painful? Huh? You seem quite comfortable. Gu Yanqi's feelings changed quickly. When she first started the massage, she felt like her bones and joints were about to be torn apart. But the pain lasted for an hour, and was replaced by a great sense of comfort. The muscles relaxed, the joints felt hot, and the blood seemed to flow freely. It feels so good, husband, you're so great. Come on, keep going. Gu Yanqi's breathing was a little rapid, he was addicted to the massage. I hope to hear what you just said in another scene. Shu Yun said with a smile. Gu Yanqi. My husband is good in every way except that he is not very serious. When he first met him, Gu Yanqi thought he was a gentleman. Now the true colors are revealed. Logically speaking, she doesn't like Shu Yun like this. But for some reason, she quite liked it every time Shu Yun said this. It seems that there is also a soul in my body. The massage lasted for an hour. Gu Yanqi was so happy. Her body seemed to be disassembled and reassembled by Shu Yun. All the waist and back pain caused by taking care of the baby for a long time disappeared, and she is full of energy. This feels really good. Honey, can you give me massages more often in the future? In return, I can give myself, on my birthday the day after tomorrow. Gu Yanqi actually took the initiative to move the date forward. She is totally unable to resist the charm of her husband. Sure. From now on, I will provide you with a one-stop service of massage and sleeping, guaranteed to be perfect. Serve my wife. Shu Yun chuckled. Virtue. Gu Yanqi rolled his eyes. I learned that my mother-in-law was coming. A day in advance, Xiaowei took Shu Yun's father and rushed over in a hurry. The old couple has always wanted to find an opportunity to see their eldest grandson and granddaughter. This time there is a legitimate reason. Besides, the engagement itself is a very important event. They must come here early to clean up and prepare. And some customs, as well as things like betrothal gifts and engagement banquets, should be negotiated. Generally speaking, an engagement party requires the attendance of the parents, elders, and several relatives and friends of both the bride and groom. This makes it look more solemn and formal. But given Gu Yanqi's situation, it is impossible to invite elders and relatives to attend. Only her mother was there. In view of this, Shu Yun's parents did not use anyone else. It will be enough if the old couple comes forward.
although it is a bit sloppy and simple. But since Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi have no objections, there is nothing more to say.
In the living room,
Xiao Hui and Xu Chunming pushed 3 strollers around, teasing the little ones from time to time. Regardless of whether the babies were happy or not, they were actually rolling on the floor with joy.
For grandparents, grandchildren are a bundle of joy and they love them very much. The degree of love for grandchildren is definitely greater than the love for children.
Okay, I'll leave the babies to you.
I'll clean up.
Cece's mother is coming tomorrow, so the house must be kept clean. Xiao Hui rubbed her hands and prepared to start work. But when she looked around the house, she felt a little headache. Although the old couple's home is in a dilapidated neighborhood, it is relatively easy to clean. Because it's only about 90 square meters in total. The new house Chu Yun bought is different.
If you want to do a thorough cleaning, it will take at least half a day.
After all, more than 300 square meters is no joke. Seeing his mother looking worried, Chu Yun held her shoulders from behind. Mom, it doesn't need much cleaning, just tidy up the living room a bit. Every week we invite 2 or 3 aunties to come and do a thorough cleaning, so it's not that dirty. Only then did Xiao Hui breathe a sigh of relief.
It's all your fault.
Why did you buy such a big house?
Xu Yun laughed. According to what Mom said, people who buy villas will die?
Of course, bigger houses are better.
Xu Yun didn't want to be Versailles either.
But he did draw such a huge mansion from the system.
What else can I do if I can't return the product?
Gu Yanqi and Xu Yun pushed the 3 babies to the mother in baby room for dinner. Dabeo still has a good appetite, and Sanbao also eats a lot. Only Erbo has a poor appetite. Because she had been pregnant for several days, her belly was very bloated and she was feeling very hot. This affected her eating. Xu Yun immediately gave the second young lady a massage and then fed her some probiotics.
Unexpectedly, 2 hours later, the second young lady actually defecated.
Because she hadn't pooped for a long time. At the beginning, what I pulled out were hard lumps that looked like abacus beads.
It gradually softens later on. Xu Yun and his wife both breathed a sigh of relief.
If this situation continues for another day or 2,
I guess they will have to use enema.
After pooping, the second young lady felt much better and fell asleep immediately.
So cute. Seeing the baby is comfortable.
Xu Yun finally let go of the worry in his heart.
In the evening, after finishing the cleaning, Xiao Hui cooked dinner with Gu Yanqi.
After dinner, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law went to take care of the baby.
Xu Yun was dragged by his father to play chess.
Before, Xu Yun didn't want to play chess with his father at all. Firstly, my dad is an excellent chess player and a bully in the community.
Xu Yun has been defeated time and time again, which is pointless.
Secondly, Xu Yun doesn't like playing chess and doesn't have the patience.
Young people are full of vigor and vitality. Who has the time to sit here for hours and slowly practice chess? Playing games is about the same. But after becoming a parent, Xu Yun understood the meaning of the pillar of the family. There are old people above and young people below.
We should not only take care of the young, but also be considerate of the old. Besides, Xu Yun had previously integrated the god-level chess skills. The art of chess has swept through the ages.
It's quite interesting to bully my dad, the so-called neighborhood bully. General, you lost again. 10 consecutive losses. 15 losses in a row. Dad, are you still playing?
The two played more than 20 rounds in a row.
Xu Yun almost ended the battle quickly with a crushing force. Xu Chunming began to doubt his life. Is this still my son, that stinky boy? Isn't this the reincarnation of the chess master? Chapter 73. This mother-in-law is quite fierce. Xu Chunming looked left and right at Xu Yun.
His eyes were full of confusion.
Son, is there no one around you? Xu Yun looked horrified. There should be no one here, right? It's late at night, and Dad, you said this is scary.
Xu Chunming quickly explained, I've seen the TV series called Soul of Chess. There's this guy who's really good at Go because there's an ancient person helping him. I haven't seen many episodes, so I don't know if that person is a ghost, but I'm probably close.
Xu Yun quickly put away the chess pieces. Forget it. I won't go down with Dad.
It's late at night, with all the ghosts and spirits around.
It's too unlucky. I don't dare go to sleep in the baby's room.
Xu Chunming still wanted to pull his son down. Seeing that Chu Yun insisted on refusing, he gave up. In fact, Chu Chunming was mainly unwilling to accept the result. He was invincible in the community and used to abuse his son every day. How come my son's chess skills have improved so rapidly even though I haven't played chess with him for a few years? It's simply genius. Son, when you have time, download the chess software and let's play against each other. Chu Yun curled his lips and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Almost all middle-aged and elderly men like to play chess. In that era, chess and mahjong were the biggest entertainment activities. Gu Yanqi's father, Gu Zhengtang, is also a chess master. I heard that his level is top among amateurs and he has won awards. He is much better than Chu Chunming. Of course, everyone below the saint is an ant. Chu Yun's current chess skills are at the level of a saint. No matter you are in the foundation building stage, the golden elixir stage, or the Daluo Jingxian stage. All are killed instantly, no difference. In the bedroom, Xiao Hui was chatting with her daughter-in-law. Cici, what did your mom say about the betrothal gift? How much does it cost? Do you want a house, a car, or something like that? We're getting engaged tomorrow, so let's discuss it today. Xiao Hui lowered her voice. Because they almost spent all their savings on their son's wedding last time. The old couple is currently retired and has only a meager pension. If Chu Yun wants to marry a super white, rich and beautiful girl like Gu Yanqi, he must give a lot of dowry. Fortunately, my son is capable enough, otherwise this marriage would not have been possible. Gu Yanqi scratched his head awkwardly. It's hard to say about the betrothal gift. We already have a house and a car. As for the gift money, I've heard about it from my mother. She said there are only two possibilities for marrying me off in the future. The first is for the son-in-law to marry into the family. In that case, there would be no betrothal gift, and she would even buy him a house and a car. The second possibility is that the bride price must be 8.88 million yuan, and there must also be a house worth no less than 10 million yuan and a car worth no less than 1 million yuan. Gu Yanqi comes from a wealthy family, her father is a billionaire, and she herself is a super goddess. Her face and figure are better than those of celebrities. No matter his family background, appearance, knowledge or character, he is the best in all aspects. 8.88 million in betrothal gifts is really not a lot. In the eyes of truly rich people, this is just pocket money. Mom, don't overthink it. If Chu Yun marries me, he definitely won't ask for a betrothal gift. My mother doesn't need the money, she probably won't want it. Well, out of courtesy, a betrothal gift is still required. How about a symbolic 88,000 yuan? Just for good luck. Anyway, the money was paid by Chu Yun. In the end, it still fell into Chu Yun's pocket. Let's wait until your mother comes over tomorrow to discuss it. Xiao Hui forced a smile. Of course, the daughter-in-law is easy to talk to. She was afraid that her mother-in-law would be a difficult person. Because it is usually the mother-in-law who makes things difficult for the son-in-law. The next day at 10 a.m. The doorbell rang. Li Yuan arrived home at the agreed time. Chu Yun personally went into the kitchen and prepared a table full of delicious food, waiting to welcome his mother-in-law. In addition, Chu Yun also took out a bottle of Romane Conti that he had stored. Because Gu Yanqi said that his mother-in-law liked to drink red wine, Chu Yun treated her with top-quality wine. This bottle of wine costs 180,000 yuan, which is shockingly expensive. Hello? Chu Yun, we meet again. The first time the mother-in-law saw Chu Yun, she rushed over and hugged him warmly, very enthusiastically. This confused everyone in the audience. This mother-in-law is quite fierce. Li Yuan held Chu Yun in her arms and was reluctant to let go even after 10 seconds. Chu Yun's mother, Xiao Hui, couldn't handle this. Originally, the two families were engaged, and she was afraid that Li Yuan would do something strange and deliberately make things difficult for her. After all, the two families are not on the same level. Unexpectedly, the mother-in-law approves of her son-in-law so much. It even reached a fever pitch. Xiao Hui breathed a sigh of relief. My own baby son is really capable. Mom, what are you doing? This has a very bad influence. Gu Yanqi quickly pulled Li Yuan aside. Your husband belongs entirely to you. Even if she was her biological mother, she didn't want her to hold Chu Yun for even one more second. It's just like a little kid holding his favorite toy and not wanting other kids to touch it. Chu Yun, you are mine now. No. I mean, you're my son-in-law now, you can't run away, right? You don't know, but the first time I met Xiao Yun, I felt like I got along really well. He's sunny, tall, handsome, and a nice person.
If nothing else, these alone make him the perfect son-in-law.
He and Cece are a match made in heaven. Later, when I learned that Xiao Yun was getting married, I felt a little disappointed. I didn't expect that he would marry my precious daughter. It almost caused a big misunderstanding.
Everyone could see that Li Yuan was really excited.
She approves of this son-in-law 100%.
Although Li Yuan was also unhappy about what happened between Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi.
But after so long, she had already figured it out.
As long as my daughter is happy.
Why do you care so much?
Although Li Yuan teaches classical literature, she has a very open mind.
Gu Zhengtang is a businessman, and he is always up and down in the business world, but his thoughts are very conservative.
This couple is also very strange. Auntie, sit down and have a drink of water. Dinner will be served soon.
I'll go fry the remaining dishes. Xu Yun invited Li Yuan to sit on the sofa and poured her a glass of juice, a glass of boiled water, and a cup of tea.
Take your pick. Li Yuan took a deep breath. Without even looking at the tea leaves, he smiled faintly and said, "Is it Westlake Longjing? It's of good quality and very fragrant." Xu Yun frowned. "Auntie, do you know tea?"
Gu Yanqi quickly explained, "My dad loves drinking tea so much that he has a collection of hundreds of kinds of tea at home. Under his influence, my mother also drinks tea regularly. I can't say she's proficient in it, but at least she understands a little bit."
Li Yuan continued, "This set of purple clay teapots of yours should be Gu Jingzhou's Hanyun teapots, right?
If you take it to an auction, it can sell for at least several million." Xu Yun gave a thumbs up. Auntie knows what she's doing. Although Gu Zhengtang is an old stubborn man, he still has some things.
If you are just a businessman, even a university professor like Li Yuan wouldn't be interested in him.
She learned a lot from Gu Zhengtang. Not only does he have some experience in tea art, he also has some experience in antique appraisal.
This set of purple clay teapots is indeed authentic works of Gu Jingzhou.
The system comes with this luxury house when it is given to you. It was only recently that Chu Yun realized how valuable this set of purple clay teapots was.
Millions? Are you kidding me? Gu Yanqi was completely dumbfounded.
Before she made tea for Chu Yun every day, she treated this set of purple clay teapots as ordinary teapots.
I almost fell several times. Now think about it, it's so terrifying.
If it really falls, our Rolls Royce will be gone.
Mom, go check if the babies are awake? Gu Yanqi said to Xiao Hui. Chapter 74, You're calling me mom now? You're awesome. Xiao Hui went into the bedroom immediately.
Li Yuan narrowed her eyes and smiled. Have you changed your words?
Then Xiao Yun can't call me auntie anymore. Mom. Xu Yun called out quickly. Oh.
It's so comfortable to hear the word mom.
Li Yuan was very happy. Xiao Hui greeted Gu Yanqi and she carried the three babies out and placed them on the sofa. Li Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Wow. These are my three grandchildren, right? They're so cute.
Whether it is a man or a woman, middle-aged or young, no one can withstand the sweet and cute attack of three little kids.
Ah. Ah.
The young lady's mouth kept puffing, and she smiled triumphantly as she did so. The second young lady stared at Li Yuan, a stranger, with curiosity in her eyes.
The bright eyeballs rolling around are so cute. These three little cuties are so adorable. What should I do if I want to hug them all? Is there any way to hold all three of them in my arms? Li Yuan was at a loss and didn't know which one to hug for a moment. Gu Yanqi was very proud. Mom, now you know how cute babies are. I gritted my teeth and persevered, and this is the result of my perseverance. This is one of the two best decisions I have ever made in my life.
Recalling the hardships of my 10 months of pregnancy,
Gu Yanqi's eyes became moist unconsciously. What about the other decision? Li Yuan was curious. Gu Yanqi hugged Chu Yun's arm. Needless to say? Of course I'll marry Chu Yun.
He's the best man in the world, and now he's taken.
Looking at her daughter's sweet smile from the heart, Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh.
For parents, the most important thing is that their children live a happy life.
No matter what happened before. With such a happy ending, why would you need a bicycle?
Xiao Hui interrupted. It can be seen that my mother-in-law is a very open-minded person. From now on, our two families will be one family.
There's no need to be so formal.
As a father-in-law, Chu Chunning stepped forward. If Cece's dad still can't convince me, I'll find time to talk to him.
We two old brothers might have something in common. Chu Chunming felt very insecure. He is similar to Gu Zhentang, except for his age.
One is a billionaire and the other is a retired working-class person.
How can this be compared?
Chu Yun waved his hand and said, "Dad, you don't have to show up.
I will come to visit you in person later. Maybe a combination of soft and hard persuasion can make my father-in-law change his mind?"
Li Yuan clapped her hands. One of your father-in-law's criteria for choosing a son-in-law is that he must be handsome and tall.
Xiao Yun not only meets these criteria, he even exceeds them.
He's a good person, that goes without saying.
If they're a good match, Xiao Yun can make a lot of money.
With his own hard work, he has bought a house in Tianqi Garden at this age, which puts him on the same level as his father-in-law.
By then, that might be the only thing he cares about. Gu Yanxi is a good cabbage raised by Gu Zhentang.
He was considering choosing a rich son-in-law who was excellent in all aspects to pick this cabbage for himself. As a result, Chu Yun appeared unexpectedly and made his cabbage give birth to baby cabbages.
This is a slap in Gu Zhentang's face and tramples on his dignity. This is a hurdle he can't get over.
While everyone was chatting, Chu Yun sneaked into the kitchen and took a look at the stewed fish and chicken. After stewing, turn off the heat, put it on a plate and serve. There are 18 dishes in total, basically all home-cooked dishes. However, although the ingredients are the same, the cooking skills vary. The same ingredients, in the hands of someone who can't cook, will make the dish unpalatable. In the hands of a top chef, it is a delicacy.
Li Yuan looked at the feast eagerly.
There are her favorite dishes, such as mapo tofu, Westlake vinegar fish, longjing shrimp, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and squirrel fish.
There are also yellow crispy cakes and sesame scallion pancakes.
It grabbed her stomach instantly.
There are so many dishes that I like. Could this meal be specially prepared for me? Li Yuan felt a little embarrassed.
She picked up the squirrel fish meat, put it into her mouth, and chewed it gently.
So fragrant and sweet. I've never eaten such delicious fish before.
It's really delicious.
Let me make it clear first, if my eating manners today aren't pretty, please don't laugh at me. Li Yuan is a professor of classical literature.
She was very beautiful when she was young, and came from a scholarly family. She definitely had the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Even when she is old, she is still very elegant and charming.
She always eats slowly and methodically. I just couldn't help it today.
Chu Yun directly tore a big hole in her stomach. There is no way to fill this crack without stuffing food into it like crazy.
This fish is delicious. Wow, the chicken is so tender, isn't it?
And this mapo tofu is really tender and smooth, and melts in your mouth.
University professor. Billionaire's wife.
At this moment, he behaved like a beggar who had been hungry for several days. Chu Yun and his wife, as well as his parents, were all trying to hold back their laughter, but they couldn't laugh out loud.
Because they fully understood Li Yuan's feelings. The dishes Chu Yun cooks are awesome and delicious. It is normal to have this kind of reaction.
Mom, Cece told me you like drinking red wine, so I took out some of the red wine I had stored.
Can you give me a taste? Chu Yun opened the red wine and poured a glass for Li Yuan in a goblet.
My mother-in-law's style is indeed a little higher than my mother's.
Xiao Hui is just an ordinary middle-aged woman, hardworking, capable and contented. Li Yuan's quality of life is much higher.
My mom won't drink red wine if I give it to her.
She can't drink it either. Romane Conti? This wine is not cheap. I only drink it occasionally. No one can afford to drink it every day. It tastes really good. Xiao Yun really knows how to enjoy life.
I'm increasingly feeling that Cece has found his soulmate by being with you.
You're his perfect match. At the beginning, Li Yuan was only impressed by Chu Yun's appearance and character.
After getting to know him more closely, I found out that this guy is really rich. Life is so comfortable. My daughter doesn't suffer at all when she's with him.
Instead, she's enjoying herself every day, right?
Even if she were a real princess, her quality of life would only be like this, right?
Eat top-notch meals and drink expensive red wine every day.
Using a fine purple clay teapot, living in a mansion, and driving a luxury car. It was in vain that she always felt that her daughter was suffering.
It turns out that Gu Yanqi has always been in the atmosphere. Xiao Yun, did you really make so much money from investing with such a small amount of capital? Your investment ability is top-notch. I can't say you're on par with Buffett, but at least you're an investment guru. If you were given a much larger pool of capital to operate, the money you'd make would be hundreds or thousands of times what you have now. To be honest, your dad, Cece's dad, his business has been going downhill recently, and his various investments are also not doing well. He is a billionaire in the eyes of outsiders, but in fact he has a lot of foreign debt in the bank. Before, his assets could easily cover his foreign debts, but now the two are almost even. If this continues, your father will be in negative assets. I think you can help him. Coincidentally, it can also mend the rift between you two. Gu Yanqi said cruelly, that won't do. If we use this method to exchange for my father's forgiveness, it will be really meaningless. What my daughter said makes sense. Although she was scolded, Li Yuan did not blame her. Chapter 75. I want to give Gu Yanqi a grand and perfect wedding. Xiao Hui immediately got to the point. Mother-in-law, since both children have obtained marriage certificates, why don't we discuss the engagement and wedding? Today, it's up to you to decide on the marriages for the two children. What do you think? Li Yuan said calmly, Xiao Yun is so outstanding, I definitely have no objection. In fact, what's the point of getting engaged? They already have the marriage certificate and a baby. All that's missing is the wedding. As for the betrothal gift, Cece told me last night that it'd be 88,000 yuan just to get a good start. Seeing that her mother-in-law was so straightforward, Xiao Hui quickly picked up a chicken leg for her. Eat vegetables, eat vegetables. Gu Yanqi took a deep breath. As for the date of the wedding, Xu Yun and I have looked at dates. September 20th of this year and April 16th of next year are both auspicious dates. Xu Yun and I plan to get married in April next year. It's already July, and if we hold the wedding in September, we won't have enough time. For an average family, 2 months is enough. But Xu Yun wanted to give Gu Yanqi a grand and perfect wedding. From taking wedding photos, to customizing wedding dresses, to choosing the venue and so on. Xu Yun's requirements in every aspect are very strict. He plans to take wedding photos in more than a dozen countries around the world. All romantic elements must be included, including mountains, oceans, cruise ships and even hot air balloons. In addition, as for wedding clothes, Xu Yun also wanted to personally make a wedding dress and phoenix crown and bridal gown for Gu Yanqi. That is to say, he wants to have a Chinese wedding and then a Western wedding. One is more classical and traditional, the other is more romantic and modern. Xu Yun combines the skills of a master craftsman and has superb craftsmanship. He wanted to personally create the most perfect wedding dress and phoenix crown and bridal gown for his wife. The budget for each project is very high, ranging from several million to tens of millions. He wanted to give Gu Yanqi a wedding of the century that was more grand and memorable than the one between Huang Xiaoming and Yang Tianbao. This not only takes a long time to prepare, but also requires a lot of money. Xu Yun's current money is not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. But he has 200 million in investment funds. Relying on these capitals. By April next year, it will not be a problem to increase the amount to 10 billion or 80 billion, but at least it will double. In addition, Xu Yun will also receive a large number of subsequent rewards. Money is not important. The root of all problems lies in time. As long as there is enough time, everything can be discussed. That's why they set the wedding date for April next year. Li Yuan nodded. The wedding is just a formality. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. You guys can do whatever you want. Just notify me. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Gu Yanqi quickly hugged Li Yuan and kissed her a few times. Long live Mom. Li Yuan looked disgusted. Save your mouth for kissing Xiao Yun. I just hope my grandchildren grow up quickly so I can kiss them. It must feel very comfortable. Our two families live so close to each other. I don't have a son, so Xiao Yun will be my son from now on. The 3 babies will be like my grandchildren. Xiao Hui nodded quickly. Yes, that's right. We are a family, there's no need to be so formal. I treat Cece as my own daughter, and you treat Xiao Yun as your own son. Each of them has 2 sets of parents, and all 3 babies have 2 sets of grandparents. How wonderful. This heartwarming moment touched Gu Yanqi deeply. My eyes became moist without me noticing. When she was pregnant, she felt that her future was bleak. The thought of raising 3 kids alone. It is very likely that I won't be able to support them, and I feel heartbroken. Now, it has come to such a perfect ending. She really thanked God. The person who should be thanked the most is Chu Yun. There is no such thing as a perfect husband. The future for her and her 3 babies is truly grim. In addition, Xinyu, my best friend, also made an important contribution. During the 10 months of pregnancy, Xinyu took care of her and supported her. Otherwise, Gu Yanqi would not have been able to hold on until the baby was born. Even more dramatic is, Xinyu called Chu Yun to the hospital for help, which led to their meeting. Otherwise, Chu Yun might not know that he has 3 children. Because of this, Gu Yanqi has long regarded Xinyu as her own sister. Anyone who has helped her and been kind to her, Gu Yanqi vowed to repay it 100-fold. Mom, why don't you just stay home tonight? Don't go back, leave tomorrow. My dad sighed. Gu Yanqi tried his best to keep him. In fact, the mother and daughter haven't spent a long time together for a long time, and they are very close to each other. Gu Yanqi plans to have a long talk with his mother tonight. At least we should chat until late at night. Li Yuan shrugged. There's no problem with Mom. Your dad shouldn't be back until tomorrow. You can stay overnight, but I have an idea. I want to sleep with a baby tonight, is that okay? Xiao Hui interjected excitedly. My mother-in-law thinks the same as me. I also want to sleep with my 2 babies tonight. I haven't felt the same feeling as when I took care of Xiaoyun when she was a child for 20 years. Gu Yanqi clapped his hands. Well, I'll sleep with Mom tonight, and we'll take the eldest and second young ladies with us. Then let my parents-in-law take care of my 3rd brother, how about that? Li Yuan glanced at Chu Yun and chuckled. No. Ever since you 2 got together, you've basically slept with the baby every day, right? I guess I haven't had a good night's sleep, let alone a day of just being alone with my partner. Mom will take the eldest daughter tonight, and let your parents-in-law take the 2nd daughter and 3rd brother. Just the 2 of you spend one night alone together. Li Yuan is an experienced person. She seriously doubted whether the 2 of them had engaged in such activities after they got together. Taking care of 3 kids every night is so exhausting. And the babies sleep very lightly, so they don't dare to make big movements or shout. Unless I go to the living room, on the sofa. Gu Yanqi and Chu Yun looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. To be honest, the 2 of them had never spent a night together alone. I'm really not used to it. Mom, can you handle them? These 3 little ones are very difficult to deal with. I'm afraid they will cry if they only drink milk powder. They have to be fed with breast milk at night before they can sleep well. Xiao Hui looked indifferent. Don't worry, we all have experience, and we can handle a few little guys. Come on, baby, let's go to bed. Li Yuan took diapers, tissues, milk powder, and bottles. He carried the eldest daughter into a 2nd bedroom. Chu Yun's parents each held the 2nd daughter and 3rd brother and went into a secondary bedroom farther away. Because Chu Yun's house is very big, there are several bedrooms in total. There is a certain distance between them. Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi returned to the house after taking a shower. Gu Yanqi was wearing super short pajamas and a short-sleeved t-shirt. Under the goose yellow light, her graceful figure is clearly visible. Wow, without the babies today, I suddenly feel so relieved. Gu Yanqi stretched and couldn't help cheering. Chapter 76, finally, the wedding night. This chapter is omitted by 10,000 words. Chu Yun smiled and said, I'm afraid that my parents can't handle the 3 little ones. She is also a little worried, but she still chooses to trust them. Your mom and I are both experienced in raising children, and the babies are used to feeding on formula. They'll definitely cry a bit, but there's a good chance they'll be fine. Hubby, don't think too much and sleep well. Chu Yun looked puzzled. This is our first time alone together at night, spending time together as a couple? You're actually thinking about sleeping? Gu Yanqi covered his mouth and burst out laughing. What are you doing if you're not sleeping? Are you playing landlord or mahjong? There aren't enough people. After becoming a mother, Gu Yanqi got used to taking care of her baby every night. I'm used to having the little ones around me. Suddenly, no one is here, and I feel empty. But it's really cool. The little kids are both little angels and big devils. It's so tiring. At least I can have a good rest when they are not around. Once the baby is weaned, we can let our parents take care of the baby more, hee. Gu Yanqi smiled playfully. I've been with Chu Yun for so long. It's true that we have never experienced a world of two people. When the baby is a little older and there are so many people to help take care of him, we will definitely have a romantic time. Shuyan let out a long sigh. It will be more relaxing when the kids go to school, but for now, let's just endure it. After saying that, Shuyan turned sideways and stared at Gu Yanqi. Gu Yanqi slowly closed her beautiful eyes, not daring to even breathe. Wife, do you want to move up the appointment? Gu Yanqi had said before that he would give himself completely to Chu Yun in a week. But plans cannot keep up with changes. The time, the place, the people, and the atmosphere are all right. Don't miss this opportunity. Gu Yanqi bit his lips tightly, leaving deep teeth marks. After hesitating for 5 seconds, she nodded in agreement. Shuyan smiled to ease the atmosphere. Why do you look so nervous? Don't worry. Gu Yanqi tried hard to keep himself calm. I don't understand, just teach me. Then. 2 hours are omitted here. Gu Yanqi wrapped himself tightly with the quilt. Shu Yun could vaguely hear the snickering coming from under the quilt. Wife, if you want to laugh, just laugh out loud. Why are you laughing secretly under the covers? Gu Yanqi pulled back the quilt and exposed his head. Who said I was laughing? I hate you for not knowing how to be gentle with women. Shu Yun looked at her seriously. You've almost recovered from giving birth, right? Why are you still being so gentle with me? Just then, bursts of baby crying sounds came over. Because Chu Yun's parents and mother-in-law's rooms were 5 meters away from them. The crying was not that obvious because it was several rooms away, but it was still audible. Oh my! Those little babes are crying again. How about we go over and take a look? Gu Yanqi wanted to get up, but found that he had no strength at all. I'll kill you, you stinky guy. Look at what you've done to me. Oh, I can't even go see the babies. Just when Gu Yanqi was feeling frustrated, the crying stopped. Shuyan spread his hands and said, See, I told you they can handle it. Don't worry, just lie down. Gu Yanqi put his arms under his head and was still breathing heavily. It seems I was overthinking it. The babies are getting bigger and bigger, so they will definitely be easier to take care of. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a house nearby for your parents? My mom happens to live in our neighborhood too, so we can let them take care of the baby more. It's better for the two of us to just be alone. It's so romantic. The feeling just now made Gu Yanqi linger on it. The two of them rested for half an hour and didn't hear the babies crying anymore. Gu Yanqi fell asleep unknowingly. Shu Yun didn't dare to disturb her at first and let her have a good rest for 2 hours. It was almost 3 in the morning. He then pulled Gu Yanqi up and continued working. This time, Shu Yun himself felt tired and soon fell into a deep sleep. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Shu Yun woke up early. After integrating the system, Shu Yun not only had an amazing physique, but his energy and spirit also far exceeded human limits. He sleeps for 3 hours at most. I can't fall asleep because the time limit has passed. After getting up, there was no sound in the house. Big, small, and old are all sleeping. Shu Yun made some breakfast. As soon as we finished, my mother-in-law and my parents came to the living room, each holding their 3 little babies. Li Yuan was surprised to see Chu Yun get up so early to make breakfast. It also feels very unpleasant. Is it because my precious daughter is not fragrant enough? That's definitely not the case. Since my baby daughter smells so good, why does she get up so early? Wouldn't it be nice to be affectionate with her for a while? Or is it that Chu Yun is not good enough? Li Yuan was overwhelmed with emotions and couldn't understand what was going on between the two of them. After breakfast, Xiao Wei wanted to call Gu Yanqi to get up, but she didn't have the courage to do so. After all, she is not my biological daughter, but my daughter-in-law. It would not be appropriate to just wake her up. Li Yuan didn't have this idea at all. Does anyone know whether their precious daughter is wearing clothes or what her condition is? Let's just wait for her to wake up naturally. We waited until after 10 o'clock in the morning. Gu Yanqi just came out of the bedroom to wash up. Li Yuan was surprised and said, Daughter, Cici, why are you awake so late? This is not your style. You used to be very self-disciplined, getting up at 6 o'clock in the summer and 7 o'clock in the winter. Gu Yanqi glanced at Chu Yun with a red face and tried to cover up in a hurry. Yes, that's right. Maybe I've been too tired from taking care of the kids lately, and I've been so tense. I finally managed to relax for a day, but once I relaxed, I couldn't tighten it again. Li Yuan suddenly understood. This explanation makes sense. Gu Yanqi's words were not entirely false.
She was indeed very tired.
Li Yuan looked at the time. Cici, your father will be back soon. His business has been tough lately and he's feeling down. I have to go back and comfort him. Gu Yanqi asked, is the mall really overwhelmed? Li Yuan nodded. That's about right.
Our shopping mall, due to some poor decision-making, wants to expand into the entire province, or even the entire country. The several stores we opened in other places are all doing badly. Several shareholders have withdrawn their capital, and banks are no longer providing loans.
Your father has been using his own money to plug the holes. Misfortunes never come singly.
Your father's previous real estate investment has also failed, and he can't hold on any longer. If your father gave up the mall right away, of course nothing would happen.
But he insisted on holding on, there was nothing he could do. Excellence Century Plaza can be said to be an industry created by Gu Zhengtang alone. Almost like his children.
The other shareholders are nothing more than investors and have no feelings for the mall. I heard from your father that we need at least 200 million in funds to overcome this difficulty.
Under the current circumstances, no one is willing to invest in shares. Not long after Li Yuan left, Chu Yun's parents also left.
They were going to the hospital to visit Chu Yun's sick aunt.
After actually getting married and having children, Chu Yun finally realized that life was full of surprises and disappointments.
Fortunately, he got the system, has a lovely wife, a cute baby, and a life that everyone envies.
He is so content. In addition,
Chu Yun has 200 million investment funds that are sitting idle, so he can use them to fill the hole in Excellence Century.
But Chu Yun is not a philanthropist.
He also wants to see if the mall can be saved before spending money.
That has 200 million. Nothing can be wasted. Chapter 77 Happy birthday, wife. It's time to practice. In front of a luxury store, Chu Yun and Fong Ping each carried a shopping bag. Inside was the V bag they bought.
The 4-bag Chu Yun bought is a limited edition, with a unit price of 480,000. He was almost maxing out the limit on his 500,000 shopping card.
Because today is Gu Yanqi's birthday,
Chu Yun just happened to use the balance on his shopping cart to buy her a birthday present.
Fong Ping's V-bag is just a very ordinary one, with a unit price of 35,000 yuan. It's completely different from Chu Yun's.
After all, there is a huge gap in financial resources between the two people.
As a poor bootlicker, Fong Ping has been working very hard. Brother Yun, have you and sister-in-law reached that stage? You know. Fong Ping was very gossipy. Chu Yun kicked him. Are you talking nonsense? How long have we been married? According to you, after marriage, do we need to get to know each other for a year or two before sleeping together? Fong Ping sighed.
The last strategy of deliberately distancing oneself from Shin Yu didn't work at all.
He licked it again. That's not what I meant. I'm just envious. When can I get Xing Yu?
This girl is really good, with good character and a good family background. Although she is far inferior to my sister-in-law, she is a top goddess to me.
I want to lick her. Chu Yun looked disgusted. A dog that licks until the end will get everything. Fong Ping frowned. Well, sometimes you can't blame us for being lickspittle.
Look at your conditions, this figure, this appearance, and you're so good at making money, there must be a lot of women kneeling down to lick your ass.
Look at me again?
I'm not poor, but I don't have much money.
I look like a monkey and I'm skinny. No one would even want to lick me. If no one licks me, I'll be single forever. Chu Yun nodded to show his understanding. He often reads philosophy books. The most basic principle of materialistic philosophy, contradictions are ubiquitous. Wherever there is someone being licked, there will definitely be someone licking the dog.
Licking and being licked are a pair of contradictions that are inseparable.
But a male god like Chu Yun is always the one being licked. Fong Ping, this idiot, can only be a bootlicker. Back home,
Gu Yanqi was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, feeding the eldest and second young ladies at the same time. Under the sofa is a large, soft, and thick cushion.
It's almost as high as the sofa.
It is specially used for 3 little babies to play, so there is no need to worry about them falling. That's why Gu Yanqi dared to attack from both sides. But she underestimated the weight of the little babies and overestimated her own strength.
My hands started to ache within 5 minutes.
Fortunately, Shu Yun came back in time to rescue her.
Wife, you are quite brave. You feed two at once. Are you so impatient? Shu Yun burst into laughter. Gu Yanqi pouted. Isn't this a special situation? Tabao and Erbao are both hungry. If I feed one, the other will just cry. There's no one at home to help watch them. There's nothing I can do.
Shu Yun made some milk powder.
The second young lady drank it all in one gulp without even thinking.
Usually after drinking breast milk, babies will resist formula for a few minutes before swallowing it obediently.
He must be starving right now. After burping the baby, Shu Yun put the second young lady on the mat.
After 100 days, the second young lady's hands and feet were very happy and kept waving. His body began to rise like a carp, but he could not stay in the air. Suddenly, the second young lady's expression changed and her whole face turned red. She began to slowly tilt to the right, and her body soon tilted to 60 degrees.
With a little more effort, the second young lady would be able to lie on the mat and complete the turn.
Generally, babies can roll over when they are about 3 months old. They can sit on their own at around 6 months old. They can crawl at 7 or 8 months.
Learning to stand up is just the first step in a long journey.
Oh. With a sound similar to a sigh, the turn failed. She lay back heavily on the mat, breathing rapidly through her little mouth, as if gathering strength.
Gu Yanqi also noticed the second young lady's performance and came over to watch. By the way, I also put the eldest lady on the mat. Whoosh! The eldest lady is much more flexible.
He put his left leg on top of his right leg, spun his body lightly, and fell directly onto the mat. However, the eldest lady could only complete the first step of turning over. That is, from lying down to lying down.
I wanted to turn over and lie down flat, but I couldn't muster any strength. Ha ha! Miss, you are awesome. It's amazing that you can translate like this.
It seemed like she was called by her elder sister. The second young lady also gathered her strength and tried a few more times.
Finally, at the last try, I succeeded in turning things around. After turning over, the second young lady's arms were placed together and pressed under her body.
Like a giant caterpillar, twisting and turning.
Shu Yun couldn't help but pat the eldest and second daughter's buttocks a few times. Seeing her husband's action, Gu Yanqi's face suddenly turned red. It seems familiar.
After lying down for a while, the two little guys got tired and started crying.
Shu Yun and his wife picked them up one each.
My third brother is still sleeping soundly at this moment. The three babies' activities are staggered, which gives them a break.
Honey, what did you and Feng Ping do today? Do you remember what day it is?
Shu Yun counted with his fingers.
Today is July 7th. Could it be Qixi Festival? Gu Yanqi rolled his eyes. Does your family celebrate Qixi Festival according to the solar calendar? Shu Yun continued to play dumb. What day is that? Look at a calendar.
There are 365 days in a day, and almost every day is an anniversary or holiday.
Gu Yanqi waved her fists angrily. Today is my birthday, and I even forgot about it. I suddenly don't like you anymore. Shu Yun patted his head and acted frantically. Oh, I really forgot.
I was so busy accompanying that idiot Feng Ping today and buying a gift for Xingyu that I forgot about my wife's birthday. If I had known earlier, I would have bought you a gift, so my trip wouldn't have been in vain.
Is it too late for me to go buy it now? Gu Yanqi grabbed Shu Yun's arm. Forget it, husband. It's just a birthday. It's nothing.
I'm just saying that, don't take it seriously, I'm not angry. Don't look at the fact that Gu Yanqi has been spoiled since childhood.
She has no obsession with birthdays.
Unlike many rich girls.
Every time my birthday comes, I have to have a grand birthday party.
She has always believed that her mother's birthday is her mother's suffering day. This idea became even stronger when she gave birth to triplets herself.
Birthdays can be celebrated, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Sometimes you forget, so just forget it.
At this moment, Shu Yun suddenly took out the limited edition LV bag he had bought.
Wife, happy birthday.
You used to be rich and beautiful, wearing luxury goods like a little princess. Stay with me now, I will spoil you like a real princess. The sudden gift made Gu Yanqi very excited, and tears fell down her face.
Wow! This LV bag seems to be a limited edition. It must be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's so expensive.
Shu Yun pinched her nose.
Are you stupid? You're my wife. If I had the money, I could buy the entire earth and give it to you. What's so valuable about it? My wife is priceless in my eyes. This sweet talk was very effective for Gu Yanqi. She immediately became intimate with Chu Yun. If it weren't for the fact that both of the kids were awake, I would have almost started a fire. Ever since Gu Yanqi's Ren and Du meridians were opened, it's completely different from before. She longed to practice with Chu Yun. Wife, you are becoming more and more skilled under my guidance, right? Chu Yun joked. Chapter 78. Gu Yanqi is going back to school, and the babies have all gained weight. Gu Yanqi punched him a few times shyly. Say that again? If you say that again, I won't let you touch me, and I'll kick you off the bed when I go to sleep at night. Shu Yun said with a wicked smile, even if you go down, I will pull you up. On the carpet, isn't it more exciting? Gu Yanqi. Shu Yun came to kill by patting his head. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. I'm going to prepare the birthday cake. We have an oven and butter at home. With Chu Yun's craftsmanship, making a cake is very easy. What pattern do you want on the cake? Shu Yun asked. Gu Yanqi thought for a long time. Family portrait? If my husband can make a family portrait out of cream, I'll really admire you. Shu Yun made a gesture. Okay, what's the reward? Gu Yanqi shook his head. I don't know, right? Shu Yun smiled and said, then the reward is to stay up all night tonight. Gu Yanqi didn't understand. All night? All night for what? Shu Yun hummed, yes. After thinking for a few seconds, Gu Yanqi finally understood the meaning of Chu Yun's right. Go to hell. Time flows quietly in the warm rhythm of life of a family of 5. Before we knew it, it was already mid-September. Shenzhen University has started school. In addition to the thesis, Gu Yanqi still has 14.5 credits to complete, which is 5 courses. Just complete these 5 courses. After finishing the thesis and defense, you can get your diploma. For Gu Yanqi at the moment, a diploma is of no use. She is not short of money and has a happy family life. You don't need a diploma to find a job and make a living. But people always want to make progress. Many wealthy people and celebrities choose to go back to college after achieving success. You can learn more knowledge and improve your resume. Besides, graduating from a national key university sounds much better than graduating from high school. And the university environment is very good. While Gu Yanqi goes to class, he can also often take his baby to the university campus. Let them feel the academic atmosphere in advance and be influenced by knowledge. Since there are so few classes, the intervals between classes are naturally longer. There are basically only 3 days of classes per week. There are only half-day classes on these 3 days. I have half a day left to go home, which is still very relaxing. Gu Yanqi's first class is on September 20th. She majored in international trade. This major is considered the school's flagship major and is top-notch in the country. At the same time, Chu Yun's milk tea shop also opened. The name of this milk tea shop is Sanbao. It sounds very ordinary, and its actual meaning is also very obvious. It is to commemorate Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi giving birth to 3 babies. The investment in a milk tea shop is not large. The annual rent plus the renovation costs only total about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. As long as the business is a little bit prosperous, the investment can be recovered quickly. Xinyu hired a clerk to run the milk tea shop with her. She owns 25% of the shares. Chu Yun opened this milk tea shop and basically didn't care about it. It was all managed by Xinyu. Moreover, Xinyu had taken great pains to take care of Gu Yanqi before. Chu Yun's family of 5 now has a warm and happy life. Xinyu is definitely the biggest contributor. Giving her a 25% stake is not an exaggeration. When we first opened, business was indeed average. Because of lack of fame. Later, Chu Yun and Gu Yanqi, 2 super internet celebrities from Shenzhen City University, worked together. Used their own selling points to promote. It became popular overnight at Shenzhen University. Sales are skyrocketing every day. A few days ago, after deducting various costs, the net profit per day was only 200 or 300. 2 weeks later, the highest daily net profit soared to 2,800 and is still increasing. It doesn't matter to Chu Yun how much money he makes. The key is to have a place to stay in school.
Previously, Xu Yun had injected all of his 200 million investment funds into Excellence Century Plaza. It holds 41% of the shares and is currently the largest shareholder.
But he kept his identity secret.
Gu Zhengtang tried to meet Xu Yun several times, but was rejected by him every time.
This funding directly revitalized Excellence Century Plaza.
Gu Zhengtang began to personally manage and run the business with all his efforts. After 2 months, the revenue situation has improved significantly and is back on track.
It will take at most 2 months to get rid of the loss situation and achieve profitability. This investment can be considered a positive investment. The 200 million investment funds cannot be redeemed.
But now, Xu Yun can cash out in minutes.
However, he did not use Excellence Century Plaza as a tool to cash out.
If Xu Yun really ran away at this time, Gu Zhengtang would probably jump off the building.
In my own living room,
Xu Yun and his wife were busy measuring the height and weight of the 3 little kids. They are 5.5 months old and will be half a year old soon.
Compared to when they were just born,
both height and weight have increased a lot. Xu Yun held the phone and stared at the standard numerical range of height and weight on it.
Gu Yanqi first put the young lady on a special scale for measurement.
The little kids are very naughty and are becoming more and more lively.
It's human nature.
When it's time to talk, babies will babble and try hard to pronounce words.
When it is time to walk, babies will try hard to walk.
At 5.5 months old, the babies have learned to sit and can turn over quite flexibly.
Just lay them down. It can purr in the next second.
The eldest lady, who has the most flexible hands and feet, can even turn over and sit up by herself with the help of tools. Gu Yanqi had to hold down her hands and feet to keep her body in a relatively straight position.
How much, wife? Xu Yun asked impatiently. Height, 74.4 centimeters, weight, 11.4 kilograms.
Xu Yun was a little surprised when he compared the numerical range of the baby girl's height and weight.
The above only gives the height and weight ranges for 5-month-old and 6-month-old baby girls.
The eldest daughter is 5.5 months old now, so it's hard to judge.
Xu Yun can only take the middle value.
I'm only 0.3 kilograms away from being overweight. As for my height, I'm 1 centimeter over the standard.
Xu Yun was dumbfounded. Logically speaking, triplets, born by cesarean section, should be slightly weaker than babies born through normal vaginal delivery.
It's not to say that this is absolutely true, but it's not an advantage anyway.
Who would have thought that the 3 little kids would grow so well? Both height and weight are over the standard.
The second young lady is 2 centimeters shorter and 1 kilogram lighter than her elder sister. But among children of the same age, he is considered a leader.
Sanbao is almost the ceiling of the normal numerical range for baby boys.
If your baby grows too fast, it may be because he or she is taking too many hormones, which stimulates physical development.
This is not a good thing. Considering that both Xu Yun and his wife are tall, this situation is understandable.
Before this, Xu Yun took them to check trace elements.
They are all a little deficient in calcium and zinc, but it is not serious. All other aspects of the inspection were basically fine.
This shows that the 3 milk balls are very healthy. The reason why they grow so fast is simply because of their excellent genes and because they eat a lot and eat well.
This is inseparable from Gu Yanqi's abundant rations.
It is very difficult for a mother to control a baby.
Gu Yanqi's pair of FS really have a terrifying food capacity.
It's amazing that 3 babies can be raised so fat.
Chapter 79. The baby is sick, my husband is so awesome. The worst thing is,
at this stage, it is time to add complementary foods to the milk balls.
Only 1 complementary meal is needed every day, and the amount should not be too large.
That is to say, drink some rice soup, vegetable juice, fruit juice, etc. Once they are exposed to food from outside, babies will absorb more and more nutrients.
Xu Yun was really worried that they wouldn't be able to control their body size.
The key is that babies are in the stage of growing up and they cannot be forced to diet.
This is very distressing.
After measuring their height and weight, Xu Yun placed the eldest and second daughters on the sofa and let them sit side by side. I took a photo of them myself. The older they get, the more alike they become. When we are young, our bodies and facial features are in the early stages of development.
There is a big difference in appearance between the 2 people. But as we get older, the gap becomes smaller and smaller.
Their hair, facial features, and body shapes are all moving in the same direction.
They look like they were carved from the same mold.
As for my third brother, he and his 2 sisters are triplets. But he is a boy after all, so there is still a big difference. The three little kids have one thing in common: they are all beautiful. The cute big eyes sparkle with bright black light, and they all have double eyelids. The skin is as white as milk. Even my third brother's skin is incredibly white. He is really a fat and white kid. Smile. Chu Yun's gaze swept over the milk balls. Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao all opened their little mouths and laughed playfully. Babies who are more than 5 months old already have some awareness and ideas of their own. Some babies even start to feel shy. Meet someone you don't know. Not to mention a hug, even just looking at her a few more times would scare her and make her cry loudly. When the baby meets close people like his parents, he will smile when he looks at them. They smiled at each other, so cute. Sometimes when you hit the baby's funny spot, they will giggle non-stop. It won't stop until you inhale some cold air and start burping. Wife, you play with the kids first, I'll go make some solid food. Chu Yun kissed Gu Yanqi on her fair forehead and turned to walk towards the kitchen. As the baby grows, he or she will definitely need to get more nutrition from external food. Gu Yanqi's rations alone are not enough to satisfy them. Of course, some people who do not need to rely on food nutrition to grow, such as Chu Yun, can still be satisfied. Even if Chu Yun had millions of soldiers, 2 large granaries would be enough. Chu Yun cooked some millet and pumpkin porridge. Currently, the babies can only eat liquid food. Then he picked some leafy greens, cooked them, and put them in the blender. Press the switch and the green leafy vegetables are quickly minced into a paste. Chu Yun threw away the large pieces of vegetable leaves, leaving only the very finely chopped ones, and mixed them into the rice porridge. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Chu Yun called out, and the 3 hungry souls awakened instantly. The eldest lady was very lively. She waved her hands and feet and sat up with a roll. Through the net surrounding the bed, she stared at the steaming rice porridge. The eldest daughter babbled something, staring at her father with a mischievous grin on her face. After laughing for more than 10 times, the eldest daughter's face immediately darkened when she saw that her father had not brought the meal over yet. I felt so wrong that I was about to cry. Husband, feed the young lady quickly, the little one can't wait. Gu Yanqi urged. Chu Yun filled a small half bowl and brought it over, then gently filled it with a spoon. After waiting for half a minute, he handed the rice porridge to the young lady's mouth when it was no longer hot. This little mouth has been waiting for a long time. The moment the spoon touched her lips, the young lady swallowed it in one gulp. The rice porridge mixed with vegetable leaves began to chew in her mouth with a smacking sound. An unprecedented fresh taste instantly ignited the desire to eat. Although my mother's rations and milk powder are delicious, the taste is too monotonous. The food outside is full of flavors. The eldest lady hummed softly in praise. She hadn't eaten enough, so she stretched her little hands forward, trying to grab the bowl. When you first start adding complementary foods, the amount should not be too large and the frequency should not be too high. Because many babies are allergic to some foods or are prone to discomfort. Only feed a small amount at first and observe. After confirming that there is no impact, gradually increase the amount of complementary food. Another bite. Chu Yun handed half a spoonful of rice porridge to the eldest lady's mouth. With a slurp, the young lady swallowed it all in one breath. He chewed it a few times and swallowed it quickly. Only then did Chu Yun realize that the eldest lady was just like a little tiger, not even chewing her food. Although rice porridge is liquid, you can't just put it in your mouth, chew it 2 or 3 times and then swallow it, right? It is best to chew millet and vegetable leaves thoroughly before swallowing. This is in line with the temperament of a foodie. Of course, it's indeed a bad habit, and she needs to be corrected. Gu Yanqi chuckled. I'm not a foodie, so how could I have given birth to such a little tiger? The food Chu Yun cooked was so delicious. Even the second young lady, who usually doesn't have a big appetite, ate several spoonfuls and fell asleep right after eating. But when it came to Sanbao, he simply licked it and didn't have much appetite. The back of Chu Yun's hand accidentally touched Sanbao's face. A burning sensation spread across the back of my hand. It's so hot, Sanbao has a fever. Chu Yun said in surprise. Sanbao slept very well today and woke up after a long time, looking very tired. Both Chu Yun and his wife ignored the problem of their baby's fever. If I hadn't touched his face by chance, I wouldn't have known it was so hot. Gu Yanqi held Sanbao in his arms and placed the thermometer under his armpit. Take it out and take a look after 5 minutes. Wow, 38.8 degrees. It's a high fever.
Babies are different from adults. An average adult with a high fever of 38.8 degrees Celsius would probably become as listless as a dog. If the baby's body temperature does not exceed 38.5 degrees, there is generally no need to take antipyretics, only physical cooling can be sufficient. Babies nowadays are very precious and rarely take medicine or get injections. But Sanbao's temperature is obviously too high, so he must take medicine to reduce the fever first. After the fever subsides, find out the cause of the fever. Babies aged 5.5 months are most susceptible to illness. Changes in temperature, dryness and humidity of the air, and changes in food may all cause discomfort to their bodies. Shu Yun brought a bag of 0.2 grams of ibuprofen. I poured a quarter of the bag into a spoon, rinsed it with water, and fed it to my third brother little by little after it was no longer hot. After taking ibuprofen for about half an hour, the fever should be significantly reduced. Afterwards, Shu Yun used a towel dipped in warm water to wipe his third brother's entire body to cool him down physically. My husband is so great. I'm so lucky to have you. If I were alone, I really don't know what I would do. Gu Yanqi watched her husband's skillful movements. The adoration in his eyes grew even stronger. Having such a caring and considerate husband, you will feel extremely secure. After about 40 minutes, my third brother was sweating a lot. A simple touch of the hand can feel that his body is not as hot as before. I tested it and found that my temperature was only 37.5 degrees. Shu Yun tapped his third brother's belly, then looked at Gu Yanqi. It's not a fever caused by food accumulation. My wife helped me open Sanbao's mouth so I could check his throat with my phone. With his mouth open, Shu Yun used the flashlight on his mobile phone to illuminate and carefully observe Sanbao's throat. There are so many little bubbles. It's indeed her pangina. I need to take some medicine and spray some spray down my throat. With the skills of a miracle doctor, this minor illness is nothing to Shu Yun. This disease is contagious. Keep Sanbao away from the sisters during this period and don't share anything. Shu Yun warned. Adults will feel uncomfortable with a sore throat. What else more, it's just such a small piece of milk. No wonder I have a loss of appetite. As for medicine, there's no need to go to the pharmacy. We have it at home. Since Shu Yun mastered the skills of a miracle doctor, he set up a small medicine store at home. Common medicines available on the market, for both adults and children. He bought some spares for all of them. Chapter 80 Life is good, husband, please be more restrained. Well, I'll leave it all to my husband. I hope Sanbao gets better soon. Gu Yanqi's eyes were filled with tears of heartache. For the next week, Shu Yun took good care of Sanbao. After 2 days of high fever, the fever finally subsided completely. A week later, the herpes in my throat completely disappeared and I finally recovered. Afterwards, Shu Yun and his wife took Sanbao to get his half-year-old vaccination. Mainly the third hepatitis B shot and the flu vaccine. In the living room, Gu Yanqi put the milk he had sucked into a milk bag, marked the number of milliliters, and froze it in the refrigerator. Milk powder and complementary food have become the main food for these little kids. The large amount of food she produced was sometimes not enough to eat and had to be frozen. After a long time, more than 20 bags had piled up. Some of them are almost spoiled. Gu Yanqi thought that after all, the food was produced by himself, so it would be a pity to throw it away. Before it went bad, she heated it up and drank it herself, and occasionally fed it to Shu Yun. Shu Yun was simply forced to do the business. He had to admit that his wife's granary tasted delicious. But he really didn't like drinking the rations in the granary. The taste is weird, maybe only the milk dumplings can discover its deliciousness. Looking at the refrigerator full of frozen rations, Shu Yun once wondered how his thin wife could possess such a huge amount of energy. Wife, do you want milk tea? Shu Yun took out 2 cups of homemade iced milk tea from the refrigerator. Gu Yanqi came over holding Debeo. She took a milk bag in one hand and put it into the heater. No, honey, my relatives are coming over and my stomach hurts a bit. I can't drink anything cold. Shu Yun nodded. Okay, I'll make some hot soup for my wife later, it should be able to relieve the pain. Gu Yanqi covered his lower abdomen with his hands, his expression slightly painful. Thank you, husband. He loves me the most. After heating for 10 minutes, Gu Yanqi took out the milk bag, poured the heated milk into the bottle, and prepared to feed the eldest lady. The soul that is eager to eat can no longer be restrained. The eldest lady's mouth kept chattering. His whole little face puffed up, gathering strength.
His upper and lower lips were tightly clenched, and he was making loud, forceful puffing sounds with his mouth, spitting everywhere. Gu Yanqi pressed the pacifier against the left side of the eldest lady's mouth. The little guy's mouth immediately moved to the left. Gu Yanqi took the opportunity to put the pacifier to the right side of her mouth. The little guy's mouth then moved to the right. Gu Yanqi teased her deliberately, shaking the pacifier from side to side. The eldest lady's head shook like a rattle. At first, the eldest daughter could feel that her mother was teasing her. He smiled awkwardly several times. Later, she could no longer bear it. Her spirit of greed exploded, her facial features twisted, and she was about to cry. This is the ultimate killer move of the milk balls.
Don't cry, don't cry. Mommy won't tease you anymore. Gu Yanqi immediately stuffed the pacifier into the eldest lady's mouth.
A full 90 milliliters, the little guy drank it all in one breath. After drinking it, the young lady kept smacking her lips, obviously still feeling unsatisfied. Gu Yanqi held her in his arms and put the bottle on the table. The young lady smelled the fragrance of milk and wanted to continue eating through her clothes.
Miss, you haven't eaten enough yet? You can't eat anymore. Gu Yanqi muttered in a slightly scolding tone. It doesn't matter.
The fragile young lady immediately burst into tears out of grievance. There was no other way, Gu Yanqi could only continue feeding.
But the eldest lady doesn't eat much. You little rascal, you're already full and you still want to take over the pot? Don't you want to leave some food for your brothers and sisters?
Yun sat on the balcony, drank his milk tea, and felt refreshed.
The air conditioner is on at home.
Although the temperature was not set that low, it was not hot. There is no charm in drinking ice milk tea. The balcony was scorching hot and my clothes were soaked with sweat after sitting there for a few minutes.
Drinking iced milk tea at this temperature is soulful. After drinking, Yun also had a glass of iced cola.
I felt so good that I almost reached heaven. When I came to the living room, I saw that the three little kids were awake.
Gu Yanqi surrounded them in a circle and sat them inside the fence. Put a bunch of toys in front of them and let them choose freely. Miss, Daddy gives you a hug.
Yun picked up Debeo and planned to take him for a walk around the house. But after taking a few steps, Debeo burst into tears. Her body pressed against Yun, her shoulders leaned back, her big eyes staring straight at Gu Yanqi.
My wife came over quickly and opened her arms. Debeo threw himself into her arms. When Yun wanted to hug her again, Debeo buried his whole body in Gu Yanqi's chest and simply chose to ignore him. What the hell? Is he recognizing me? Yun laughed and cried.
It is common for babies to recognize people. The baby will recognize whoever takes care of him the most. Generally speaking, they will definitely recognize their mother. In many families, babies are taken care of by their grandmothers. Usually they also recognize their grandmother. The situation in Yun's family is different. From the time I was born as three little kids until now, Yun has been with them for the longest time. The babies are related to Gu Yanqi by blood, so they are close to each other, which is understandable. But Yun has been with them for so long. He was a little sad that he was not recognized.
Stinky Debeo, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't find my dad, he won't like you anymore.
I'm going to hug my younger brothers and sisters. Yun pinched her little nose. At the same time, he held her right foot with his right hand, brought it to his mouth and smelled it. While smelling it, he was also teasing Debeo.
Wow, it stinks. Wow, it stinks.
Yun made a disgusted expression and covered his nose. The eldest lady was amused and laughed out loud.
It stinks so bad.
Chuckle. Because she laughed for too long, the young lady burped. This time Yun opened his arms to hug her again. The eldest daughter obediently leaned forward and threw herself into her father's arms.
That's more like it.
Yun showed a fatherly smile on his face. At this stage, Dad is definitely not as close to the baby as Mom.
But you're not so shy that you don't even look for your dad, right? Desperately. This situation doesn't just happen to the eldest daughter.
The same goes for my third brother.
The third child is a boy and is more attached to his mother.
There is only the second young lady, who is Dad's standard little cotton padded jacket. She is the complete opposite of her sister and brother.
She only recognizes Yun.
Even when Gu Yanqi tried to hug her, she had to resist a few times before accepting.
Great. Miss Second did a great job. The second young lady is really smart.
She knows that dad is the head of the family and the pillar of support, so she found the right person to please.
Shu Yun said with a smile.
Gu Yanqi pinched the bones in her hand, walked up to Chu Yun, and waved her pink fist threateningly.
Then who should you listen to as the head of the family? Shu Yun quickly gave in.
Of course I have to listen to the old woman.
Whom? Who's the old woman? You're the old woman. You're the old man. Shu Yun laughed out loud. What the hell is old man? The chief steward? I'm definitely tougher than the chief steward, otherwise where did he get those 3 kids?
You bastard.
Gu Yanqi punched him shyly. Shu Yun suddenly said, Isn't it Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow? This is the first Mid-Autumn Festival for our family of 5. We will have many more firsts in the future. Do you feel that life is full of hope? Do you feel that the world is beautiful?
Shu Yun was like a pyramid scheme member, brainwashing Gu Yanqi crazily.
Gu Yanqi was a little troubled. How should we celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival? Shu Yun thought for a moment and said, It should be nice to celebrate at night. We'll definitely have to stay up all night. But it's hard to say during the day.
Gu Yanqi clenched her hands and trembled.
Can you please not stay up all night? It's too scary, it can be fatal. I almost faint every time. You need to be more restrained, otherwise the second baby will come out. Shu Yun was very calm. What's wrong with having a second child?
Many couples have a second child when their baby is 5 or 6 months old.
It's normal.
By the time the second child is born, the first child will already be over a year old.
It's perfectly normal for the older child to be over a year older than the younger one.
Of course, he was just joking. It is not possible to have a second child for the time being. If you only have one child, a second or third child is a must. The key is to bombard 3 babies with 1 pregnancy.
If we want a second child, even if it's just one, we won't be able to handle it. Chapter 81, Make Clothes for the Baby. Assets are nearly 1 billion.
Shu Yun frowned as he looked at the dirty clothes on the 3 little kids.
Are there not enough clothes for the babies? Gu Yanqi nodded, yes.
The baby is getting bigger and bigger, and the clothes are getting dirty faster and faster. Before, it only got on me when I was breastfeeding, but now it gets on me when I'm eating solid food too.
Plus, the weather is very hot.
I sweat a lot after just a short activity indoors, and my clothes get dirty easily.
It's really time to buy new clothes. Shu Yun said, That's not necessary, let's customize some clothes for the babies.
I'll use a tape measure to measure their sizes later, design a few sets of summer, autumn and winter clothes, and hand them over to a famous brand tailor shop that makes custom clothes. Possessing the skill of master handicraft, the clothes made by Chu Yun himself as a tailor are of absolutely unmatched quality.
But he has no tools.
The handicrafts made by those well-known brands all rely on the assistance of top-notch machines. Shu Yun has nothing at home, at most he has a sewing machine.
What good clothes can be made?
He could only design the drawings himself. As for making clothes, just leave it to the craftsmen of big brands who do the handmade customization.
On the laptop,
Shu Yun downloaded a special design software and started designing clothes for the babies. Of course, Shu Yun is not a designer for any big brand.
There is no need to rack your brains to design professional clothes.
All you need to do is design some brightly colored and lively t-shirts and jackets for your babies so that they look cute when they wear them. Besides, Shu Yun's design inspiration is far stronger than those so-called top designers.
In less than 20 minutes, several styles of clothing were designed. The patterns on them were all thought up by Chu Yunxian. There are patterns of cute babies, patterns of mothers holding babies, and patterns of happy families. There are also some cartoon animal patterns, such as bunny rabbits, kittens and the like, which are very cute. In addition, Chu Yun added a unified logo on each piece of clothing. A logo exclusively for a family of 5. The overall pattern of this logo is a yellow crescent. But there is an extra horizontal line above the crescent, which looks like the number 5, representing a family of 5. In the middle of the crescent, there are 5 stars of different sizes surrounding it. It also represents a family of 5. On the surface, it seems that everyone is the center of attention. In fact, it encompasses the image of a family and is very meaningful. Wow, is this the dress my husband designed? It's so beautiful, and it's 3D, amazing.
Gu Yanqi came over and looked at her for a long time, and was shocked by her beauty.
In her concept, isn't design just drawing on paper? It can even be operated on the software. So high tech? Times have changed, sister. Shu-yun smiled. Then he called Xingyu. Yeah, I remember you said before that you knew a friend who made custom clothes? Xingyu nodded. Yes, my classmate is very capable. She and most of her team have worked for top domestic and even global brands. Now I'm out on my own and have opened many chain stores. The quality is top-notch. Shu-yun said, okay, then please contact her for me when you have time. I'll ask her to help customize a few clothes. Shu-yun has very high requirements for clothes. The clothes must be made strictly according to the patterns, logos, sizes and materials used in production processes designed by him, and must also be made according to what Shu-yun said. Only clothes made in this way will be comfortable and look cute for babies. Ding! Detected that the host designed clothes for the baby, daddy value plus 1,600. 1,600? Shu-yun was shocked. This way of pampering your child can really help you gain daddy value at an amazing speed. Nowadays, the dad value gained by pampering the baby by feeding the baby with formula, changing diapers, taking the baby for walks, etc. is very small. This is why Shu-yun racked his brains to come up with a new way to pamper his baby. The more ways you pamper your baby, the faster your dad value will increase. The faster the nanny value increases, the faster the nanny level will be upgraded. In this way, you can get more and more lottery opportunities in exchange for more and more skills and items. Shu-yun entered the system. Use up all of your remaining 4 lottery chances. Shu-yun is already a level 5 dad. As the nanny's level increases, the level of rewards obtained from the lottery will also increase. There will no longer be diapers, baby bottles and other very cheap things. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, King of Fighters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving cash, 50 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the asset, 6% of Northern Airlines shares. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill, Teaching Master. Fighting skills are somewhat useful to Shu-yun, at least he can use them to protect himself. The skills of a teaching master are very important. Parents are their children's first teachers. Children should not only learn knowledge and how to be a good person in school. Parental indoctrination is equally important. Shu-yun has a lot of knowledge and skills. But just because you have mastered something doesn't mean you can teach it. It's like many athletes who shine brightly on the court and seem invincible. Being a coach may not be possible. This skill can assist Shu-yun in effectively conveying his knowledge to the little ones. As for the 6% stake in Northern Airlines, it is also a considerable asset. The current market value of Northern Airlines is 11 billion. A 6% stake means that Shu-yun has a net worth of more than 600 million. Not to mention 50 million in cash. This is real money, unlike the illusory market value of Northern Airlines. Shu-yun closed the computer contentedly and glanced at the sky outside. It just rained a little yesterday, and now it is cloudy again, and the air is very cool. Shu-yun suggested, "Wife, let's take the babies out for a walk. It's time to see the world." Gu Yanxi nodded in agreement, "Great." They've been cooped up at home for over 2 months. It's time for them to get some fresh air and meet some people. Otherwise it will not be good for their character development. Keep babies in a closed environment for a long time. I can only see my parents every day. Their dependence on their parents will be infinitely strengthened. At the same time, meeting strangers will make you more frightened. It is possible that the seeds of future introversion and loneliness are sown at a very young age. It is better to let babies go to lively places more often to open their eyes. The couple prepared a lot of things including bottles and milk powder and put them in the storage area on the floor below the stroller. Then he pushed the 3 little babies downstairs. The interior of Tianqi Garden alone is very large, like a large park. But there really aren't many people. There is a square 200 or 300 meters outside the community. At night, there are musical fountains and singing and dancing performances, which is very lively. Even during the day, when the weather is pleasant, there are many people. Some are resting, some are playing ball, and some are taking their kids for a stroll. Shu-yun and his wife were pushing 3 little babies. Walk slowly along the stone path in the middle of the lawn. When he reached a turning intersection, Gu Yanxi's face suddenly changed. She bent down to lower her center of gravity and pushed her third brother forward a few steps quickly. He used the roadside signs as cover to shield himself. Shu Yun quickly followed. Chapter 82. It's time to meet my father-in-law. What's wrong, wife? You're just like a thief. Gu Yinshi lowered his voice. Did you see that middle-aged man just now? I guess you didn't see it clearly, but that was my dad. Shu Yun could clearly see the embarrassment on his wife's face. Before this, Gu Yinshi had a very good relationship with his father. Gu Zhengtang treated her like the apple of his eye and gave her whatever she wanted. There is nothing to talk about between father and daughter. But ever since this happened, the father and daughter have to avoid each other when they meet, for fear of bumping into each other. It's like running into a friend or classmate from years ago. You can only hide and pretend you didn't see him. Shu Yun couldn't help but sigh. I'm definitely involved. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be pregnant, give birth to a baby, or have a falling out with your dad. The root of everything is that I was drunk. A murder caused by drunkenness. It takes the person who tied the bell to untie it. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, I will go meet my father-in-law. Gu Yinshi widened his eyes. So soon? Husband, aren't you afraid that he will kick you out? Shu Yun looked indifferent. I'm already an adult, and I have thick skin. What do I have to be afraid of? You also said that at most your father wouldn't accept me, would scold me, and would kick me out of the house. Besides, I have many ways to control my father-in-law. Gu Yinshi felt inexplicably nervous. The two most important men in her life are about to face off. Although it is not as fatal as the night duel. But this invisible war is equally terrifying. Gu Yinshi has unlimited trust in her husband. She believed that as long as Chu Yun wanted to, he could pick the moon from the sky. But Gu Yinshi had no confidence at all in Chu Yun's ability to deal with her father. She knew Chu Yun, and she knew her father's bad temper even better. The strongest spear vs the strongest shield. Suddenly, Gu Yinshi felt relieved. She actually had a bit of a mentality of watching the fun. I am also involved in the situation and should not have this kind of mentality, but she does. She couldn't wait to watch the show. Gu Yinshi was lost in thought. While pushing the baby out of the community, we came to the square. There are a lot of people in the square. You can see many grandparents or mothers pushing strollers and taking their children for a walk. Dad rarely sees it. Maybe at this moment, you are working and making money. Chu Yun and his wife are very good looking. When placed in a crowd, it is simply a ruthless crushing and dimensionality reducing attack. 200% return rate. Plus they were pushing 3 full balls of milk. A family of 5, dad is handsome, mom is beautiful, and there are many babies. No matter where you go, you can successfully rock the street. Many onlookers took out their phones to take pictures and muttered to themselves. The kid's dad is really handsome, and the kid's mom has a great figure. The baby isn't that big, so it must have just been out of confinement. Such postpartum recovery. I'm so envious. The 3 babies look about the same size. Could they be triplets? Look at them. They wear designer clothes, are rich, have 2 children, and are winners in life. There are even some outdoor anchors who started live streaming the entire process of a family of 5. They were all driven away by Chu Yun. A family of 5 came to the fountain. The fountain circulates continuously, splashing water columns several meters high. It's common for adults. But in the eyes of the little kids, it is very fresh. Looking at the water column rising high into the sky, Miss DeBeo had the strongest reaction. Puff. Her little mouth was constantly spitting saliva, her hands and feet were waving with excitement, and her body was shaking. Use this method to express your excitement. The second young lady is still as dull as ever. The gleam in her eyes proved that she was also interested in the fountain. But I wasn't as excited as my sister. Sanbao's attention was not on the fountain at all. Instead, he kept staring at Aunt Big Bear next to him, raising his eyebrows constantly. It seems to be discharging. My third brother is so smart. He knew that his mother couldn't be teased. But you can flirt with this beautiful aunt, you don't know it will. The woman opposite also greeted the third brother with a smile. When my third brother saw his aunt waving, his whole body sat up straight. Gu Yinshi was startled and covered his mouth with his hands. Unbelievable. How old is this little guy, and he already knows how to flirt with an aunt in her 20s? If my third brother were 20, wouldn't he be flirting with wealthy women in their 40s or 50s? It's terrifying when you think about it. Hubby, I learned all this from you. My third brother has inherited your genes perfectly. Shu Yun is innocent. What does it have to do with me?
I'm just naturally handsome, but I don't go around flirting with girls.
I admit that I did have many girlfriends before. But every one of them took the initiative to flirt with me. This is a matter of dignity, so we can't talk nonsense. Gu Yanqi hugged the bear and looked at him. Ah, you have a lot of girlfriends. Can you tell me all their names?
Tell me about Xiaoli, Xiaowan, and Gu Weifen.
Shu Yun quickly changed the subject. We were talking about my third brother. How did it get dragged into my head? I got shot even when I was lying down. It's all your fault, Sanbao. Your mom scolded me. I'm going to spank you when I get home.
Shu Yun's threat sounded more powerful to Sanbao than the pea he had just released.
He ignored his dad and continued to flirt with Aunt Big Bear. Shu Yun quickly pushed him away.
There is an uncle selling hydrogen balloons in front.
Gu Yanqi suggested, honey, let's buy a balloon for each of the babies? Tie it to the stroller. When we get home, let the babies hold on to the rope and play with it. Shu Yun came to the uncle.
This pile of hydrogen balloons includes crocodiles, rabbits, Hello Kitty, teddy bears, dinosaurs and so on.
Miss, which one do you like? Shu Yun asked.
However, DeBeo is simply unable to express his likes and dislikes. Shu Yun held a green dinosaur balloon and placed it in front of the eldest lady.
Do you like this dinosaur balloon? It's Pig George's favorite. As he spoke, Shu Yun imitated the sound of a dinosaur. The eldest lady was startled. This scare is nothing.
The fragile DeBeo immediately burst into tears.
Shu Yun comforted him immediately. Okay, DeBeo, stop crying. Let's not have the dinosaur balloon, okay? Let's give you a Hello Kitty instead. He was holding a Hello Kitty balloon and waving it in front of the young lady. Unexpectedly, the eldest lady was not interested and her eyes were dim. Changed several balloons. The eldest lady didn't seem to like it very much.
Finally, Shu Yun placed the dinosaur balloon in front of her, and the young lady's eyes lit up instantly.
Good boy, DeBeo just likes this dinosaur balloon? Gu Yanqi pinched her face, speechless. You little bastard, you don't want any of the cute little animals, but you chose a dinosaur. You're such a tomboy. But why is a female man so fragile and timid? You are a contradiction.
Shu Yun also bought a Hello Kitty cat and a teddy bear and gave them to the second and third treasures respectively.
The family of 5 continued to move forward.
The supporting facilities near the community are very good. There are not only squares, hospitals and other things, but also a large shopping mall.
Excellent Century Plaza. Chapter 83, Lao Wang is not a good person after all. The second lady even scolds him. Excellent Century Plaza is one of the largest chain shopping malls in Shenzhen. There are 7 in total. It is close to the city center and is a very prosperous CBD area. Excellent Century Plaza is naturally indispensable. Honey, let's go shopping in the mall. There are a lot of people and goods in the mall, so the little ones can have a good time.
Also, I plan to buy some ingredients and make mooncakes myself.
With God-level cooking skills, you can do whatever you want. Shu Yun wants to make any delicious food that can be made at home.
Because making your own is safer and tastes better.
Can those mooncakes produced by machines compare with those made by the chef himself?
Besides, Excellent Century Huizhuan is Chu Yun's own property, and he owns more than 10% of the shares. At that time, Excellent Century Plaza was on the verge of bankruptcy, and Chu Yun injected 200 million yuan into it.
In theory, you can only get about 6% of the shares. But at that critical juncture, even if Chu Yun had a bigger appetite, those shareholders had no choice but to compromise. Especially Gu Zhengtang, he also transferred 4% of his shares to Chu Yun. Or take a big piece of fat meat to satisfy Chu Yun's appetite. Otherwise the whole pot of fat will go bad. Shareholders like Gu Zhengtang can still tell what is more important. Because she is too beautiful. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, the two put on masks and walked around various areas of the mall. After covering up their looks, they attracted much less attention. However, the 3 little babies still attracted the attention of many passers-by. What kind of filling does my wife like? Shu Yun asked.
Gu Yanqi stretched out his white and tender fingers, placed them on his temples and thought for a while.
Anyway, I don't want the 5 nut ones. How about some red bean paste ones, juju paste ones, or lotus seed paste ones? Isn't that too much?
If husband finds it troublesome, just make some red bean paste. Shu-yun shook his head. Making mooncakes for my wife is not a hassle, so let's do it. Shu-yun immediately began to select raw materials. These ingredients are very common in shopping malls and can be bought in a few minutes.
Afterwards, Shu-yun bought some beer, cola, yogurt, and some snacks. Does your husband like to drink Coke? I've seen you drinking it quite often lately. Carbonated drinks are bad for your health, especially your teeth. Husband, aren't you afraid that your teeth will all fall out with a click? Also, isn't Coke said to be unkind to men? It can easily kill tadpoles. Shu-yun looked at his cute wife and tapped her on the head. Cola is definitely not a good thing, but drinking it occasionally isn't that harmful. Do you think it's poison? Killing tadpoles is a rumor.
If it really had this destructive power, no man would have drunk it long ago. Besides, I already have 3 kids, so I'm not afraid of killing a few tadpoles. At this time, a deep middle-aged man's voice sounded behind him.
Is it CC? Shu-yun turned his head.
He saw a middle-aged man who was slightly shorter than him, had less hair and wore glasses, looking at Gu Yanqi politely.
Gu Yanqi took off his mask and responded, Uncle Wang, why are you in the mall?
Lao Wang is a small shareholder of the shopping mall, with less than 1% of the shares. Moreover, he is in charge of this shopping mall. I came here to inspect the work, and unexpectedly ran into Cici.
Old Wang naturally knew the current relationship between Gu Yanqi and his daughter.
After all, they are biological father and daughter, and even if their bones are broken, their tendons are still connected. After a period of stalemate, the relationship will be restored.
Naturally, Old Wang would not have any dissatisfaction with Gu Yanqi because of this. You are my uncle, right? Lao Wang's gaze fell on Shu-yun with a complicated expression. Shu-yun is Gu Zhengtong's son-in-law. Although it is not recognized, there is still a certain probability. An old fox like Lao Wang chose to treat him with utmost respect.
The boy is so handsome, a very talented person.
Cici has very high standards for choosing a partner. Being able to have you as my son-in-law proves that you are good enough. Treat Cici well and live a good life. Shu-yun said politely, thank you, Uncle Wang.
He was in no mood to talk nonsense with old Wang.
Puff. Puff.
The second young lady is still awesome.
Just then, 2 loud noises were heard from behind her.
One sound covers another. At the same time, there was a gurgling sound, which was obviously a combination of release and pulling. The scene suddenly became a little awkward.
Gu Yanqi said calmly, Uncle Wang, let's take care of the baby first. If you're busy, we won't bother you. We'll get together again when we have time. Lao Wang nodded and left.
Shu-yun said coldly, judging from his facial features, this old Wang is very annoying.
Even the second miss dislikes him and gave him 2 big slaps. Gu Yanqi laughed out loud.
Indeed, this guy is two-faced, and I don't like him very much. Shu-yun tore open the diaper, and found it was full of feces, which was a bit watery.
The second young lady may have caught a cold, but it's not serious. Just when Shu-yun was looking for new diapers. No diapers. Honey, stop giggling. Where's the diaper? Gu Yanqi looked confused.
I took 7 or 8 diapers and put them all in a white bag.
It's over. I guess they accidentally dropped them along the way. What should I do?
Shu-yun could only wipe the second young lady's butt first and throw the diaper into the trash can. Then I took a diaper and put it under the baby's little butt.
Hurry up and buy a bag of diapers and get ready to go home. The second young lady is showing signs of catching a cold.
Even though she just had diarrhea, it's very likely she'll have diarrhea again in a while. Shu-yun hurriedly took a bag of diapers, paid for it and quickly walked home. Sure enough, the second young lady lost her temper again halfway through the journey, and her poop was all over her diaper. Shu-yun wiped her clean and changed her into a new diaper.
After returning home, Shu-yun warmed up the second young lady's stomach. The second baby felt much better and started to play.
Shu-yun went into the kitchen and started making mooncakes in full swing.
It's almost noon. The mooncakes should be made early.
Because Shu-yun and his wife invited his parents and mother-in-law to come together in the afternoon.
Since there are so many people, we need to make more mooncakes. The Mid-Autumn Festival is all about family reunion. Since the 2 families live so close, they must celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival together.
It's a pity that Gu Zhengtang is such an old stubborn man, stubborn. Even if the mother-in-law comes, she can only stay for a while. Otherwise, her private contact with Gu Yanqi and her agreement to their wedding would be discovered.
Gu Zhengtang will definitely be furious again. Xu Yun is making mooncakes in the kitchen.
Gu Yanqi was having a rare moment of leisure, sitting on the terrace drinking coffee and browsing his phone.
After a walk outside, the three kids were a little tired. After coming back and eating a little, I fell into a deep sleep. Gu Yanqi naturally cherishes this rare and pleasant time. The process of making mooncakes is not complicated.
For someone with great skills like Xu Yun, it would only take more than half an hour to finish it. After washing his hands, Xu Yun found Gu Yanqi.
Are all the stinky babies asleep?
They become quiet all of a sudden.
I reckon they'll get 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Xu Yun stretched. Gu Yanqi took the phone and waved it towards Xu Yun. I can't help browsing Taobao lately.
I always want to buy lots of clothes and toys for my babies, as well as some complimentary foods.
Am I going crazy?
I've recently fallen in love with a few small Hanfu costumes.
Isn't retro style popular now?
These small Hanfu costumes are so beautiful. When the babies are 3 or 4 years old, they will look good in them. Xu Yun sat next to his wife and pinched her rosy cheeks. You know you can only wear it when you're 3 or 4 years old.
That's still several years away, and you're already planning? Isn't that too early?
Gu Yanqi sighed.
There are also Hanfu for adults. What do you think would happen if I put on Hanfu?
Xu Yun looked at his wife. She has a tall figure, delicate features, and the charm of a classical beauty, and can be either salty or sweet.
Wearing Hanfu is of course a must. Chapter 84, My husband is YYDS. This son is stealing bamboo shoots. Since you want to wear Hanfu, can I ask my wife to wear clothes like nurses and teachers?
Gu Yanqi's expression suddenly changed. Why?
I don't quite understand what you mean.
I'm not a nurse or a teacher, why should I wear their clothes?
Xu Yun sighed. What should I do if my wife is too naive? I'll find time to teach you some lessons. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Go ahead and brush your teeth.
I'll go to the study for a while. Xu Yun has become accustomed to the busy pace of taking care of children. He really wasn't used to not having the noisy kids around. Xu Yun has a lot of skills, unlike his wife, who can only use her phone. Xu Yun walked into the room, took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and began to write.
He wrote a calligraphy.
There are only 5 words, sharing the beauty of the moon even though we are thousands of miles apart.
This poem is more in line with the atmosphere of the Mid-Autumn Festival.
Xu Yun's current calligraphy skills, although not to say that he can surpass Wang Shiji, are at least not much worse than the saint of calligraphy. Whether it is the power of the brush, or the momentum and charm, it is all top-notch. He is better than many famous ancient calligraphers. Of course, no matter how well Xu Yun writes, it is not worth much. Because things like calligraphy and painting are all hyped up. His works have no historical heritage, are not antiques, and of course have little value. It was not until 2:30 in the afternoon that my parents and mother-in-law arrived home almost at the same time.
All very punctual. Mom, Dad, you guys came at the perfect time. The mooncakes are fresh out of the oven, how about trying some? Xu Yun took out the mooncakes he made.
There are ones with red bean paste filling, date paste filling, and lotus seed paste filling. The mooncakes have bright colors and neat shapes.
It looks like it was carved out of a machine mold. And it exudes a sweet aroma.
You can feel how delicious it is before you put it in your mouth. Xiao Hui, Xu Chunming, and Li Yuan each took a piece of mooncake and tasted it. This mooncake is so fresh, tender, and fragrant. It feels much better than the mooncakes bought outside.
Son, how come you know everything? Before you got married, you relied on your mother for everything.
I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. It's only been a short time since we got married, and your skills are so great. As a mother, Xiao Hui naturally feels proud of her excellent son. The mother-in-law finished eating a piece, wiped her mouth, and awkwardly made a request. Xiao Yun, Mom may not be able to stay for long, because your dad is also at home for the Mid-Autumn Festival.
I can't just leave him home alone, can I? Can I bring a few mooncakes when I go back later? It's so delicious.
It's 100 times better than those sky-high priced mooncakes.
As a noble lady, Li Yuan has also seen and experienced it.
She once bought mooncakes at sky-high prices, spending tens of thousands for a box.
After tasting them, I found that the mooncakes were just so-so.
It is completely different from the mooncakes made from ordinary ingredients like Shu Yun's.
Okay, then take it back to Dad and let him try it. But it's better not to tell him that I made it.
Li Yuan made a gesture to show her understanding.
Just then, Gu Yanxi came out with Chu Yun's calligraphy works. Did my husband write this? It's beautifully written. I've taken calligraphy classes and learned some calligraphy from my dad. Although I'm not a professional, the words my husband wrote are powerful, flowing, and full of charm. Without decades of practice and strong talent, it's impossible to write it. Husband, why dias?
Gu Yanxi admired her husband more and more.
Shu Yun is like an endless treasure.
Fresh treasures can be dug up every day, and these treasures are all national treasures.
Shu Yun seems to be proficient in all skills. And each skill is extremely powerful and dazzling, reaching the extreme. So scary.
Li Yuan stared at the 5 words thousands of miles apart. We share the beauty of the moon for a long time.
Did you really write this?
There's an old calligrapher in our school who's a member of the National Calligraphy Association. His calligraphy works can sell for millions. I feel that compared to these few words of yours, the pile of his writing is just waste paper.
Can you give it to Mom so she can take it back to your stubborn old dad?
Shu Yun spread his hands and said, of course, I can write thousands of words like this in a day.
If you want it, take it.
Li Yuan happily took Chu Yun's calligraphy, rolled it into a tube, and held it in her hand. I really believe now that you can conquer that stubborn old dad of yours.
Xiao Yun is so outstanding.
Even if he is a wild horse, he will let you ride him obediently. After seeing his mother-in-law off, Shu Yun breathed a sigh of relief.
Shu Chunming saw what his son was thinking and said it out loud. Are you planning to go meet your father-in-law soon and have a chat with him? Shu Yun nodded. Dad is really smart.
He will have to meet his father-in-law sooner or later.
Even if he is a piece of iron, I can split him in half.
Shu Yun has too many chips in his hand.
First of all, there are the shares of Excellence Century Plaza.
Shu Yun will not use this trump card easily. If Gu Zhengtang really persists, Shu Yun will simply withdraw his investment and the mall will be paralyzed immediately. Anyway, with Shu Yun's investment ability, there are plenty of places to make money.
There is no loss if the mall closes. But it's different for my father-in-law, this is his lifeblood. There are also 3 milk balls.
Shu Yun believed that under the sweet and cute attack of these 3 little angels, even the hardest heart can be melted by them. No one can resist the playful and cute smiles of the 3 little babies.
Doesn't Gu Zhengtang want to hold his grandchildren?
Of course. The babies are another trump card to restrain him. Of course, Shu Yun still wanted to conquer his father-in-law with his personal charm. If that didn't work, it wouldn't be too late to use these trump cards. You little brat, now that you've grown stronger, you know how to do things.
Just know when to stop. Don't think too much.
Play a few more games of chess with your dad. Shu Yun quickly waved his hand to refuse. Please don't call this playing chess, or a game of chess, call it a massacre. You should say, son, come and torture your dad for a few more rounds.
You little bastard. Shu Chunming was about to cry. Grab the bamboo shoots.
But what my son said was the truth. Apart from blaming himself for being so useless, he really had nothing to say. Mom, you and Cece play with the babies first. I'll go get them some watermelon juice.
Today's complimentary food is watermelon. In the initial stage, you can only eat 1 complimentary food every day. And you can only eat it once, and the amount should be very small. After making sure there is no problem, you can consider increasing the amount and variety of complimentary food for them little by little.
Shu Yun took out a blender and put the seeded watermelon pieces into it. Flip the switch, less than 10 seconds. The bright red watermelon flesh becomes watermelon juice.
Shu Yun doesn't like drinking watermelon juice. Because watermelon tastes sweet, but it tastes strange after being made into juice. Liquid watermelon juice is far less delicious than solid watermelon. Drink watermelon juice, you guys.
Shu Yun called out, and the little kids were quickly carried to the dining chairs. They have learned to sit and can eat in the dining chair.
Snap, snap.
The young lady not only has big, sharp eyes, but also a keen sense of smell. It seemed as if it smelled the sweet taste of watermelon in advance, and its little lips kept smacking.
Little foodie, has your spirit of eating awakened again? Then Daddy will feed you first.
Shu Yun took the small rubber spoon used for babies, scooped up half a spoonful of watermelon juice, and handed it to the eldest lady's mouth. With a whoosh, the young lady sucked hard, and the sweet watermelon juice immediately entered her mouth.
She gulped it down. Chapter 85. The second young lady had an accident, and Gu Yanqi was heartbroken. Oh. Babies all like sweet food.
The sweetness of the watermelon juice naturally made the young lady excited and restless. He twisted his body hard and reached for the spoon.
Obviously still want it. Gu Yanqi looked at his adorable baby and burst out laughing. The way Debeo asks for food is so adorable.
The watermelon juice is so sweet, she must love it.
But husband, take it easy. 3 or 4 spoonfuls is enough. More than that is not good.
Gu Yanqi showing off in front of Chu Yun, the miracle doctor, is a bit like showing off his sword in front of Guan Gong. Chu Yun fed Debeo a few more spoonfuls. The little guy was addicted to drinking and stretched out his hands frantically to ask for more. Chu Yun had fed enough, so he turned around and put the spoon into the second lady's mouth.
Bao is also waiting eagerly.
Although the second child is not as good at eating as the first child. But I saw my sister eating so happily. Bao could guess that the food this time seemed to be delicious.
With another slurp, the watermelon juice entered his mouth. Oh! The second young lady cheered heartily.
It's as enjoyable as when adults drink white wine, and there must be a happy sound in their mouths.
The second baby ate very happily, but the first baby refused to eat.
She had just become addicted and was about to indulge in a binge of eating and drinking. As a result, Chu Yun delivered the delicious food to someone else's mouth.
This little eater must be unhappy. What to do if you are unhappy? Then cry. Wow! Wow! Dabaozi has a sharp voice and his crying is very penetrating.
Xiao Hui immediately pushed Debeo away from this troubled place. Don't let her see the watermelon juice, she will forget about it after a while.
The watermelon juice is really delicious.
Even though Bao's appetite wasn't that strong, he was completely attracted by the sweet juice. Seeing that her father refused to feed her anymore, the second young lady also burst into tears.
Gu Yanqi quickly pushed her out of the living room.
Finally, there are the 3 treasures. He had almost the same result as his 2 sisters. He was eating happily, but suddenly his food was cut off and he cried so hard that he almost died. Chu Yun cleaned the bowl and drank all the remaining watermelon juice himself.
It seems that the taste is really not that good, definitely not as refreshing as eating watermelon. Maybe babies can feel the sugar in it better?
The little kids are smart and clever. When babies are only 2 or 3 months old, they can tell the difference between breast milk and formula. Even if you change their pacifier, they will refuse to eat. Even the slight difference in the pacifier can be distinguished.
The sensitivity of taste is by no means exaggerated.
Dad, Mom and wife each held a hydrogen balloon in their hands and started to play with the babies.
The little one's attention was quickly diverted and the watermelon juice was forgotten. Just then, Debeo had a bowel movement. And the stool is slightly red.
Chu Yun was stunned. Debeo, you were such a foodie, so straightforward, you poop right after eating.
I just ate watermelon and I can poop. That's amazing. We are girls, can't we be more polite? Judging from the second young lady's current personality,
Chu Yun felt that when she grew up, she would most likely become a girl with temperament, good manners, and gentleness. As for Debeo, Chu Yun was really unsure.
Let us not talk about whether it will raise a tomboy. Just her soul that loves to eat.
Chu Yun was really afraid of raising her into a sow. So during Debeo's growth, strictly controlling her diet is definitely a very important issue. With his parents helping to take care of the baby, Chu Yun felt much more relaxed. He sat on the sofa, drinking tea lazily. By the way, Mom, I plan to buy you a house in a nearby community. That way, when you miss your grandchildren, you can come over to visit them during the day.
It's a good opportunity for you to help us. Cici will start school soon.
I may also have some business to take care of outside.
When I'm not home, I'll leave it to you. Xiao Hui frowned. Buy us a house? Didn't you say that a long time ago? There's no rush. Or, are you rich now? Xu Yun nodded. That's about right. I've saved up some money and bought you a house in Boyayu across the street. The full payment is 6 million. Boyayu community is less than 1 kilometer away from Tianqi Garden in a straight line. It only takes 2 minutes to get there by electric bike.
The housing prices there are much cheaper than those in Tianqi Garden. This involves many factors such as location, supporting facilities, environment, and developers.
My parents had no objection.
They knew their son had made great progress and was not short of money.
Since he dared to buy the house in full, he must have his own plans. My son is so capable even though he is so old.
The old couple didn't get involved in these matters.
Okay, son, you can do whatever you want.
The babies played for a while and then fell asleep one after another.
Gu Yanqi put them back in the crib himself.
The bedside rails are retractable.
Press the button to move it up and down.
The fence has 3 sides, so the one next to the wall is naturally unnecessary.
But Gu Yanqi was a little careless.
She had forgotten to pull up one side of the fence.
Xu Yun and his wife were chatting with their parents. A heavy muffled sound came from the bedroom.
Immediately following, there was a burst of heart-wrenching cries.
Fuck! Xu Yun couldn't help but swear. The baby fell off the bed.
The moment I realized that it was the baby who fell off the bed, the whole family rushed to the bedroom.
Even if an antique vase worth billions was broken,
they wouldn't have such a strong reaction.
Milk balls are priceless treasures. Rushing into the bedroom, I could clearly hear the crying.
I saw the second young lady lying on the ground.
Her little face was red and she was crying. The moment I saw my parents, she cried even harder. She raised her arms slightly, asking for a hug. Erboa's pitiful expression made Gu Yanqi's eyes turn red instantly. Tears welled up in my eyes.
She was the first to rush over and picked up the second young lady,
quickly checking her head. Okay, Erbao, don't cry, mommy is here. It's all mommy's fault.
I forgot to close the fence over here for you, and you fell down.
It's all mommy's fault. Gu Yanqi cried even harder than the second young lady. Tears fell down. Several drops even hit the second young lady.
She knew it was due to her own negligence.
This caused the baby to fall from the head of the bed. That immense self-blame made Gu Yanqi feel extremely guilty.
The 3 little babes are her favorites. They bumped into each other. It was more painful for her than cutting flesh from Gu Yanqi. He saw that his wife was pale and looked confused. Xu Yun immediately patted her shoulder to comfort her. Gu Yanqi, who was feeling helpless, felt the energy infused by that large palm. I suddenly felt a sense of reliance and felt much more at ease.
This is the sense of security that her husband brings her. How could Xu Yun have time to cry? He immediately examined the second young lady's head.
The height of the bed is about 1.2 meters.
If your body lands on the ground, it's no big deal if you fall. The 5.5-month-old baby is not that fragile.
But if your head hits the ground, it will be a bit troublesome. Xu Yun touched the second young lady's head for a long time. I found a bulge on the right side of her head, near her temple. It must have been a big bump from the fall.
Gu Yanqi wanted to open the granary and feed the second young lady some rations to stop her crying.
But he was stopped by Xu Yun. In this situation, it is normal for the baby to cry.
If you can't cry out loud, then something really bad has happened.
He observed for a while. Apart from a bump on her head, the second young lady had basically no other symptoms.
Gradually, Erbao stopped crying and the pain seemed to have eased a lot. Her little hand gently grasped the zipper on Gu Yanqi's clothes and began to play.
Xu Yun breathed a sigh of relief.
It's nothing serious, just a bump on the head.
Some babies who fall from heights may experience symptoms such as dizziness and vomiting, which are really serious.
However, follow-up observation is still necessary. Chapter 86. I miss my daughter Cici, but I still can't give in.
Xiao Hui was also there to comfort her.
Yeah, Cici, don't cry, it's not as serious as you think. Why am I so calm?
It's not that I don't feel sorry for the babies, but I have experience. Before Xiaoyun was 1 year old, she fell off her bed at least a dozen times, if not 20 times.
Back then, there weren't any comprehensive protection measures, no fences or anything like that.
We have to work, and we can't keep an eye on him 24 hours a day.
This brat often rolls off the bed or sofa. It's a common occurrence.
As long as I don't hit any vital parts or anything sharp, I can still do it under the guidance of my husband and mother-in-law.
Gu Yanqi felt much better. The guilt wasn't as strong anymore.
After observing for more than 10 minutes, I found that the second young lady was in good spirits.
Very lively and no longer crying.
There were no symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, or dizziness.
The family finally felt relieved.
In this situation, Gu Yanqi could only be a little partial to the second young lady. She fed all the food in the entire granary to the second young lady. He even let her eat half of the rations in the second granary. This ration is divided equally among the 3 milk balls. Now the second young lady alone has eaten most of it. It is understandable that Erba wants to take advantage of the situation since he has suffered so much injustice.
Second miss, Daddy will take you to get some fresh air.
Shu Yun carried Erbao to the window and gently opened it.
A rolling heat wave swept over in an instant.
Combined with the cool air from the air conditioner in the room, it forms a kind of air wave that is neither hot nor cold.
Look at the skyscrapers. Aren't they tall?
And the trees and cars below them.
Aren't they tiny, like ants? The second young lady looked in the direction her father pointed.
I don't know if I can see the cars and pedestrians below that are as tiny as ants.
Anyway, I was laughing happily. Okay, let's not stay at the window anymore. It's too dangerous.
Shu Yun closed the window and carried the second young lady to the toy room.
Put her on a Porsche toy car.
Shu Yun sat behind her and put the second young lady's arms on the steering wheel.
Let's go. Portia rushed out of the toy room and walked around the entrance. The experienced driver will take you to drift.
The eldest lady and the third brother also woke up. The 2 little kids looked at the Porsche and were filled with envy. They kept leaning forward, asking Chu Yun to hug them.
The second young lady is Chu Yun's personal sweetheart.
She is very attached to her father, even more than Gu Yanqi. But the eldest daughter and the third brother are typical mom control freaks. With Gu Yanqi around, she wouldn't let Chu Yun hug her easily.
Even if I let my dad hold me, I still have to struggle for a long time.
At this moment, Xiao Hui was holding her third brother.
But San Bao's eyes were always on his mother.
It wasn't until he saw the cool Porsche that he asked his dad for a hug.
Cars are a man's romance.
After all, my third brother is a boy, so it is normal for him to show a strong desire for cars since he was a child.
The other side. When Li Yuan returned home, Gu Zhengtang was on the phone, handling business matters. No daughter exists.
The old couple really felt empty.
Gu Yanqi would always be by their side during festivals and holidays. Without my precious daughter, it's like my soul has been hollowed out.
Of course, Gu Zhengtang also felt this sense of emptiness. But he was angry and would never take the initiative to compromise with his daughter.
Where have you been? What's taking you so long? What smells so good?
Gu Zhengtang put down the phone and walked towards Li Yuan. The first thing he saw was the mooncakes in the bag. This mooncake smells so good.
What brand is it? It doesn't even have a package.
Gu Zhengtang picked up a piece and chewed it a few times.
Once you start eating this, you simply can't stop.
He gobbled up the entire mooncake.
This mooncake is so delicious.
It doesn't even have packaging, but it's so delicious. It's much better than those sky-high priced mooncakes.
The packaging is so exquisite, but the mooncakes inside are so awful. One more.
Gu Zhengtang picked up another piece of mooncake and ate it clean in no time.
He wasn't very hungry. This mooncake immediately whetted his appetite.
Then he picked up the third piece. But halfway through eating, I almost choked to death.
He quickly grabbed a bottle of Coke and took 2 big gulps.
Where did you buy this?
I've never tasted mooncakes this delicious. How much is 1 pound?
Li Yuan made up a random sentence, 8 yuan per pound.
She didn't tell Gu Zhengtang. The mooncakes you fucking eat.
But it was done by the son-in-law you have always hated the most.
8 yuan a pound? Don't make me laugh. Such delicious mooncakes are sold for 8 yuan.
Those that cost tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan a box should be fed to dogs.
Why don't you buy more? Who will eat these? Li Yuan glared at him. You don't usually eat mooncakes, what do you know?
She knows.
Of course she knows.
The mooncakes made by my son-in-law are so delicious.
No one could refuse. Tell me where you bought it, and I'll drive over to get some. Hurry.
These mooncakes are so good, if you go too late they'll be sold out.
Li Yuan retorted, they've all been snatched up. Let's talk about it next time. Gu Zhengtang looked regretful.
The presence of mooncakes made him feel much better. In addition, during this period, shopping mall business has recovered. He felt a little dizzy. When it comes to dealing with his daughter, he is not so unkind.
What about my daughter? You should have been in contact with her during this period, right? How is that girl?
Mid-Autumn Festival, I really miss her.
Li Yuan's eyes turned cold and she began to make up a story. What do you think?
You should know that my daughter has just given birth to triplets and doesn't have a job, so she needs money right now.
20,000 a month wouldn't be enough.
And you don't give her a penny.
Do you think she can handle it?
Speaking of this, Gu Zhengtang did feel a little guilty. He was indeed angry with his daughter. But that was his precious daughter.
Gu Zhengtang didn't want to push her to death.
I thought you had been secretly giving her money, so you cut off her financial resources.
I turned a blind eye to you. Didn't you give her money?
Li Yuan snorted coldly.
I did give it to you, but it wasn't much.
I was just afraid you'd find out and scold me.
The rental house my daughter lives in now is only a dozen square meters.
It's too much for a family of 5 to live in together in such hot weather.
Gu Zhengtang felt a little bit reluctant. Then let my daughter come back. I'm not angry with her anymore.
Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Are you serious?
Gu Zhengtang said calmly, do you think I'm kidding you?
My daughter can come back, and so can our 3 babies. As long as she chooses to break up with that guy, she will still be my baby.
I will also take good care of my grandchildren.
Li Yuan was speechless. I thought this old stubborn man had changed his mind. I didn't expect him to be so inhumane.
Then you're just dreaming.
Cici and my son-in-law have a very stable relationship and have already obtained their marriage certificate.
Their marriage is protected by law.
Got the certificate?
Gu Zhengtang's expression suddenly changed. Did you give them the household registration booklet?
Li Yuan coldly retorted, what else can I do?
Will the household registration booklet fly over by itself?
Chapter 87 Gu Zhengtang's heart is unstable. Gu Zhengtang was so angry that his whole body was shaking.
You. Even though we can get a divorce after getting a marriage certificate, this is no joke.
If your daughter goes crazy, you will go crazy too. I could never accept that kid, but I still want to know what's going on with him.
What do you think of your appearance? Tell me about your family background, education, job, and income.
Even if Gu Zhengtang does not accept this son-in-law. But his precious daughter is still with him after all. As a father, I still want to understand more about this person's situation so that I can have a better idea of what's going on.
Li Yuan deliberately made fun of Gu Zhengtang.
My uncle's appearance is ordinary, but he is a little better than ordinary people.
My family background is average, and my parents are both working class.
Education?
I have a bachelor's degree from Shenzhen University. As for work, I don't have one.
I stay at home with Cici to take care of the kids.
I don't know what your income is. Without a job, how much do you think your income will be? After hearing the introduction, Gu Zhengtang instantly became furious. Okay, this kid is not only from a poor family, but also average looking and has no ability? What a loser. He actually got into trouble with my daughter. When I have time, I will go find him.
I can't let my daughter waste her time with this loser.
Li Yuan smiled and said, are you planning to do as they do in the TV series and give him a few million to get him to leave Cici? Gu Zhengtang's eyes were sparkling. Giving him millions? You're overthinking it.
With those millions, I might as well hire dozens of people to break his legs. Gu Zhengtang became angrier as he spoke, and ate a few more mooncakes to calm himself down.
Go cook, I'm going to practice calligraphy.
Writing calligraphy can indeed help calm the mind and regulate emotions. Although Gu Zhengtang has a bad temper. But he has been practicing calligraphy for many years, and his temper has become much better. If he hadn't practiced calligraphy all year round, his temper would have been even worse.
In addition, Gu Zhengtang is very talented and accomplished in calligraphy.
He is currently the vice president of the Shenzhen Calligraphy Association and is well known in the local calligraphy circle.
Second only to the highly respected calligrapher Wang Daojun from Shenzhen University. Gu Zhengtang, with great anger, wrote Tao Yuanming's drinking number 5.
I built my hut in a human world, yet there is no noise of carriages and horses.
I ask you how you can do that, because your heart is far away and the place is secluded.
Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, I leisurely see the southern mountains. The mountain air is beautiful at dusk, and the birds fly back together. This poem does have a calming effect.
Afterwards, Gu Zhengtang wrote a few more calligraphy pieces at random.
At this time, Li Yuan came over and called him to eat.
Don't write anymore.
You'll only be at this level if you continue. Only when you're in your 70s or 80s will you be able to reach a higher level. After saying that, she pretended to accidentally throw the words written by Chu Yun on the table.
What is this? Gu Zhengtang was puzzled. Li Yuan pretended to be calm.
It's just a piece of waste paper. Throw it in the trash can.
Gu Zhengtang opened the paper with great curiosity.
5 characters of running script with vigorous and fluent brushstrokes suddenly catch the eye. Gu Zhengtang stared at these 5 words for a long time.
My eyes are about to pop out.
He glanced at his own handwriting again, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. This calligraphy is so well written, it has quite the charm of Wang Yujun. Not to mention surpassing me, it's even much better than Mr. Wang Daojun.
Where did you get this? Which calligraphy master wrote this? Gu Zhengtang asked hurriedly. Li Yuan went out for a while.
First, I brought a bag of mooncakes that were incredibly delicious.
He took out another piece of calligraphy that was truly superb. I gained a lot from this trip.
I told you it's just a piece of waste paper, just throw it away.
Come and have dinner.
Gu Zhengtang immediately blocked the door with his body, like a child.
Why should I eat? Tell me quickly, who wrote this? I want to visit him in person and ask for his advice.
Li Yuan threatened, I won't tell you. When you accept my son-in-law, I will tell you.
Gu Zhengtang was speechless.
According to what you said, that guy is almost a useless idiot.
Why are you so concerned about him? I know so many rich young men, many of them have good family backgrounds, knowledge, and character. Who can't I choose?
Since you don't accept my son-in-law, don't even think about who wrote this calligraphy.
Li Yuan was very determined. Gu Zhengtang was very dissatisfied.
Anyone with this level of calligraphy proficiency must be the nation's top calligraphy master.
Isn't that easy to find out? You don't even need to tell me. At home. Wife, take off the towel. The lump on the second lady's head has basically disappeared. Shu Yun warned. Gu Yanqi took away the towel dipped in cold water and touched the second young lady's head.
The second baby had bumped into something before, causing swelling.
It's okay now.
Her fall wasn't serious, it was just edema. Applying cold water for a while can reduce swelling.
If it's a hematoma, that would be troublesome.
Go to the hospital for a CT scan immediately.
Shu Yun held the eldest daughter in his left hand and the second daughter in his right hand.
The 2 little kids were in their father's broad arms, facing each other and very close to each other.
The sisters stared at each other in bewilderment. Ah! Ah! The second young lady kept muttering.
The little baby in front of her, who was about the same age as her, made Erbo very interested.
Puff puff puff.
The eldest lady was very rough and kept gushing out of her mouth. The spit sprayed all over my sister's face. The second young lady's face changed several times and she almost cried out.
Gu Yanqi held the eldest lady's fat hand.
Dabeo, why are you so naughty?
Why do you always bully your sister? Shu Yun said, Dabeo's behavior is likely that she's teething. Look at her mouth, are there any little white spots coming out? Gu Yanqi pried open the young lady's mouth.
Sure enough, I saw 2 white dots appearing in the middle below her mouth.
That's the root of the front tooth.
Generally speaking, babies' teeth start to grow from the lower middle front teeth.
Wow! Dabeo is worthy of being the big sister.
She has already grown teeth, 2 at that.
Let's take a look at the second and third babies. They seem to be still small. The timing of teething in babies is not fixed.
If it's early, 4 months is enough.
If it's later, it may be around 1 year old.
The eldest daughter started teething at 5.5 months old, which is neither early nor late. Come on, sisters, shake hands. Gu Yanqi held the 4 hands of the eldest lady and the second lady tightly together and said, You look at me, I look at you.
The expressions are very complex and funny. So cute. So cute, how can it be so cute? Gu Yanqi held up her fair chin and couldn't help but praise. Shu Yun muttered softly.
No matter how cute she is not as cute as my wife.
Gu Yanqi arched his nose towards Chu Yun and stuck out his tongue playfully. Yes, they are little cuties, and I am a big cutie, hee hee. By the way, my wife has to go to school tomorrow. Is it time for classes? I'll take the kids with me and cheer you on, Shu Yun asked. He understands very well.
If he and Gu Yanqi appeared at the school, it would definitely cause a huge sensation.
If you take 3 little kids to school together to have fun. I guess all the teachers and students in the school came out to watch. But Shu Yun and his wife didn't mind it. There seems to be nothing wrong with becoming a celebrity or internet influencer in school. I am handsome and my wife is beautiful. There are so many babies, and they are so cute. Shu Yun wishes the whole world knew about it. Chapter 88. My husband is so awesome, he gives Gu Yanqi confidence. Yes, my husband will take the babies and wait for me at the milk tea shop. When I get bored, I just walk around. The weather has been getting cooler lately, and the temperature is getting more and more comfortable. Take your babies out for a walk when you have time, let them bask in the sun and enjoy the breeze. It's not okay to just treat them like flowers in a greenhouse. In the evening, after dinner, Mom and Dad played with the little kids for a while. Only then did he reluctantly go home. Shu Yun and his wife bathed the babies, fed them, and put on new diapers and clothes. Soon, they all fell asleep. Shu Yun stretched and suddenly hugged Gu Yanqi's waist. Honey, it's time for us to take a shower. To save water, how about we take a shower together? Gu Yanqi kicked him but did not object. She and Shu Yun have the same goal, to save water. That's right. This is their intention, and there is absolutely no other ulterior motive. Shu Yun reminded, Wife, didn't we agree to play games all night tonight to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival? Gu Yanqi blushed. Who wants to fight with you all night? What if you wake up the babies? Have you forgotten? The babies have been woken up several times before. Shu Yun didn't even think about it. That's easy. Let's play a game for an hour and take a half-hour break in between. Use this half hour to check on the baby, change diapers if necessary, and feed formula if necessary. After that, continue playing games. Gu Yanqi's face was red. Okay. But don't hit me too hard. I have classes tomorrow. Hubby, take a break. Gu Yanqi took a deep breath and moved forward. He took the phone next to him and checked the messages. Her mother Li Yuan sent her dozens of messages and voice messages. Gu Yanqi quickly read all the messages and smiled sweetly. Shu Yun thought that it was because he was too strong just now that his wife had such a sweet and happy smile. Actually, it's not. Hubby, you're amazing. My dad, who never eats mooncakes, actually ate 7 in one day. You know those stubborn middle-aged men? They have all these incomprehensible habits and quirks. For example, they don't eat mooncakes, snacks, or drinks, but they smoke and drink a lot. The fact that my dad could eat 7 mooncakes in one sitting is proof enough of my husband's cooking skills. Shu Yun just smiled slightly and didn't say anything. This was completely expected. He baked the mooncakes himself with his current skills. Anyone with normal taste and appetite will dislike eating it. And the few words my husband wrote really shocked my dad. He always thought it was the work of one of the country's top calligraphy masters. My mother didn't tell him it was from you. My father searched for a long time himself but couldn't find out who it was. He keeps wanting to come visit. I'm really starting to believe that my husband can cure my dad. Gu Yanqi knew her father too well. Once that stubborn temper flares up, even 8 horses can't pull him back. But Shu Yun is not a horse. He is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Hubby, stop showing off. If you keep doing this, my dad will find out who you are. Don't even mention being angry. He's probably going to come over and lick my husband's ass. Shu Yun sighed, I wouldn't go so far as to lick your boots. I've already said that I have 100 ways to deal with my father-in-law. The main reason is that I also want to see you and your daughter restore your relationship. I don't want to delay it any longer. He has a lovely wife, cute kids, and huge assets. Shu Yun's attitude towards life has changed a lot. He just wants his family to be reunited, safe and happy, and have enough food and clothing. That's good. It is better to resolve this intense conflict between Gu Yanqi and his daughter as soon as possible. What's more, the conflict originated from Shu Yun. Of course he had to resolve it himself. Shu Yun's expression suddenly changed and his eyes fell on Gu Yanqi's perfect body. Okay, honey, let's not talk about these things for now and continue playing games. Gu Yanqi immediately made a pause gesture. Wait a minute. Let me see the baby first. Shu Yun was just about to say that the babies were quite quiet. Before he could open his mouth,
Debeo suddenly burst into tears. The two men quickly stood up and rushed over, not even having time to put on their pants. The young lady didn't even open her eyes, but just kept crying. Shu Yun picked her up. The eldest lady ignored all this and continued to cry. Even her mother, who was closest to her, picked her up. The eldest lady continued crying for several minutes before stopping. Because he cried so hard, the little guy was breathing heavily and his whole body was shaking. It took half a minute to regain calm.
Seeing that Debeo had calmed down, Gu Yanqi put her back in the crib.
But in less than 10 minutes, the eldest lady burst into tears again. I fed her rations, but she didn't eat much. The diaper was changed not long ago and there is no poop. Gu Yanqi was a little overwhelmed. What's wrong with Debeo? She can't speak, and we really don't know what's wrong with her. Shu Yun calmed his wife down.
Don't worry, honey, let me see.
When babies experience this, it could be because their clothes are too thick or they are too hot.
Or maybe they are too cold.
But Debeo was only covered with a thin sheet, and he was neither cold nor hot.
It's not a problem in this regard.
Shu Yun knocked on Debeo's stomach and found no bloating. Immediately afterwards, he performed other examinations on Debeo.
No fever, cough, or hernia. He touched the sweat on the eldest lady's forehead and finally gave a conclusion. It's probably a calcium deficiency.
The babies were found to be calcium deficient when their trace elements were checked a while ago, and the doctor told them to take calcium supplements.
Hasn't my wife eaten recently?
Also, I seem to have forgotten to give the babies vitamin D3 supplements during this period.
Babies who are calcium deficient tend to cry and make a fuss. Calcium supplementation will be enough.
I'm afraid I'll have to trouble my wife tonight. Because the eldest daughter only recognizes her mother. It would probably be useless for Shu Yun to hold her, so Gu Yanqi had to take action himself. Shu Yun felt a little regretful that he had used too much force just now. I wonder if my wife still has the strength to deal with this little guy. From the time the baby was born until now, Shu Yun has been the main person taking care of them.
Apart from feeding the children, Gu Yanqi didn't actually do much. This time,
she finally felt that she could do something for the babies.
Don't worry, husband.
Although there are classes tomorrow, they're the kind you only go to for hours. As long as you're called, it doesn't matter if you sneak away.
You can get credits if you pass the exam, and some teachers don't even call on your name.
The baby is the most important thing. Gu Yanqi looked at Debeo, whose eyes were swollen from crying, in his arms, with eyes full of love.
Compared to my own little kids.
What the hell is the course?
At worst, I can just give up this crappy diploma.
She doesn't need to rely on her diploma to survive.
It's just a matter of trying to gain a good reputation. If it really comes to the last resort, the baby comes first. Her husband is so outstanding that he gives Gu Yanqi endless confidence. Chapter 89 Gu Yanqi returns to campus and kills people with his handsome looks. At the beginning, Gu Yanqi was able to hold on by holding the eldest lady.
Later, her arms, back and legs began to ache. Especially when a huge feeling of fatigue comes. She took dozens of naps in a row, but she didn't dare close her eyes.
It was really tiring.
Shu Yun stayed with her the whole time without closing his eyes.
Honey, go to sleep first. Let's see if I can handle this little guy.
Gu Yanqi gritted his teeth, and a look of determination flashed in his hazy eyes.
It's okay, husband. I can handle it. But you, why aren't you sleeping yet? Why are you accompanying me? Go get some rest. Shu Yun loves his wife so much.
He forcibly snatched Debeo from Gu Yanqi's arms. Fortunately, the eldest lady is very supportive. This time, lying in my father's arms as broad as a mountain, I felt very comfortable and warm, and did not cry.
Gu Yanqi smiled like an old mother. Maybe I was extremely tired. Once her eyelids closed, she couldn't open them again and fell asleep leaning against the headboard.
Shu Yun tried to let go of the eldest lady. After a few minutes, the eldest lady burst into tears again.
Gu Yanqi rushed forward as if by reflex.
Shu Yun gestured for her to continue sleeping.
He walked around the room holding the eldest daughter.
The second time she put Debeo down, she finally fell asleep peacefully. Shu Yun was in great trouble. Originally, he did plan to stay up all night.
But that was playing games with Gu Yanqi all night.
This kind of activity will keep Shu Yun's spirit in an excited state all the time.
You won't feel sleepy all night. It's different when you have kids.
This is very patience draining and will only make your spirits more and more exhausted. By the time we were sure that Debeo would not cry or make a fuss, it was already past 4 a.m. Shuyan also just lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and continued to play games with his wife in his dream.
Shuyan didn't wake up until after 8 o'clock in the morning. He had no idea what happened in the intervening hours. More than 3 hours of high-quality sleep. Shuyan's spirit recovered to 100% and he was full of energy. Come to the living room. Gu Yanxi finished washing up, changed into new clothes, and prepared to go to school.
She was wearing a casual sweatshirt and jacket, and tight pants. Her slim figure is clearly on display, making people drool just by looking at it.
You stinky husband, you're just waking up now?
I know you have to take care of the baby during the day, so I take care of the baby's crying by myself.
It's so you can rest a little longer. I can still sleep when I get to school.
You're taking care of 3 kids at home by yourself, so you probably won't have time to rest.
How can you not love such a caring wife?
Shuyan kissed her on the forehead.
Silly wife, don't worry and go to school. I can handle them. If I get bored at home, I'll bring them to you. How can my husband hold all 3 of them by himself? Gu Yanxi expressed doubt.
If they were twins, Shuyan could handle them alone.
But these are 3 kids. Shu Yun laughed. Have you forgotten Fong Ping?
That guy has always wanted to see Xinyu, but she ignored him.
This time I have a legitimate reason to let him go see Yaya, and he's so happy that he wants to go to school with me carrying the baby? A Porsche Panamera. We crossed the main road of Shenzhen University and stopped at the parking lot near the teaching building.
The car door opened. A perfect and slim figure slowly walked down from the car. Super long legs, curvy figure, and an exquisite and flawless face. In addition, after becoming a mother, she has the mature temperament and charm.
Gu Yanxi's appearance is still killing people in college.
Students come and go, but the school beauties remain forever. There are a large number of teachers and students near the teaching building. As soon as Gu Yanxi appeared, he was immediately surrounded by hundreds of people. She took off her sunglasses and walked towards the teaching building with her waist twisted.
Among the crowd, Shu Yun's ex-wife Huang Ting was also watching.
She had a look of contempt on her face and was muttering to herself.
Why are you pretending to be a goddess?
You've already given birth to 3 babies, and you're still acting so arrogant. I heard her father doesn't give her any money anymore, and the relationship between father and daughter is very strained.
Without your father, what kind of white, rich and beautiful woman are you?
Huang Ting's best friend wondered, but she still drives a luxury car.
Why is that?
Huang Ting shook her head, I don't know either.
Just at this moment, a girl stepped forward boldly and asked about Gu Yanxi's situation. Gu Yanxi, isn't your dad giving you the cold shoulder?
How come you can still afford luxury cars and wear designer clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars? Gu Yanxi did not hide it, but instead looked proud.
My husband bought me the car and the clothes. Is that a problem?
I'm already married, and you're still talking about relying on my dad or something like that.
Are you a fool? Gu Yanxi did not deny it.
This beautiful, rich woman used to rely on her father.
But now, her husband is her heaven.
Huang Ting was so angry at this answer that she almost died.
Good job.
I have been married to Chu Yun for almost a year, but I have gained nothing.
Gu Yanxi has only been with Chu Yun for a few days, and he already bought a Porsche? Although she didn't know where Chu Yun got the money.
But this huge psychological gap was too much for her to bear. As a school instructor, Huang Ting should be compassionate and caring towards students.
But she and Gu Yanxi are irreconcilable, so why would she care about so much?
He rushed forward and blocked Gu Yanxi. Stop, don't go, you're acting like a mistress with a clear conscience.
Mistress? Gu Yanxi couldn't help laughing.
At the beginning, when she had sex with Chu Yun because of drunkenness, Chu Yun was indeed in a relationship with Huang Ting. If Gu Yanxi interfered in their relationship, she could indeed be called a mistress. But she carried the baby silently for 10 months. Until the day Chu Yun got divorced, she never looked for him.
What kind of mistress is this? I'm too lazy to argue with you, get out of the way.
Gu Yanxi tried his best to suppress his anger.
I won't let you. I want you to divorce Chu Yun. Why would a mistress like you stay with him?
Gu Yanxi angrily retorted, before, Chu Yun's income was low, and you divorced him because he was poor.
Now that he's rich, you're trying to get back together with him? You're not worthy. Get out. Gu Yanxi, who has always been well-mannered, couldn't help but curse. You're blocking my way and trying to steal my man? Scolding her is good enough.
Seeing that Gu Yanxi was about to leave again, Huang Ting hugged her directly and made all kinds of unreasonable demands.
Gu Yanxi waved his fist. Don't go too far. I've practiced taekwondo. If you don't want to get beaten, just get out of here. Don't look at Gu Yanxi as delicate and weak.
She's a high-ranking taekwondo practitioner.
Moreover, Gu Yanxi usually practices boxing and is very strong. Beating an ordinary girl is like beating your grandson, isn't it? Surrounded by hundreds of people, Gu Yanxi entered the classroom.
Even during class time, there were a lot of people outside the door trying to peek in.
At home,
Xu Yun was a little overwhelmed with taking care of 3 kids alone.
When the baby is young, he can easily handle 3.
Because they basically lie in the crib and can't move. Xu Yun had plenty of time to change their diapers and prepare milk powder.
It's different now. All 3 little kids can turn over and sit up skillfully.
Always keep an eye on them to avoid bumps. Xu Yun would take them out for activities from time to time. If the little ones just stay in the crib, it won't be long before they start crying loudly.
These can still be solved. The most deadly thing is recognizing people. Dabao and Sanbao can't see Gu Yanxi for a minute. There is a risk of crying for a minute.
Xu Yun had to do everything he could to make them happy. Or divert their attention and make them forget about their mother's existence temporarily.
This is a bit difficult.
Xu Yun sat on the sofa, holding a milk ball in one hand.
Chapter 90. Xu Yun was numb after receiving 6 million. Dabao and Sanbao are very naughty.
They started crying as soon as Xu Yun sat down.
Xu Yun stood up and continued crying.
Only when I hold them and keep them walking at all times will the crying stop. This made Xu Yun very tired.
It was not easy for Fong Ping to come over. Xu Yun and he held the babies, took a taxi and drove towards Shenzhen University.
When they get to school, you can let your babies look at the flowers, plants and trees, feel the breeze and cheer themselves up.
I can also be closer to my wife.
After she finishes class, she can let the babies see their mother as soon as possible.
In the car,
the third brother struggled for a long time before he agreed to let Fong Ping hug him. Normally, even when Xu Yun hugged him, Sanbao would hesitate.
If it were that weird Uncle Fong Ping, he would definitely be even more unhappy.
The third brother kept looking for his father. In the eyes of babies, there are different levels of closeness.
With mom around, my third brother Wun Ti take the initiative to look for Xu Yun.
But when his mother was not around, Xu Yun became the person closest to him, and he would do anything to get a hug from Xu Yun.
Don't underestimate these little kids because they are still young. They are very narrow-minded. Xu Yun opened his mobile phone and looked at the investment software.
Xu Yun had previously drawn 50 million in cash. He took out 30 million and invested it in the stock market, buying 7 stocks. 6 of them made huge profits, and 1 made a slight loss. He made 6 million in just a few days. According to Xu Yun's analysis, these stocks began to fall one after another.
Taking the opportunity to leave is the best option.
Xu Yun felt a little numb after receiving 6 million yuan in profits so easily. With the skill of God-level investment, making money is so easy.
The car drove into Shenzhen University.
Xu Yun and Fong Ping put the 3 babies into the stroller and pushed them towards the milk tea shop.
The road is lined with green trees and the flowers and plants emit charming fragrance. The breeze blowing from the small lake is very cool. The environment of key universities is very good, just like a park. As soon as the super internet celebrity Xu Yun appeared, he immediately attracted countless people to watch. There were even some students who were doing live streaming and started live broadcasting. Xu Yun pushed the 3 little kids and walked forward with his head held high. Compared to his 1 billion net worth, the little kids are Xu Yun's proudest asset. Of course, Xu Yun was not afraid of a group of people following him. It would be even better to follow him to the milk tea shop, and by the way, it can also boost the business of your own milk tea shop. Fong Ping felt very uncomfortable. Brother Yun, you're treated even better than a celebrity. Don't you feel awkward being surrounded by so many people? Xu Yun smiled and said, just go your own way. Why bother with them? As long as they don't block your way, you can watch if you want, or just ignore them if you want. Fong Ping was still very unhappy. Xu Yun is so handsome and photogenic, he must not be afraid of being photographed.
He's such a loser that he doesn't even dare to take a selfie. It's really hard to be surrounded by so many people and have them snapping away with their phones. When we arrived at the coffee shop, Xinyu and a female clerk were busy. Even though it's morning and class time, there are still many students coming to buy milk tea. In addition, Shuyun attracted a large number of onlookers. Many people rushed into the milk tea shop and it was crowded in an instant. Shuyun and Fangping brought the 3 little kids to the small house at the back. After shaking off those little tails, Fangping had a chance to catch his breath. These students are so bored. I really want them to leave campus and be beaten by society. After all the trouble along the way, the 3 babies started to get upset. Dabeo cried loudly, and Shuyun quickly fed her milk powder. I still cried after drinking it. The second young lady fell asleep after drinking the milk powder, which was quite considerate of her father. The third brother is the same as Dabeo. The brother and sister sang a concerto, crying one after another. Shuyun held one in each hand and walked around the house with Dabeo and Sanbao for a long time. This barely calmed them down. Fangping smiled and said, "Are you thinking about your sister-in-law?" Shuyun nodded, "That's right. The second miss listens to me more. When I'm around, she doesn't make a fuss." The same cannot be said for Dabeo and Sanbao. When they're in a good mood, they'll just follow me. But when they're in a bad mood, they have to look for mom. I wonder if Cece's get out of class is almost over. Rest in the house for half an hour first, then take the babies out for a walk. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and the water is sparkling. The weather is neither too cold nor too hot, so you can stroll around for as long as you can. Shuyun said. How long will the visit take? It also depends on when the babies start crying. The good news is that there is less than an hour left before Gu Yanqi finishes class. While I was walking around, my wife came. Then you will be liberated. Fangping said worriedly, it's fine to stroll around, but I'm afraid they'll attract a bunch of people to watch us, like they're watching animals. These people are so boring and annoying. Shuyun smiled and said, don't worry about that. People just want to have some fun and enjoy the excitement. I'm not really a big star, I'm just a little famous in school. At first, people were all around me, but I ignored them, and then they gradually went back to their own homes and their own mothers. Fangping nodded. That's right, a bunch of idiots. At this moment, Xinyu temporarily handed over the business to the clerk and went to the back room. Shuyun noticed at a glance that her eyes were red and a little swollen. It seemed like she had just cried, and for quite some time. Yeah, why are you crying? Is someone bullying you? As a qualified bootlicker, Fangping immediately expressed his concern. Xinyu waved her hand. No. Who dared to bully me? I just got some sand in my eyes, and I rubbed them until they turned red. Fangping said blankly, Yeah, do you think I'm a fool? You can't even fool a 3-year-old child in such a perfunctory manner. Shuyun quickly helped Xinyu get rid of the topic. Come over and help us take care of the babies. See if they like you. Xinyu took a deep breath, forced a smile, and walked towards the eldest lady. Dabeo, can you give me a hug? Xinyu stretched out her arms. The eldest lady blinked her cute big eyes and stared at the beautiful aunt in front of her. After looking for a few seconds, she quickly opened her 2 chubby arms with a smile on her lips. Hey, I'm really looking for you. Fangping, that idiot, always scares them to tears every time he wants to hug them. Shuyun was surprised. Fangping was very dissatisfied. Luck. It must be luck. Maybe Dabeo was in a good mood, so he let Yaya hold him. Erbao might not agree. Xinyu snorted coldly, then turned around to hug Erbao. Unexpectedly, the second young lady was also very cooperative, opening her arms and asking for a hug, and gurgling non-stop. Ha. Isn't this scientific? Fangping was puzzled. Xinyu went to hug Sanbao. Same result. The 3 little kids all came to her. Even when Shuyun's parents went to hug the 3 little kids, sometimes they didn't appreciate it. This is fate, right? The 3 babies and I are destined to be together, that's why they like me, hee. Xinyu smiled knowingly and temporarily forgot her worries. The 3 of them played with the little kids for a while. The babies were not sleepy. Shuyun and Fangping could only push the stroller and wander around the milk tea shop. Chapter 91. My wife finally comes to the rescue. Next to the milk tea shop is a lawn with many lush trees.
The grass is also very green. There is also a large garden in the middle, with clusters of colorful flowers. Further ahead is Li Lake, the largest lake in Shenzhen. Shenzhen University diverted the water from the lake to the school, creating a unique landscape. There were cool breezes blowing from the lake, and the three little kids were very comfortable, babbling sounds from their mouths. They are not yet at the stage of learning to speak. My mouth is already trying to pronounce it. But it will take at least a few months before the baby can really call out mommy and daddy. Shuyan picked a small purple flower from the roadside and placed it in front of the eldest lady. The little kids were not allergic to pollen. Shuyan could let them appreciate the flowers with confidence. Oh! The eldest lady stretched out her chubby little hand and grabbed the flowers. Within 2 seconds of holding it, she instinctively stuffed the flower into her mouth. Babies all have this in common. Whatever he caught, he would put in his mouth. Because they don't know how to play with the toys in their hands, they can only use their mouths. Shuyan quickly snatched Xiaohua from the eldest lady's hands. The fragile young lady's facial features were twisted in a knot of aggrieved expression, and she was about to cry. Shuyan quickly grabbed an orange plastic ball from under the stroller and stuffed it into her hand. The little guy's eyes lit up again and he stopped crying. Shuyan can't afford to offend this lady. Gu Yanqi was not around, and she missed her mother. In addition, Debao has always been sensitive, so Shuyan didn't dare to provoke her. Once the tears flow, don't stop until you cry until the university is flooded. Afterwards, Shuyan picked 2 more small flowers and inserted them into the gap at the front of the stroller. The 3 babies can be seen at any time, but are out of reach. The little kids opened their eyes wide and their eyeballs rolled around. Sometimes he looked at the small flowers, sometimes he looked at the hydrogen balloons flying above, and he was extremely lively. Finally, I forgot about my mother's affairs for a while. Just at this moment, a young girl who was also walking in the school came over with a teddy dog. The puppy walked clatteringly behind the girl. It instantly attracted the attention of the little kids. Until now, the toys that the kids have seen have either been inert or electric. This teddy is so lifelike. It was covered in fur, and its dog legs moved very quickly, glancing at the little kids from time to time. Such a living creature must have instantly ignited their interest. The babies all stretched out their hands, trying to catch the little teddy. When the young girl saw this scene, she waved to them happily. The girl knew that it was better for babies to stay away from pets, otherwise they would be easily infected with bacteria. So I quickly took the dog away. I tried to catch Teddy for a long time but failed, and could only watch the dog run away. Debao started crying loudly on the spot, and his crying was so loud that it shook the whole place. The second and third babies were infected and started crying uncontrollably. Fong Ping quickly picked up Debao, the culprit, and comforted him. But the more he tried to comfort her, the harder she cried, so she had no choice but to hand him over to Chu Yun. Chu Yun had no other choice but to take out his cell phone and search for a dog video to show Debao. The little guy finally stopped crying and stared at the screen with red eyes. Ah! The corners of his mouth, which had just been pointing downwards, immediately turned up. Chu Yun was so frightened that he broke out in a sweat. Finally, Debao was stabilized. As an older sister, Debao does have some of the characteristics of an older sister. For example, striving to be the best in many aspects. The first to grow teeth, the first to roll over, the first to learn to sit, and so on. Moreover, Debao is very lively, with bright eyes and full of life. The biggest shortcoming is the fragile heart. Talking loudly to her or making too much noise around her would scare Debao into crying. Just cry, it's no use Chu Yun coaxing her. Only my mother, Gu Yanqi, can keep the situation under control. Chu Yun pushed Debao and Erbao. Fong Ping followed behind without a soul, pushing Sanbao. At the beginning, there were still many people watching. But Chu Yun simply treated them as air and did not interact with them at all. These people felt bored and gradually dispersed. Just like what Chu Yun said. He's not some superstar. Even if your looks can beat those of celebrities, you still don't have the aura of a celebrity. Chu Yun is worth watching once, twice. After so many times, they themselves felt that it was meaningless and mediocre, and they scattered like birds and beasts. Finally, after enduring a long year, Chu Yun saw a familiar Panamera driving towards them. My savior wife is here. Gu Yanqi parked the car on the side of the road, rolled down the window and greeted the kids. Hello, Debao, Erbo, Sanbao, do you miss your mother? Debeo was originally dozing off in a daze. When I heard my mother's voice, I shuddered instantly and my blood was full. She wanted to rush out of the stroller and fly into the stroller to beg her mother for a hug. The same goes for Sanbao and his third brother. He rocked back and forth in his stroller excitedly. I really want to break free from the shackles and return to my mother's arms immediately. Only the second lady. As Chuyun's little cotton padded jacket, she is not so enthusiastic about her mother. It's definitely exciting. Just not as enthusiastic as her older sister and younger brother. Her father, who makes her feel most at ease, is right by her side. Mom? That's about it. I'm leaving first, husband. I'll wait for you at the milk tea shop. Gu Yinchi stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Chuyun immediately pushed Debeo and Sanbao and went straight to the milk tea shop. Sure enough, after just 2 steps, the 2 little kids started crying loudly and their mother ran away. Chuyun accelerated while comforting Debeo and Sanbao. Oh. Gu Yinchi's appearance triggered collective screams from the little kids. Babies only regret that their vocal cords are not fully developed. I couldn't welcome my mom with a louder decibel. Gu Yinchi put his things away and rubbed his hands. I don't know which one to hold. Honey, have the babies all had their formula? I'll feed whoever eats less first. My breasts are a little swollen. Gu Yinchi felt the overflowing granary and looked for a target to store the grain. Chuyun thought for a moment and said, it should be Sanbao, right? He didn't seem to eat much. Debeo is the one who clings to you the most. He cried a lot today. But this little eater should still eat. Missing mom doesn't affect his appetite at all. Gu Yinchi laughed heartily, gently held the eldest lady's chubby hand, and rubbed it back and forth. Debeo is such a foodie. Let's feed Sanbao first, then? Gu Yinchi held Sanbao in his arms. It doesn't matter if I hug him, but Debeo won't accept it. Mom, wasn't he the first one to hug me? I have such a fragile heart. Debeo frowned and was about to release his ultimate move. Gu Yinchi could only hold her in his arms. Both babies weigh more than 10 pounds. Chuyun's strength allows him to easily lift 2 people. Gu Yinchi had thin arms and tender legs, so she could only sit on the sofa and gently embrace them. She winked at Chuyun. The couple had a tacit understanding. Chapter 92. My wife's best friend's business is also my business. Chuyun slowly stretched out his claws and grabbed both sides of the young lady's body. While she wasn't paying attention, he caught her off guard, picked up Debeo and ran out. Before the eldest daughter could figure out the situation, she could no longer see her mother. Just as she was about to cry, Chuyun grabbed a cup from the milk tea shop and handed it to her. Debeo started playing with great interest and temporarily forgot about his mother's existence. After feeding the third baby, Gu Yinchi started feeding the eldest and second baby. The granaries soon ran out of food. The bloating and pain gradually disappeared and the babies were full. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Yinchi chuckled and asked, honey, how does it feel to take care of 3 kids by yourself? Chuyun looked up to the sky and sighed, it's too hard. I could handle it when they were little. But the bigger they get, the harder it is to take care of them. By the time they can walk, 1 person won't be able to keep up with 3. Because every baby must always be followed behind them to avoid bumping into things or being hit by things. Chuyun couldn't possibly take care of 3 kids at the same time. Unless you practice the art of clones. Gu Yinchi spread his hands and said, that's true. You're going to buy a house for your parents soon anyway. When the time comes, they can move in and share the burden. Originally, Chuyun didn't want his parents to disturb their world of 2. But it's really hard to take care of 3 kids. Chuyun and Gu Yinchi have been living in their own world for several months. I enjoyed a lot of the fun I should have enjoyed. The desire is not as strong anymore. Besides, Chuyun's parents only help them take care of the baby during the day. At night, the couple still does what they should do. Even with the presence of their parents, Chuyun and his wife can occasionally relax. It's very convenient to go out to watch a movie, go shopping, etc. Fong Ping was outside helping the shop assistant sell milk tea. Xin Yu went to make a phone call. There was no sign of anyone for more than half an hour. When I came back, I seemed to be crying again. Fong Ping quickly dragged her into the house. Ask about the situation face to face. A qualified bootlicker will never allow his goddess to suffer any injustice. The little kids are all asleep.
The whole world became quiet. Shu Yun and his wife put them on the small bed and covered them with a quilt. The four of them came to the warehouse next to the cabin, drinking milk tea and chatting, while Gu Yanqi had a serious expression on his face.
Yeah, what happened? Are you still going to hide our relationship? There's no outsider here.
One is her best friend, as close as a sister. One is my best friend as husband and also a good friend. Another one is her licking dog. They are all her own people.
Gu Yanqi couldn't understand what Xinyu was hiding.
I was pregnant for 10 months. Xinyu was with her the whole time, helping her buy things, cook, bathe her, and taking care of her in various ways. If it weren't for Xinyu, Gu Yanqi probably wouldn't have been able to have a baby. I was forced to abort the baby a long time ago. Because she had no money, she couldn't afford to hire someone to take care of her. I wouldn't have the confidence to give birth to the baby. Xinyu provided her with great help and spiritual support. After finishing a cup of milk tea, Xinyu sobbed slightly and said, my dad used to be in real estate. There was a period of time afterwards when he started other investments and the returns were pretty good. But last year he invested in a real estate project called Jinzhenfu, borrowed a lot of money from the bank, and lost a lot of money in it. Just last month, the developer absconded with all the money.
My dad lost a lot of money. He's also been chased by many people for debt collection.
The worst part is, the share prices of his several investments in other sectors have plummeted, trapping him completely.
Isn't that unlucky?
My dad nearly jumped off a building. All his assets were frozen, and his RV was even seized by the court.
Gu Yanqi frowned. This is very similar to her father's situation some time ago. But it's much worse. As a businessman, making money involves risks.
When the glory comes, spend money lavishly.
When you are down and out, you are worse than pigs and dogs. It's so normal. Fong Ping was extremely worried. Can your father recover? How can we resolve this situation?
Xinyu shook her head.
It's very difficult. My dad is bankrupt and in debt.
If he is given a few years or 10 years, or if there is a good opportunity, maybe he can turn things around.
But the debt won't give him time. Fong Ping clenched his fists.
He only hated himself for being so useless that he didn't have the money to help the goddess solve her problems. If only I could come up with a large sum of money to help Xinyu's family get through the difficult times temporarily.
Then wouldn't the goddess take the initiative to throw herself into your arms?
But ideals are full, but reality is very skinny.
Fong Ping has no money at all.
However, he still gritted his teeth and asked. Then our dad, no, uncle, how much money does he need to get through this?
If we all pool our money, it should be enough. How much money do you have on you?
Xinyu sighed, I only have 150,000.
Fong Ping steeled his resolve. I've been buying stocks with Brother Yun lately and have made some money.
My savings, including various stocks and funds, should be around 350,000.
Gu Yanqi couldn't wait to say, yes, yeah, tell me. Uncle, how much money do you need? Don't hesitate, we will help you find a solution.
Xinyu started to cry again. This girl is usually very cheerful. I probably have never shed so many tears in my life. She stretched out 4 fingers tremblingly.
Fong Ping frowned. 400,000? That's fine.
I'll take 200,000, you take 100,000, and Wu Zi and the others will contribute another 100,000.
Isn't that enough?
After Fong Ping finished speaking, he laughed awkwardly. Seeing the 3 people staring at him, Fong Ping could only lower his head and said emphatically, okay, let's face this issue seriously.
It's not 400,000, it's 4 million. Gu Yanqi could only focus her eyes on her husband. Chu Yun has strong investment capabilities.
Therefore, all the money in the family is in Chu Yun's hands. There were only a few 100,000 yuan on Gu Yanqi's card, which was used to buy daily necessities. She never asks how much money her husband has.
No matter what she needs, Chu Yun can buy it for her.
As long as you are not short of money, there is no need to ask about your husband's assets. But things have come to this. Gu Yanqi can only place her hopes on her husband. Before Chu Yun could speak, Xinyu pushed her 4 fingers forward again. It is obvious that it is being emphasized that it is not 4 million.
Gu Yanqi and Fong Ping almost cried out at the same time, 40 million?
Xinyu started crying again. She wiped her tears frantically and nodded.
Fong Ping squatted on the ground. 400,000 is no problem. 4 million is enough to kill me. 40 million? Is this a fucking joke? For ordinary people like them, this is an astronomical figure. Gu Yanqi was also dumbfounded. She was still thinking about it. If you can't raise 4 million, you can beg her dad for help. At worst, I can apologize and then sign a loan contract with him and pay him interest. Even usury is acceptable. Dad should give her this face. But 40 million is too scary. Her father Gu Zhengtang can raise 40 million by selling everything he has. But it was impossible for Gu Zhengtang to give all his money to an investor of an unfinished building. Xin Yu held her head and cried bitterly. So, since you can't help me with this matter, don't come to me in the future. I don't want to get you into trouble. I have fallen into the bottomless abyss and can only be swallowed by the abyss bit by bit. No one can save me. At this time, Xu Yun said nothing, took out his cell phone silently, and operated it for a few minutes. Soon, Xin Yu received a text message indicating that 40 million yuan had been deposited into her bank card. Chapter 93. Xin Yu said, I will be your concubine. Xin Yu carefully counted the string of zeros on the text message notification. Confirmed that it is 4,000. In a trance, she thought it was a scam text message. But why is it such a coincidence? As soon as I mentioned 40 million, I received this text message. That's definitely not a scam. Someone actually transferred money to me. She immediately showed the text message to the three people. Fong Ping's eyes widened. Yeah, do you know such a wealthy friend? 40 million can be transferred so easily? This is cash, not assets. A big boss who can usually come up with 40 million in cash. Assets must have several small goals. Gu Yanqi frowned. Yes, yeah, who is this friend of yours? He's so rich. Even Xin Yu herself was in a daze. This is 40 million, not 4,000 yuan. Just turn around? So rich and inhumane. Suddenly, the three of them seemed to be drawn by some mysterious feeling. They all noticed something was wrong at the same time and their eyes fell on Xu Yun. Fong Ping exclaimed in shock, what the hell? Brother Yun, you didn't turn it around, did you? Gu Yanqi swallowed hard. Hubby, is it true? Xu Yun nodded. Otherwise, will 40 million come in a big way? Gu Yanqi, Xin Yu and Fong Ping were all shocked. That is 40 million. In the eyes of the top rich, this money is nothing. For ordinary people, it is really out of reach. Husband, how do you have so much money? Gu Yanqi knew that her husband could make money. But isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Xu Yun drank pearl milk tea with a calm expression. Is that weird? I can afford a 20 million mansion. Shouldn't giving you 40 million in cash scare you that much? Of course, 40 million is basically my entire cash flow, but luckily it's enough. If it exceeds this number, it will take some time. Gu Yanqi stared at her husband with admiration. I feel that his image in my heart has been infinitely elevated. Surpassed Xu Feng and soared into the sky. Fong Ping also admired Xu Yun so much that he cursed him repeatedly. The most important thing is that he saved his goddess. Without Xu Yun's huge sum of money, how should Xin Yu pay off her father's debts? Xin Yu looked at Xu Yun with a complicated expression. At first, she was also surprised, but then she felt grateful. Gradually, these emotions turned into anxiety and guilt. Xu Yun, I'm really surprised that you have so much money. But you don't have to empty your family's nest egg for me, right? You know, if you give all the money to my dad, maybe he'll get better and pay you back in a few years. It's also possible that I'll never recover. What if I can't pay you back then? Xu Yun was very calm. You and Cici have such a close relationship, like sisters. We are family. How can I sit back and watch my family in trouble? Money is just a thing outside of our body. Of course, these words were said to cheer Xin Yu up. Although money is something outside of our body. But 40 million is no joke. Even if Xu Yun had a system, it would not be difficult to earn 40 million. You can't squander it casually. In fact, Xu Yun had conducted research on Shenzhen's policies a long time ago. According to his inference, policies will definitely shift towards the western part of the city within a few years. The western region is likely to receive key development. By then, many real estate projects, commercial areas, hospitals and schools will be built in this area. The Jinzuan Mansion is the most central location in the western region. Shu Yun used his strong investment skills to analyze. If things go well, this unfinished building may be converted into school district housing. Just like the smart operation in The Richest Tomato, he made 1 billion yuan. Even if it cannot be converted into school district housing, the housing prices will definitely skyrocket. By then, there will be countless developers begging to take over. This is a profitable investment. It's just that the cycle is very long. 40 million is not of much use to Chu Yun at the moment. While lending money to Shen Yu's father to fill the hole, Shu Yun can get some shares of this unfinished building from her father. Just wait and get rich in a few years. Shu Yun expressed his thoughts. Shen Yu still didn't quite believe it. Isn't this too mysterious? Shu Yun smiled and said, "Trust me. Ask your father to sign a contract with me later to transfer some of the shares of the unfinished building to me. Given our relationship, I won't ask for too much. I'll leave some for uncle. If everything goes as planned, in 5 years, my uncle's net worth will be no less than 300 million. And I can make at least 500 million from this project. Shu Yun, you really saved my father's life, and also saved my life. I don't know how to thank you. How about I become your concubine?" As soon as Shen Yu said this, she knocked her head. "Oh no. My mind is a mess. What am I talking about? If I really do this, Cici will beat me to death." Shu Yun comforted him. "Don't say anything, go home and transfer the money to your dad and buy him something delicious. When Cici was in the most difficult time, you treated her as your own sister. I will not treat you unfairly. This should be considered a way for me to pamper my wife, right?" Gu Yanqi's face suddenly turned red, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "My husband is not only good at making money. Still hurting myself so much. With a husband like this, what else could a woman ask for?" Shen Yu was still a little uneasy. "You helped me so much, I really feel bad if I don't thank you. How about I give you a kiss? I don't mean anything else, it's just that my sister is my brother, okay?" Shu Yun glanced at Fong Ping. "How about you just kiss Fong Ping? Since you've put forward this condition, you must kiss him, or else return the money to me." Shen Yu took a step back, holding her phone. "No. Why should I pay back the money I borrowed with my own ability? Kiss, just kiss." Fong Ping secretly high-fived Shu Yun. At this moment, he felt that the best decision he had made in his life was to make friends with Chu Yun. At the critical moment, he did not forget to give his backup a god-level assist. Fong Ping closed his eyes, pouted his lips, and waited for the angel to come. Shen Yu rolled her eyes in annoyance and avoided his mouth. She gave Fong Ping a light kiss on the cheek, blushed, and quickly slipped away. Fong Ping wiped his mouth, looking confused. "Is that all?" Shu Yun angrily retorted, "You stupid straight man. It doesn't matter if you are ugly, you can't even pick up girls, you are such a loser. Yaya has experienced everything from hell to heaven. She is at her happiest moment and she promised to kiss you. Hold her head, take the initiative, hold her down and give her a fierce kiss. Yaya will definitely not resist. Maybe you two will make it, you idiots." "What the hell? What did I miss?" Fong Ping pounded his head, his eyes filled with pain and regret. Gu Yanqi laughed out loud. "Think about it from a woman's perspective. If Yaya doesn't dislike you, do what your husband says. Even if you two can't be together now, there's a high probability that you will start dating later and slowly establish a relationship." Fong Ping stamped his feet in anger. "I'll rush over right away, hug her and give her a kiss, how about that?" Shu Yun patted his head. "Are you stupid? It's too late. If you rush over and hug her and kiss her now, she'll call the police and have you arrested." Fong Ping was confused again. "It's just a matter of a moment, how could there be such a huge difference in the results?" Shu Yun was too lazy to waste time talking to this guy. "You deserve to be single. I don't have time for you. My wife and I are going to take the baby home." As they were very excited, their voices became louder and louder. I don't know when, but the 3 little kids were woken up. But they didn't cry, as if they had agreed upon it. Shu Yun and his wife walked over and saw the 3 siblings communicating with each other. They couldn't speak, but they could look at each other and hum something. The milk balls have the same blood flowing in their bodies. They are naturally close and have a strong sense of identity. Gu Yanqi's cherry lips opened wide. "Wow! This scene is so sweet. I quickly took a picture as a souvenir. Chapter 94. This daily routine is also very interesting. A family of 5 took a taxi. We got off the bus early at the square near the community. Shu-yun and his wife pushed their 3 little kids and strolled along the edge of the square. Although it's almost noon, the weather is getting cooler. The air seemed to be filled with raindrops, and it was extremely cool. The little kids looked at the colorful world around them and were all excited. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Every person, every tree, and every sign that passed by made the baby's blood boil. As Gu Yanqi took photos, she excitedly said, "Hubby, look how happy the babies are. They're getting bigger and bigger, and they love to play more and more. They won't be able to stay at home anymore. When they grow up a little bit, I will take them to the zoo to see lions and elephants, and to the amusement park to ride the carousel." Just thinking about it makes me excited. During this stage, the couple's interaction with their babies is very limited. Because the little kids can't talk. It is also difficult to understand what my parents say. Let's celebrate the new year. By the time the little ones are a year old, they'll be able to talk, walk, and understand our instructions. That will be so fun. Shu-yun responded. After a moment of silence, Gu Yanqi suddenly brought up the previous incident again. "Husband, you transferred 40 million to Yeye, and you also said that the unfinished building could be developed into school district housing? Are you kidding?" Shu-yun stared at his wife solemnly. "Do you think I'm joking? It's true. This is a lucrative investment. Yeye's father solved his debt problem, and I completed a perfect investment. Win-win. What if? What if this investment doesn't make any profit, and even Yeye's father can't pay us back? Will my husband still give her 40 million? Shu-yun nodded without hesitation. Of course. A drop of water is always rewarded with a spring. Yeye was so good to my wife back then. Without her, the babies wouldn't be born today. In the eyes of others, 40 million is too much. In my eyes, giving Xinyu this reward is not exaggerated. For Chu-yun now, 40 million is too easy to make. But it is not so easy to give birth to 3 little kids. Besides, Shu-yun was able to obtain the system because of the existence of the babies. Without Xinyu, the babies would have difficulty being born, and Shu-yun would not be able to obtain the system. Ultimately, Xinyu deserves credit for this. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm a little hungry. Let's go home. I'll cook for you myself. Gu Yanqi couldn't help but lick his dry lips. Wow! What new dish is my husband going to make? I can't wait to see it. Just now I was thinking, there's a good Malatang restaurant and a hot pot restaurant here. I was thinking about what to eat. Since my husband plans to cook for us, we must go home to eat. Shu-yun's hands have magic. The food he cooked satisfied Gu Yanqi's stomach very much. It's not just the stomach. In other aspects, Shu-yun's handwork is pretty good. Honey, there's a Starbucks here. Do you want one? I'll buy you a cup. Gu Yanqi suggested. Shu-yun waved his hands quickly. Didn't you just drink milk tea in Starbucks? Are you letting yourself go? Don't you want to lose weight? I don't drink this stuff. I'll drink tea when I get home. Gu Yanqi clenched the fingers he extended. That's right. My figure has just returned to normal, so I should take it easy. Speaking of tea, I remember my dad had some aged poor tea cakes. I don't know the details, but that cake must have been worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. It must be considered top-grade tea, right? Shu-yun nodded. A piece of tea cake costs hundreds of thousands. It must be a well-established brand. It's been around for a while, so the quality shouldn't be bad. When it comes to tea, even if you have money, you can't necessarily buy good quality tea. In fact, there are Mother Tree de Hongpo tea leaves in the System Mall. The exchange price is 11,000 per gram. Since we're talking about tea, Shu-yun will go home and try mixing a few ounces of it. Buy me an ice cream. Shu-yun said. Although it is cool today, it is not long after all as the beginning of autumn, so the overall temperature is still quite high. Shu-yun eats an ice cream or popsicle almost every day. Gu Yanqi bought a box of Haagen-Dazs for Shu-yun. He opened the box, scooped a small spoonful and handed it to the eldest lady's mouth. The sweet ice cream lingered around Debao's mouth. Ah! The eldest lady opened her mouth wide and tried to take a bite. As soon as she bit, Shu-yun retreated.
As soon as she bit, Shu Yun retreated. After trying 5 or 6 times without success, the young lady became anxious. The face that was smiling just now was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and tears flowed out like water. Gu Yanqi rolled his eyes and patted Shu Yun's shoulders lightly twice. "Stinky hubby, you're deliberately stirring up trouble. You know the young lady is a hard-working person, but you still use such brightly colored and sweet ice cream to seduce her?" Shu Yun immediately hid behind him and waved his left hand at the eldest lady. "Don't worry about Debeo anymore." "Wow." Debeo cried even harder. "Although this princess is young, she is not a fool. If you don't let me eat today, this princess will cry until the sky is dark." It looked like he couldn't be appeased any longer. Gu Yanqi could only use his ultimate move. She took out a dough apple. His teeth were like those of a squirrel. He quickly gnawed off the skin and stuffed it into the young lady's mouth. Debeo has no teeth and can't chew apples. But her little mouth can suck. As the sweet apple juice entered his mouth, the little guy's anger instantly turned into joy. Big, dark eyes with sparkling pearls hanging on them. She was so cute that Shu Yun wanted to make her cry a few more times. After eating the ice cream, Gu Yanqi suddenly had an idea. "Honey, there seems to be a framing shop up ahead. Would you like to write a few calligraphy or draw a few pictures and have them framed and hung at home? My husband's calligraphy and paintings are so beautiful that even my stubborn father feels inferior to him. Frame them at home to make it look more cultured. At present, there are some oil paintings in the house that were brought in during the decoration. There are only photos of the little ones when they were 1 month old and 100 days old. After Chu Yun and his wife take their wedding photos, they will definitely hang a lot of wedding photos. These family photos are indeed heartwarming, but lack a bit of artistic flair. When it comes to family, warmth is the most important thing. But besides being warm, it still needs to have a bit of class." Shu Yun nodded in agreement. "When I get back and have time, I will write a few words. I got a call today that the first batch of clothes for the babies is arriving. Each baby has a long-sleeved shirt and long pants. And a skirt. The current season is the turn of summer and autumn, and the weather is about to turn cooler. But the skirt can still be worn for at least half a month." By the time the skirt wore off and it was almost time to wear long sleeves and long pants when I got home, the kids finally went to sleep. After tossing and turning for quite some time, they didn't get much sleep. Only when he got home did he finally relax completely and fell into a deep sleep. Shu Yun thought about calling his mother-in-law. "It's time to meet my father-in-law." But the news we got was that Gu Zhengtang had gone abroad. He won't be back until 2 months later. Helplessly, Shu Yun could only postpone the confrontation with his father-in-law. Chapter 95, I can call you daddy, but not completely. Time flies, and it's mid-November in the blink of an eye. It's already late autumn. Although Shenzhen is located in the south, the weather is not that cold. But the city is close to the sea. The wind blowing from the sea is very humid. This damp and cold feeling is far less biting than in the north, but it can cause considerable damage to the body. The little ones are 7 months and 5 days old. Compared to more than 2 months ago, there have been significant changes. They grew a few centimeters taller and gained a few pounds in weight, and grew visibly. The outward changes are not the most noticeable. The most obvious is the development inside the body. The little kids can already understand some of the instructions from Chu Yun and his wife, and can make corresponding actions according to their instructions. The eldest daughter has grown 7 teeth. As a foodie, how can you enjoy eating without teeth? In comparison, the second young lady has only 5 teeth, and the third brother has only 4. The babies are all babbling. Especially Miss Debeo, she often makes a ba sound with her mouth. It sounds so close to calling out dad. Shu Yun has waited for this day for too long. For babies over 8 months old, the amount and types of complementary foods that can be added are many. In the kitchen, Shu Yun was cooking millet and pumpkin porridge while stewing fish soup. At the same time, a small bowl of colorful noodles for children was also cooked. Shu Yun doesn't cook often, it's usually his wife who cooks. At most, he would provide guidance from the side. Or I do it myself when my wife is not around. But the baby's complementary foods are all prepared by Chu Yun himself. After all, Chu Yun's cooking skills are amazing. It can produce a variety of exquisite tastes, making babies eat more happily. Moreover, babies' bodies are too delicate and they are prone to illness. Gu Yanqi was afraid that she wouldn't be able to prepare complementary food properly and something might go wrong, causing the babies to get sick. The millet and pumpkin porridge is out of the pot. The cod is cooked, and the noodles are ready. Little ones, get ready to eat. Following Chu Yun's greeting. In the living room, Gu Yanxi, Xiao Wei and Chu Chunling each held a baby and placed it on the child seat. Chu Yun bought a ready-made house nearby for his parents, and they moved in directly. During this period, they came over to help take care of the children during the day. Sometimes when Chu Yun and his wife are too busy, they will help take care of the children at night. The 3 little kids have grown up and can no longer sit still. Trap them in the bed and keep them out with a fence. They all banged against the fence hard, trying to break free. If you don't let them out, the 3 little kids will cry loudly. Take them down from the bed and put them in a stroller or high seat. They still couldn't sit still. He would sit for 2 minutes at most and then start crying again. Someone has to hold it. Even if Chu Yun and Gu Yanxi are free. It's very difficult for 2 people to look after 3 babies. But in reality, it is difficult for a couple to be free at the same time. Someone has to cook, do the baby's laundry, go shopping, and so on. It really won't work without asking my parents for help. This situation will not be alleviated until the babies are 3 or 4 years old and fully sensible. Chu Yun filled a bowl of millet and pumpkin porridge and poured some fish soup and a small amount of cod meat into a small plate. He poured another bowl of noodle soup and placed it on the dining table. Xiao Yun, let's feed it together? Xiao Wei suggested. Xu Yun waved his hand. No, I can do it alone. Feeding 3 babies by myself is very simple, just like feeding chickens, it's quite interesting. Xiao Wei quickly rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense. What do you mean by feeding the chickens? The babies are much more valuable than the chickens. When Xu Yun was a child, he lived in his hometown and his parents raised chickens. He has been an expert at feeding chickens since he was a child. Xu Yun first picked up the eldest lady's rubber rice spoon and gave her a small spoonful of rice porridge. Come, sister, eat first. A person who eats a lot, a soul that eats a lot. He held the spoon to the eldest lady's mouth and tried to tease her again. But the eldest lady is no longer the same as before. Xu Yun didn't have time to retract his hand. The little guy grabbed Xu Yun's arm and pulled it back hard. The spoon went right into her mouth. The eldest lady took the opportunity to swallow it in one gulp. This cute yet fierce action made everyone burst into laughter. Xu Yun gave a thumbs up. That's amazing. You can't wait any longer? You're a natural foodie. The eldest daughter has always been more than 2 kilograms heavier than her younger sister and brother, and is nearly 2 centimeters taller. This has something to do with her crazy eating habits. The millet porridge tastes delicious when you chew it in your mouth. After swallowing it, the young lady opened her mouth wide, waiting for the second bite. Right away, it's your sister and brother's turn now. Line up and don't be in a hurry. Xu Yun quickly scooped a small spoonful and put it into the second young lady's mouth. Watching the delicious food fly away right before my mouth. The eldest lady is about to cry. Xu Yun did not comfort her, but gritted his teeth and deliberately slowed down his pace. He just wanted to make the young lady cry. Being able to eat is a blessing. But Xu Yun can't indulge her with such impatience. It is important to use both kindness and strictness when dealing with babies. When it is time to pamper someone, pamper them to the utmost. When it is time to educate, we must be ruthless. Gu Yanxi understood what her husband was thinking. So even if the eldest daughter cried, she would just comfort her. Okay, stop crying, Dabeo. We'll eat when it's our turn. Don't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the less food you'll have. Do you hear me? I don't know if Dabeo understood. It was her mother's comfort that made her feel at ease, and she suddenly stopped crying. She licked a tear that fell into her mouth with her tongue and stared at Xu Yun with eager eyes. A pitiful expression. Xu Yun pinched the eldest lady's face. That's right. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Don't be anxious. If you eat a lot, Dad can let you eat more. But it's wrong to take food away from your younger siblings. The eldest lady seemed to feel that she had done something wrong and stuck out her tongue. He started talking babble. Either they spit out words one by one, or they just spit out a few words. It is rare to pronounce 2ba sounds. Even if it was pronounced, it was obviously not calling Dad because the tone was wrong. Xu Yun gently cut some cod meat with a spoon and crushed it into small pieces. After confirming that there were no bones in it, I fed it to the young lady.
Cod has very few bones.
But just in case, Shu Yun was still very cautious. Because the milk balls are so small, it would be difficult to deal with a fish bone stuck in your throat.
Snap, snap, snap.
The eldest lady chewed the fish with her 7 teeth, her eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. If she could talk, 2 words will definitely pop out: it smells so good.
Gu Yanqi covered his mouth and laughed. Isn't this too cute?
You're eating so deliciously, you're worthy of it. The fish is indeed delicious, even without adding seasonings such as onion, ginger, and garlic.
Shu Yun can also make it taste extraordinary.
The second young lady also ate a large piece of fish, but felt unsatisfied, so she stretched out her chubby little hands to grab the bowl. Shu Yun was not paying attention and her bowl was taken away from him.
Hee hee. The second young lady did something bad and let out a series of evil laughs. Shu Yun pretended to be angry.
The second young lady was not afraid at all, but laughed louder and louder.
Shu Yun's expression became very ferocious. Bao, Daddy is angry. He's going to turn into a big monster and eat you. He put his face close to the second young lady to intimidate her. Bang!
Caught off guard, the second young lady swung her hand and gave Shu Yun a big slap. The slap was very light, just like a tickle, but it stunned Shu Yun.
Good boy. So brutal?
He did something bad and slapped his dad.
He's a real bully. But why do I like bullies so much? Hee hee.
Chapter 96. The eldest daughter mastered the code of wealth and started calling daddy all the time.
Feeding is a big project. The main reason is that there are too many babies, 3 in total.
Although it is not as exaggerated as described in novels, where one baby has 10 or 108 babies.
But in reality, 3 is already a lot.
In many families, having a baby can cause chaos and unrest.
With 3 of them, it's like they're fighting every day.
Even if my mother becomes a full-time housewife and hires 1 or 2 aunties, it would probably be difficult to handle the situation.
There is a fixed amount of complementary food every day.
Shu Yun developed a strict complementary food schedule according to the ages of the babies.
There are 2 complementary meals today.
For the first meal, each child had 4 spoonfuls of rice porridge, 2 pieces of fish, 2 spoonfuls of fish soup, and a small amount of noodles. Of course, it also fluctuates according to actual conditions.
For example, the eldest daughter is very good at eating.
Shu Yun gave her an extra spoonful of each complementary food based on the plan.
Otherwise it wouldn't satisfy the bao's appetite at all. Especially since Gu Yanqi was planning to wean the babies. They will become more dependent on milk powder and complementary foods. It's okay to eat a little more. Weaning can be done early or late.
Some female stars are eager to work after giving birth and do not go home for a long time. The baby is weaned almost immediately after the confinement period, or is fed with formula milk all the time. A little later, that is, weaning the babies after they are 1 year old. As for the reason why Gu Yanqi was weaned, it was because the babies had bitten through the button of her food storage compartment. She felt a stinging pain when the babies hit her. In fact, she planned to let the babies eat the rations for a while longer. I was really forced to choose to wean myself. After eating and drinking, the straightforward young lady just had a bowel movement. After a while, Sanbao also defecated. I changed their diapers and waited for a few minutes. Shu Yun used a baby-specific water cup to fill some warm water for them and let the babies drink a few sips. Feeding solid foods seems simple. It can start from making complementary food, feeding complementary food, washing dishes, cleaning plates, and subsequent diaper changing and other tasks.
It takes more than an hour and a half to complete a set.
Shu Yun rubbed his hands and said, "It's done.
Now it's time to put on new clothes. Put on your clothes and let's get on the walker and learn to walk."
Shu Yun just turned his head. Then a loud and firm voice came out of the eldest lady's mouth.
"Dad. Dad."
The eldest lady's pronunciation is very clear and powerful, with a hint of childishness and milkiness. But to Shu Yun, it sounded like thunder. In an instant, the blood in Shu Yun's body exploded. The whole person is about to ascend to heaven on a rocket. For more than 8 months, Shu Yun is paid a lot to take care of the little ones. In the past, he would sleep until he woke up naturally. In my spare time, I often read books, play ball, and exercise. I have a wide variety of entertainment activities. Ever since I had the babies, I gave up all the entertainment activities and devoted 200% of my energy to this. Just to let the little ones grow up healthily. During this period, Shu-yun was tortured to the point that there was no light in his eyes and his blood volume dropped sharply. However, the eldest daughter's call of dad was like a river bursting its banks. Shu-yun was directly infused with vast energy, and he was revived with full health on the spot. Although the eldest lady called out dad. But he may not be the father Shu-yun has in mind. It's just an instinctive call. She herself may not even know what she wants to express. Shu-yun doesn't care about that. Anyway, the eldest daughter is calling dad, the pronunciation and tone are the same, so you don't need to worry about anything else. Shu-yun is floating. Even Gu Yanxi was extremely envious. Wow! The eldest daughter called me daddy. Your husband must be very proud, right? This must be one of the happiest moments in your life. When will the babies start calling for mommy? You stinky DeBeo, you usually can't leave mommy and always cling to me. Now the first one you call for is daddy. I can't take it anymore, I'm too sensitive. The young lady who opened the brakes couldn't stop the car. She kept on chattering away. Shu-yun was so happy. Shu Chunming walked over and patted his son on the shoulder. Cherish the happy moments. More than 20 years ago, when you called me dad for the first time, I was very happy too. Back then, our family was so poor that we could only be happy for a short while before we had to go back to work, little brat. You're much happier now. You can sit on the sofa for a while and slowly digest the joy of happiness. Shu-yun and his son rarely talk to each other. Because men don't need to talk too much to each other. Now is the exception. Shu-yun was a little greedy. He kissed the eldest lady's plump white arms a few times as a reward. Then he looked at the second young lady and said, "Erbao, you should call daddy too, hurry up." The second young lady stared at the silly father in front of her with her cute big eyes. His little mouth kept chattering. Erbao talks a lot usually. But there is still some distance before we can officially call him dad. But her tongue is very dexterous and can make gurgling sounds in her mouth, which is very naughty. Call daddy quickly. Shu-yun urged. Wow! Wow! The second young lady actually spoke. She consciously shouted in the direction of her father. Unfortunately, his ability could not keep up with his will, and his shouting was unclear, so Shu-yun could only rely on his imagination. Third brother, call daddy, hurry up and call daddy. Shu-yun placed his hopes on Sanbao. Ma. Sanbao's voice became even more unclear. But you can tell that his pronunciation is obviously directed at calling his mother. This time it was Gu Yanxi's turn to be excited. Wow, Sanbao is still closer to mom. He's not like his sister at all. On the surface, he's very attached to me, but behind the scenes, he has such a good relationship with dad. Mom, give me a kiss as a reward. Gu Yanxi pursed her lips and kissed her third brother several times through the air. There was still some lipstick residue on her lips, so she couldn't easily touch Sanbao's skin. Shu-yun excitedly brought out 3 jumpsuits. These 3 pieces of clothing were designed by Shu-yun himself. It was previously given to Shin Yu's friend for customization. To be honest, the quality is indeed good and Shu-yun is quite satisfied with it. When he designed it, he left a certain amount. So when the baby grew 2 months older, it was just the right size to wear. The onesies the older sister and younger sister wore were women's styles with cute pink bunny patterns on them. The jumpsuit that the third brother wore was a boy's style with a cute little tiger pattern on it. Clothes make the man. After putting on 3 new sets of clothes, the little kids looked refreshed and became more beautiful and lovely. Puff, puff, puff. Dad. Dad. The eldest daughter seemed to have mastered the code to wealth and began to call her dad constantly. Shu-yun felt elated with every word he shouted. The cunning DeBeo wants to please his father in this way. Maybe the eldest daughter thinks that this will allow her father to cook more for her and let her eat more? Shu-yun's mother, Xiao Wei, came over pushing a walker. The eldest lady is worthy of being the elder sister. Her physical development is the best among her 3 siblings. Not only can he turn over, roll around and sit up skillfully. You can even stand up by yourself by holding on to the back of the sofa. However, her balance is not very good and she falls down after standing for a while. But with Shu-yun supporting her body, the young lady was able to take a few staggering steps. This proves that DeBeo can learn to walk. Chapter 97. I'm going to meet my father-in-law soon, and try to crush him in all aspects. The second and third treasures are not as good. They don't have enough leg strength. If you put it in a stroller, it will probably be too limp to stand up. Shuyan picked up the eldest lady and put her in the walker. The young lady's hands naturally rested on the armrests. However, after Chuyan let her go, the eldest lady lost her balance and fell backwards. Fortunately, the stroller is well balanced. The young lady only stepped back a few dozen centimeters before stopping. The lively and active eldest daughter began to imitate her own swimming posture in the swimming pool. Use both feet to push backwards. The stroller rushed out like a headless fly. The young lady turned half a circle on the spot and stopped. As soon as he stopped, the little guy continued to push forward with all his strength. The baby carriage drew another twisted route and hit the table in the living room. The baby carriage had protective measures and would not hurt the young lady. Oh. Dad. Yeah. All along, the eldest daughter has been held by her parents. Now she could control her own direction, which was wonderful. She was completely enjoying it and kept cheering. This time, the eldest lady rushed forward frantically. But she couldn't move. Because there is a table in front. Every time you try to charge, you run into a wall. Every time you try to charge, you run into a wall. Debeo, change direction. Shu Yun guided. The eldest daughter definitely doesn't understand what her father is saying. But the little girl was very smart. She adjusted the direction of her force, drifted on the spot, and threw the table away. This time her route was very straight and accurate. She rushed forward for 5 or 6 meters and stopped only after hitting the sofa. The eldest daughter was not used to the walker at first. Later on, I became more and more proficient and had a lot of fun. About 15 minutes later, Shuyan took her out of the walker. Okay, Debeo, continue studying tomorrow. You're already great, don't get tired. Debeo has indeed been quite active just now. Not long after I brought her out, the little one was so tired that she fell asleep. Just when the whole family was having fun, Shuyan received a call from his mother-in-law. Hello, Mom, what's up? Shuyan frowned and asked. The two families are so close. If Li Yuan had something important to tell her, she would just walk a few hundred meters over here. Call and prove that everything can be explained clearly over the phone. It's like this, your dad, that's Cece's dad. I'm just calling you Dad. I don't know if you're used to it, since you haven't met him yet. He'll be home all day tomorrow. Didn't you say you wanted to see him? It's only a matter of time. How about you come over tomorrow night? 7:30, please. Give you a day to prepare. Li Yuan didn't know what preparations her daughter and son-in-law had made for the meeting. Therefore, they were given one day so that they would not be too rushed. Fighting a battle that is well prepared always gives you a better chance of success. Shuyan nodded and said, okay, it's settled. I'll discuss it with Cece. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yanxi was very nervous. She had never been so nervous about her dad in her life. The relationship between father and daughter used to be extremely good. Since this incident, a huge rift has appeared between father and daughter. Being nervous is being nervous. Gu Yanxi also felt that it was time to fill this rift. Otherwise, in the end, it might be impossible to resolve the issue. While the kids were sleeping, the couple went to the terrace and discussed things while drinking tea. Gu Yanxi, who never drinks tea, didn't care whether the tea was bitter or not, and drank 2 cups of it as if it were water. Husband, do we need to prepare anything for meeting my dad this time? Shuyan frowned, courtesy is essential. After all, this is the first time I meet my father-in-law, so I must bring a gift. But we have to cater to his preferences. What does our dad like? Gu Yanxi covered his face with the 5 fingers of his right hand and thought for a long time without finding an answer. You know, Dad likes the things that middle-aged and elderly people with some culture like. Chess, tea, antiques, calligraphy, and his business, mainly them all. Shu Yun nodded, I got it. As for tea, I can prepare some tea leaves for Dad. They are definitely much more valuable than his tea cakes. As for playing chess, I have no problem as long as he is willing to play with me. As for the antiques, one day is enough for me to prepare a similar antique for him. Let's not talk about calligraphy. Didn't Mom show Dad my calligraphy a while ago? As for the shopping mall, Shuyun didn't say much. Even his wife is still unaware of his identity as a major shareholder of Excellence Century Link. Shuyun doesn't want to use this trump card for the time being. There is no sense of accomplishment in using this to control my father-in-law.
Gu Yanqi hugged Chu Yun's arm tightly. Then it's all up to my husband. I'll just take good care of the babies at home. I believe my husband can definitely suppress my father's stubborn temper and make him accept us. In the evening, Chu Yun lay on the sofa. She held her eldest child in her left hand, her second child in her right hand, and her third child in her arms. It feels so good to be surrounded by those little milk balls. Gu Yanqi, who was standing by, was a little jealous of the little girls. Chu Yun is her husband. These three stinky guys actually stole her husband away? It's really hateful. Oh, honey, Mom said she's going back to her hometown soon. Do you want to take the kids with you? Let them gain some experience. Although the metropolis is prosperous. But there was nothing else around except houses, cars, and people. It's different when I get back to my hometown. Although it is remote and backward, the natural scenery is beautiful. Flowers are blooming everywhere, trees are lush, and there are all kinds of animals such as pigs, dogs, chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. At least babies of this age will be much happier in their hometown in the countryside than in the city. Gu Yanqi nodded. Okay. I said, everything is up to you, husband. I will follow your lead. Chu Yun stared at Gu Yanqi with a naughty look. Then I want to spank my beloved concubine, is that okay? All right. Gu Yanqi walked up to Chu Yun generously. She turned around, lowered her upper body slightly, and waited obediently to be beaten. You're not going to bullshit me, are you? The babies are all on me, so take it easy. Gu Yanqi pouted and snorted. You're the one who let me go. Are you going to hit me or not? If not, I'll leave. Chu Yun, with great suspicion, slapped him lightly. My wife didn't dodge at all and was very obedient. It's not like your style, to be so attentive? Chu Yun frowned. Gu Yanqi chuckled. Of course. I want my husband to be in the best mental state and in the happiest mood, ready to deal with my dad tomorrow. What's the big deal about hitting me? Kill me and help your husband. Seeing Gu Yanqi's mouth crooked with laughter, Chu Yun felt inexplicably relieved. Chapter 98 Chu Yun? Why is it you? Gu Yanqi was previously known as the cold and aloof school beauty. Her personality is really a bit cold and arrogant. But in front of her, Gu Yanqi was not only innocent and kind, but also a little heartless. She completely dropped her cold disguise. Treat Chu Yun with your most sincere side. That's very comfortable. Well, I want to be in a better mood tonight. Do you know what to do, wife? Chu Yun became even more aggressive. Gu Yanqi nodded shyly. It's all up to my husband. Chu Yun burst out laughing. Can you please speak properly? You're going to see our dad tomorrow. I thought you were nervous. Why are you so naughty? Do you want to use this method to relieve mental stress? Gu Yanqi sighed deeply. Maybe. In the middle of the night, after the little ones fell asleep, Chu Yun and his wife relaxed for a while. Then Gu Yanqi fell asleep. Chu Yun did not wake her up to continue playing games, but entered the system mall. Chu Yun's dad value is increasing rapidly and has now reached 170,000. The nanny's level also rises very quickly. Although it is still far from the ultimate level 10 dad. But I finally saw the hope of reaching the maximum level. Chu Yun used his remaining 50,000 daddy points to exchange for 3 tails of mother tree de Hongpo and precious 1,000-year-old poor tea. These teas are not available on the market. It can only be found in the hands of some top collectors. In addition, Chu Yun also exchanged a painting of shrimp by Chi Baisher. There are a large number of antiques in the system mall. Although Chu Yun has integrated the god-level eye technique skill, he has a strong ability to appreciate antiques. But he really has no interest in antiques. If Chu Yun didn't want to give a gift to his father-in-law, he wouldn't have come to the antique area of the system mall. With his current dad value, he can only exchange for this prawn picture worth millions. Chu Yun is currently far from being able to get his hands on some extremely precious antiques such as yuan blue and white porcelain. That kind of antique can be sold for hundreds of millions at an auction. Don't expect this kind of dad value. The next afternoon, Li Yuan bought a lot of ingredients. She prepared a sumptuous meal to entertain her daughter and son-in-law. Gu Zhengtang didn't understand the situation. He was wearing reading glasses and looking at an ancient jade in his hand. He asked, "Wife, what day is it today? Can we finish all the vegetables and meat we bought?" Li Yuan directly revealed her cards. We can finish it. 4 adults and 3 little ones can finish it. 4 people? Gu Zhengtang was stunned. Where did these 4 people come from?
I forgot to tell you that Cece and our son-in-law are coming over tonight at 7:30, and they will bring their 3 babies with them.
That's why I'm going to prepare a big meal for them. Gu Zhengtang's face suddenly changed and he jumped up. When did I allow them to come over? Call now and tell them not to come. Li Yuan chose to ignore it. You can hit me if you want. I won't hit you anyway. Do you really plan to never see your daughter again?
This matter will be resolved sooner or later. Today, you must meet your son-in-law and talk to him face to face to make this matter clear. Gu Zhengtang thought for a moment and felt that what Li Yuan said made sense.
No matter what, Gu Yanqi is still his precious daughter and the apple of his eye.
He hasn't seen his daughter for more than a year, but he misses her every day.
You can't really not want her, right?
Gu Zhengtang also wanted to open his eyes to this son-in-law.
Who on earth is this person who can make his beautiful, rich and wealthy daughter so bewildered? No matter what, Gu Zhengtang has an unchanging position. There is absolutely no way I would accept this so-called son-in-law. Li Yuan secretly glanced at Gu Zhengtang with a smile on her face.
You're furious now, but don't use the true fragrance theorem when the time comes.
Dusk. The agreed time is almost here.
Li Yuan prepared a big meal and waited for her daughter, son-in-law and the little ones to arrive. After tasting her son-in-law's cooking, Li Yuan felt that the food she cooked could only be fed to pigs.
It's not worthy of being called a feast.
Gu Zhengtang sat on the sofa, thinking about how to deal with this hateful boy who had done that to his daughter while drunk, causing her to get pregnant and give birth to triplets.
Ding dong.
Not long after, the doorbell rang.
Outside the door, Zhu Yun and Gu Yanqi were pushing 3 baby strollers.
The little kids were wearing custom-made onesies, and they were all in high spirits and dancing with excitement.
A familiar environment can make babies feel at ease. But unfamiliar environments can make them more excited. Home is a safe haven where babies feel more secure.
But if you stay at home for too long, you will get bored, and the little ones just want to wander around and broaden their horizons.
Open the door, they are coming. Li Yuan shouted. Gu Zhengtang was stunned. For some reason, he suddenly didn't dare to open the door. He was extremely angry with this so-called son-in-law and didn't want to see him at all.
He was angry and missed his precious daughter, but at the same time he felt a little bit sorry for her and was embarrassed to meet her.
Forget it, just open the door. What should I be afraid of? Gu Zhengtang's face darkened as he went over to open the door.
The father and daughter looked at each other, and Gu Yanqi felt extremely embarrassed. She immediately lowered her head and pushed 3 strollers in.
Zhu Yun was the last one to enter. Gu Zhengtang's gaze fell on Zhu Yun, and he was very surprised. Why are you here? Young man, are you the one who helped me pick up the documents last time?
Zhu Yun didn't expect that the uncle was actually Gu Yanqi's father, his own father-in-law. This is such a coincidence.
Yes, it's me. Gu Zhengtang laughed heartily. Isn't this a coincidence? At first, in the underground parking lot.
When Zhu Yun helped Gu Zhengtang pick up documents, he thought the boy was tall, handsome, and kind-hearted. When looking for a son-in-law in the future, Zhu Yun will be the template for appearance and character.
Unexpectedly, the husband Gu Yanqi found was actually Zhu Yun.
Gu Zhengtang's rage suddenly subsided a lot. But he was still very stubborn. His expression changed and he said in a deep voice, "Young man, let me be honest. Although you helped me last time, you were wrong in this matter of Cece. Just for this reason, I cannot accept you. If you want to truly become my son-in-law, you must pass my test."
Zhu Yun spread his hands. Uncle, how do you want to assess me? Come on, it's fine with me. Gu Zhengtang patted Zhu Yun on the shoulder. Sit down first, we'll talk later.
I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private matters. Regarding public affairs, we get along very well, and you've helped me before, so I must be polite to you. Personally, you stole my precious daughter away and made her give birth to triplets.
I've been ridiculed a lot because of this, and I absolutely cannot let you go.
Zhu Yun felt that his father-in-law was very interesting. While being polite to me, he also said all kinds of harsh words. Just like schizophrenia, there is a clear distinction between public and private. Passionate but ruthless. Chapter 99. Gu Zhengtang is overwhelmed by your cute little girl, but he still has to say something. Originally, Gu Yanqi was worried about her father having just met her husband. There will be a big quarrel.
So harmonious? The 2 people still know each other.
This start made her feel relieved.
Gu Zhengtong's gaze fell on the little kids. Dabeo has a round face and a chubby body.
She would stick out her tongue at Gu Zhengtang from time to act cute. His heart melted in an instant.
The second young lady looked at the ceiling and kept puffing out words from her mouth. She was so cute.
The third brother's head turned around and looked at the entire room, which was so cute.
Who can resist such a sweet and cute attack? What's more, these are my grandchildren. Gu Zhengtong's psychological defenses were instantly torn apart again.
But he gritted his teeth, turned his head away, and refused to look at the little kids or tease them, and he would never compromise.
Dad, these are my 3 babies. What do you think? Are they cute?
Gu Yanqi saw through his father's thoughts and continued to attack him with milk balls.
Gu Zhengtang glanced at it indifferently. What's it to me? Did I agree to let you give birth to the baby? Young man, would you like some tea?
Gu Zhengtang looked at Chu Yun and said something with mixed emotions. He had been very optimistic about Chu Yun before. But who could have expected that he would be the one who had sex with his own daughter?
Gu Zhengtang didn't know how to treat him.
Before, I was gritting my teeth and hating it to the core, but now it is obviously impossible.
It can only be a lukewarm attitude. Uncle, I drink tea almost every day.
Gu Zhengtang nodded and brought over his treasured tea. You kid, I should have hated you, but since we're destined to be together, I'll let you off for now.
This is the 3rd best tea I have. I only serve it to friends and family.
Gu Zhengtang took a piece of tea cake, knocked off some fine tea leaves from it, and put it into the purple clay teapot.
Chu Yun took a deep breath.
It smells really good.
It must be the Dahanjian round tea from the 1950s. It's very old and precious. Gu Zhengtong's eyes widened. You know tea? You can tell it's Dahanjian just by sniffing it. Amazing.
Suddenly, he looked at Chu Yun with new respect.
Chu Yun smiled and said, I can't say I understand it, but I know a thing or two.
I just happened to bring some tea for my uncle, only 2 taels.
It's the mother tree Dahong Pao. Mother tree Dahongpo? Gu Zhengtang was simply blinded by the brightness.
Watching Chu Yun open the box, he hurried over and smelled it. Such a rich flavor, so authentic, it must be the real Dahongpo from the mother tree. This stuff sells for tens of thousands per gram. It's even sold for a whopping 200,000 per gram at auction.
How dare you have 2 taels?
Gu Zhengtang did have a collection of quite a few top-quality teas. But compared with the mother tree Dahongpo, it pales in comparison. I spent a lot of effort to buy this little bit of tea.
If you like it, uncle, I'll give it to you.
This time it was Gu Zhengtang's turn to be in trouble. This hateful son-in-law damaged the reputation of Gu Zhengtang and his beloved daughter.
How could Gu Zhengtang possibly want his things?
But this is the top mother tree Dahongpo. For a man who regards inspection as his life, it is too fatal. It's like a beautiful woman with extraordinary beauty offering herself to you.
Who can resist? Should I accept it or not?
Gu Zhengtang muttered to himself and wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that he was in a difficult situation.
Fortunately, Li Yuan came over and put away the tea leaves. Just accept it if it's a gift from your son-in-law. Why are you pretending? I'll put it in your collection room for you. Gu Zhengtang still pretended to be serious as he watched Li Yuan walk into his room with tea. Who told you to take it? Did I tell you to take it? Take it out now. Gu Yanqi tried to hold back his laughter and almost burst out laughing.
Fortunately, Chu Yun had strong self-control and remained calm without leaving any flaws. Gu Zhengtang thought about it for a whole day, thinking about how to deal with this so-called son-in-law.
You should give him a good scolding as soon as you get home.
Then they asked about his family background, job, income, etc., and were extremely sarcastic. Let him understand the gap between himself and his precious daughter.
Finally, kick him out of the house. But in this situation, how could Gu Zhengtang still be so tough?
Those who eat others' food should be grateful, and those who take others' food should be soft-handed. Chu Yun helped him and gave him top-quality tea.
Gu Zhengtang's anger was half extinguished. Come over and have dinner, let's chat at the table. Li Yuan called everyone to the dinner table.
Gu Yanqi went to feed the babies milk powder. After feeding, they all fell into a sound sleep, which was awesome.
Chu Yun tasted the chicken wings. Mom, the chicken wings you make are very fragrant and much better than mine. Li Yuan smiled and said, even though what you said was a lie, it was very useful. Mom was very happy to hear it.
You should say more of this kind of thing in the future.
Even Mom was called? Gu Zhengtong's face darkened again. He's calling Mom and Uncle at the same time, what's going on?
Shu Yun opened a bottle of mutai, poured it for Gu Zhengtang, and then filled his own bottle. A small cup weighs about 2 taels.
Chu Yunwan raised his glass and said, Uncle, Cici, I was wrong.
It was because we were both drunk that. I shouldn't be drinking anymore, but I'll punish myself with 3 drinks.
Gulp. Gulp. Gulp.
Shu Yun drank 3 cups in a row, each weighing 6 taels. His expression remained calm and his heart remained steady.
Gu Zhengtang was dumbfounded. Oh my God. How did he get drunk with such a high alcohol tolerance? Who can get him drunk? Shu Yun's alcohol tolerance was indeed not very good before. But after system upgrades, it also integrated a god-level physique.
Mutai with a liquor content of 40 to 50 degrees and a volume of 4 or 5 kilograms will not make him drunk. I've only drunk 6 taels now, which can be ignored.
Damn, this young man.
Gu Zhengtang also wanted to swallow it in one gulp.
After thinking about it, I only drank half a glass. He didn't dare to be as ferocious as Chu Yun. Chu Yun, right? What do your parents do? What do you do now? How much do you earn? Gu Zhengtang used his ultimate killer move. He had received the news from Li Yuan long before.
The son-in-law comes from an ordinary family, has no job and no income. Gu Zhengtang seized on this point and wanted to ridicule him and persuade him to leave.
Chu Yun calmly ate a mouthful of food and replied calmly, Is family background the first test for uncle? Gu Zhengtang said frankly, It's the second test.
You know, Cici is so beautiful, a white, rich and beautiful woman. My criteria for choosing a son-in-law are, first of all, he must be tall and handsome, pleasing to the eye, have good temperament, and also have good character.
You meet all of these criteria. Don't be happy, I'm not praising you.
Even if Gu Zhengtang harbored resentment towards Chu Yun, he also had to admit that Chu Yun was really handsome.
Don't blame me for being unkind. You already have 2 daughters. Do you want your daughters to grow up, get pregnant before marriage, and have 3 babies with other men? And then I broke up with you and didn't see you for a year?
What my father-in-law said does make sense.
Chapter 100 The father-in-law was shocked to the core.
Chu Yun put himself in his father-in-law's shoes and considered it from his father-in-law's perspective. If it were Chu Yun himself, he would also find it difficult to accept. He just became a dad, and his 2 daughters are his life.
Chu Yun wished to hold them in his hands for the rest of his life.
Let them stay by your side forever. Chu Yun had no intention of becoming a ghost father.
But he doesn't want his daughters to get married. Not to mention getting pregnant before marriage and giving birth to triplets. Judging from this perspective, Chu Yun never blamed Gu Zhengtang. Li Yuan and Gu Yanxi both said he was an old stubborn person.
Chu Yun thought from his father's perspective and felt that Gu Zhengtang's behavior was normal.
I didn't understand my uncle before, but now I understand everything after I have a daughter. But what has happened cannot be undone.
I can only do my best to meet uncle's requirements and make you accept me. If you have any other assessments, please tell me, uncle. Chu Yun's attitude was very sincere, and Gu Zhengtang had a good impression of him, so he lowered the threshold slightly.
Let's put it this way. There are 5 tests in total. If you can barely meet the standards, you will be my son-in-law and we will be a family. If you can't achieve it, just leave and don't blame me. I just want to find a son-in-law who can give Cici a happy life. Can you understand this? Chu Yun nodded repeatedly, I understand. As a father, I understand everything uncle does. Feel free to raise any questions about the assessment.
Gu Zhengtang listed 5 assessment criteria in one breath, hoping that Chu Yun would give up.
The first test is appearance and character. Chu Yun fits this perfectly. The second test is family background.
If you want to give Gu Yanxi the best life, you must have money and a good family background.
This is very realistic. The third test is talent. Being handsome and rich is not enough. Without talent, you will just be a reckless man.
Gu Zhengtang didn't want to hand his daughter over to such a superficial person.
The fourth assessment is ability.
A man should not only have talent, but also ability. For example, being able to do business, invest, or have a wide network of contacts all count.
The last test, of course, is the Gu family.
A man should not only make money outside, but but also know how to take care of his wife and children and respect his parents.
Chu Yun also passed the test automatically on this point. As long as you can pass the 3 tests in the middle, the deal will be done. Gu Zhengtang's assessment standards are very strict. Each one of them is enough to wipe out countless of Gu Yanqi's suitors. It was quite difficult for Chu Yun to have 2 things that satisfied Gu Zhengtang. My parents are working class, not as rich or educated as you are. I used to be a counselor at Shenzhen University, earning 6,000 yuan a month. Later, I quit my job and stayed at home to take care of my baby full-time without working. Chu Yun explained his situation, and every word he said was true. It's true that he doesn't have a job, but he never said that he has no money.
Gu Zhengtang sighed. You're able to quit your job and take care of Cici and the babies wholeheartedly.
You're a very family-oriented person.
But you have no income, and your parents have no money either.
How are you going to support the family?
I heard that the house you rented is only a dozen square meters, cold in the winter and hot in the summer.
Are you willing to let Cici and the baby suffer with you? Gu Yanqi glanced at his mother next to him and was speechless. Even if you want to hide it from Gu Zhengtang, you don't have to make them sound so miserable, right?
Li Yuan revealed the truth. I was just kidding you, didn't you hear that?
You took it seriously.
A rental apartment of just over 10 square meters, cold in the winter and hot in the summer, you actually believe that? To tell you the truth, they live in the community across the street, Tianxi Garden.
Gu Zhengtang jumped up in surprise. Impossible.
If I want to live there, even if I rent a house, it will cost tens of thousands a month, right?
With Chu Yun's conditions, how could it be possible?
Li Yuan stared at him straight.
Xiao Yun can give you 2 taels of mother tree de Hongpao. Do you think he has no money?
According to what you said, even if 1 gram is 10,000 yuan, and 2 taels is 100 grams, this tea alone is worth at least 1 million yuan. Only then did Gu Zhengtang pat his head.
Yes. How come we overlooked the mother tree, de Hongpo?
When meeting the father-in-law, he casually took out tea worth millions as a gift.
How rich is this?
What's more, if these 2 taels of mother tree de Hongpo were put up for auction, there would be people who would buy it for tens of millions.
It's no surprise that someone with such financial resources would buy a house in Tianxi Garden, right? Didn't you say your parents have no money and you don't have a job? How could you possibly have so much money to buy a house and tea?
Chu Yun was so busy eating that he didn't have time to answer the question.
Gu Yanqi began to help him explain.
Chu Yun said he didn't have a job, but he didn't say he had no money. He was good at investing, and with his meager salary, he made a lot of money. I won't tell you exactly how much he has, but his money is no less than yours.
Impossible. Are you kidding?
Gu Zhengtang shook his head vigorously. After all, he is worth tens of billions. The mall business has recovered recently. His other investments also soared.
His net worth is almost close to 2 billion, and Chu Yun is comparing himself with a hammer? Gu Yanqi opened her ILV bag. Some documents were taken out from it.
I knew you would use money to make things difficult for your husband. Although he disagrees, I'm still prepared. Take a look. These materials include the contract in which Chu Yun purchases part of Jinxinfu's shares for 40 million yuan.
There is also the equity ownership certificate of Northern Airlines.
There are other things that prove assets.
Gu Zhengtang was dumbfounded. No way? 6% of Air China shares? That airline's market capitalization must be over 10 billion, right? 6% is unimaginable.
Gu Zhengtang almost fell to the ground. Chu Yun's assets are indeed not inferior to his, and they are mainly hard assets.
Suddenly, he looked at his son-in-law with admiration.
Gu Zhengtang regretted being so rude to Chu Yun. A bunch of assessment standards were also proposed. In fact, this is all used to make things difficult for Chu Yun. As long as he can take good care of his precious daughter and is very rich, that's enough. Talent and such are bullshit.
Gu Yanqi made a yeah gesture. Chu Yun has more money than Dad. He should have passed the 2nd and 4th tests, right? Only the 3rd talent test is left. Assessment?
What the hell is the point of taking the exam? Gu Zhengtang really wanted to rush up, hug Chu Yun and kiss him. This is the fucking god of wealth. If Chu Yun is just handsome, has good character, and is good to his daughter, then that is nothing. But if he is handsome, has good character, treats his daughter well, and is rich, then he is YYDS.
It's so real. Gu Yanqi couldn't stop praising her husband. No brakes. Just step on the accelerator from start to finish and it's done. Chu Yun can also write calligraphy. Didn't he write the words thousands of miles away, sharing the beauty of the moon before? What do you think of it, Dad? Gu Zhengtang, who had just suffered a severe psychological shock. Before I could get some relief, I was hit hard again. You mean, that calligraphy was written by Chu Yun? Gu Yanqi nodded. What else? That's the worst piece of work my husband has ever written. It took him less than a minute to finish. It's so sloppy, just a random doodle. Gu Zhengtang smiled stiffly and chuckled. That is clearly the level of a top calligraphy master. Even in today's world, there is no other calligrapher who can write so elegantly and gracefully. We can only compare with the ancients. Not to mention being comparable to Wang Shiji, it would be easy for him to crush any contemporary calligrapher. Genius. Calligraphy genius. No, come with me to the study now and write a piece of calligraphy. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chu Yun can really write amazing calligraphy. Gu Zhengtang has decided on this son-in-law. Li Yuan retorted, Are you crazy? Why are you writing calligraphy when you're eating? Gu Zhengtang rolled his eyes at him. I'm talking to my son-in-law, why are you butting in? Xiao Yun, let's go to the study. The mother and daughter looked at each other in bewilderment. Are you changing your tune now? Chapter 101, The Perfect Son-in-Law. I feel like my daughter is not worthy of him. Gu Zhengtang ground the ink himself and laid out the rice paper for Chu Yun. Chu Yun took a quick look at the furnishings in the study. The pens, ink, paper and inkstone are all very expensive. Even the bookshelves and tables are made of Wangwali wood. It is indeed very tasteful and stylish. Chu Yun held the brush and said, Uncle, what should I write? Gu Zhengtang thought for a moment and said, Just write a random sentence. Let's just write Taishan Shi Gan Dang. Chu Yun nodded, and quickly started writing with his brush. 5 big characters instantly appeared on the paper, as agile as a flying dragon, powerful and domineering, flowing like clouds in running water. Only then did Gu Zhengtang believe that Chu Yun indeed had extraordinary talent and attainments in calligraphy. Good boy, even if I were given another 100 years, I still wouldn't be able to reach your level. You are so young, how much hard work did you put in to be able to write so well? Chu Yun put down the brush and said calmly, I haven't practiced much, I just have a good talent. Gu Zhengtang had nothing to say. Talented indeed can do anything. People with talent don't need to work hard. The heights he reached may be higher than those of an ordinary person who puts in 100 times more effort. Talent is truly amazing. Take hair for example. Some people have thick, black hair until they die. Some people are bald as teenagers. This kind of talent cannot be made up for later in life. Even Jeff Bezos is bald. From today on, you are my son-in-law. As I said before, you are also a father, so you can understand your uncle's behavior, right? I really can't bear to give up such a good daughter without finding a perfect son-in-law. You're amazing, so amazing. I feel like Cece isn't worthy of you. As for what happened between you and Cece, let's put it behind us. We should move on and not dwell on the past. Chu Yun almost burst out laughing at his father-in-law's double standards. Sure enough, having the ability can change the outside world's view of you. If Chu Yun hadn't obtained the system, he would still be a loser. Gu Zhengtang probably kicked him out of the house. No. Since you already call me mom, why not just call me dad? Gu Zhengtang is such a passionate person. He had previously hated Chu Yun with a vengeance, but his attitude immediately changed 360 degrees. Communication between men is that simple. The two returned to the living room to eat. The father-in-law patted Chu Yun's shoulder happily. The two of them even sat together on purpose. When Li Yuan and Gu Yanqi, mother and daughter, saw this scene, they probably guessed something. Li Yuan deliberately provoked, Didn't you say you would never recognize this son-in-law? Then I will kick him out. Gu Zhengtang took a sip of his wine awkwardly. Did I say that? You must be remembering it wrongly. What I've always said is that I would never accept an unqualified son-in-law. Xiao Yun is so outstanding, I don't think Cece is worthy of him. Our family is very wealthy, so who am I to be picky? Gu Yanqi next to him was speechless. How come I am not worthy of Chu Yun again? But she didn't argue. Because it is indeed the truth. Gu Zhengtang drank another glass of wine. Alright, let's not talk about the past anymore. From now on, we're a family and we live so close to each other. When we have free time, we eat together, take care of the children, and go traveling. The most important thing is that our family is safe and happy. Li Yuan said unhappily, "You are born in the year of the dog. Your expression changes so quickly." Of course, she was very happy that Gu Zhengtang had changed his attitude, but she was not too upset. Gu Zhengtang sighed. "I heard from your mom that you live in a small house of just over 10 square meters, and the living environment is very poor. I was thinking of secretly transferring some money to Cici. Finally, you guys came today. Seeing that you are doing well, I am happy too. Cici is my precious daughter after all, I can't bear to see her suffer. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. Let's eat our food." After dinner, Li Yuan and Gu Yanqi washed the dishes. Then, the mother and daughter went into the room to check on the babies. The 3 little kids are still sleeping soundly. The weather is cool today, so there is no need for air conditioning. Babies sleep soundly when their bodies are comfortable. Gu Zhengtang pulled Chu Yun aside to chat. "By the way, Xiao Yun, I noticed you seem to have a share acquisition contract. Did you spend 40 million to buy some shares in Jinzuan Mansion and take over this property?" It seems the developer of Jinzuan Mansion has absconded, leaving the project unfinished. Why would you take over now? Gu Zhengtang knew that his son-in-law had strong investment capabilities, much stronger than his. But the operation was too confusing and he couldn't understand it. Shuyan smiled and said, "Cici has a close friend who stayed by her side and took care of her when she was pregnant and gave birth. Her father was one of the investors in this property. He lost a lot of money and was about to jump off the building, so I took over. It's not just about helping a friend, but mainly because I believe that in a few years, policies will tilt towards this area. This area will be developed as a major area and is likely to become a school district housing market." Gu Zhengtang was surprised and said, "Impossible? If it really goes as you said, it would definitely be a huge profit." "I'm just afraid." Chuyan smiled faintly, "Investment is risky, let's wait and see." Li Yuan muttered. "You still want to teach Xiao Yun how to do things? How much did you lose in your previous investments?" "It's only recently that things have started to improve, and it was all due to luck. If someone hadn't helped you inject capital and stabilize the mall, it would have collapsed long ago and you would have lost a lot of money." Gu Zhengtang sighed, "The luckiest thing in life is meeting the right person. It's Cici's blessing that she found you. When the mall was in its most critical period and shareholders were withdrawing their capital, someone was willing to invest over 200 million yuan to help me. I am grateful to him. The investor's name is Lin Hong. I've tried to meet him several times, but he's always declined. I'll talk to him again when I have time. I recently found his phone number through some channels. How about I give him a call now?" Gu Zhengtang was impatient and acted immediately, dialing the phone directly. "The night gave me black eyes." A ringtone exclusive to a certain brand of mobile phone rang out. Chuyan silently took out his cell phone and clicked hang up. Gu Zhengtang was so frightened that he almost lost control of his bowels and bladder. "Xiao Yun, you are Lin Hong?" Gu Zhengtang found out that the investor was investing under Lin Hong's name. The true identity is still unclear. "I didn't expect it to be Chu Yun." Li Yuan and Gu Yanqi also widened their eyes in disbelief. "Xiao Yun, is it really you? Wow, husband. 200 million. You invested 200 million in the mall. That's amazing, right? I love you so much and admire you so much." Chu Yun responded calmly. "Yes, I did invest in it. The mall was in chaos at the time, short of funds, and on the verge of bankruptcy. I just took advantage of the situation to help Dad. These are all our own businesses. I have the ability to help Dad through the difficulties, so there's no need for me to stand by and watch him die, right?" Gu Zhengtang was stunned, his eyes fixed. If Chu Yun was not his son-in-law, he would kneel down and kowtow. "Xiao Yun actually helped me so much silently, and I actually didn't acknowledge you and wanted to drive you away from Cici. Oh, don't say anything, I'll drink 5 cups as punishment." After Gu Zhengtang finished speaking, he went to get some white wine but was stopped by Chu Yun. "Dad, if you drink any more, you'll be drunk. I've already told you not to talk about the past. You should look forward to the future." Dad." Chu Yun was halfway through his words. A series of childish calls came from the bedroom behind him. Chapter 102. The eldest lady was scared to tears by her grandfather. No need to go inside. Chu Yun and his wife knew that the eldest daughter had woken up. She is the only one who can call dad. Chu Yun's expression immediately became gentle and doting. He ran into the house, held the eldest lady in one arm, let her buttocks sit on his shoulders, and carried her out. Afterwards, Erbao and Sanbao also woke up. Gu Yanqi and her mother each carried one child to the living room. Gu Zhengtang had long been drooling over the milk dumplings. The sweet and cute attack of the three babies just now attracted him. Now the family has resolved their conflict and reconciled. Naturally, he loved the little kids very much. This is Dabeo, right? Her nickname is Miss, right? Miss, do you know who I am? Come, let Grandpa hug you. Gu Zhengtang rubbed his hands and was about to hug the eldest lady. The little kids are starting to feel shy. When the eldest daughter met a strange old man she didn't know, she was so scared that she immediately shrank into her father's arms, not daring to open her eyes. It's like seeing a monster. Gu Zhengtang scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not that ugly, am I? Are you already shy? I'll hold you secretly. While Dabeo was lying on Chu Yun's shoulder, Gu Zhengtang picked her up from behind. The eldest daughter thought she was in her father's arms and looked very happy. Her big cute eyes turned around. Dad, Mom, even Grandma, are all right in front of me. Who I am? Where am I? Who is holding me? In a panic, the eldest lady raised her head. Gu Zhengtang just happened to lower his head. The old man and the child looked at each other and the situation suddenly became awkward. Wow! A heart-wrenching cry tore through the air. Dad! Dad! The eldest lady struggled violently, trying to break free from Gu Zhengtang's arms. She didn't want to stay in the arms of this strange old man for another half a second. Li Yuan was surprised and said, Wow, is calling daddy so easy? Most babies call dad first. Because dad is easy to pronounce. Maybe the eldest lady wasn't calling daddy, she was just making the BA sound. But parents subjectively think that the baby is calling daddy. Chu Yun was so embarrassed that his face was full of black lines. Mom, don't be so blunt. Anyway, I think the eldest lady is just calling daddy, huh? I saw the eldest lady with tears in her eyes and an aggrieved expression as she stretched out her arms to beg for a hug. Chu Yun immediately went over and planned to carry her away. An amazing scene happened. She saw that it was her dad who wanted to hug her. The eldest lady turned her face away and dodged, refusing to let him hug her. Chu Yun was stunned. Good boy. He kept calling for daddy, but in the end he wouldn't let me hold him? Just when Chu Yun was stunned, the eldest lady opened her arms again and asked Chu Yun to hug her. Looks very reluctant. Chu Yun frowned. Tell me, the first time Miss wanted her mother to hold her, but when she saw it wasn't her mother holding her, she instinctively hid. Then she thought about it carefully. She was currently in her grandfather's arms. In comparison, it seemed that her father was closer to her, so she chose me to hold her? Regardless of whether Dabeo thinks so much or not. Anyway, Chu Yun's analysis was very thorough. Really? After Chu Yun held Dabeo in his arms, the little guy's eyes fell directly on his mother. Dad! While calling for dad, he looked for mom. Gu Yanqi scoffed mercilessly, Hubby, could it be that the young lady meant hug instead of daddy? Chu Yun refused to listen. Impossible, I must have called him dad. I'm absolutely convinced of this. I won't admit anything else. Seeing her husband's cute appearance of playing tricks, Gu Yanqi couldn't help but chuckle. Ma. At this time, Sanbao's third brother also began to show off his speaking skills. The little mouth kept making ma sounds. If you call him dad, there is a lot of room for imagination. It could be dad, it could be a hug, or something else. The sound ma basically means calling mother. Great! A daughter is always a father's best friend. But a son is even closer to his mother. He's truly the third brother. Chu Yun looked at the two traitors and felt helpless. Then he set his eyes on the second young lady. Second miss, do you want daddy to hold you? Chu Yun stretched out his arm, and the second young lady trembled. She excitedly spread her arms and pounced on him, diving directly into her father's broad chest. Erbao still likes daddy more. But daddy loves each of you the same. Gu Zhengtang on the side felt a little ashamed. As a grandfather, he met the babies for the first time even though they were already this big. The babies are all unfamiliar with him, and I feel really guilty for not looking for him. Gu Zhengtang clenched his fists. Cici, Xiaoyun, please come visit us more often when you have time. Since our two homes are so close, your mom and I will set aside a bedroom and a toy room for them. If you want to live at home, you can live at home. If you want to live here, you can live here. It would be great if you have someone to help you take care of the children and spend more time with us. Xu Yun responded perfunctorily. It's okay to come and stay more often, but not too many people, and the scale must be well controlled. Xu Yun hasn't had enough of their own world of two. I've figured out a way to get the babies to find me. Gu Zhengtang is an old fox and very shrewd. He immediately took a banana, peeled it, and walked over. Babies over 8 months old have already started eating fruits. For a baby this big, no one can refuse a sweet banana, right? Who wants a banana? Gu Zhengtang held a banana and waved it in front of the 3 little kids' noses. You can hear the milk balls making smacking sounds in their mouths. Obviously they are very greedy. As a person who works hard, the eldest lady was the first to stretch out her arms and ask Gu Zhengtang for a hug. Gu Zhengtang accepted it with a smile and held the young lady in his arms. As long as there's food, you're fine? You're such a foodie. Come, let Grandpa feed you a bite. The eldest daughter has already grown 7 teeth. Eating soft fruits like bananas is so easy. Take a small crunch. The sweet banana entered her mouth, and the young lady chewed it happily and swallowed it quickly. As soon as the food entered her stomach, the young lady's mouth opened like a well and she wanted to continue eating. This time, Gu Zhengtang didn't hold it properly, and the eldest lady took a big bite. Her throat is too small. After chewing the banana, I tried to swallow it but couldn't at all. It seemed like it was stuck. The eldest lady's facial features were frozen and her expression was painful. Shuyan quickly pushed her body down and patted her on the back, and the banana fell out of her mouth. Dad, the babies are too young. Watch them carefully when they eat bananas. Don't let them bite off too big a piece. If they take a big bite and put it in their mouth, make them spit it out immediately. Just then, Shuyan received a call. It's express delivery. Snacks for the little ones have arrived. Shuyan asked the courier to deliver it to his father-in-law's house. He wanted the little kids to have snacks right away. Chapter 103, The Eldest Lady Who Loves to Eat, and the Second Lady Who Loves to Cling. Today's babies are very happy. It has an extremely complete medical system and a variety of maternity and baby products. Even snacks have a large number of different categories for babies of different ages. The snacks Chuyun bought are for babies between 8 months and 1 year old. Basically, they are some small soluble steamed buns, small breads, and small biscuits. Babies put these snacks in their mouths, chew them gently for a few times, and they will almost melt and then be swallowed. It will not cause any impact on the stomach. If it is small steamed buns and biscuits for adults, milk cannot chew them at all. Swallowing it directly into your stomach will cause great harm to your body. Shuyan took out a sweet little bread and waved it in front of the little kids. Babies have a very keen sense of smell. I seem to be able to smell the sweet aroma emanating from the bread. Everyone is so excited. Ah! The babies were trying their best to make sounds, their saliva almost dripping out of their greed. Seeing that Shuyan was reluctant to feed the baby, the little ones were very united this time. Their faces changed at the same time and they wanted to cry. Shuyan immediately stuffed one into the eldest lady's mouth. He quickly pinched out 2 more and put them into the mouths of the second young lady and the third brother. Snap, snap. 3 little mouths chewed the bread slowly, and it melted in 2 or 3 bites and was swallowed into their stomachs with a gulp. Aya! The young lady enjoyed the meal and let out a cheer. She kept her eyes fixed on the box of buns, not moving at all. Dabeo, why are you so wild when it comes to food? Is it really okay for a girl to be so good at eating? Shu Yun was speechless. Gu Yanxi laughed and said, the young lady is not only good at eating, but also very smart. She knows that the box is the base camp of the buns. The eldest lady wanted to put her little hands into the box and grab a handful of food. Shu Yun actually handed the box to Dabeo. The eldest lady slowly stretched out her little hand and put it in the box. After grabbing for a long time, he only pinched out one and put it in his mouth. The young lady's hands were out of control and she couldn't aim. For the first time, he placed the small piece of bread directly on the tip of his nose.
Realizing something was wrong, his hand slid down. The slide was a bit too much and hit his chin directly. After trying several times, he finally put his hand in his mouth and swallowed the bread. The young lady was shaking with excitement.
This is much better than eating food given out of pity. Do it yourself and you will have enough food and clothing.
In one breath, the young lady swallowed more than 20 small loaves of bread and more than a dozen small steamed buns.
The more you eat, the happier you get. Dad, Dad.
The eldest lady's appetite was completely opened, her little mouth was smeared with honey, and she kept showing her affection to Chu Yun. I plan to use this to please my dad in exchange for snacks. Chu Yun opened another box of soluble strawberry beans.
A bright red strawberry bean was taken out from it.
The sour and sweet scent of strawberries fills the air. That color, that smell, opened the door to a new world for the young lady.
Bang!
Her little hand stretched out directly to grab the strawberry beans. Chu Yun pulled his hand back and the eldest lady hit the back of his hand.
Dad, Dad.
Debeo is still using his baby voice to give his dad a sweet and cute blow. Chu Yun held the strawberry beans and circled around in front of the young lady.
Stinky Debeo, are you sure you really want to call me daddy?
You're calling me daddy and asking me to hold you at the same time.
You're not offending either side.
The eldest lady's strategy is to use courtesy first and then force. At the beginning, I will call you gently with a sweet baby voice to sugarcoat your feelings. If you don't let her eat for a long time, I will use bombs to deal with her. Seeing Debeo getting anxious, Chu Yun immediately stuffed the strawberry beans into her mouth. The sour strawberry beans melted instantly and were swallowed by the young lady.
Ah!
The eldest lady smiled happily. The strawberry flavor was a completely new taste, one she had never tasted before.
After eating, Debeo opened his mouth wide again, as if he was going to eat someone. Chu Yun fed him a few more and then put the snacks away.
The kids are still young, so they should eat snacks in moderation.
Even adults cannot eat snacks without restraint.
Among the little kids, the second young lady is the least shy. Gu Zhengtang coaxed and deceived Erbao before he finally held him in his arms.
Erbao only sticks to his dad.
She felt so comfortable lying in Chu Yun's arms, with a smile on her face, smiling at everyone she saw.
Even strangers will give you a sweet smile.
But the second young lady in Gu Zhengtang's arms seemed to have lost her soul.
Very numb and listless.
Only when he sees his parents does his eyes light up. The second young lady was half lying in Gu Zhengtang's arms, twisting her body back and forth, looking very uncomfortable. She was very quiet at first, but then she couldn't help crying. The little butt rubbed against Gu Zhengtang's arm.
Is the second miss feeling unwell? Gu Zhengtang frowned.
Chu Yun went over, opened the diaper, and looked at the second young lady's buttocks. Only then did I discover that she had a lot of eczema around her buttocks and thighs. At this age, babies should not wear diapers or pull-ups anymore.
Although it has strong urine absorption ability and is easy to use.
But the babies have grown so big that they produce plenty of urine.
Unless it is frequently replaced. Otherwise, once the weather is humid and hot, it is easy to get eczema. Once you have eczema, it is not easy to cure it.
Gu Yanqi smiled and said, "Dad, why don't you pee first? If you pee, you can take off the pull-up pants and hold her without worry.
If she doesn't pee, it means she doesn't want to pee yet.
Then you should be careful.
It's like a ticking time bomb." Gu Zhengtang nodded proudly. "Leave it to me, isn't it just holding the baby while he pees?"
"I often held Cece's diaper when she was little, so I still have the skill."
Gu Yanqi covered his face in embarrassment. "Dad, this happened in such a long time, why are you still bringing it up?" Gu Zhengtang looked innocent. "That's right. You peed a lot when you were little."
"I don't know how many times you peed on my hand. The one that I remember most vividly was probably one summer. I was out for work and your mom wasn't home, so I had no choice but to carry you out.
I was holding you on the way back, but you pooped all over me."
Those were not as developed as they are now. Now, you can borrow paper from just anyone passing by, or you can find a shop within a few steps. Back then, people were very poor and the population wasn't that dense. No one carried paper on the streets, and there were no shops around. In the end, I had no choice but to take off my t-shirt and wipe your butt.
Looking back now, I was really happy at that time. People tend to be nostalgic when they get old. Gu Zhengtang's nostalgia is indeed quite comfortable. But Gu Yanqi was almost speechless.
In front of her husband, she said that she could poop and pee.
This. Chapter 104, I wet the bed? Gu Yanqi collapsed, Shu Yun washed it.
Gu Zhengtang sat on the sofa skillfully and began to help the second young lady urinate.
Shu Yun connected the trash can underneath.
The diameter of the trash can is only about 40 to 50 centimeters.
But the splashing range of the second lady's urine is difficult to estimate. Sizzle. With a scattered column of water rushing out. The second young lady gave a hearty cheer.
The water column grew higher and higher, and more dispersed, spreading out like a peacock spreading its tail.
That really didn't go into the trash can at all. Gu Yanqi quickly took the mop and cleaned up the urine.
Shu Yun laughed and said, "Mom and Dad, you were the ones who said we should let the babies stay here more often. This will have serious consequences.
The house will become very dirty and messy. A baby can turn the house upside down. 3 babies, it's like a war. Unless someone works tirelessly to clean it every day.
Otherwise, it will be difficult to keep your home clean at all times.
It's not realistic to clean such a big house every day. Even if you hire a nanny every day, it is not possible. Hiring a nanny every day means the house is in a state of deep cleaning all the time. It's too frustrating." Li Yuan waved her hand to indicate that it didn't matter. "What's the big deal? As long as the babies are happy, I'm happy to turn the house into a pigsty." Gu Zhengtang was stunned. "What pigsty? Are you raising pigs here?" Everyone burst into laughter.
Afterwards, Gu Zhengtang carried the second young lady around the house for another 20 minutes. We walked through each room several times and took the little one on various tours. Just when Gu Zhengtang was about to put the second young lady down to relieve the pain in his arm, he only felt a sudden heat where his arm touched the second young lady's buttocks. Gu Zhengtang noticed something was wrong and frowned. This warm feeling became stronger and stronger. Something sticky was stuck to his arm. The second young lady has pooped. Realizing this, Gu Zhengtang's face changed suddenly. He immediately picked up the second young lady and continued to help her pee. And on his arm, there was a large patch of yellow and green stinky stuff left. Gu Zhengtang smiled bitterly and said, "Is this a decisive blow?" I was ready to let go of the second young lady. Even if it was 10 seconds later, I could have escaped this disaster. In the end, Erbao got the winning shot. A long 3-pointer. Shu Yun smiled and said, "This isn't a long 3-pointer. This is a close-range buzzer beater." The naughty second baby adds a bit of fun to the already warm family environment. Tonight, Shu Yun and his wife stayed at his mother-in-law and father-in-law's house. There's no way, I can't refuse such a kind invitation. It's past 12 o'clock in the evening. The 3 little kids slept peacefully. I played around at my grandma and grandpa's house all day. It's finally late at night and everyone is asleep, so I must have a good sleep. Shu Yun held Gu Yanqi's small waist and almost fell asleep in a daze. The older the baby gets, the more troublesome it is. During this period, Shu Yun was tortured badly. The same is true for Gu Yanqi. Before, they could play a few crazy games at night. But when I feel depressed because of being tortured by the little kids, I have no energy to play games at night and I just lie down and fall asleep. I only played 1 game today and I'm completely exhausted. The little kids were lying in the small crib next to them. The couple occupied the big bed. In the middle of the trip, Shu Yun went to the toilet. I came back feeling dizzy and couldn't tell the head of the bed from the foot, so I fell down and fell asleep. It became a habit for Shu Yun to hold his wife while sleeping. Even in a daze, she reached out and hugged Gu Yanqi. But this time, he hugged her legs. Gu Yanqi's white and tender little feet were pressed against his face. In a daze, Shu Yun bit them twice. It didn't matter that he was bitten, Gu Yanqi jumped up in pain. Seeing her husband lying at the end of the bed chewing her feet, Gu Yanqi was stunned. What a great obsession this is. She knew her husband was a foot fetishist and usually let him kiss her feet. Why did he start biting them so late at night? "Husband, husband." Gu Yanqi shouted twice and woke Shu Yun up. She told Shu Yun about the situation. Shu Yun himself was confused. "I just dreamed that I was eating, and it turned out that I was chewing your foot?" You've probably experienced this before, right? When you have to pee urgently at night, you dream of going to the bathroom. When I had this dream as a child, I would wet the bed immediately. But as an adult, I can hold it in. Gu Yanqi nodded. That's indeed the case. Ha, my stinky husband, my body and dreams are very consistent.
We have a tacit understanding. I really did dream about going to the bathroom just now. But for some reason, I didn't feel the urge to pee when I woke up. It's quite strange. Gu Yanqi took a deep breath in confusion and placed his hands on his legs. Suddenly, she screamed violently. Why is it wet? Did I wet the bed? Gu Yanqi screamed a few times and was a little overwhelmed. It is normal for mothers to not fully recover after childbirth. But Gu Yanqi has been postpartum for more than 8 months and is about to exit the breastfeeding period. I actually wet the bed. This is incredible. Gu Yanqi was both angry and amused, with that popular BGM lingering in his ears. What's wrong with me wetting the bed? What's wrong with me wetting the bed? Didn't you wet the bed as a child? Shu Yun quickly smelled his vest and it seemed that it was not stained. It's terrifying when you think about it. Shu Yun comforted her. My wife has been overworked recently and has been very anxious, which has caused her pelvic floor muscles to become weak. As long as my wife eats a lighter diet, gets more rest, and pays attention to hygiene during this period, and does some urine retention and vaginal tightening exercises, she will be almost recovered. Gu Yanqi sighed in distress as he changed the bed sheets. I'm such a loser. I'm causing trouble for my husband again. If I rest more, he'll have to fill in the time I spend taking care of the kids. I'm worried that you've overworked and your kidneys are overdrawn. How about I prepare some kidney supplements for you? Shu Yun rushed over and slapped Gu Yanqi from behind. The powerful elasticity blew his hands away. You're still in the mood to joke around now? You wet the bed, and you're at my mom's house. How are you going to explain this to them? When Gu Yanqi was a child, her parents were her heaven. If you have done anything wrong, just confess it to your parents. And now, the only person Gu Yanqi can be truly open with is her husband. There are many things that need to be kept secret from my parents. For example, in this matter, even if her mother knew about it, she would feel very embarrassed. Well, I can only wash it quietly tomorrow when my parents aren't paying attention. Shu Yun patted his head. I almost forgot, Bao wasn't wearing pull-up pants either. Could he have peed too? Shu Yun rushed to the crib to check the situation. Babies urinate much more frequently than adults. Shu Yun walked over and touched it. Sure enough, the second young lady's body was wet. Even her pajamas were soaked. Shu Yun could only forcibly pick up the second young lady and change her clothes. Then I removed the diaper pad from under her and replaced it with a clean one. Shu Yun wanted to take a towel to wipe the second young lady. But the little guy was sleeping soundly and was very unhappy when he was suddenly disturbed. He twisted his body around and was about to cry. Shu Yun could only put her back to her original position. I might as well wait until tomorrow noon to take a shower. Gu Yanqi's scream woke up both her father-in-law and her mother-in-law. Chapter 105 Miss, with your acting skills, you can become an idol. After Chu Yun agreed. My father-in-law and mother-in-law opened the door with their keys and walked in. Li Yuan asked in panic, Cici, are you the one shouting? What's going on? Gu Yanqi quickly explained, it's okay, it's just that Bao wet the bed. Li Yuan's heart suddenly dropped. It's perfectly normal for babies to wet the bed, and you didn't put her in diapers. I thought something earth-shattering had happened. Since everything is fine, Mom will go back to sleep and not disturb you anymore. After seeing off his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Shu Yun glanced at his silly wife with disheveled hair and a broken expression, and couldn't help laughing. Gu Yanqi suddenly looked nervous. Oh. I need to take a good rest. It was you who told me not to overwork myself. Shu Yun smiled mischievously. Actually, we can play games together. Gu Yanqi waved her pink fist. What game are you playing? If you keep saying that, I'm going to hit you. I'm very fierce, very fierce. The next morning, Shu Yun got up at around 6 o'clock. He checked the condition of the 3 milk balls. The second young lady urinated again. Shu Yun changed her diaper and got up to cook. He made some millet and pumpkin porridge and steamed some sweet potatoes. I also chopped the stuffing and made the dough, and steamed some vegetable buns. Shu Yun specially steamed 3 buns for the babies, but without oil, salt, sauce or milk, the buns could not be eaten by the babies. After cooking, Shu Yun and his mother-in-law brought the little ones out. Gu Yanqi quietly took the sheets to the laundry room to wash them. Li Yuan was very surprised. Cici, why are you washing the sheets now? You just slept on them all night, they're not dirty. My precious daughter is so fair and fragrant.
Why should I wash the sheets if they are stained with your scent?
Gu Yanqi explained awkwardly, I have to wash them anyway. Doesn't my mom know me?
I never wear any of my clothes for more than a day, and I wash my sheets very frequently.
Li Yuan nodded. That's right, you're almost misophobic. Gu Yanqi smiled but said nothing. Before, she was almost reaching the level of misophobia.
But since I had 3 little kids, I clean my shit and piss every day and my misophobia has been cured long ago.
Time to eat, time to eat.
Shuyan placed the little kids on the children's dining chairs and put scarves around them to prevent their clothes from getting dirty while eating.
Shuyan placed 3 small bowls.
I served half a bowl to Erbao and Sanbao.
But he gave the eldest lady almost a full bowl. Babies have different appetites. Materialistic philosophy tells Chu Yun that specific issues must be analyzed specifically. Don't be fooled by the fact that babies at this age have similar appearances.
In fact, there are huge differences in their personalities, temperaments, hobbies, physiques, appetites, etc.
Let us not talk about anything else, just talk about the 3 milk balls.
They were born from their mother's body at almost the same time, but there are still huge differences between them.
The second young lady and the third brother have normal appetites. The eldest lady is a little too fierce. My appetite is almost equal to that of my younger brother and sister combined.
Shu Yun had previously intended to control the eldest lady's appetite and not let her eat so much, so as not to grow too tall and too fat.
The key issue is,
if the amount of complementary food or milk powder is reduced a little, the eldest daughter will start crying and making a fuss.
It was obvious that she was really hungry and didn't eat enough.
There was no other way. Shu Yun and his wife could only make sure that the eldest lady was well fed and not overeat. But just to fill herself up, the eldest daughter's appetite is almost as much as the second and third children combined.
Invincible foodie.
Shu Yun suspected that the eldest lady had no internal organs and her whole body was just a stomach. Shu Yun used a rubber rice spoon to scoop up a small spoonful of sweet potato. After the heat dissipated, he deliberately passed by the eldest lady's mouth and finally stopped at the second lady's mouth.
Erbao, try the sweet potato and see if it's soft, fragrant, and sweet. Dabeo was completely stunned. Good job. I have such a fragile heart. I have such a bad temper. Not only did he let his sister eat it first, but he also deliberately seduced her? I can't tolerate this. Just when Shu Yun stuffed the spoon into the second lady's mouth, the eldest lady slapped him hard on the arm. Because Chu Yun was caught off guard, his arm trembled and the sweet potato fell to the ground. Chuck, chuck. The eldest lady let out a series of evil laughs as she knocked her sister's delicious food to the ground. You stinky Dabeo, you are too bad, aren't you? The more fierce Chu Yun was, the more Miss laughed. Later, she laughed so hard that she sucked in cold air and burped. Gu Yanqi was helpless. The second and third children are relatively normal. This Dabeo is a little too fierce. Not only can he eat like crazy, but he also prevents his younger brothers and sisters from eating too much. She often does bad things and likes to smile evilly after doing them. The key is that you can't be mean to her. Otherwise, that glass heart will easily break. No one can do anything to her. Shu Yun and Dabeo started to argue. He scooped another small spoonful of sweet potato and handed it to the second young lady's mouth. This time, Dabeo couldn't hit Chu Yun. She actually patted the second young lady's arm a few times, as if to warn her. If I feed my sister first again, she will hit me. Gu Yanqi put his hands on his hips with a ferocious expression. Dabeo, why are you still bullying your sister? If you continue like this, Mom will be angry. Seeing the majestic tigress in front of her, the eldest lady's facial features instantly distorted. She acted like she was about to cry. Shu Yun turned the gun around and handed the spoon to the young lady's mouth. Dabeo instantly smiled like a flower, swallowed it in one gulp, and started eating it happily. There wasn't a single tear in his eyes. Shu Yun was completely dumbfounded. At such a young age, you've already learned to fake cry? The crying scene was a bit bad, even worse than young Tianbao's. The young lady swallowed up a small bowl of rice porridge. In addition, she also ate 1/3 of a vegetable bun and half a small sweet potato. I'm not full yet. The two chubby little hands stretched out, trying to reach the table and the bowl on it. Simply born to eat. Chu Yun and his wife quickly took Dabeo away from the dining table. After Dabeo cried for a while, he forgot about eating. All attention is focused on the toys. Before this, Li Yuan bought some children's toys. The most interesting one is the hat with 3 rabbit ears. A small hat is worn on the head.
Just gently squeeze the switches on both sides, and the rabbit ears will shake, light up and play music.
The eldest lady squatted on the mat. The rabbit ears on its head swayed back and forth. She rolled her eyes upwards, trying to see what was on her head. That expression is so adorable.
Gu Yanqi held up his phone and said with a smug smile, "I took photos of many interesting moments of the babies. The video has been edited and posted on TikTok. There are also a lot of photos, and I will make several large albums when the time comes."
Shu Yun nodded. "That's a good idea. From now on, our family will publish a photo album every year to record the interesting and loving moments in life. A large photo album can hold hundreds of photos, so it has quite a lot of capacity."
Gu Yanqi sighed. "I'll try to cut down on some of the photos. If I only publish one album a year, I really have too many photos. When it's busy, I can take hundreds of photos a day."
Shu Yun exclaimed, "Good fellow, are you planning to publish a photo album every week?"
"In the future, we can just find a big house to use as a warehouse and fill it with photo albums. When it comes to photos, choose the most meaningful ones.
Too much is as bad as too little. If you have too many, you won't be able to find a specific photo." Cough, cough.
At this moment, Sanbao actually coughed a few times. "Because I used too much force, my nose started to spit out snot."
Chapter 106. The father-in-law almost fell into the trap. Is the second young lady a coward? Shu Yun quickly wiped it for him.
"Third brother, why do you suddenly feel a little cold? It's almost the beginning of winter, and now is the time when colds are at their worst. It seems that we need to separate Sanbao and his 2 sisters first to reduce their contact,"
Shu Yun said. "Even getting a flu shot doesn't completely prevent colds.
Especially babies have weak resistance. If one of the 3 little kids gets sick, the other 2 will definitely be doomed.
Unless they are isolated in time.
The only way to avoid infection is to avoid contact until you have completely recovered from your cold."
Shu Yun frowned.
"For now, let my parents come and live with us to help take care of the kids. We'll take care of the eldest and second child, and they'll take care of the third child, so we can separate them."
Gu Zhengtang waved his hand. "No need to go to such trouble. Can't your mother and I take care of Sanbao?" Gu Yanqi pouted. "Dad, it's not that easy.
You 2 can take care of Sanbao for a while.
But is it possible to take care of him for several days?"
"It won't be long before he misses his parents so much that he'll burst into tears."
The method proposed by Shu Yun is the only feasible one.
It can separate the 2 sisters from Sanbao.
Shu Yun and his wife can be with them again. Safe.
My father-in-law and mother-in-law temporarily took Sanbao to the next room. He had just eaten and drunk his fill, so he didn't cry or make a fuss." Shu Yun stared at his wife. Her bright big eyes shone with a watery luster, and her long eyelashes blinked. There was a hint of gentleness on his face.
"She's like a fairy." "Wife, why are you looking at me with such a cute and gentle expression?"
Shu Yun was puzzled.
"What do you think?" "Someone's birthday is coming up, and I'm thinking about what birthday present to get him."
This made Gu Yanqi very troubled.
"My husband has everything he needs.
He has a mansion and a luxury car, and he is so rich."
Gu Yanqi really didn't know what to give.
To please his taste, Shu Yun's only hobbies, apart from drinking tea and reading, seemed to be his wife and children.
Tea cannot be delivered.
Shu Yun already has the mother tree de Hanpo, and it would be embarrassing to give away other teas.
As for books, Gu Yanqi didn't know much about it and didn't know what to give. "I have tens of thousands of books in my own study, so there is no need to give them away." Give herself to Shu Yun as a birthday gift? It seems a bit redundant.
In the past few months, she and Shu Yun have had sex at least 70 or 80 times, if not 100 times. If it was given to Shu Yun for the first time, it would undoubtedly be extremely precious.
It's been 70 or 80 times, what else is there to give?
Just when I was having a headache, Shu Yun responded lightly. Any gift my wife gives me, even if it's just a piece of paper, is worth 1,000 gold.
Gu Yanqi sighed. That's what I said, even if you don't mind, I do. This is my first birthday gift for my husband, so I absolutely can't be perfunctory.
Don't worry about it, I'll make the arrangements myself.
Many people pay attention to the price of gifts when giving them.
If you have money, buy some expensive gifts to show your support.
But for a rich man like Shu Yun,
on the contrary, gifts that are cheap but embody love and sincerity can touch people's hearts more. At this time, Gu Zhengtang came over with a piece of porcelain.
Xiaoyun, I heard you're good at identifying antiques. How about taking a look at this thing Dad recently picked up?
That Shi Baisher prawn painting you have is really nice, an authentic one, and highly collectible. Look at this Ruyao jade Huchuan vase, Dad.
It should be from the Song dynasty.
I went abroad some time ago and bought it from foreigners.
I spent more than 2 million on it.
What a foolish foreigner.
Xu Yunwan thought about it for half a minute. Dad, this thing of yours is not from the Song dynasty. Isn't it from the Song dynasty? Gu Zhengtang was a little panicked. How is it possible? This is definitely an antique. Xu Yun nodded.
It is indeed an antique, also from the Ru kiln, but it is not from the Song dynasty.
It looks like it is from the mid to late Qing dynasty. If we're talking about value, it's definitely worth 1.8 million.
If you're lucky, someone might buy 0 for 2 million.
That foreigner is really not losing out.
Next, Xu Yun talked about a lot of very professional knowledge about antique appreciation.
Gu Zhengtang was amazed.
He was considered a half-expert and could tell that Xu Yun was not talking nonsense, but was super professional.
The father-in-law slapped his forehead. Am I missing something?
Xu Yun put down the Yuhuchen bottle and smiled.
It's not a big deal, but it's a small loss. It's not a big deal. If Dad just wants to collect this jade Huchuan vase, it's definitely worth collecting. Gu Zhengtang cheered up.
Next time you go shopping, go with Dad and get a great bargain.
Xu Yun did not answer. How many bargains are there in the world?
Without strong identification ability and spending some effort, it is difficult to find a bargain. No one is a fool who would treat the antiques in his hands as waste and wait for others to pick them up. Stayed at my mother-in-law's house until noon. Just before lunch, Xu Yun received a call from Xinyu. She brought her father to visit Tianqi Garden.
The reason for coming to your house is not to make an appointment at another location.
The main reason is that Xu Yun and his wife have 3 babies and it is inconvenient for them to go out.
In the living room,
Xinyu held Sanbao in her arms and sat on the sofa opposite. Gu Yanqi placed Debao and Erbao on the mat on the floor and let them crawl around. It's the tortoise and the hare race.
Debao and Erbao, let mommy see who crawls faster. Who is the tortoise and who is the hare? Gu Yanqi placed Debao and Erbao on one end of the mat. Walk to the other end and lure them with snacks. The second young lady was the first to go out.
The advantage of Erbao is that he is light and more agile. But she has one fatal weakness, she can't crawl very well yet. The eldest lady is heavy, big, and a little clumsy. But she had already become very skilled at climbing. If a few months pass, the second young lady will be able to crawl forward flexibly and freely, and will definitely be faster than the eldest child. But now, Debao is naturally better. It took Debao a minute and a half to crawl to the snack and swallow it in one gulp.
The second young lady had only climbed halfway.
Maybe he knew he had lost. The second young lady completely let herself go, turned around and crawled back.
This time, Erbao's speed was obviously faster than before.
She crawled off the mat, onto the floor, and continued to crawl forward.
Like a big caterpillar. Gu Yanqi quickly picked her up. Stinky Erbao, isn't the floor cold? Xinyu next to him laughed out loud. I think Erbao is wise. What's the outcome of the tortoise and the hare?
If we only go by the outcome, then Debao is the tortoise and Erbao is the hare.
See, how wise is the little one?
She chose to be a rabbit and didn't want to be a tortoise because the name tortoise was too ugly.
Gu Yanqi burst out laughing. Can you interpret it this way?
This means that Erbao's IQ is off the charts.
Chapter 107 I don't want to be the richest man. The system is still domineering. Living room. Xu Yun was talking to Xinyu's father Xinlin. It can be seen that Xinlin's expression is very humble.
He acted as if he was 2 levels lower than Xu Yun and was extremely respectful. Xu Yun spent a full 40 million to save his life and the entire Xin family.
This kindness is higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. Don't even talk about lowering your posture.
Even if Xinlin had to kneel down and listen to Xu Yun's lecture the whole time, it would be fine.
Uncle Xin, don't be nervous. Yaya and I are good friends. When Cici was pregnant, Yaya helped a lot. To be honest, I didn't even know the babies existed at that time.
It was all thanks to her help.
Otherwise, it would have been a question whether the babies could be born. Because of this relationship, I'm helping Uncle Shen, and it's just a small contribution I can make. Shenlin looked at his impetuous daughter and couldn't help but smile with relief. My daughter Yaya is pretty, but a little too outgoing and lively. I've always worried she won't be able to get married. I've always held her in high esteem and never expected her to help with anything at home. Having a friend like you has really saved the whole family this time. Shu Yun drank his tea calmly. That's not the case. The Jinzuan Mansion project will indeed be very profitable in a few years. I didn't spend 40 million for nothing. This is a long-term investment that will make a profit. Having said that, Shenlin expressed his doubts. In a few years, will policies really favor this area, leading to increased development? Will our unfinished buildings see improvement? Shu Yun was too lazy to explain too much to him. Of course, don't worry, uncle. Even if my prediction fails, I won't ask you to return the 40 million. Investing is risky, so just consider it a loss. Shenlin quickly expressed his opinion. No, if this project doesn't make money in a few years, I will find a way to pay it back. Shu Yun didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he walked over and looked at Sanbao. He touched Sanbao's forehead with the back of his hand and it was a little hot. I checked my temperature and it was 38.4 degrees. It's almost time to take fever-reducing medicine. Shu Yun shook his head and said, since my third brother was born, he's had a fever 3 times and been seriously ill 3 times. His physique is really not as good as his sister's. Although it is common for babies to get sick. But the frequency of the 3 treasures is too high. Shu Yun decided to take some time to go to the System Mall to see if there were any props that could enhance his family's physical fitness. He did not expect these props to ensure that his family would be free from all diseases and poisons. At least it can greatly enhance your physical fitness and reduce the probability of getting sick. It is too unrealistic to expect family members to have a god-level physique like Shu Yun himself and never get sick. After all, Shu Yun is the host, and no one can reach his level. You should take some fever-reducing medicine. It's 38.4 degrees Celsius. At this rate, it'll be 39 in less than an hour. Shu Yun poured half a bag of ibuprofen granules into a spoon, diluted it with hot water, and fed it to Sanbao. Viral colds are difficult to cure. The high fever will probably last for 2 or 3 days before it completely subsides. When a baby is sick, it is undoubtedly the most heartbreaking moment for parents. Looking at the little kids, their bodies were burning like fireballs, and they looked listless and listless. It really does hurt like thousands of needles pricking my body. Night. Under the careful care of Shu Yun and his wife, Sanbao's body temperature was only 37.5 degrees. Still have a slight fever. But for babies, this temperature is not too high. After Sanbao fell asleep, his parents looked after him. Shu Yun and Gu Yanqi are responsible for taking care of Debao and Erbao. It's 12 o'clock in the middle of the night and the whole family is asleep. Shu Yun lay on the bed and summoned the system panel. He hasn't logged into the system for a long time. There is no system mall to carefully select items, props, etc. Because once Shu Yun has the daddy points, he will directly exchange them into cash. Or occasionally exchange for 1 or 2 useful skills. Host, Shu Yun. Age, 24. Height, 186 centimeters. Appearance, 96. Wealth, 1.09 billion. Skills, God-level singing, God-level medical skills, God-level physique, God-level pupil skills. Chances to win, 3. Number of babies, 3. Daddy value, 510,000. Daddy level, level 7. According to the system classification, those with a nanny value between 500,000 and 1 million are all considered level 7 nannies. Shu Yun's nanny value just reaches the standard of a level 7 nanny. However, a lot of the 510,000 dad points have already been redeemed. There are only about 60,000 left available. Shu Yun was not in a hurry to use the daddy points to exchange for props. Instead, a lottery was held first. Haven't logged into the system for a while. My dad value has increased rapidly recently. It is expected that there will be another surge when the baby is 1 year old. However, the chances of winning a lottery are really pitifully small. Shu Yun could only hope that the quality of the lottery could make up for the chance of winning. If the system's lottery is the same as the Penguin lottery, what's the point of playing that? Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving cash, plus 80 million. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for receiving the charity fund, 300 million.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the asset, 90% of Procter & Gamble Group's shares. All 3 lottery chances have been used up.
Shu Yun counted the prizes. There's nothing much to say about 80 million in cash.
This is a huge sum of money, very real.
A 300 million yuan charity fund is a bit mysterious. Shu Yun found out after checking the statement. These 300 million can only be used for charity.
After using it up, the system will give a big reward and give Shu Yun some privileges. Not only can you donate huge sums of money to charity, but you can also get system rewards.
Why wouldn't Shu Yun do it? Besides, he has 3 babies.
Shu Yun also wants to do more good deeds. In exchange for the safety and health of the babies.
The last item, 90% of Procter & Gamble's shares.
Shu Yun probably knew that Procter & Gamble was a company specializing in the production and sale of sanitary products.
Not a listed company. But it is a very influential local brand in Shenzhen.
Products include maternal and child products, toiletries, etc. Fang Ping had previously suggested to Chu Yun that she create her own brand of maternal and infant products.
Now Chu Yun has become a major shareholder of Procter & Gamble Group.
We already have maternal and infant brands, and all that remains is for them to grow and develop. These 3 lotteries increased Chu Yun's assets significantly. 80 million in cash, plus 90% of Procter & Gamble Group's shares.
Chu Yun's net worth increased by about 300 million. His assets are about to reach 1.5 billion.
Of course, when the money reaches a certain level, it will no longer be a big deal for Chu Yun.
No need for 1.5 billion.
1 billion is enough to ensure that Chu Yun's family will never spend it all in their lifetime.
He was very satisfied. Chu Yun no longer needs to accumulate assets. Of course, if he draws asset rewards from the system, he cannot refuse them.
I can only watch my money grow more and more.
Shu Yun said, I really don't want to be the richest man. What if one day, the system really makes him the richest man?
Shu Yun had no choice but to accept it.
It's so Versailles.
Afterwards, Shu Yun entered the system to look for props to enhance physical fitness and resist diseases.
After searching for a long time, I finally found it. There aren't many props of this kind, but there are some.
For example, the Constitution Point item. He can exchange Constitution Points through the Nanny Points. When used on a designated target, the Constitution Points will increase and the Constitution will be strengthened. The functions of the internal organs, immune function and other related body functions will be improved accordingly. There is also an item, reducing disease by 60%. Using this item will reduce the chance of getting sick by 60%.
If you get cancer, it won't be fatal.
If it is other types of serious illnesses, the lethality will be greatly reduced after the props are reduced. Not only does the number of illnesses decrease, the severity of the disease will also be greatly reduced. It is definitely a very powerful prop.
Shu Yun used up all his daddy value.
I just exchanged for 60% reduction in disease items, and I still have 11 Constitution Points.
It's really fucking expensive. However, how to distribute it is a problem. Chapter 108, Honey, do I look good? Is this a uniform? Thought for a moment.
Shu Yun still used the disease reduction 60% item on the milk balls. After all, the babies are still young and get sick frequently, so they really need this prop to support them. At the same time, Shu Yun used one of the 11 Constitution Points on each milk ball. Because Constitution Points can greatly enhance physical fitness and body functions.
But don't use it too much, otherwise it will be counterproductive.
The babies are too small and can only withstand a 1-point increase at present. Shu Yun distributed the remaining 8 points equally to his parents and father-in-law and mother-in-law. Put Gu Yanqi aside for the time being.
After all, my wife is still young.
Anyway, there will be another chance to buy these props later, so she can wait.
After integrating the props, Sanbao's recovery from his cold was much faster.
It was originally expected to take at least a week to recover, but it actually only took 3 days. After lunch, Gu Yanqi and Shu Yun sat together.
Honey, have you prepared your birthday present? My birthday is tomorrow. Gu Yanqi rolled his eyes and looked at the ceiling. I don't know. Maybe he's ready? Maybe not. It's not okay to tell them in advance.
Shu Yun nodded. Okay, then I will wait for my wife's surprise. Gu Yanqi said helplessly, it's not really a surprise,
but it's the most sincere gift I can think of right now.
Shu-yun put his arms around Gu Yanqi's waist and held her in his arms.
We'll be preparing for the wedding in a while.
I need to get my wedding dress and bridal veil ready so we can take the wedding photos.
According to Chu Yun's prediction,
he plans to visit famous attractions around the world with his wife.
Take 1 or 2 wedding photos at each scenic spot. But ideals are full and reality is skinny. With Chu Yun's current financial resources, if it weren't for the little kids, he and Gu Yanqi could even go to the moon to take wedding photos. The key point is that these 3 little guys can't live without their parents.
In view of this, wedding photos can only be taken at scenic spots near Shenzhen. Wait until the little ones grow up a little, then check in for more photos around the world.
Husband, do you really want to make your wedding gown and phoenix coronet by hand? The process must be very complicated. Besides, my husband doesn't have any tools or anything.
Shu-yun smiled and said, the process is indeed a bit complicated, but with my skills, it's a piece of cake. I just need to buy the necessary materials and make it purely by hand. If you need any tools, you can borrow them from a craft workshop.
Didn't we custom make a batch of clothes for the babies from Yaya's friend? If we can use them, we can go to that workshop and borrow some tools. Gu Yanqi nodded, his face filled with happiness. My husband has the final say. You can do whatever you want. I don't understand anyway. My husband is really versatile, just like a robot.
I once watched a TV series called something like My Robot Boyfriend.
The heroine's boyfriend in that story is omnipotent. However, a husband can do much more than a robot. Husband, why Diaz?
At this time, Xiao Wei came over. Xiaoyun, Cici, your dad and I are planning to live in the countryside in a few days.
Do you want to come over?
My hometown in the countryside is very spacious, and there are no mosquitoes in this weather.
I'd like to take the kids out for some fun. The conditions are a bit basic, though. Compared with super luxury homes like Tianqi Garden, the self-built houses in my hometown are so different. Chu Yun held Xiao Hui's shoulders from behind. Don't worry, Mom. Didn't you say a long time ago that you wanted to move back to your hometown in the countryside?
I hired someone to renovate it more than a month ago and it cost 1 million.
1 million? Xiao Hui was shocked. What would this renovation look like? A country cottage?
1 million yuan isn't a lot to spend on a renovation of a house this size. I didn't renovate it to the standards of a small villa. As long as it looks clean and tidy and is comfortable to live in, that's all I need.
Xiao Wei sighed.
You're so proud of yourself just because you have money. You don't stay here often, only 2 or 3 times a year, and at most a week each time.
Why waste all that money?
Xu Yunhao straightened his body.
As a son, I can spend whatever I want.
It's only natural for me to spend money on my parents.
Even if it's 100 million, I'd still spend it. Xiao Wei rolled her eyes at him.
You're such a sweet talker.
No wonder you can make Cici so happy. You must have said a lot of sweet words, right? Xu Yun suddenly looked at Gu Yanqi. Wife, you are like the moon in the sky, shining in my heart.
You are like the vast stars, brushing away the darkness in my heart.
Mom, how about this sweet talk?
Xiao Hui punched her son.
When did you become so cheeky? It's too corny. I can't stand it at my age. I'm leaving now. On my birthday. Xu Yun went out for something and didn't come back until the evening.
To his surprise, he didn't see the milk balls when he returned home.
My wife is not at home either. That's strange. Did the whole family go to play with their parents?
Just as Chu Yun was wondering, there was a noise coming from the next room. He heard the sound of high heels. Then, Chu Yun saw a graceful figure walking out of the next room.
It's my own wife. What amazed Chu Yun was. Gu Yanqi was actually wearing a stewardess uniform.
Her figure is perfect in itself, with curvaceous curves and is incredibly hot. This uniform was about to burst on her from front to back. The 2 long and beautiful legs appear even more smooth under the light, exuding an unprecedented fleshy feeling.
Xu Yun was stunned.
My wife, who wears a stewardess uniform, is simply the ceiling of the world's stewardesses in terms of appearance and figure.
Does it look good, husband? Seeing Xu Yun dumbfounded, Gu Yanqi couldn't help but smile. Xu Yun was confused.
It took him a long time to shake his head and regain his senses.
So beautiful. My wife looks good in any uniform. As a man, who doesn't like his wife to wear a uniform? That kind of charm is irresistible. What's more, Gu Yanqi was wearing the Northern Airlines uniform, which was his own company's uniform. Then I'll wear this to accompany my husband today. Gu Yanqi smiled gently. Since I can't save my first time for Chu Yun's birthday night, then change the style. Does my husband like this birthday gift? I like it very much. What about the babies? Chu Yun asked back. My parents took them in and they took care of the babies all day. The little ones are very familiar with them. They have no problem sleeping together for a night. Tonight, it's just the two of us. Chu Yun became even more excited. If you want to talk about this, then I won't be sleepy anymore. My wife looks really good in our stewardess uniform. It would be even better if we had a few more sets, for nurses and teachers. Gu Yanqi's face turned red. I checked online. Don't you men like these? In addition to the ones for stewardesses and teachers, I also prepared a set of my Shiranui. Chu Yun gave a thumbs up. You are strong. But I like it. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yanqi took out her second gift. It's a love letter, more than 2,000 words. The whole article is her true confession to Chu Yun. Every word came from the heart, and Chu Yun was deeply moved. Isn't this thing much more useful than a luxury car or a luxury house? Then, Gu Yanqi took out his third gift. A pair of knitted woolen gloves. Chapter 109, My ex-wife was in a car accident and I don't have enough money to rescue her. She said very embarrassedly, hubby, this is the pinnacle of my craftsmanship. It can't be compared with yours. Please don't laugh at me. Chu Yun has the best craftsmanship in the world, and his hands can turn decay into magic. Gu Yanqi is naturally very different from him. These gloves are really good. They are warmer than those designer gloves that cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Next time I go out, I will wear the gloves my wife knitted for me. They are full of love. Finally, Gu Yanqi took out his fourth gift. I know my husband has plenty of money, a house, a car, or a watch. But the gifts I gave him before were all out of love, so I have to give him something valuable at the end. I bought my husband a Patek Philippe for over 9 million. Isn't that extravagant? Even though I used to be rich and beautiful, I wouldn't dare touch a watch of this level. I can't afford it. Luckily my husband has money. I used your card to pay. Chu Yunwan looked at the diamond-studded Patek Philippe and kissed his wife. So beautiful. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. I really like watches. This must be a limited edition Patek Philippe, right? I'll wear it out someday to show off. Gu Yanqi stretched out his fingers and blocked Chu Yun's mouth. Hubby, can you please speak more politely? Chu Yun nodded. I'll listen to my wife and everything. Wearing a watch to show off is for the future. Now we should get down to business. Gu Yanqi blushed. What business? Chu Yun smiled faintly. What are the two words behind the phrase I mentioned earlier about wearing a watch? These two words mean business. Gu Yanqi thought about it and immediately punched Chu Yun. Go to hell, you bastard. After getting up in the morning, Gu Yanqi took more than an hour to relax. Afterwards, Chu Yun and his wife hurried to their parents' home to pick up the babies. They are used to having babies around them. I missed you a little bit after not seeing you for one night. The family of 5 and their parents left the community and walked towards Tianqi Garden across the street. When passing an intersection, there was water on the road. Chu Yun subconsciously moved the stroller back. He was still splashed with mud and water by a speeding private car. Chu Yun and his wife are fine. The key is that the little kids were covered in mud and water. Erbo was almost splashed with mud and water in his eyes. The second young lady is still too young and can't control the strength well. Feeling uncomfortable, she rubbed her face with her little hands. The mud and water soon covered the little face. You retreated half a meter and got splashed all over, you bastard. Chu Yun cursed angrily. He has a good temper. Under normal circumstances, even if someone splashed mud on me, I wouldn't get so angry. But the owner of this private car drove so fast even though he knew there was a baby on the roadside. Chu Yun was of course furious when someone deliberately splashed mud and water on the little kids. Too bad the car isn't around. Otherwise, Chu Yun would definitely force him to stop and beat him up on the spot. Family members, especially babies, are Chu Yun's Achilles heel. Chu Yun will never let anyone off easily if he dares to touch his sore spot.
As soon as he entered the community gate, Shu Yun received a call from Fong Ping.
What's wrong, Fong Ping?
Huang Ting, your ex-wife, was racing with her new rich second-generation boyfriend yesterday and seemed to have been hit and killed.
What? Shu Yun was shocked. Ex-wife died?
This was a bit too sudden. You know, Shu Yun and Huang Ting had been in love during college and were very much in love. Even after getting married, Huang Ting is a good wife most of the time. Although as the environment changed, Huang Ting became tired of the life of an ordinary person, wanted to become rich, and wanted to marry a rich man. He also took the initiative to file for divorce from Shu Yun. Shu Yun really couldn't forgive her for this, but he could also understand it. At that time, Shu Yun was too idle and almost lived a life of lying down.
Being a librarian is a very comfortable job. I get a fixed salary every month and don't have any big ambitions.
Although Huang Ting divorced Shu Yun because of this, it made him unhappy, but it was understandable.
Which woman doesn't want to live a life of luxury? Not just Huang Ting. 100 women, put in the position of Shu Yun's wife. At least 90 of them will choose divorce. There are probably very few people who would choose to suffer with Shu Yun just because he is handsome. The two people parted ways and became strangers. Shu Yun had neither love nor hate for her. But I was still shocked to hear the news of his death. A husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. His mother-in-law was also very good to him at the beginning, and Huang Ting also took good care of his parents. Naturally, I feel a little regretful. Seeing Shu Yun looking sad, Gu Yanqi hurriedly asked about the situation. Shu Yun said calmly, Huang Ting died in a car accident. Huang Ting once argued with Gu Yanqi at school. She was very dissatisfied with her husband's ex-wife.
But I don't want her to die.
Xiao Hui sighed, Huang Ting is actually not a bad person. Maybe she just doesn't like to suffer, so she divorced Xiao Yun?
I never blamed her.
Why did she just?
Xiao Yun, if you have time, please send some money to your mother-in-law.
No, your ex-mother-in-law.
Her family isn't doing well, and Huang Ting is in trouble again. If you can, help her.
Shu Yun nodded in agreement. Given our past relationship, I will definitely help if I can.
But Shu Yun didn't feel too sad.
Back home.
Shu Yun immediately turned on the computer and prepared to design the wedding dress and phoenix crown and bridal gown. Shu Yun put a lot of effort into the design of these two wedding dresses.
I had already thought about how to do it. Now all you have to do is draw on your computer. The most important feature of this wedding dress is luxury. Shu Yun plans to decorate it with 666 tiny diamonds.
Perfectly setting 666 diamonds on clothing is a test of craftsmanship, physical strength, and patience.
Of course, the most important thing is money.
As for the design of the phoenix crown and bridal gown, Shu Yun would also contact the gold shop in advance and ask them to make a large amount of gold thread.
A large part of the phoenix coronet and bridal robe will be woven with gold thread. And the phoenix crown must be made of pure gold.
Shu Yun will entrust this task to the gold shop. It is impossible to create a pure gold phoenix crown by hand alone. Gold needs to be melted and then made using machines. But for other parts, Shu Yun will use the full manual method. It took Shu Yun more than an hour to design the drawings, and he immediately contacted the jewelry store and gold shop. Shu Yun paid a deposit of 500,000 yuan to the jewelry store and the gold shop respectively.
At this time, he received another call from Xinyu. What's wrong, Xinyu? He could guess that Xinyu wanted to tell him about Huang Ting. Fong Ping got the news from her.
After all, Xinyu opened a milk tea shop at school. Just like the inns in martial arts novels, it is the place with the most up-to-date information.
Shu Yun, do you know? Your ex-wife Huang Ting was racing with her rich second-generation boyfriend.
The man was hit beyond recognition and could not be deader.
She is also seriously injured and hospitalized. She is undergoing emergency treatment and her condition is basically stable.
But it will probably cost a lot of money to fully save her.
Shu Yun frowned. What the hell? So, the ex-wife is not dead? Fong Ping told me she's dead. Xinyu snorted angrily, how can you listen to that guy? What a fool.
I told him clearly that the man is dead, but he's still talking nonsense.
It's ridiculous. Shu Yun nodded, okay, I understand.
He inferred that his ex-mother-in-law would definitely come to him to borrow money to pay for her daughter's medical expenses.
Of course Shu Yun would lend it. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, let alone saving a life of your own ex-wife? It can be considered as accumulating merit for the babies. Chapter 110, Ex-Wife Asks for Forgiveness. The family returns to their hometown. Shu Yun is not superstitious, but he still firmly believes that doing good deeds will bring blessings. Sure enough, not long after, my ex-mother-in-law called and burst into tears. Shu Yun quickly transferred 800,000 yuan to her, which was enough. Xiao Hui breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I'm glad he's not dead. I'm glad he's not dead. Shu Yun smiled and said, after a period of recuperation, I think she will be able to recover almost completely. There will be some sequelae, but there is nothing I can do. As long as she survives, I think Huang Ting will change after experiencing life and death. The family is discussing the ex-wife's situation. Sudden. A childish voice called out. Dab, dab. MMMM. The whole family's eyes instantly fell on Erbao. The second baby can call mom and dad. Among the little ones, the second baby was the last to call mom and dad. The eldest child learned to call dad, and the third child learned to call mom. Only the second child has unclear pronunciations of both dad and mom. But she yells every day. After a period of perseverance, I have now learned to pronounce them all very clearly, but the tone is still not quite accurate. Da. Ma. Erbao, who had mastered the new skill, began to speak eloquently. Shu Yun and his wife rushed over excitedly, and kissed Erbao all over, one on each side. Oh. Erbao had an expression of enjoyment on his face. She seemed to be able to feel the benefits of calling mom and dad, and she called out even harder. Dabeo was not willing to be outdone and called out dad. Sanbao kept shouting mom, mom. For a while, the calls of the milk balls came one after another. A series of gentle and sweet baby voices. It can melt the hearts of Chu Yun and his wife. Gu Yanqi held his chin and stared at the babies with a smile on his face. What a beautiful scene. The babies are all rushing to call us mom and dad, and asking us to praise them. They are so cute and adorable. No, I need to take pictures and video. Recording the beautiful pictures of the baby is something every parent will do. But Gu Yanqi took photos too frequently. She takes more than a dozen videos and dozens of photos every day. Shu Yun was surprised. Why hasn't my wife's phone's memory exploded yet? Hospital. At the door of the operating room. Wang Shufang sat on a stool, waiting anxiously, taking out a tissue from time to wipe her tears. Auntie, how is Wang Ting? Shu Yun walked over and asked with concern. Wang Shufang immediately wiped away her tears and stood up to greet him. Xiao Yun is here? This time, thanks to you. If you hadn't been willing to lend me the money, the operation would probably have stopped halfway. Huang Ting divorced you, but you still let bygones be bygones and were willing to help us. Auntie really feels so sorry for you. Shu Yun patted Wang Shufang on the shoulder. Okay, Auntie, the past is in the past. I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. I'll wait with you. More than an hour passed before the surgeon came out. He's completely out of danger and his life is not in danger, but he still needs to be hospitalized for observation. He may need to rest for a long time, and there is a possibility of sequelae. For example, vision and hearing will be slightly impaired. Wang Shufang quickly nodded and thanked him. Can I go in and take a look? The doctor nodded. No more than 2 people can go in. Wang Shufang pulled Chu Yun into the operating room. Right after the operation, Huang Ting felt dizzy and heavy, had no strength at all, and her consciousness was a little fuzzy. Wang Shufang held her daughter's hand and spoke to her unilaterally. Huang Ting, are you awake? Mom is here, don't worry, everything will be fine. Xiao Chu is here too, we are all here with you. When Huang Ting regained consciousness, she opened her eyes in a daze. The first man she saw by her side turned out to be her ex-husband. I couldn't help but burst into tears. Huang Ting regrets it so much. It's not just because Chu Yun is rich now, but also because of his character. I dumped him myself. When she was in trouble, Chu Yun paid for her surgery and came to visit her. How broad-minded is this bear? For a moment, Huang Ting felt that she was not a human being. Before this, she was still thinking about how to drive Gu Yanqi away and get Chu Yun back to her side. Comparing things this way, she really felt that it would be better to kill herself. Shu Yun, I'm sorry. I will never bother you again.
I will pay you back the surgery fee as soon as possible. Shuyan smiled and said, you should think about how to recover first.
How are you going to earn money to pay me back in your current state?
The ex-wife chuckled and stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Wang Shufang said comfortedly, even if you are divorced, it's good to be friends.
Isn't Gu Yanqi still in school?
Huang Ting happens to be a school instructor, so I have someone to look after me if I run into any problems.
We'll be good friends in the future.
Huang Ting took a deep breath and said, as for Gu Yanqi, I will personally apologize to her later.
After leaving the hospital, Shu Yun rushed home.
He packed up his things with his parents and prepared to return to his hometown in the countryside.
Shu Yun's hometown is more than 700 kilometers away from Shenzhen.
Although it is also in the south, the temperature difference between the two regions is quite large.
It's almost December.
There will be a cold wave in a few days. According to the location of my hometown, the lowest temperature is expected to drop below zero.
Taking advantage of the rare warm weather, the family planned to go and come back quickly.
The eldest daughter, the second daughter, and the third brother all wore pure cotton jumpsuits,
wearing a coat on the outside.
Shu Yun prepared several sets of clothes for them, some thin and some thick. Wear less when it's hot, and wear more when it's cold. After all, it is crossing two areas with completely different temperatures.
It's warm at home, but cold in my hometown. Even back home, the temperature has fluctuated greatly in recent days. It's okay for adults, but the babies must be kept neither too cold nor too hot, otherwise they will easily get sick. Shu Yun used props on the little kids.
Physical fitness improves and the chance of getting sick decreases. But this does not mean that they can be exposed to the wind and rain without restraint.
We must protect what needs to be protected.
Just don't be so cautious.
It's okay to enjoy the cool breeze and soak in cold water occasionally.
Shu Yun loaded all the luggage into the car and sat in the driver's seat. My wife, father, and mother sat in the back row, holding the eldest, second, and third child respectively. Shu Yun started the car, and the family drove towards their hometown in a mighty manner.
This is the first time for the little kids to travel far away. The farthest place they have ever been to was probably Shenzhen University. Not to mention leaving the city, it had never even left the district before.
Now, they have to cross provinces and go hundreds of kilometers to the north. The little kids were naturally very excited. Don't underestimate these babies because they are still small, they are very smart.
Seeing how my parents were making such a big fuss, it can be inferred that he must be going out to play. And it's definitely fun and interesting. The destination is more than 700 kilometers away.
The road conditions are good all the way, and there is a long section of highway in the middle. If everything goes well, it will arrive in 6 or 7 hours.
Arrive before dark.
The car was moving quickly and smoothly. 3 big ones and 3 small ones sat in the back row, playing and laughing. Because it took a long time, Debeo had diarrhea twice in the middle because she ate a lot and had diarrhea a lot. The second and third babies pooped once. Maybe because they stayed in the car for too long, the babies cried several times. Every time I feed them with snacks, the little ones immediately surrender and become extremely obedient.
A little after 5 in the afternoon, Gu Yanqi looked at the scenery outside the car window and couldn't help but marvel at it.